The young man before you is named Jachung. Though he may look like a frail student, he is in fact a 100 bona fide troublemaking demon. He's also a hardcore otaku. As he was walking down the street, he was startled to see a tuft of hair sticking out from a bush. A moment later, a hand reached out, and then, before Jachung's astonished eyes, a whole person fell out. An incredibly agile girl did a flip and landed headfirst. This was none other than Shanshan, a lovely angel. Acting on pure masculine instinct, Jachung reached out to catch her without a second thought. And so they ended up in an embrace, crashing hard onto the ground. After helping Shanshan sit up, Jachung shook her vigorously, trying to bring her to her senses. Just then her stomach rumbled with hunger. The sound interrupted Jachung's attempt to demand compensation, and his expression immediately soured. In the end, he decided to take her for a proper meal to help her recover. Watching Shanshan eat with such relish, Jachung found himself quietly appreciating her cuteness. A little while later, she managed a weak smile and hastily explained her situation, all while internally cursing the people who were chasing her. At that, Jachung quickly got up, saying he had to go. However, Shanshan skillfully blocked his path, spinning a tall tale that made Jachung let his guard down. As a result, not only did he not get any compensation, but he also had to foot the bill for a meal he hadn't even touched. This seemingly ill-fated encounter marked the beginning of their tangled relationship. 18 is an age when a boy should be venturing into the world, gaining experience and enjoying his youth, but somehow the two of them ended up married. In this world, for a demon to live among humans, they must pass an angel's review. And so after that run-in, Jachung went back to report. However, she wouldn't accept his excuse. Despite Jachung's desperate pleas, she still marked him as absent. Then the boss lady offered him an idea to salvage his score. As he turned to leave, she wore the expression of a hunter whose prey had just taken the bait. Things were starting to get interesting. Rows and rows of figurines caught Jachung's eye. He squinted, pressing his face against the glass case and sighing, "So cute, I want them so bad." The next second, however, Jachung could only howl in despair. It was hopeless. He didn't even have money for food. His eyes drooped, filled with disappointment. The more he sighed, the hungrier he felt. He hadn't eaten a thing since morning. Suddenly, as he was walking, Jachung saw something and stopped in his tracks. There, right in front of him, was Shanshan. He was so shocked his eyes rolled back in his head. Immediately after, a wave of anger washed over him, and his eyes narrowed. It was that girl. Jachung rushed forward, grabbed her hand, and shouted, "Hold it, you're not getting away this time." Shanshan spun around so fast it created a gust of wind. With a single move, she had him subdued and thrown to the ground. Jachung couldn't help but roar in silent shock. "What the hell is with this strength?" he quickly yelled. "Wait, it's me, it's me." But Shanshan just frowned and demanded, "Who are you?" This made him cry out in anguish. She had promised she wouldn't forget him last time. Just then, a group of people shouted from behind them, "Found her over there, please stop running around." As soon as they spoke, Shanshan broke free and fled. Jachung was the most confused person there. He scratched his head, perplexed. What the hell is going on? The two men approached and spoke to him. "Sorry she got away, we'll call for backup." "Are you hurt?" Jachung scrambled to his feet and replied, "I'm fine." Inside, however, he was beyond furious. "That little brat dares. You mess with the wrong guy, kiddo. You're dead meat when I get mad." As if possessed by a demon, he muttered relentlessly, "You just wait. I'm going to make you pay," in both the literal and figurative sense. At the same time, the two men in black suits behind him placed their hands on his shoulders and called out, "Hold on a moment, friend." They questioned him grimly. "Friend, you're from the demon clan, aren't you?" The next second, Jachung did exactly what Shanshan had done and bolted. One of the men reached out to grab him but was too slow. "Wait." As Jachung ran, he gritted his teeth and asked himself, "What the hell? How do they know my true identity?" Everywhere he went, men in black sunglasses would stop in their tracks. The best plan was to get away first and figure out who they were later. He ducked and weaved without a destination, running at the sight of anyone. He had to escape no matter what. "My demonic intuition is telling me I'm dead if I get caught." Just then, Jachung ran into another familiar face, that four-eyed old hag. The boss lady saw him and greeted him cheerfully. "What a coincidence, isn't it, Jachung?" The next second, Jachung sensed something was wrong. "Wait, this is bad." She opened her arms to grab him. "Found you easier than I thought I would." However, Jachung jumped back in time to dodge her. "I knew it." This greatly displeased the boss lady. "What's wrong? Why are you avoiding Big Sis's love, cutie?" With a defiant turn, he taunted her. "I'm not falling for it. If you want to catch me, you'll have to win the invincible cosmic ass-kicker cup." Meanwhile, shouts echoed from the surrounding alleys. "He went this way." Jachung gritted his teeth and looked behind him, assessing the situation. It was all clear now. These loudmouthed guys in sunglasses were taking orders from that woman. But why are the angels targeting me? His face contorted as he suddenly realized. Is it because I failed the review, so they're here to drag me back? In an instant, he was cornered. "Damn four-eyed hag, is she serious? You've got to be kidding me." Jachung used all his strength to dodge the bodyguard's relentless attacks. "I still have so much I want to do in this world." Then, seizing an opportunity, he used one man's back as a springboard and launched himself high into the air. Jachung agilely ran along the surrounding walls and leapt away. In no time, he was perched on a railing. He gloated smugly. "See my knights jump, you amateurs." With that, he raised his middle finger in provocation. "Come and get me, little babies, can't catch me." Just then, however, a thud from behind caught Jachung's attention. It was Shanshan, who had just vaulted over the railing using the exact same move. Her jaw dropped in astonishment as she stared at him. Jachung stared back at her, utterly panicked. In that instant, their faces smashed into each other with excruciating force. They both fell at the same time, one landing flat on his back, the other face down on a pile of black trash bags. The bodyguards were still trying to figure out what had happened, but one pulled out his phone to make a call, reporting in, "We found them both. Yes, no casualties." He then had to report on Jachung and Shanshan's condition. "Ah yes, the two of them are both unconscious now." Shanshan groggily came to. Everything was still a blur. As her vision cleared, she let out a confused "ha." Just then, the boss lady leaned in close and asked Shanshan, "Awake, sleepyhead?" Panicked, she shot up and yelled, "Where is this? Who am I?" The woman sighed in exasperation. "Calm down, girl." The boss lady turned to Jachung and asked with a smile, "Looks like the other one's waking up too." At that moment, Shanshan dazedly asked, "Who's that guy?" The woman stammered, "Right, that's..." Meanwhile, Jachung was also groggily sitting up. As Shanshan charged at him with her fist raised, he was still lost in thought. "Where am I?" But luckily, Jachung dodged just in time. He leaped off the couch in a panic, shouting, "You damn she-gorilla, are you trying to murder me?" This only enraged Shanshan further. "So noisy," she turned her face, scowled and roared, "Shut your damn mouth and die." The boss lady looked between them, confused. "Have you two met before?" Jachung pointed an accusing finger at Shanshan and bellowed, "She's the brat who scammed me for a meal." It dawned on her. "So that story was true," he roared even louder. "I told you it was true. Doesn't this face look honest to you?" Just then, the boss lady walked over, put an arm around Shanshan's shoulder to calm her down and said, "Well, that simplifies things. Let me explain the situation. This is you, Shanshan. She's almost 18. Like me, she's an angel, and she's also your future wife." Jachung was stunned by this introduction. Flustered, he argued loudly, "That's not a funny joke. Why would a handsome demon like me have to marry that dumb angel?" Shanshan immediately shot back, "Exactly, why would a noble angel like me have to marry a demon, you ugly freak?" Jachung yelled back, "Who are you calling ugly, you little brat? What kind of girl looks like a middle schooler and is as flat as an airport runway?" That remark successfully infuriated her. "What? Say that again, I dare you," the boss lady cut in. "You two want to fight? Take it to the bedroom. Now back to the topic at hand. You both know that relations between angels and the demon clan have been getting worse, right? Therefore the two of you will serve as a bridge to connect our sides and strengthen our bond." Grabbing each other's hair and collars, they protested in unison. "Then pick someone else. Why does it have to be this one?" she stammered. "Ah well," shoved away by Shanshan, he complained irritably. "Besides, you decided all this without asking for my opinion. I'm going to sue you." Unfazed, the boss lady explained, "This is a volunteer event. You sent a text message confirming your participation." Jachung immediately retorted, "When did I ever do that?" But she quickly pulled out her phone and showed him the evidence. "Here, look." Jachung stared at the messages, his confidence faltering. "What the hell? I don't remember any of this." Then, in a fit of rage, he smashed the phone on the ground. The boss lady laughed delightedly. "So in the end it was two idiots who signed up." Just then, Jachung redirected his anger, shouting at Shanshan, "Which moron came up with this thing? And you, why the hell would you agree to this?" Feeling wrong, she shot back, "How should I know? I thought it was spam and just deleted it myself." Jachung retorted, "So your phone was hacked? Who would dare mess with your phone? What an idiot." The boss lady continued to tease them with a grin. "A bunch of fools, didn't even remember to ask for a name. I think I also heard somewhere that you were sleeping in a tree." At this, Jachung waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, stop joking around. I'm not playing your game." He held out a hand and declared firmly, "No matter what you do, you can't sway my resolve." Jachung pointed to his face with utmost seriousness and proclaimed, "My word is my bond. Women are but fleeting clouds, while my awesomeness is eternal." But then the boss lady's next words stopped him in his tracks. "Oh, I forgot to mention, participants also receive a rather substantial reward." At the same time, Shanshan's fist was already flying toward him as she demanded, "What do you think you're doing? Everyone changes their mind, that's life. But how can you flip-flop so fast? Die." At this tense moment, the boss lady spoke up again. Sorry to interrupt your lovey-dovey moment, but it's time to change." She explained excitedly, "You two are getting married today, and this is the chapel." This came as a massive shock to both Jachung and Shanshan. Their eyes widened and their jaws dropped in unison as they shouted, "What?" Entering the chapel, Jachung was dressed in a handsome suit, but his face was a mask of utter despair. His eyes were wide as he screamed, "Let go of me, do you hear?" Held by two bodyguards, Jachung roared furiously, "This joke has gone too far. I told you I'm not getting married. How can my wonderful life end like this?" Seeing the chapel right before him, he despaired. "My life really is over." Meanwhile, in another room, Shanshan was in the exact same situation. She was wearing a beautiful wedding dress but looked back in a panic, shouting, "Wait, don't push me." Tears were already streaming down her beautiful face. "I don't want to. Why do I have to marry a demon? I don't want to." The moment Jachung saw Shanshan, his face turned red. So cute." Just then, the boss lady leaned in and whispered in his ear, My, look who was just saying something a moment ago. "So will you choose to follow your heart, or will you listen to your head?" He rolled his eyes and replied, "Well, this makes things a bit tricky." Next second, however, Jachung's expression hardened as he said decisively, "No way, what are you guys doing here?" She pushed up her glasses with a cheerful grin and explained, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'll be serving as the priest for this ceremony. What do you think? Does this outfit suit me? Does it get you all excited?" Jachung quickly shouted, "Stop messing with me and let me go." But the boss lady stated flatly, "Accept it. There's no turning back." And so, the two were truly walked down the aisle to the sound of wedding vows, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part, to build a happy marriage. She began asking Jachung, "Groom, do you take this woman to be your wife?" Before he could answer, the bodyguard next to him spoke for him. I do, Jachung yelled in disbelief. Ha, the boss lady asked the same question again. Bride, do you take this man to be your husband? At that, the other bodyguard answered, I do. She was completely baffled and turned to ask, who was that? And just like that, it was time for the most sacred part of the ceremony. All right, you will now exchange rings. Jachung could only cry his eyes out. My life as a single man is over. Shanshan was equally panicked, screaming, let me go. The boss lady continued her command as the bodyguards grabbed their faces and pushed them toward each other. The groom may now kiss the bride. They both turned their heads away, silently vowing, I'd rather die than kiss this person. Standing to the side, the boss lady started to get impatient. This is exhausting. Can't you two just hurry it up? My legs are getting sore from standing here. And so she grabbed both of their heads herself. With a swift motion, the boss lady made them kiss. Their faces darkened. Still, she held their heads together, forcing them to kiss for quite a while. The boss lady's voice echoed through the apartment building. Thank you both for your hard work. I'll be taking my leave now. She waved goodbye cheerfully. Shanshan's things will be delivered in a day or two. Farewell, newlyweds. My youth is truly over. Shattered like a sandcastle mercilessly pounded by the waves, not even a speck remains. How could I have kissed a demon angel? My first kiss, Shanshan, tears streaming down her face, desperately tried to pull the ring off her finger. I can't take it anymore, I won't let you get away with this. Suddenly, the boss lady's voice came through again with a reminder. But one more thing I forgot to mention. Those are Doran's rings. The more you try to take them off, the more magic they accumulate. When they reach their limit, you'll both be blown to bits. Jachung scoffed at this, retorting fearlessly. Don't try to scare us. I'm sure these two rings aren't even connected. However, she quickly produced evidence. A photo of the two of them kissing. They both covered their ears and squeezed their eyes shut as if trying to erase what was happening. Don't mention that moment again, the boss lady's voice came through the phone again. The purpose of these rings is to deepen the sweet, passionate love between the newlyweds. They both roared in unison, passionate love my ass, she added with a laugh. And they're also magical artifacts. The rings can display different levels of affection between the two of you. At this, Jachung fell silent, pondering. Levels of affection, what does that mean? The boss lady continued to explain. For example, when you two are doing that in the bedroom, the rings will do that too. Shanshan shouted in confusion. What does that mean? But Jachung seemed to have an epiphany. Ah, so it's that. Just then, the boss lady spoke again, making Shanshan even more flustered. Oh, and if you two don't complete the designated requirements, there will be a penalty. He, on the other hand, began to think more patiently. So that's how it is. Using the rings as a monitoring device, they're conducting a one-year experiment to see if a demon and an angel can coexist peacefully. During this time, not only will I not have to worry about living expenses, but I'll also get to live with a girl. Jachung was ecstatic. This is an amazing deal, but Shanshan felt the complete opposite. She raised her fist menacingly and cursed. I said, go to hell. Shanshan swore through gritted teeth. I'd rather die than live with a demon. Jachung, in a panic, tried to calm her down. Calm down, but before she could charge at him, her body suddenly froze. Shanshan stumbled and fell to the floor. She struggled to get up, her body gradually growing hotter. What's happening? Why can't I move my body all of a sudden? Seeing this, Jachung couldn't help but step back in alarm. What the hell is this now? It's the effect of the rings. The boss lady quickly explained over the phone. If the rings sense that a wearer is acting out of hatred towards the other, they will automatically activate and paralyze that person. Pretty cool feature, right? Jachung couldn't help but roar in anger. What kind of idiot made these rings? She quickly added. People always say when a couple fights they just need to fight it out in bed, he yelled back. Who the hell says that? By now Shanshan was in extreme discomfort. She kept writhing, her face turning crimson and her breathing becoming ragged. Standing to the side, Jachung couldn't stop his nose from bleeding. Damn, who could resist this? Just then, Shanshan spoke up, taunting him. What are you waiting for, little bro? Are you gay or something? Hearing this, Jachung no longer hesitated. He reached out, asserted his masculinity and swept her up into his arms. Shanshan frantically grabbed his clothes and yelled, Wait, what are you trying to do? As he carried her into the room and kicked the door open, she was still struggling desperately. Let go of me, put me down right now, I'm warning you, do you want me to kill you? The next second, however, he simply dropped Shanshan, a cold glint in his eyes. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear and cried out, Wait, I'm not ready. The next second, however, a bucket of cold water was poured directly over her head. Jachung walked closer and asked, Calm down now, want another bucket? Shanshan replied, stunned. Oh, thank you. Then she sneezed. He quickly handed her a towel. Here, Shanshan wrapped the towel around her head and managed a achoo, she thought to herself. Maybe this guy isn't as bad as I thought. Shanshan blushed, placing a hand on her chest as she wondered, but why does he seem to not see me as a woman at all? Is it because I'm not attractive? Jachung quickly walked over and replied, No, it's not like that. Also, who says their inner thoughts out loud like that? She looked at him, stunned, and asked, How you heard me? Jachung squeezed his eyes shut and said, Besides, I was desperately holding myself back. I almost let my lower half take control, but after thinking it through, he then snapped his eyes open, asserting that it was the right decision. Jachung clenched his fist and explained, If I hadn't stayed rational back there, then although the possibility is low, you might have gotten pregnant. What would I do then? I'm not ready to be a father. Rent, utilities, baby formula, clothes, tuition, how could I afford all that? And if we had to get an abortion, that's not cheap either. All those thoughts instantly extinguished any desire I had. After hearing all this, Shanshan just wanted to curse him. Go to hell, you lunatic. Just then, he lowered his voice to soothe her. So don't worry, I'm a man after all. I'll take whatever comes my way. However, this remark only made Shanshan even angrier. Get out! Kicked out of the bathroom, Jachung was completely bewildered. What the hell is wrong with this girl? Just then, the boss lady's mocking voice came through the phone again. Finished already? You're not very good at this, little bro. A pair of angel wings sprouted from Shanshan's back as she skipped out the door. However, Shanshan still looked exhausted, yawning as she said, I'm heading out. Just then, Jachung ran out, wrapped his arms around her and shouted, Wait, my name is Jachung and I'm a demon. Shanshan clenched her fists in anger and roared. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Jachung quickly shouted a warning. Hide your wings, you idiot. Do you want everyone to find out your true identity? And this silly girl is you, Shanshan, a troublesome angel and my wife in name only. The day before, Jachung had rested his chin on his hand with a very serious expression and proposed that the two of them come to an agreement. At the time, she had just gotten out of the shower and was drying her hair with a towel. She retorted, what agreement? He just stared at her intently without saying a word. Shanshan quickly kicked him in the face. Jachung said helplessly, Great, stop it, she commanded menacingly. Don't stare at me, you perverted demon. It's your fault I don't have a change of clothes, he reminded her helplessly. Calm down or the rings will activate again. At this, Jachung also became serious and got back to the point. He looked her straight in the eye with a solemn expression and asserted, First of all, let me be clear, I have no desire to marry you at all. Shanshan crouched on the floor and replied, Same here, just the thought of living under the same roof with a demon is driving me crazy, so just go die. This hurt Jachung a little. He yelled, Do you have to curse me like that? Then he regained his composure and cleared his throat. But under the circumstances we have no choice but to accept reality. Shanshan shrieked in panic. How are you kidding me? Jachung quickly explained his plan. This experiment lasts for 1 year. If it shows no results it'll be cancelled, so if we cooperate and use this marriage to live peacefully for 1 year, he shouted with great excitement, then it'll all be over and we can both go back to our normal lives. We get to stay in the human world and get a huge sum of money. Isn't that a great deal? Then Jachung's eyes turned crimson. All we have to do is prove that an angel and a demon can't live together peacefully for a year and this game will end too. We'll both be free. What do you think? After hearing this, Shanshan remained silent for a long time. As she pondered, Jachung started rambling on, making Shanshan's face twist in annoyance. Don't you want to leave me? It's all because I'm too handsome. But sorry, my heart already belongs to the 2D world. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and said, Alright, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Meanwhile, Jachung was still fantasizing about being a master of romance. This infuriated her and she threw a punch. Stop being so narcissistic, you damn demon, Shanshan threatened him, waving her hand menacingly. If you dare to pull any tricks on me during this year, she reminded him through gritted teeth, a murderous look in her eyes. You'd better watch your life. Jachung was terrified and stammered, Why yes. Only then did Shanshan turn and leave in satisfaction. I get it, I'll be careful, walk instead of fly, right? Jachung watched her back and reminded her through gritted teeth, Don't be late on your first day. This annoyed her and she slammed the door shut. I know, so annoying, you're such a nag. Jachung couldn't help but curse under his breath, that damn bitch. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as if he was plotting something. At this moment, Jachung's face looked like a demon about to pounce on its prey. A stupid angel like you dares to order me around? You want me to obediently listen to you? Dream on, I'll slowly. He was still plotting many things. I'll give you a taste of hell on earth. This is the price for challenging a demon. Standing in the middle of a park, he laughed maniacally with his hands on his hips. A child pointed at him and shouted, Mommy, that big brother is on drugs. Don't look, Mother replied softly. That's a high school senior who just checked his college entrance exam scores. At that moment, Jachung also froze. Wait, does she even know which classroom it is? At that moment, the teacher was reading from a notice and asked loudly, Is Yushan here? Jachung held his head in his hands, speechless. The boss lady just chuckled and said, I forgot to tell you, your wife has no sense of direction. Meanwhile, Shanshan was lost somewhere else. It's so hot. She looked at her surroundings in confusion and asked herself, Where am I? The beep-beep sound of the rings suddenly echoed in the silent space. Both of their faces immediately darkened as they realized it was the rings. Jachung glanced at her and at the same time Shanshan glanced back at him, blushing. It's a mission. Immediately after, the mission notification sound played, stunning them both. Their faces instantly fell. They roared into the phone with fury. We'd rather die than do it. The boss lady on the other end of the line quickly spoke up. Oh my, sorry for not explaining beforehand. She hastily explained the situation to them. See the icon on the ring, different missions correspond to different colors including S, A, B and C ranks. Set it to C, which is green for simple tasks. As for S rank, it's still too early for you two. After hearing this, Jachung quickly turned the ring to follow her instructions. Like this, the ring promptly sounded a notification. Mission updated. Hold hands for 5 minutes, Shanshan quickly noticed and shouted. The mission changed. The boss lady spoke again through the phone. I'll leave you two to it. Oh, and if you don't complete it quickly, the rings will register it as a mission failure and the self-destruct system will activate. Jachung complained furiously. Seriously, which bastard made these rings? Shanshan, however, gently extended her hand to him and said, Hurry up, let's not waste time. It's just holding hands. Or are you shy? Have you never held a girl's hand before? A perverted virgin, just as I thought. Her expression at that moment was like that of a smiling demon. So cute, Jachung roared in anger. Damn, that expression looks a bit familiar. Then he gritted his teeth, extended his hand and challenged. Bring it on if you dare. You think I'm scared of you? The system promptly announced mission start. Shanshan turned to look at him and taunted. There's no need to act like that, Jachung retorted, not to be outdone. I should be the one saying that. That's right. At this moment their hands were tightly clasped together. Jachung thought to himself, so childish. Me scared. I'm a man after all, but I won't admit defeat. You really hate demons, don't you? But you're forced to do this because the rings have linked us together. Holding hands with someone you hate must feel disgusting. Even if you don't show it on the surface, I'm sure you're furious inside. Haha, that's right. That's the expression. The thought of Shanshan with tears in her eyes and her lips tightly sealed made him feel smug. This is exactly what I want. You don't like it, but you can't resist. This feeling is just too good. Jachung leaned in, his face contorted into an extremely exaggerated expression. However, at this moment, Shanshan just seemed very shy. This left him stunned for a while. Jachung jerked his face away, looking completely baffled. He asked himself in confusion, why does this feel so normal? Come to think of it, this seems to be the first time I've ever held a girl's hand. I'm only just realizing now how soft a girl's hand is. Then Jachung punched himself to snap out of it. Soft my ass, what the hell am I thinking? He clenched his fist and questioned himself, what's wrong with me? Am I under a spell? How could I be happy about this? Calm down, she's just a stupid angel. How could I possibly? Shanshan's face was very attractive to Jachung. She's pretty cute up close with long eyelashes and big eyes. To be honest, she's quite a beauty. He found himself increasingly drawn to her eyes. Realizing this, Jachung could only roar in his mind, oh, what the hell am I thinking again? Just then, the ring on his hand sounded another mission notification. Mission updated. Interlock fingers for 1 minute. They both looked at each other at a loss. What the hell? However, Shanshan quickly calmed down and provoked him. What's wrong? Is this all it takes to scare you? Jachung shot back loudly. Don't get cocky, you think I'm scared of you. I haven't been scared of anything from 1st to 5th grade. And so their hands reached for each other again. Their fingers slowly intertwined and then their two hands were tightly clasped together. Though their hands were clasped, they both turned their faces away in shyness. At that moment, Shanshan's mind was in a total mess. After a moment, the system's notification sound rang out, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Time's up. Mission complete. Congratulations. Shanshan was still trying to act tough. That's it, that was way too easy. Just then, Jachung yelled, easy my ass, your palms were sweating, you were so nervous. Not to be outdone, she pointed at his face and cursed. What, you were squeezing even tighter than I was, it was disgusting, and you kept staring at me, you perverted demon. Jachung's eyes widened in a panic as he exclaimed, ha. The two quickly descended into a chaotic argument. Why is she still trying to act tough? You're about to cry and you're still putting on a brave face. I'm not crying, you idiot. Why would I cry? What, you want to fight, you little brat? The call isn't over yet. On the other end of the line, the boss lady was relaxing and enjoying the show. Aha, lovers quarrel. Marriage is such a blissful thing. Two people in love get married, laugh together, find happiness together, sharing joy, shouldering sorrow, supporting each other, and then doing that kind of thing. No, this is exactly what marriage should be like. Jachung's face darkened as he looked at the messy luggage before him. The clothes in the wardrobe had been tossed about, scattered all over the floor. He threw open Shanshan's door and yelled, are you ever going to get up, you baboon? Seeing her fast asleep in bed, he couldn't help but order, get up and clean up all this stuff you messed up. However, the first thing Shanshan said was, is there breakfast? Jachung furiously snapped, you overslept and you still want breakfast? So she asked again, her eyes still heavy with sleep. What about lunch then? This enraged Jachung. You wish, go eat dirt. He kept complaining, this pile of stuff stinks. Looking at the mess around him, Jachung was extremely annoyed. How did it get this bad? He picked something up from the floor and asked himself, what's this, a magic pouch? Instantly, Shanshan, who was lying in bed, rushed over and snatched it from his hand. Her face turned beet red as she clenched her fists in anger. With that, Shanshan turned and kicked him. This is a girl's room, don't you get it? Just then, Jachung loudly reminded her, remember to clean it up. Did you hear me? How can I live with a slob carrying a basket of laundry? Shanshan muttered. I heard you, you're such a nag. Hearing her mutter, he immediately turned and roared. What did you say? Just then, a notification for his account balance popped up on his phone. Jachung looked at the money with great satisfaction and laughed. The money's here, I'm not used to being this rich all of a sudden. Goodbye to those days of toiling away. However, a loud clanging from behind him started to grate on his nerves. Jachung quickly walked over, knocked on the door and asked, hey, what's going on in there? He grabbed the doorknob and said as he pulled the door open, I'm coming in. As the door opened, Jachung saw Shanshan standing on the lid of the washing machine. He couldn't help but yell, speechless. What on earth are you doing? She answered through gritted teeth. I'm trying to close the lid, can't you see? He roared furiously. How is it supposed to wash when it's stuffed that full? What if you break it? Looking at the washing machine next to her, he broke down. The washing machine I'm paying for in installments, it's all ruined now. However, Shanshan stood to the side and said nonchalantly, hey, I'm hungry. Jachung roared at her in anger. Why don't you make it yourself? I'm not your servant. This left Shanshan a bit at a loss. A little later, the boss lady called to check in. Hello, how are you two lovebirds doing, getting along? Jachung asked back, annoyed. Oh, it's you, boss lady, what is it? She asked, puzzled. Why so cold? At that moment, Shanshan was staring worriedly at a fridge full of ingredients. She stood there, hesitating for a long time. What should I make now? Let me think, the boss lady continued. I have something to tell you. Jachung, who was in the middle of something, yelled, found it. Go ahead, she began slowly. Listen carefully and remember, no matter what happens, do not. Just as the boss lady finished her sentence, Shanshan brought a knife down with a chop. Let Shanshan in the kitchen. Something went flying, and she, holding the handle, asked herself in confusion, where did the blade go? On that day, the demon remembered the terror of being dominated by an angel, and a sense of unease he had never felt before. On the phone, the boss lady also asked frantically, Hello, what happened? What was that loud noise? The kitchen was a complete disaster. Jachung immediately collapsed to the floor, and this woman was the culprit. Finally, the demon understood that he couldn't communicate normally with that girl, much less let her do whatever she wanted, because there was no telling what kind of trouble she would cause. Then he quickly roared, begging for mercy. I'm begging you, my lady. Please don't touch anything. Jachung cried, his eyes out, yelling. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, all of it. Please just sit there quietly. This left Shanshan extremely confused. What? He quickly kowtowed, repeating his plea. I'll go bankrupt if this continues, so please don't touch anything. Jachung, his tears dried, looked at her with a smile. Please. Shanshan stood there. I get it. The money left is 328. Jachung looked at the number, feeling helpless. The repair costs had eaten up the entire budget. The exhausting days of hard work began again. My name is Jachung, and I'm a demon. Right now, for certain reasons, I'm living with an angel named Yu Shanshan. It's Azumi Ni, my husband. That troublesome angel Yu Shanshan, bound by these rings, we're forced to do this now. But speaking of this ring, it's actually quite useful. He took the pudding from Shanshan's hand as she watched blankly. Immediately after, Jachung opened his mouth and poured the entire cup of pudding in. This infuriated her, and she raised her fist. Bastard, what did you just do? The good thing about it is, if a wearer intends to attack the other, it will activate and paralyze that person. That's right. Just as she was about to hit him, she was paralyzed. In other words, I can do whatever I want to this angel without fear of her fighting back. When Shanshan climbed up to get a book, he stood right underneath her. Immediately after, Jachung exclaimed loudly, her chest is a bit flat, but that ass is not bad at all, and with the black tights it's just perfect. Hearing this, she quickly pulled her skirt down. Shanshan furiously lifted her leg to kick him. Just then, the ring activated again, making him extremely happy. Shanshan was paralyzed, clenching her fists in fury. You bastard, just you wait. However, Jachung's laughter continued to ring out behind her. Shanshan couldn't take it anymore and decided to swing her leg at him. You damn demon, I'll kill you. She opened her mouth wide and swung her fist with all her might. I'm going to tear you to pieces. After Shanshan knocked down an ancient tree with one punch, the boss lady stood behind her and remarked, "Oh, what a punch." She smiled at her and teased, "You're the one who's more like a demon. In this situation, you can use some of the ring's functions." Shanshan hissed through gritted teeth, "I've had enough. I can't let that guy keep humiliating me." Just then, she walked over, held her head, and soothed her. There, cutie, no need to get so worked up. You've been through a lot." The boss lady flashed a very strange smile. "Let Big Sis here teach you a little trick." Shanshan looked up at her and asked, "What trick? My God, what a great body." On a bright and sunny day, as Shanshan was sitting on the sofa, Jachung's voice rang out, "I'm home." He walked up to her from behind and greeted her. "Hey, my rabid dog of an angel wife." Immediately after, Jachung mercilessly snatched the popcorn from her hands. Then Jachung started eating it while taunting Shanshan. "Why so quiet, baby? Cat got your tongue, you poor thing." He laughed, patted her head, and mocked. "So boring, you can't even be bothered to fight back anymore. Get excited. Come at me and hit me like you used to." Jachung also smiled and provoked her. "Hey, pal." He kept running around Shanshan, continuing his taunts. "Psycho angel, runway angel, I bet you could use that chest as a mousepad. Did all the nutrients go from your chest to your ass? You're so well behaved today. Hey, give me a reaction." Jachung pointed to his face and challenged, "Come on, hit me. Right here where it'll bleed a lot." And so the next second, Shanshan swung her fist right into his face. The punch landed square on his face without any resistance. She seemed to have poured all her anger into that punch. Jachung was so surprised he was sent flying before he could react. He clutched his face in pain and wailed, "Ouch, how could you hit me? Why didn't the ring activate?" Just then, Shanshan explained softly, "Darling, did you know?" She began emotionlessly. "In the human world, humans also express affection through violence. It shows just how deep and passionate their love is at this moment." Shanshan's face was like a demon's as she approached him. "In other words, just think of this as a reward. In a situation like this, the ring won't interfere, darling." Just then, the ring also sounded a notification announcing a new function. SM mode unlocked. The husband will receive his wife's deep and passionate love until both parties are satisfied. Jachung was thunderstruck and yelled, "What the hell?" Shanshan licked her lips with great satisfaction and said, "Looks like we have a new mission, can't be helped." He could only beg for mercy loudly. "Wait, I was wrong, let's make up, okay?" However, she had already entered demon mode. "You're dead meat, kid." This terrified Jachung, and he backed away repeatedly. After being beaten black and blue, he was tied up and bowed his head to beg for mercy. "My lady angel, please spare me. I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again. I'll pay you back 1,000-fold for the snacks I took." Just then, Shanshan picked up a figurine. As soon as he saw it, he yelled desperately, "No, anything but that." A glint of cunning flashed in Shanshan's eyes. "Oops, my hand slipped," and just like that, his figurine fell. It shattered into several pieces right before Jachung's eyes, and he could do nothing. This made Jachung furious, and he roared, "You bitch!" The ring quickly sounded a notification. "Danger to subject detected. New function activating." And so, Jachung's body was paralyzed by it again. He immediately fell to the floor, unable to move. Jachung's face was beet red. Sweating profusely, he lifted his head. "What's happening? This feeling. My body won't obey me." Looking up at Shanshan, he felt helpless. "What's with that look?" Just then, she also turned, closed the door, and left. "Enjoy yourself, pervert." Jachung's miserable screams echoed in the night. "Wait, at least untie me first. Hey, you could loosen it a little before you go." However, she paid him no mind. "Bye, I'm going to bed. I'll untie you in the morning," he yelled powerlessly. "No," it turned out to be the boss lady's idea. "I have a book on bondage, you know." Just follow the instructions to tie him up, then throw him in the bathtub and make him kneel. That'll make him repent for what he's done, Shanshan asked back, a little confused. Really, she quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'm an angel too, look at this honest face of mine. And so the two of them made a plan. I'll remember to try that tortoiseshell tie. Got it. Remember to send me pictures. A new ding-ding sound came from the ring announcing a new mission. Go out on a date this weekend. He was hugging a pillow and sighing, what a great body. You can tell she's a good person just by looking. At this time, Shanshan was also sound asleep, drooling. A little later, the two arrived at an amusement park. She looked around very happily while Jachung followed behind, looking a bit tired. Shanshan kept running around marveling at this and that. So tall, so pretty, so big. Then she took out her phone, looked back at him and asked, Look, this park is really as great as it said in the ads, right? Jachung replied wearily. If it wasn't, no one would come here, would they? Just then, Shanshan suddenly smiled brightly. That's true, this is my first time at a park in the human world. This shocked him. What the hell is with this damn monkey? Where did that rabid dog temper of hers go? Meanwhile, she was humming a song as she ran off. Can't waste time, let's go have fun. He could only yell after her. Slow down. Immediately after, he walked up and handed her a wristband. Put this on, Shanshan asked herself, puzzled. What is this? He glanced at her and replied bluntly. A dog leash, she asked again. Why do I have to wear this? And so Jachung had no choice but to explain patiently. What else would it be for if not to keep you from getting lost? As soon as he finished speaking, she struggled in protest. What? This is way too embarrassing. But Jachung was merciless, emphasizing, shut up and listen to me. Think about it, am I not doing this because of you? Who was it that was happily running all over the park just a few minutes ago? This made him extremely anxious. This girl is hopeless. He had only let her go for a moment, and Shanshan was already lost again. Who was it that made us take so long to get to the park? Who got lost on the first day of school? That day he had to call and ask her. Where on earth are you? With a dark expression, Jachung pressed down on her head and reminded her. Anyway, just be good and listen to me. Can't you be a little more sensible? Shanshan stammered, at a loss. Oh, I get it. Then he made another request. And a few more things. I'm not doing any thrill rides like roller coasters. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shanshan happily ran off. A roller coaster sounds great. Let's try that one first. This sent Jachung into a rage. Are you just trying to pick a fight? Another notification sound came from the ring. Obey her, it stated firmly. This is also part of the mission. After hearing this, Jachung couldn't help but freeze. Even as his seatbelt was being fastened, he was still listening to the announcement in a daze. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. Do not stick your hands or feet outside the train while it is in motion. Shanshan smiled and said, This is so much fun. It's my first time on one of these. Jachung, however, had a dark and vacant expression. I'm a dead man. And so the roller coaster started immediately. Their screams echoed through the sky after they got off the ride. He could only collapse onto a bench. Meanwhile, she shouted excitedly, That was so thrilling. Then Shanshan pulled him along again. Let's go on the bumper cars. Jachung wailed in agony. Let go of me. I want to go home. The system kept prompting, Let her play. He shouted helplessly, Are you two ganging up on me? And so, fueled by Shanshan's excitement, they went on another roller coaster. His face was contorted in fear as he screamed for help. On every ride, only her excited cheers could be heard. This is awesome. After a long time, Shanshan was still cheering with high spirits. That was so much fun. Let's go on that one again. That one looks interesting too. Can we go on that one next? This park is amazing. Jachung could only cry and wail, unable to resist. Stop, I'm done. Please just let me go home. Just then, Shanshan walked over and took his hand again. She pulled him along excitedly, urging, Come on, let's get in line. The smile on her face was innocent and joyful. Jachung's face instantly turned red, but he still pleaded in agony. Seriously, let me go home. Which bastard said marrying a wife was a happy thing? Just then she handed him something else and Jachung yelped from the cold. So cold, so cold, so cold. Shanshan smiled gently and said, This is for you. She sat down happily on a stone bench and said, The park is really fun. It's my first time here and the experience has been amazing. Jachung sat beside her with a dark expression. Me too, it's a new experience for me too, but in a different way. As he drank some water, he wondered to himself, Strange, why am I not angry at all? Just then, Shanshan suddenly turned her head and asked, Hey, when are we going to start our date? Jachung immediately jumped up, pointed at her and roared. What do you mean by that? Jachung shouted helplessly. Suddenly acting like a shy, cute girl is scaring the hell out of me. After doing all those intimate things, you're still asking what a date is? Are you messing with me? But Shanshan just looked confused. What? As he angrily explained, she finally realized that what they had just been doing was the date. Shanshan's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Jachung pointed at her furiously and questioned, Did you just realize how handsome I am and decide to take the opportunity to? Before he could finish, he was kicked. Shut the hell up. She turned and walked away in a huff, muttering, No wonder something felt off. A ticket collector came out and greeted them with a smile. Hello, you two seem so close. This immediately caught Jachung and Shanshan's attention. Then they saw the boss lady take off a bunny head and say with a smile, It's me. She quickly recognized her as the four-eyed big sis while he asked grumpily, What are you doing here? The boss lady just smirked and explained with a laugh, Just working a part-time job. After all, I have to work and earn money too. Then she pointed to the haunted house and invited them. How about it? Want to give it a try? It's really fun. Jia-chung stuck out his tongue in annoyance and taunted. Are you kidding me? You think anything is scarier than me, a demon? He pointed to the ground with utter confidence. This stuff is only for scaring little kids. The next second, however, Shanshan said excitedly, I want to go. Jia-chung roared fiercely. No, absolutely not. At the same time, the ring spoke up again. Let her play. And so he roared at the ring in anger. You shut up, the boss lady smiled and suggested again. In that case, how about we make a bet to add a little excitement to the game? She held up one finger and said, if neither of you screams during the game, I'll pay for all your expenses today. How about it? The boss lady smiled gently, taunting him. That's a bit much, isn't it? Jia-chung quickly took the bait and rushed forward. Don't provoke me. Don't you dare back out if you lose, big sis, the boss lady affirmed without hesitation. Of course, I always keep my word. But if you lose, you'll have to pay double the ticket price. He shouted with utter determination. It's a deal. The boss lady quickly flipped through a script and then said, "Ah, wait, there's a script here that's perfect for a demon king." Then she placed a phone in his hand. Take this. This phone will send you notifications. Jia-chung asked back, confused. Notifications? Then she pushed Shanshan to one side. All right, girls, go this way. The boss lady made the same gesture to Jia-chung. Boys, go that way. So he swaggered in, parting the curtain, and remarked, so boring, who could be scared by this childish stuff? Whatever, I'll just think of it as spending a little time to earn some money. The scene before him caught his attention. Jia-chung dubiously opened a door and went inside. A room. He looked around in confusion. How should I put this? This place feels a bit familiar. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from all around, making Jia-chung freeze. What's that sound? He thought in confusion that it must be a text message. So Jia-chung opened the phone to check. He frowned, a little confused. A text message read, "There is something in here." Jia-chung shouted in extreme confusion. Wait, he turned around and saw Shanshan charging at him. Could it be? Her eyes were filled with disgust while he was crying his eyes out. Jia-chung let out a pained scream. Help me! The phone fell to the ground with a thud, and a kettle also made a hissing sound as it boiled water. A moment later, Shanshan burst out laughing. That's hilarious. It turned out she was holding a photo of him crying his eyes out. Look at your face. Seeing this, the boss lady also mocked him. Well, looks like you're all talk. Jia-chung could only feel helpless. Damn it. So she smiled and provoked him again. Don't be like that. Want to go again? Jia-chung immediately refused. No way. She approached from behind. Ooh la la, you're excited too, aren't you? Meanwhile, Shanshan was carefree, looking at a notice board. There are so many, Jia-chung yelled weakly. You've got to be kidding, she continued. Isn't she? She's so cute. Her looks are top tier, you know. The boss lady smiled with interest and said before, this little girl rarely gets a chance to play like this. She's only seen most of these things online. I haven't seen her this happy in a long time, coming to the human world, meeting different people. Maybe all of this has helped her open up again. Jia-chung also began to ponder. No wonder she's so excited. I was pretty surprised myself. The boss lady turned to look at him again and teased. Well, has our Mr. Demon fallen for the little angel? Jia-chung immediately denied it, as if, while someone was grabbing his head, he remarked. But there's no denying she has a great body. It would be even better if her chest were a bit more developed. As soon as he turned his head, Jia-chung saw Shanshan's confused face, so she gave him a few bumps on the head and then said goodbye. See you, we're leaving. She also watched them excitedly and replied, have fun. The system notification sounded. Congratulations. Date mission complete. Jia-chung's face showed a look of relief. It was finally over. Great, if we go back now I can still catch the 6 o'clock anime. Let's go home. Silly angel, what's wrong? Shanshan said with concern. There's a lost child here. He bent down and asked the little girl with a smile. Hey kiddo, where did you buy that doll? She shouted angrily. You're a grown-up, stop bullying a child. Jia-chung cried out in pain. That hurts, why did you hit me? Shanshan accused him angrily. Who told you to scare her? He frowned and explained. I was just asking where she bought the doll. Forget about her, she can find her own mom. Shanshan questioned him furiously. Hey, how can you be like that? Jia-chung said in a low voice, his tone full of displeasure. Do you have too much free time helping a stranger? She retorted loudly. You're the one who thinks it's a hassle, he said with a frown. I don't want to waste time on useless things like this, Xiaoya said softly in fear. Please don't fight. Shanshan replied, displeased. Is helping people in need a useless thing? Jia-chung replied sarcastically. The problem is you'll just mess things up. As soon as he finished, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Shanshan's face was twisted with anger. At least I helped them, which is better than some stingy demon who only cares about himself. I was a fool to expect help from someone like you. Jia-chung touched his wristband and said calmly, is that so? Then do whatever you want. He took off the wristband and threw it to her. Sorry, a selfish guy like me can't be of any help. You can deal with this trouble yourself. The holy angel Shanshan watched Jia-chung's retreating back, frowning in displeasure. She gently comforted the little girl. Don't mind that idiot. Let's go find your mom together. Xiaoya answered softly. That big brother left, Shanshan continued. Just forget about him. The little girl gripped her hand tightly. Big sis, are you okay? She asked. Shanshan confidently affirmed. I'm fine, trust me. She walked quickly, beads of sweat on her face, but her eyes were filled with determination. Jia-chung left in a huff in an extremely bad mood. He forcefully threw a can into a trash bin which made a loud clank. Venting his anger, Jia-chung said angrily, damn it, damn angels, every single one of them is the same, always so self-righteous. You're the best, what you say goes, never using your brain before you act. What an idiot. Suddenly, an announcement came over the broadcast. Hello, is Yu Shanshan's family here? Please come to the broadcast room to pick up a lost child. Will the family of little Yu Shanshan please come to the broadcast room to take her home? Jia-chung looked panicked, his mouth agape, thinking, I knew she would cause trouble. Why did I even get involved? It's all her fault. Jachung walked with heavy steps, his fists clenched tightly in his jacket pockets. The surrounding crowd whispered, casting judgmental gazes at him. That guy in the blue jacket, he just frowned and turned away after hearing the announcement. Quiet, he can hear you. Abandoning his family, does he have no shame? Sigh, guys like that only care about themselves, right? Jachung walked with heavy steps, his ears red with shame and anger. Say whatever you want. In the waiting area, it was quiet all around, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos. Shanshan covered her forehead with her hand, full of shame, unable to believe she had gotten lost too. Xiaoya looked up at her, her eyes full of hope. Don't worry, big sis. Mommy said if I get lost I should come here. She forced a smile and patted Xiaoya's head. You're so reliable. The little girl looked timidly at Shanshan. But big brother and big sis were fighting because of me, she answered softly. It's okay, that had nothing to do with you. Don't worry. The phone screen was already dark. Shanshan sighed to herself. Oh God, my phone is out of battery. I wonder if he'll come get me. What am I even thinking? That idiot, of course he won't come. Shanshan felt a little guilty, remembering that her words to him had been a bit harsh. Suddenly Jachung kicked the door open from the outside and shouted, turn off that damn broadcast. Bang! She was drinking water and was so startled by his shouting that she spat it all out. Shanshan asked in surprise, how did you find this place? Jachung roared furiously. It's all because of you, this whole place is in chaos. Xiaoya's mom walked over, her eyes red and filled with tears. Xiaoya, the little girl, was still hugging her plush toy tightly, face beaming with joy as she shouted, Mommy? She hugged her daughter tightly, her voice trembling as she chided. Didn't Mommy tell you not to run off? Shanshan thought in surprise. That's Xiaoya's mom, Jachung explained hesitantly. When I was passing through the square I happened to run into a panicked woman looking for her child. I guessed she was this kid's mom, so I told her to come here. Most kids are taught that if they get lost they should wait by the clock tower in the square so their parents can find them easily. After hearing him recount what happened, Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. Really? Jachung retorted. He said in an awkward tone. That's why I told you not to get involved. Your actions wasted everyone's time, including the staff's. Use your brain before you act. Don't be an idiot who needs to be found via a broadcast. It was only then that Shanshan gradually understood the true meaning behind his words. So that's what he meant back then. She waved her hand, a radiant smile on her face. See you later. Jachung watched her, silently thinking to himself, useless fool. Xiaoya's mother expressed her deep gratitude. Thank you both so much. My daughter caused you a lot of trouble. The little girl also said cheerfully, thank you, big brother and big sister. The gentle evening sun began to set, signaling the end of a troublesome day. Jachung said coldly, let's go home. On the quiet street bathed in the soft glow of dusk, Shanshan followed closely behind him. The silence between them made the atmosphere a little tense. Jachung continued to walk with a heavy heart, not looking back. Shanshan watched him silently, a look of bewilderment on her face. A troubled expression appeared on her face. She let out a quiet ah, then awkwardly turned her face away. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Shanshan covered her cheeks with her hands, closed her eyes and mustered the courage to speak. I'm sorry. Jachung was startled by her sudden apology, his eyes widening in surprise. She lowered her head, her two index fingers touching guiltily. I was a bit harsh back there, Jachung replied in a cold tone. You don't need to apologize, everything you said was right. That's just how demons are. The common perception and understanding of demons among humans are all the same. Angels and demons exist in two different worlds, so it's impossible for us to understand each other. Therefore you don't need to worry about me. Just live however you want until this relationship of ours is over. She took a step closer and looked up at him. You're still mad at me, aren't you? Jachung asked back in surprise. What? Shanshan looked straight into his eyes, annoyed. You're a classic tsundere, Jachung retorted loudly. Tsundere my ass, Shanshan said softly with a meaningful tone. Then prove it to me, get me pregnant. Just kidding. Now I'm being serious. Shanshan tilted her head, brought her face close to his and said seriously, I really hate the demon clan, but for some reason I don't hate you. I guess that's how it is, Jachung asked cautiously. You guess? Suddenly his foot slipped on a stone step, heralding an accident. Jachung lost his balance and his entire body fell backward. Startled, Shanshan was also pulled down by the momentum and the two of them tumbled down the stairs together. The pain from the fall made them both cry out repeatedly, ouch, ouch, ouch. After falling, Shanshan and Jachung were pressed tightly against the ground. She had accidentally kissed him. Realizing what had just happened, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Jachung quickly said, wait, calm down, it was your fault, not mine, hey, don't cry. Seeing her raise her fist, he stammered a plea. Wait sis, stop, put it down, we can talk about this. Calm down, calm down. Sigh, women are so much trouble, Jachung muttered in a mix of anger and pain. Damn rings, why didn't you activate this time? Jachung suddenly turned his head and asked. Hey, I remember you didn't have any money. So how did you buy that drink? Shanshan replied with a cunning and triumphant smile. Oh, that. She told him exactly what had happened. Back then I found a very strange machine, Shanshan shouted happily. Aha, I've seen this on TV. I still remember how to use it. She gently lifted one leg, turned to get into position. Her face filled with determination, Shanshan unleashed a powerful flying kick at the vending machine, glaring as she roared furious dragon kick. Several cans of drinks fell out of the dispenser slot. She stood beside it, her face beaming with joy. It worked. Shanshan excitedly showed off her achievement to him. It came out just like on TV and there were so many. 2 police officers discovered what she had done. Jiacheng bowed his head sincerely. I'm sorry, officers. My little sister is young and doesn't know any better. She may not look it, but she was a premature baby, so sometimes she has some mental issues. I'll compensate for the drinks and the damaged machine. I'm truly sorry for the trouble we've caused. Jiacheng sat with her, and Shanshan looked at him, asking curiously. I'm a little curious. Why are you afraid of roller coasters? He replied with a puzzled expression. It's a long story. When I was a kid, I watched an anime. I remember in the first episode the characters went on a roller coaster. The trauma still haunts him to this day. Then, just as the roller coaster started moving, someone's head was suddenly chopped off. Ever since then, I've been traumatized by roller coasters. Just seeing one gives me the creeps. It was a terrifying childhood trauma, Shanshan exclaimed. You poor thing. She tilted her head, a mysterious smile on her face as an interesting idea flashed through her mind. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have the urge to mess with him? 6-year-old Jiacheng. He happily reached out to accept a gift from someone. This is a gift from the human world. It's that school romance comedy anime you like. Holding a box of popcorn, his eyes were glued to the TV screen, his face beaming with excitement and anticipation. I can't wait. When he heard the sound coming from the library, the little boy's eyes widened and he hugged his pillow tightly. Unforgivable. Wait, you think you can get away from me that easily? A panicked voice came from the TV. Sorry, no one's in here, Jiacheng screamed in terror. That's so scary. His childhood fear had returned. My name is Yu Shanshan and I'm an angel. For certain reasons, I'm currently living with a demon named Jiacheng. I've recently noticed Jiacheng sitting in a chair, his eyes red and filled with tears, trying hard not to cry. Sob, you poor child. This guy is completely different from the image of demons I've always had. Shanshan looked at him, silently thinking to herself, he's crying a river. I cry when I watch movies too. How can you not cry during a touching movie? But when he plays games, he's like a different person. Jiacheng shot up from his chair and yelled excitedly, Bring it on, I'll take you all on. Shanshan was so startled she almost spilled her cup of water. These little brats. He likes to collect anime-related merchandise. Jiacheng carefully examined the small model in his hand and muttered, The material is good and the structure is decent. He always meticulously observes and critiques every tiny detail, which makes him seem like a perfectionist, nagging like an old woman. If the room gets even a little bit messy, this psycho starts yelling. Jiacheng pointed at the messy pile of things and ordered loudly, Clean up all that stuff, are you a pig? He pointed his finger to the sky, striking a pose as if giving a command. Shanshan lowered her head slightly, pursing her lips. Are all demons like him? I sometimes wonder. I guess he's not a bad person. There is one place in this house that I'm not allowed to enter. Jiacheng firmly stopped Shanshan from stepping into the kitchen area. All right, sis, please go away, I'm begging you. How many times do I have to tell you? You're not allowed in the kitchen. There was even a sign that read, No angels allowed. I don't understand why he always rushes to stop me whenever I'm about to enter the kitchen. Ah, right, as the ancients said, you can't judge a book by its cover. He held a kitchen knife, his skills exquisite, and the fruits and vegetables were instantly cut into neat pieces. Jiacheng was extremely focused in the kitchen, a complete contrast to his aggressive energy when playing games. He wore a light pink apron and was skillfully tossing food in a wok. Jiacheng's cooking skills were so impeccable that even Gordon Ramsay would have to call him Dad. His cooking is amazing. Shanshan's eyes lit up, looking like she was about to drool. It looks so delicious. At first I was hesitant. Who would eat something made by a demon? I'd rather starve to death than eat your food, but I couldn't resist the aroma at all. It was simply irresistible. This is delicious. How did you make it? Oh, it's a long story. Jiacheng closed his eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. When I first came here, I didn't know how to cook at all, but then I realized the cost of living was ridiculously high. If I kept going like that, would I have to survive on air? Buying games, figurines, manga, CDs, and wife pillows, all that stuff cost too much money. So to walk the path of the king of Otaku, cutting down on unnecessary expenses was the only way. But I want it all. Shanshan held up her bowl and brought it to him. Another bowl, please, she asked with great interest. But how did you do it? He raised an eyebrow and began to explain. For example, do you know how much a prepared chicken costs? Shanshan raised her hand as if in agreement. I'm not sure, but chicken is delicious. Jiacheng continued his explanation. A premium cut of chicken at the supermarket costs 3 to 4 times more than a regular one. For the price of one premium cut, you can buy a lot more of the regular kind, and sometimes there are discounts. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? A smug expression appeared on his face. So if you want to eat well without spending too much, you have to cook for yourself. Just as Professor Watson taught, you reap what you sow. Shanshan gave him a thumbs up, seemingly convinced by his explanation. Got it. If you don't work, you'll have to eat dirt. But how can you make it taste so good? Hearing this, Jiacheng looked baffled and confused. Just follow the recipe. Just do what the recipe says. You seem to be mocking me, aren't you? Although it wasn't what she had imagined, Shanshan still held out her hand and said enthusiastically, Another bowl, please. It's delicious, right? She nodded, replying as she chewed. I'll admit that. Jiacheng laughed and nodded in agreement. All right, I'm only giving you this because I like you. Life here isn't as difficult as I thought it would be. Shanshan slowly placed her feet on the scale. The atmosphere around her instantly turned gloomy. She froze completely motionless. You bastard, how dare you trick me into getting fat? Shanshan wandered at the end of an alley filled with cardboard boxes, trash bags, and old junk. The GPS navigation announced loudly, "Turn left at the next intersection, then go straight for 150 meters. Turn right, turn left, turn right, enter the lane and continue for 500 meters. Go straight and turn left. Stop when you see the no urinating sign. You have deviated from your route." On the phone screen, the walking route on the map app had ended. The app sent a notification. "Upgrade to VIP to unlock new maps." She held her phone and yelled angrily, "Are you kidding me? Why did you lead me this way? I just upgraded to VIP last week." At this moment, the angel was lost on her way home. Shanshan muttered to herself in confusion, "I followed the directions exactly, so how did I get lost? By the way, where am I?" Suddenly, a commotion made her glance to the side. 3 young men in white school uniforms were bullying a classmate. One of them said, "Hey kid, I heard you have a brother who's a mechanical engineer and earns several $1,000s a month." The student looked terrified and answered with a stutter, "I have to retake a class soon. Can I borrow some money for tuition? Answer me, are you looking down on me?" "I'm sorry, he's saving up to get married at the end of the year." Shanshan watched the scene with an arrogant expression, seeming very interested. Elsewhere, in a modern city with towering skyscrapers, suddenly Jachung's excited voice rang out, "Awesome, I finally got the limited edition figurine. I heard this version is amazing, it looks so big, round and full. I can't wait to get home and unbox it. What should I have for dinner tonight?" He was a lucky guy, always had been. A figure zipped past him like a gust of wind. Jachung watched the person run into the distance, a slightly bewildered look on his face. Suddenly the ring on his hand started to emit a signal. Jachung was startled and his mouth fell open in panic. "What's going on? What's wrong with the Doran's ring now?" The ring signaled, directing him to turn into a dark alley. It kept signaling repeatedly. But when Jachung pointed in another direction, the ring seemed to quiet down. Realizing this, he pointed in the opposite direction. "Turn back," Jachung thought to himself. "I have a bad feeling about this." The ring's power pulled at him, yanking his arm backward. He shouted in panic, "What's happening? Why is it doing this? My hand is moving on its own." An invisible force dragged his feet across the ground and Jachung's face twisted in fear and panic. In the junkyard, the thugs behind him muttered, "Ouch, what's she on? She's so strong," one of them demanded loudly. "What do you want?" Shanshan stood in an open area surrounded by many groaning and unconscious guys. She looked at them with a cold gaze and provoked, "Ha, you want to fight? Come on, I'll take you all on." A figure emerged from the crowd and said loudly, "What are you guys doing?" The underlings exclaimed. "Brother Dragon, Brother Black Sesame Dragon, you can't even handle a little girl. You're a disgrace to our pyramid scheme gang. I heard you're interfering with my sesame selling business, huh? You've got some nerve. Look at my face. How long do you think it'll take to sell 100 million bags of sesame?" Shanshan cried out in astonishment. "You," Shanshan pleaded. "What's that in your hand? It looks so cool." Hearing her say that, the thugs were all stunned. Her eyes widened and sparkled, completely captivated by the butterfly knife in the thug's hand. "It looks even cooler up close. How can you spin it so well? It looks amazing," he asked in surprise. "Aren't you afraid of cutting your hand? Can you do it again?" "Can I?" The thug, sweating, replied awkwardly. Sure," Shanshan continued to praise him. "That's amazing. Are you a genius? So cool, so awesome, so sick." He said smugly, "I practice this all the time at home. You're too kind. When it comes to butterfly knives, I'm an expert." She asked in surprise. "Oh, so this is the power of a boss?" The thug replied nonchalantly. That's right," Shanshan proposed. "Can you let me try? It's so pretty." The underling's jaws dropped in astonishment. What is this atmosphere? Brother Dragon has been charmed by that girl." He glanced at Shanshan shyly. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Shanshan's eyes lit up. "Really, can I have it?" the thug said generously. "No problem, as long as you like it." "What an idiot. Don't let your dick do the thinking. She's the enemy." Shanshan raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "Oh right, we're in the middle of a fight. I suggest you stop. This won't end well if you keep this up." He charged forward fiercely. "You damn brat, I'll deal with you right now." Just then, Jachung flew in and hit the thug on the head. She asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" He groaned in pain. "Ouch. Why is there a trash can here?" Jachung raised his hand in anger. "How the hell should I know? This damn ring dragged me here." Shanshan replied in confusion. "I don't know about that either," he scolded. "I knew it. Whenever I run into you, I get into a whole heap of trouble." Shanshan immediately tried to soothe him. "Calm down, why are you so worked up?" Jachung sighed in despair. "It's because you ruined all my plans for today." The underlings were sweating with anxiety. Brother Dragon fainted. "Wake up, boss." He turned to look at them and asked curiously, "By the way, who are these guys?" Shanshan stammered in reply. "All well," one of the guys announced menacingly. "You bastards, avenge our boss." Another guy raised his weapon and shouted angrily. "Get them," Jachung yelled in frustration. "Hey, what kind of trouble did you get into now?" She thought to herself. Then again, having his help is better than fighting alone. This guy is a demon after all, so his fighting skills should be decent. Meanwhile, he lowered his head and said guiltily, "Sirs, I'm sorry. There must be some misunderstanding. I don't know this girl. Sirs, please let me go home early. My mom is still waiting for me." The underlings frowned and waved a hand forward. "Are you messing with us? Fork over the cash and you can go wherever you want." Shanshan roared in anger. "You coward." Jachung muttered to himself reluctantly. "I don't want to do this either. You're the ones forcing me. Let me go." "You can do whatever you want to this woman, just please let me go. I'm just an innocent bystander." Shanshan was utterly dumbfounded. "How do you have no sense of shame?" he yelled. "Shame? I fed that to the dogs a long time ago. Don't drag me into your trouble. What more can I expect from a wife like you who thinks she's some kind of goddess? Where's my figurine?" A voice came from behind. "What's that? That guy seems to have picked up the figurine you dropped. I saw it fall over there." Jachung immediately rushed over and unleashed a powerful flying kick at him. Shadowless kick, you lowlifes, you dare lay a finger on the Demon King's stuff, I'll wipe you all out. The thugs moved forward and threatened. What did you just say, punk? He laughed awkwardly, breaking into a cold sweat. I misspoke, Shanshan cursed angrily. You idiot, now you've provoked them. Jachung frowned, thinking I have no choice. He quickly reminded Shanshan, close your eyes. The foolish angel looked confused. Huh? He acted without hesitation, unleashing his ultimate move, chili smoke bomb, as spicy as the day he broke up with his ex-girlfriend. The thugs covered their faces and yelled, my eyes? Jachung spoke decisively. Just then, Shanshan cried out in a panic. You idiot, you sprayed it in my eyes, he scolded her in frustration. I told you to close your eyes, but you wouldn't listen. God, you're so much trouble. Jachung turned, grabbed her hand and urged. Run this way. She kept her eyes squeezed shut, her lips pursed, her cheeks flushed, and tears streaming down as she rubbed the corners of her stinging eyes. The two ran out of the residential area, with tall buildings and green trees under a blue sky with white clouds. Jachung put his hands under a gushing faucet as Shanshan spoke in discomfort. It stings so much I can't open my eyes, he yelled in frustration. So noisy, be quiet. She was in tears. It hurts, he lost his patience. If it hurts, figure it out yourself, deal with it. Seriously, nothing good ever happens when I'm with you. I saw a student running out of the alley earlier, and seeing those thugs, I knew you must have gotten involved in something that wasn't your business. See, that guy ditched you and ran off without a second thought, and you ended up dragging me into it. This is what you get for being a busybody. Shanshan showed a gentle smile. So he got away, that's great, Jachung asked. Sis, you don't seem to know what fear is, do you? She answered frankly. What does it matter? It was the right thing to do. He sighed in displeasure. I really don't get what you're thinking. What good does doing those things do for you? To serve justice or to satisfy yourself? Shanshan disagreed. It's not like that, Jachung continued to ask. How, or is your brain just not working right? She replied. How can I turn a blind eye to injustice? How should I put it? With great power comes great responsibility, he asked. So you want to put on a tight suit and swing around the city? Shanshan asked curiously. What would you do in that situation? Jachung answered decisively. What would I do? Of course I'd stay out of it and go somewhere else. I have 3 rules for survival in the human world. First, don't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Second, my own interests come first. Third, don't interfere in any of the human world's affairs, she asked doubtfully. Oh, then why did you run with me just now? Jachung answered with a disgruntled look. Who knows, I was just trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shanshan raised an eyebrow and teased. Oh, a tsunere, he roared in anger. You want to get beaten up? Shanshan announced confidently. In exchange, if you need help in the future, just call me and Big Sis will come to your rescue right away. Jachung ignored her and turned to leave. Whatever, I'm heading back, she shouted angrily. You're ignoring me on purpose, aren't you? He said sarcastically. If you're so free, you should eat more iodine to boost your brain power. Shanshan affirmed with determination. What are you talking about? I'm serious. Jachung replied coldly. Yeah. He glanced back at her, his eyes cold and full of thoughts. Jachung threw a box of bandages at her and said loudly, Take it. Shanshan frowned slightly. What's this? What do you mean by giving me this? He closed his eyes and said impatiently, Put it on the wound. She frowned in anger, clenching her fists. What are you trying to do? I'm only 16. Do you want to go to jail? Jachung was dumbfounded, breaking into a cold sweat. Shanshan blushed crimson and said, Are you trying to get me to put it on that place, like in that thing you were watching a few days ago? He immediately retorted, When did I ever watch that? She yelled, her face beet red. In the book you hid under your bed. Jachung was completely stunned and stammered, How dare you just go into my room and spy on my study materials? Stop talking nonsense and give me your hand. Shanshan was incooperative, pulling her hand back. If you want to do something, do it at home, he complained. So noisy, be quiet. I like to do it in public. A little girl with her mother asked curiously, Mommy, that big brother and sister? The mother covered her daughter's eyes with her hand. Don't look, you'll get a sty, Shanshan continued to yell. You perverted demon, Jachung replied nonchalantly. Fine, say whatever you want. Before he could finish, she slapped him hard across the face. Shanshan's eyes widened as she looked at her hands in confusion. She put her palms together and looked at him guiltily. I'm sorry. Jachung turned his face away, looking displeased. Women are such hard creatures to understand. Shanshan squinted, asking with a blank expression, What's basketball? Jachung had a lollipop in his mouth and his hands were still on his game, but upon hearing this he glanced at her and asked, What a stupid question. She put her hands behind her back and leaned over slightly to look at him. Well, I don't know much about the human world. He relaxed, resting one hand on the back of his chair and asked directly, So why are you interested in basketball? She answered frankly, My friend invited me to a school basketball club event. Jachung handed Shanshan a large stack of materials and a tablet. Can't be helped. Here are some books and tutorial videos about basketball. You should take a look. This made her exclaim, There's so much. As Jachung walked away, he gave her a thumbs up to encourage her. Do your best. I'm looking forward to your game. Hearing this, Shanshan secretly clenched her fist, psyching herself up. I have to give it my all. My husband is cheering me on so enthusiastically. On the day of the game, the sky was clear and the campus was bathed in soft sunlight. Jachung sat on the steps, stretched and yawned with physiological tears still in the corners of his eyes, so sleepy. I accidentally stayed up too late looking at study materials last night. The four-eyed boss lady saw him sitting there and walked over to greet him. Well, it's rare to see you at a club event. He touched his chin and replied with a mysterious sidelong glance, I have a feeling something interesting is going to happen today, so I came to check it out. By the way, big sis, what are you doing here? Her face flushed as she excitedly gave a thumbs up in agreement. I have the same feeling as you. What a coincidence, such a coincidence. Seeing Shanshan warming up, he shouted loudly, oh ho. Here comes today's main character. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed ahead. Tianchen cupped her hands around her mouth and cheered loudly. Go, Shanshan. Her friend with a ponytail next to her shouted with equal enthusiasm. You've got this. Shanshan was a little shy, her cheeks turning red. She turned her face away and waved to acknowledge them. At this moment she was psyching herself up before the game. No need to be afraid, I've thoroughly studied the materials he gave me. After the players entered the court and took their positions, the referee announced, let the game begin. A Shang was bouncing the ball in her hand. Her voice was high-pitched. These first-year junior sisters are so cute. She casually held the basketball, pointing to herself with her other hand, and introduced herself arrogantly. I'm A Shang, the vice-captain of the basketball club. While she was still lecturing, Shanshan zipped past, snatched the ball from her hand and rushed off. A bunch of rookies, let big sis teach you a few things. Shanshan flicked her wrist and the ball, as if it had eyes, flew straight into the basket. A Shang and the entire team were stunned, their mouths open wide enough to fit a basketball. As she celebrated her achievement, A Shang still hadn't snapped out of it. My God, I spoke too soon. Who is this girl? She comforted herself, trying to stay calm, and chanted in her mind, calm down, she's fast but we have technique. At that moment a figure flashed past her as fast as lightning. Shanshan controlled the ball and accurately shot a second ball into the opponent's basket. A Shang was stunned, only able to open her mouth and complain. Damn, are you using a cheat? Shanshan was beaming. I scored again. Jiacheng's face turned pale as he watched the two shots. He was both impressed and bewildered. How is this horny pig so good? She didn't even know what basketball was last night. Is this her first time playing? The boss lady beside him also remarked, although it's a bit surreal. She looked at Shanshan, who was actively controlling the ball, and continued her commentary. She's moving nimbly on the court with the ball. Her learning ability is far beyond that of an ordinary person. Shanshan held the basketball, her eyes focused ahead as the boss lady continued to praise her endlessly. She can even grasp it after reading it just once. Shanshan stomped her foot hard, powering up for a shot. She continued calmly, especially for things she's interested in. She's truly a genius. She leapt high into the air and A Shang looked up, blurting out in astonishment, jumping that high, you've got to be kidding me. A girl who can blow up a kitchen while cooking and is a hopeless klutz with directions is actually a genius. She successfully dunked the ball, looking like she was hanging from the rim. Seeing Shanshan's smug expression after her great achievement, he sighed and praised, creation is truly amazing. Less than 3 seconds after the compliment, Jiacheng's expression changed. He bit his nails and complained in frustration, damn it, I shouldn't have given her those secret manuals. Just then another voice called out to the four-eyed boss lady, Captain, sub in for me. She replied, coming. Shanshan's teammates ran over and cheered, you're amazing. The person next to them also praised, this game is in the bag. With a powerhouse like you, the other team should just surrender. A Shang sat dejectedly, thinking, this is so depressing, I can just take down my posters and go cry in a corner today. The game entered the second half with the score at 41-42. Someone on A Zhang's team shouted, giving a decisive command. The other two immediately rushed up, trapping her from both sides. With only 30 seconds left, stop her at all costs. A Zhang's lips curled into a cold smirk. If you can't win a one-on-one, just call for backup, it's just a game, easy. She regained her arrogant expression, raised an eyebrow, and her confidence returned. Too naive, little sister. The boss lady immediately reminded her from behind. Hey, have some shame, will you? She whipped her head around and said impatiently, so noisy, it's a team game. I may be bad, but we have more people. Suddenly, the ball flew straight into the air. A Shang shouted in a panic, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Idiot, you threw it too high. When she turned back, she found that the boss lady had vanished. Where'd she go? Shanshan charged forward, her shoes skidding across the floor. Shang said in surprise, what the hell is that? Konoha's yellow flash? She narrowed her eyes and slowed her breathing. Now's the time. This is the moment, even though I've never practiced it. A series of memories flashed through her mind, family, friends, relatives, ex-boyfriends, and so on. Shanshan's shout echoed through the entire court, stunning even the boss lady, who was waiting with her arms open to catch the ball. Ultimate secret technique, first form. She turned to the side, tucked in her elbow and curled her fingers, her posture identical to Kuroko Shirai's. Sponsored by Kuroko's basketball, Shanshan roared, stormy bipolar palm. A Shang turned back in shock and her teammates were also dumbfounded. What the hell? Beneath her thick lenses, the boss lady's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew in her heart that it was. Jiacheng's face darkened as he watched the scene unfold. My friend, you still can't control your own power. Shanshan reached out and blocked the incoming basketball with just one hand. The impact was too strong. A crack echoed from her 5 fingers as the basketball dropped, bounced a few times, and then slowly came to a stop. All the players were stunned into silence. Shanshan clutched her injured wrist and howled, tears welling up in her eyes as her face twisted in pain. It hurt so much. Hearing this, everyone stared with wide eyes, no one saying a word. A few drops of awkward, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. She continued to scream, it hurts like hell, my hand is broken. Jiacheng covered his mouth, trying his best not to laugh out loud. Her heart-wrenching screams echoed in his ears. Why is this different from what the secret manual said? In the end, the inevitable happened, and the game was over. The four-eyed boss lady worriedly checked her injured hand as Shanshan moaned, it hurts so much it's killing me. She gently held her hand and comforted her. Silly girl who plays basketball like you do. In response, Shanshan added a few more heart-wrenching screams. The pain is piercing my soul. At the same time, she tried to explain the reason. But that's what it said in the secret manual. She asked back in surprise. Secret manual? Shanshan immediately opened the book in front of the boss lady. This is it. It finally dawned on her, and she said with a broad smile, "Your little husband gave you this, didn't he? You could have trusted anyone, but you chose to believe a hardcore otaku." She smiled, but her expression was extremely cunning as she said, "Everything in that book is fictional. That's not how basketball is played in real life." Shanshan looked blank, finding it hard to understand. "Fictional?" The four-eyed boss lady nodded. That's right." Shanshan was still skeptical, arguing back with wide, watery eyes. "Impossible. A secret manual would never lie." Finally, she understood the secret, and her eyes instantly went vacant. Wait. After pausing for about 2 seconds, she suddenly remembered how she had naively believed his guidance the night before. Tense your gluteus maximus, squeeze your gluteus medius, channel your internal energy, and shout the name of the move loudly. That's how the ultimate technique will work. She had even nodded repeatedly, indicating she understood. Got it. Shanshan bit her lip, frowned, and cursed under her breath, glancing at Jachung, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. "Damn you, you son of a bitch, how dare you mess with me?" His face was still beaming with the joy of someone who had just won the lottery. He held up his phone, a mischievous glint in his eyes, silently signaling, "I recorded everything. Every detail of your stupid face is crystal clear. Oh ho ho ho." Shanshan clenched her fists, her face flushing red with anger. She gritted her teeth with only one thought in her mind: go ahead and laugh. When we get home I'll teach you a lesson and show you what's what. Her teammate with the ponytail ran over to inform them, "The game is over." Tianchen asked with concern, "Shanshan, are you okay?" She lowered her head, her cheeks burning, and said with her eyes closed and her voice trembling, "I'm sorry, I dragged everyone down because of me." The friend with the ponytail waved her hand and said, "Not at all, it's not your fault. We're all amateurs anyway." Tianchen shyly brushed her hair back with her hand. "I couldn't even touch the ball. Honestly, thanks to you carrying the whole game, our team was able to score." Tianchen covered her mouth and giggled. "And at the end you suddenly started shouting." The friend with the ponytail tried to smooth things over, holding back her laughter. "It sounded pretty cute." Shanshan was so embarrassed her face turned beet red. She tried to explain, "That's because the boss lady was standing on the side mocking me with her arms crossed when I was playing." Tianchen's face turned white with fear. Tianchen scratched her cheek in embarrassment and replied, "Oh well, I was just a little too worried." The friend with the ponytail put her hands on her hips and added with a smile, "But it was pretty cool, wasn't it?" Tianchen suggested. "By the way, is your hand okay? Do you want to go to the nurse's office to get it checked?" She softly reassured them, "It's fine, it's fine." Suddenly, someone called out a reminder, "Hey, be careful, it's slippery there." Her foot suddenly slipped on the floor. Shanshan's eyes widened and she only had time to let out a gasp. Just as she was about to fall, a strong arm reached out and gently wrapped around her waist. His deep, warm voice sounded in her ear. "Hello there. I've been standing here since this afternoon." A concerned smile was on Lin Di's handsome face. "Are you okay? It's a bit slippery there. You should be careful when you walk." She was stunned. "Ah, thank you." The boss lady slapped him hard on the back, her face showing the expression of someone who loves to stir up trouble, while also not forgetting to remind him, Hey, you useless husband, look, your wife is being held by someone else." The slap almost made him throw up everything in his stomach. He turned pale and shouted, "Ouch." Lin Di asked, "You're you Shanshan, right?" Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know my name?" He pointed and introduced himself in a joking tone. "You're already very famous. I heard everyone saying there's an incredibly cute exchange student from somewhere else. Ah, that was a great game just now. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Di, president of the basketball club. I love milk tea, hate indecisiveness, love dogs by the pound, and I'm your typical good boy." She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, feeling that something was off. "Exchange student. So I'm an exchange student." Jachung looked annoyed, frowning as he replied nonchalantly, "Why should I care about that? We're just in a cooperative relationship. I won't interfere in your life, you can do whatever you want." The boss lady pouted, looking bored. "I thought I was about to see a drama about catching a cheater." He flew into a rage and roared, "Catch a cheater, my ass." She pursed her lips, a very cunning expression on her face. "But seeing this scene, aren't you jealous?" Lin Di's gaze was gentle as he smiled and reminded her, "Be careful, the floor is slippery." Another girl called out in a sweet voice, "President." The girl he had just reminded replied flustered, "Thank you," he suggested. "I'll clean up the balls." The boss lady continued to praise Lin Di, her tone a mix of appreciation and teasing. "He's handsome, considerate, famous, has a friendly and gentle personality. Lives by Westlake, his dad is a director, he's a textbook winner in life, and he's always posting perks on the forums." His mouth fell slightly open. Jachung stroked his chin, a look of excitement on his face. "I think this guy is pretty interesting. You're mine now." Even though their personalities were completely different. The boss lady hugged herself tightly, grinning with a creepy, contorted expression on her face. "So you've been hiding it from everyone, you're actually into men." His face darkened as he said irritably, "Big sis, did you catch that silly girl's stupidity?" She replied, "May the Lord bless you." He explained curtly, "It's a misunderstanding." The sweat-soaked jersey clung to their bodies. Tianchen said, "Let's go change, our clothes are soaked." Her friend next to her agreed, "Yeah, me too." While adjusting her pant leg, Tianchen lowered her voice and reminded them, "By the way, it seems there have been a few cases of people secretly filming in the locker room recently. Her other friend added, "Yeah, and they were edited into videos and uploaded online," Tianchen said worriedly. "That's terrifying, and the pervert hasn't been caught yet." Shanshan was drinking water and perked up when she heard this, asking curiously, what's going on?" Lin Di suddenly appeared behind her and answered her question. "Shanshan, something has been going on recently. You might not know since you just arrived. It's quite troublesome and it's affecting the students at school. If you see anyone suspicious, you must tell me right away." Tianchen and the friend with the ponytail had cunning expressions on their faces which clearly read, "Hey President, you look pretty suspicious yourself." Lin Di smiled openly and bragged, "The line of girls chasing me stretches all the way to the Mekong River. Do I need to secretly film anyone, huh?" He lifted her injured hand, his eyes filled with concern. "All right, it's safer for you to get this checked at the nurse's office. It'll be a problem if you're injured." She blushed and stammered, "I am fine, thank you." He narrowed his eyes into crescent moons and said softly, "By the way, do you know where the nurse's office is?" Shanshan became even more flustered. "I don't know." Tianchen and her friend's eyes shone like a cat's. They both covered their mouths and snickered. "Oh my, the PDA is here," he replied, "and let me take you there." Tianchen couldn't stop smiling. "Then Shanshan will go change first." Her other friend smiled with equal excitement. "See you later." Shanshan secretly sent a distress signal to the four-eyed big sis. The boss lady just smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Sorry, I can't help you with this. Tell your husband to come save you." He let out a long yawn, covering his mouth with his hand. "So sleepy, maybe I should skip the next class too?" Suddenly the ring on his hand started buzzing with a mission notification. The ring immediately issued its request, and after hearing it, he was wide awake, his face as dark as a thundercloud. "Please take your other half to the nurse's office within 10 minutes. Additional requirement, Princess Carrie." Shanshan pressed the medicine bottle tightly against Jiacheng. He howled. "Ouch, what the hell is this, boss?" she replied with a gentle and friendly tone, her kind eyes looking at him. "Take it. Why do you look like you're at a funeral?" She sat in her chair and laughed heartily. "Hurry up and drink it, there's a new chapter to work on. The deadline is breathing down our necks. I still haven't forgotten my ex, sitting around and working, checking ids on the side. It's quite fun and much better than before," he said with a grim face. Boss, I'm taking a 2-week leave, no more updates. I have some personal matters to attend to." As he drank the potion, he thought to himself, why isn't she crying or making a scene? Usually after he finishes reading, he's a sobbing mess over the female protagonist. She glanced at Jiacheng, her expression calm. And then, "Comrade, you can just get lost now." He pointed at her face in a panic and shouted, "Damn boss, what do you mean by that?" She still acted completely normal and was only surprised when he continued to add, "No matter what, it was my idea to take on this manga. I was the one who sent her away. Boss, you broke up and I even asked for your address to send you a barrel of cooking oil, toys and stuff so you wouldn't miss your ex too much." Hearing this, she couldn't help but recall the earlier scene and jumped in fright. His nagging echoed in her ears. "Our bond as comrades runs so deep, and now you're treating me like this, boss." Remembering this, her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp and she broke out in a sweat. "So it was him who sent that barrel of oil to my doorstep a few days ago." Jiacheng opened his mouth wide and complained, "My feelings, boss, you don't give a damn about them." She lifted her foot and kicked him squarely in the face. "Get lost." He fell flat on his back. She walked away in a huff, muttering, "Worry about yourself first. Come back in 2 weeks to catch up. Have another translator help you." He pouted. "Boss, you're such a hypocrite. I know you too well." She frowned and said through gritted teeth, "Shut up. It's just that I'm used to working with you, otherwise I would have kicked you out long ago." She put on an angelic face, raised her hand in a salute, and gave her ultimatum. "All right, that's it for now. If nothing changes, we'll stop updating for 2 weeks." He pointed a finger to the sky and added, "If any other translators on the team are free to help, I hope everyone can accept them. The heartbroken comedian editor Mo is still here, so don't worry about the comedy parts." She threw a punch, hitting him squarely in the face. She kicked him in the face again, knocking his mouth sideways. She yelled, "You heartbroken comedian!" The ring immediately issued its request after hearing it. He was wide awake, his face as dark as a thundercloud. "Please take your other half to the nurse's office within 10 minutes. Additional requirement, Princess Carrie." He unconsciously made a rather unpleasant sound. The boss lady grinned like a clown, gloating as she covered her mouth to snicker. Jiacheng's face fell as he imagined Princess carrying Shanshan in front of everyone. Embarrassed and at a loss, just the thought of it was unbearable. What the hell, this isn't a funny joke. I'm not going to Princess carry that little brat in front of the whole world, who flaunts their relationship so publicly. That's asking for bad karma. He closed his eyes, troubled, and thought, school is the only place where I can be free. How did I get involved with this troublesome woman again? The ring chimed with a reminder. 8 minutes left, hurry up, are you trying to have the time of your life? His face turned deathly pale as if he could see the impending disaster. It's over. Not even Buddha can save me now. I can only save myself, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, there has to be a way. His eyes lit up. Wait, it only says to carry her, right? That makes this game easy. He pointed forward, his eyes shining as he signaled, let's go. Just then, a figure flashed to Shanshan's side. He opened his arms and lunged at her as if trying to grab her, which startled her. With a single clean move, he swept her up into his arms. Lin Di stood on the side, watching with wide, surprised eyes as a figure swooped past. She shouted in a panic, "You stupid pig," beaten to the punch. Lin Di was left standing there, his face falling. What's going on? Who is that guy? She flailed her arms and legs, waving her hands wildly in his face. Wait, who are you? Put me down, I'm not 18 yet. You really like practicing your dance moves in the closet, don't you? Jachung frowned and cursed through gritted teeth. You idiot, this is a mission, understand? Shanshan's mouth fell open as she retorted with a blank expression. Ha, what am I supposed to understand? He shot off like an arrow from a bow, his shout echoing down the entire hallway. Out of the way, emergency, emergency, let me through. Jachung finally reached the nurse's office. He leaned his back against the door, his cheek pressed flat against the panel, panting for breath. Thank goodness he wasn't spotted. How much time had passed? It was over 10 minutes. The infirmary was spacious and bright with clean and tidy equipment and beds. Shanshan, sitting on a hospital bed, spoke up and reminded him. What on earth are you trying to do, huh? Why did you suddenly carry me here? He took off the mask from his face and looked down at the ring on his finger. He muttered to himself, damn it, why isn't there a mission complete notification yet? Is the ring out of battery? He turned to look at her irritably. Hey, you're injured, aren't you? Annoyed and angry, she retorted at the top of her lungs. So annoying. I told you I'm fine, don't I look fine? His hands gently touched her thigh, making her blush crimson, her cheeks burning hot. Finally she struggled and shouted, wait, what are you trying to do? Stop it, where are you touching? Shanshan's voice grew louder and louder, her words becoming increasingly harsh. Help, a pervert. With a look of resignation, Jachung lifted her slightly trembling foot to eye level. Seriously, you're something else. It's already swollen like this and you're still running around. Her whole body trembled as she covered her mouth with her left hand and gripped the bedsheet tightly with the other. He said softly, sit still, let me bandage it for you. The corridor was quiet with gentle sunlight streaming through the windows. The room was silent, every one of Jachung's movements was skilled and gentle, and Shanshan watched him with wide, watery eyes. Finally she mustered the courage to speak, her voice a little flustered and shy. How did you know my foot was swollen? He pursed his lips. Is your brain always inversely proportional to your strength? I knew just by looking at the shoes you were wearing. You need to wear special shoes for basketball. It'd be strange if your foot wasn't swollen. She frowned in anger. What do you mean by that? After hearing his next words, she was so nervous she broke out in a sweat as if she were listening to some romance story. So what? I was watching you the whole game. Her cheeks flushed red. Ha, he half closed his eyes and teased with a smile. What else? Of course I was watching the clown show. She puffed out her cheeks in anger, managing to come up with only one curse word. You dog. He propped his chin on his hand and said in a flat tone, and the way you talk to your friends, stuttering and waving your hands around. She raised her voice and Shanshan's 2 index fingers touched lightly as she lowered her eyes, looking flustered and shy. I don't know what to do, because this is the first time I've made friends. I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. He asked, then what's with that handsome blonde guy? You two are quite the flirts, aren't you? Editor's note, tisk tisk. He's jealous. She looked blank with wide round eyes. She opened her mouth to explain. It's not like that, Jachung said. It's bandaged, she shouted. Ouch, ouch. Just then the ring on his hand sounded a notification again. Mission complete. Congratulations to the young couple. She held her injured foot, puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, would it kill you to be a little gentler? Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Thank goodness I made it in time. Since it's all good now, I'll be leaving first. You can handle the rest yourself. Before he could finish, Shanshan swung her fist at him in anger. The punch grazed his face as she cursed through gritted teeth. What's the rush? I haven't settled the score with you for the basketball incident yet. How dare you make me look like a fool in broad daylight? Are you tired of living? He leisurely crossed his arms, dodging all her punches. Who told you to believe a demon's words? What are you hitting? I've mastered observation hockey. You couldn't hit me even if you went gum-gum all day. He opened the door to the nurse's office and said, let me make this clear. I don't care who you're in a relationship with. Before leaving, he turned back to add a few more words. I'm leaving. Oh right. I'm warning you, don't hang out with that blonde monkey anymore. He's not as nice as he seems on the surface, she asked, puzzled. How, what do you mean? He made a face, pulling down one eyelid and sticking out his tongue to tease her. It means you're too naive, bye-bye. She was furious, a mix of anger and embarrassment. That bastard, when my foot heals, I'll send you to the orthopedic hospital. Shanshan touched her forehead and looked around. But where is the locker room? I should have just asked someone earlier, a voice answered from behind, startling her. The locker room is 100 meters to the left from the exit, then turn right. The boss lady rested her chin on one hand and held a teacup in the other. She looked at Shanshan drinking her tea intently, which startled Shanshan. Huh? Shanshan's face turned pale as she shouted. When did you get here? The boss lady replied calmly. I was in the room when you two came in all over each other. It was so exciting I didn't want to interrupt. You two are pretty close now, aren't you? From the ring incident to this new mission, you can see the results, right? Are you ready for that? She quickly walked out of the room. My foot doesn't hurt as much anymore. I'm leaving, no need to see me out. She quickly ran out of that place, her cheeks burning with shyness. She saw everything just now, how I was so intimate with him. How am I supposed to get married in the future? Shanshan stood in front of 2 doors, hesitating about which one to choose. Wait, should I turn left or right? Jachung looked at the photo of a graceful blonde girl and kept exclaiming, my god, that chest. In another photo was a blue-haired girl with a cute face and a well-proportioned body, and he was overjoyed. My god, those thighs. A brown-haired girl was lying on a mat as sexy as could be. He commented to himself, this is already a watermelon, not an orange. He stared at his phone, completely stunned, drooling, his cheeks flushed. My wives are too cute, they're 5-star characters after all. I have to pull a few more times. He sat up abruptly, his fingers tapping the screen non-stop, muttering, oh my god, stop getting addicted, there's nothing left at home, this month's living expenses are almost gone. Forget it, I'll just use that silly angel's pocket money to cover it. I'll just take a little, she probably won't notice. A model husband of the 21st century. Jachung raised an eyebrow, thinking, by the way, does she know the way to the locker room? I'm worrying for nothing. She can't be stupid enough to get lost in the school, right? Shanshan looked blank. Sweating profusely, she put a hand on her forehead and squinted into the distance. It's so hot. She stood on the edge of a cliff, one foot in front of the other. Where is this? Who am I? A person with a megaphone shouted. Hey, that student, come down quickly, don't interfere with the filming. The cliff Shanshan was standing on was actually a prop for filming. A prop. At this moment, the angel was lost. A huge building with many windows appeared before her. Inside was the swimming club's locker room. The blue-haired pervert smiled smugly. The shoes are right here. He reached for a few boxes next to him, his fingers prying open an outlet, and something inside was flashing. The pervert looked at his phone. These are all good ones this time. If I release them, P Station will have to partner with us brothers to make a fortune. His short-haired companion next to him reminded him, be careful. All right, come down. The wind is too strong. Be careful your mouth gets blown crooked. Come over and help me take a look. He sat down calmly, placed his phone on the ground and replied calmly, what's the rush? People will look down on you. There's no one here right now. What are you afraid of? He turned to the side and said cheerfully, that's true, thank goodness for the captain. That's how we got the locker room keys so easily. The short-haired pervert from before put his hands in his pockets and chimed in. Yeah, what a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Di turned his head, closed his eyes and smiled. Don't say that, this is for the sake of art. I yearn for the creator's wonders behind the clothes. What's wrong with that? He held his phone, scanning it. This shoot has received a lot of positive feedback and the number of subscribers is growing rapidly. Someone contact P Station for me. It's time to start a business. He put one hand on his friend's shoulder and bragged proudly, it's all those girls' fault. They get all excited when they see a handsome guy. It's not like I did anything. Lin Di's eyes shone, a perverted expression he couldn't hide on his face. Just play with them and dump them. If one of them gets pregnant, 5 million a month is enough. Tisk. With a top-tier mind like mine, I should be in the entertainment industry. From now on, call me Jack. One of his two companions shouted excitedly, Captain, remember to throw us any you're tired of. Shanshan pointed back and forth, muttering blankly, turn left then right, then left again. I think it's that way. No, it's this way. She looked up and saw a sign that read locker room, and smiled happily, clenching her fists. How could I get lost so easily? She opened the door. She had a bright smile and said cheerfully, sorry, I'm late, I got lost just now. The short-haired guy holding the tape was stunned when he saw her at the door. Hey, didn't you lock the door? The other long-haired guy was startled. He still had pink and yellow bras hanging on his head and neck that he hadn't had time to take off. He frowned and replied, I thought you locked it just now. Lin Di frowned, his eyes widening as he thought, crap, I clearly burned incense properly on the 15th of last month. Why is this lost soul here? Shanshan looked at them and asked casually, what are you guys doing? She lowered her head, her two index fingers touching lightly. She pleaded, brother Wen, are you okay? If you die, leave me your laptop. Jachung put his hand on his forehead. Completely drained of energy, he lay there, sighing to himself. Damn it, those leaders drank too much this afternoon and now I have to come back and translate for this guy. I'm about to die, he thought with a vacant expression. What do I owe him? He shouted. Hey cat, she replied. What is it, master? He said softly. My study materials are in. She was startled. He fainted before he could finish. Bro? She clasped her hands together and kept calling. Don't die, bro. I didn't hear you clearly. He said, die, your dad, open the curtains. She replied, okay, bro. When she went to open the curtains, she was startled and blurted out a few curses. Holy crap, Lin Di and his group's faces turned pale. They had only one thought in their minds. Why? He clenched his jaw and frowned. How did she end up here? The basketball club's locker room is clearly 4 buildings away. Lin Di's eyes darted downward, sweating profusely. Comforted himself. Calm down, there's still a way to save this situation. I have to think of something. He approached her, placed a hand on her head and feigned a friendly tone. Wait, classmate Shanshan, he then added. Actually, we were notified that there was something unusual here and we just happened to find the tools of the crime. His two perverted friends' mouths dropped open in shock. Crap, they found out about the secret filming. What should we do? Lin Di shot a threatening look at them, silently cursing. Damn it, it's not the godlike opponents I'm afraid of, it's the pig-like teammates. Shanshan was lost in thought. Did I get lost? Secret filming what? Finally, she noticed something was wrong and her eyes lit up. Wait, something's not right. Shanshan frowned, her sharp gaze fixed on them as she asked sternly, you're the ones behind the secret filming, aren't you? His face turned pale, his eyes frantic. Crap, as if hearing the sound of police sirens in the wind, he quickly ordered, lock the door. The two idiots, one hand quickly turning the doorknob. Lin Di kept shouting, don't let her run away. The other hand reached over and grabbed her wrist. Shanshan squinted and glanced at him. She took the initiative to grab his wrist. Shanshan twisted his arms behind his back, and contrary to her calm demeanor, the long-haired guy screamed in pain. With just one move, she threw him to the ground, taking him down in one go. Seeing this, the short-haired guy rushed over in anger. You bitch! Shanshan bent down, her hands on the ground to meet his attack. She lifted her leg and kicked him hard in the chin. His face was knocked to one side. It looked painful just watching. He was immediately knocked down as well, his head drooped next to the other guy's. She rushed towards Lindy. He was startled, his mouth open in fear, his mind only had time to think, crap, what kind of monster is she? Seeing Shanshan rushing over at an extremely fast and dangerous speed, he took out his phone and smiled smugly. Wait, I have a few photos of you here. If you don't want them to be leaked. Lindy was terrified, sweating profusely. Only hearing a deafening crash next to his face, she kicked the wall hard. He was so scared he collapsed to the ground. She asked calmly with a knife-sharp gaze, so what? He clenched his jaw and cursed in frustration. Damn it. The phone slipped from his hand and on it was a blurry video. Shanshan's attention was drawn to it, and she blurted out, that's the school. In the lecture hall, the students were listening attentively. Tianchen sipped her milk, thinking blankly, why is Shanshan so slow? Her friend with the ponytail was busy trimming her nails and replied after hearing her, she probably got lost again, she also added. Her expression very cunning. Maybe she's having fun with the captain. It's very possible. Tianchen clasped her hands together and smiled at her. Shanshan is so cute, who would be willing to leave her behind? Shanshan's voice came from outside the door. Sorry for making you wait. She had changed out of her sportswear and was wearing a cute long-sleeved shirt. She squinted and smiled gently. I got a little lost, sorry. Her two friends asked in unison, what happened to the wound on your face? She just smiled faintly and replied calmly, I accidentally fell just now. The short-haired guy clutched his aching chin, his face twisted as he complained. I didn't expect that girl to be a monster either. The long-haired guy rubbed his neck and grumbled, it hurts like hell, I can't believe she's that strong. Lindy walked ahead of them complaining, isn't it because of you two idiots we were almost exposed? The two quickly apologized. Sorry, Captain. He placed a hand lightly on his chest and glanced at his two accomplices. To be honest, I was panicking too. Luckily, I'm quick on my feet. He smirked smugly. I also didn't think there was such a stupid person in this world. What a stroke of luck. Editor's note, he makes a good point. He must have some good karma from his ancestors. Jachung was busy in the kitchen exclaiming, yes, it's done, my special masterpiece, fruit macarons. The finished cake was beautifully decorated. He couldn't hide his joy. This is the pinnacle of culinary art. I have to take a picture for posterity. Carrying the cake, Jachung shouted, hey silly angel, want to try the cake I just made? He muttered to himself. Is she still not back? Just then, Jachung's expression suddenly changed as if he had remembered something. Wait, he grabbed his head in frustration. I'm so screwed, the supermarket was having a sale today. I was so focused on shopping that I forgot to pick up my wife. Jachung quickly put on his jacket and roared into the phone. Oh God, I just hope this idiot doesn't have the same terrible sense of direction as a certain mosshead. Pick up the phone, I should have installed a GPS on her phone. He ran to the door and as soon as he pulled it open, Shanshan was standing right in front of him. Seeing her walk in on her own, Jachung was very surprised. Huh? Shanshan walked into the house with a blank expression. Jachung watched her back, confused. Jachung looked bewildered, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple, his voice full of confusion. Huh, what's going on? Shanshan emotionlessly picked up her chopsticks and started eating, her face blank. Jachung's face remained calm, focused only on enjoying his food. The two remained silent. He glanced at Shanshan and thought to himself, something's off with this atmosphere. Looking closely, she seems a bit different today. She actually came home by herself without getting lost and she's been quiet during the meal like her brain is short-circuited. Where did that hyperactive girl go? I'm dying of curiosity, but no. If I take the initiative to ask, wouldn't my carefully crafted, cool and aloof persona crumble? Damn it, is there any way I can seem like I don't care but still find out what's going on? Various scenarios began to play out in Jachung's mind. Honey, if something's bothering you, just tell me. I'm always here to listen. Hey girl, you're like an unused straw mat. If something's wrong, just spit it out and let this old straw mat help you solve it. Hey, what's wrong, wifey? You miss me after just a few hours? He lowered his head in thought and said in despair, no matter what I say, I'll end up sleeping in the hallway. Jachung was getting restless. Damn it, I'm getting more and more curious. He couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. Hey, why the long face? Shanshan's face remained expressionless. Jachung joked. Oh, you must have failed a class, right? It's normal for college students to fail a few classes, you can do it. Holding his rice bowl, he forced a smile. He gobbled down his food to hide his embarrassment. Jachung felt dejected. I'm being ignored. Suddenly he stood up and shouted, aggrieved, don't ignore me, you jerk. I'm already swallowing my pride to ask you. Shanshan looked up at him and said softly, sorry, I didn't hear you just now. She yelled at him impatiently. Stop shouting, I'm trying to eat here. Jachung yelled back. I asked you several times, did you even acknowledge me? After his anger subsided for a moment, Jachung asked seriously, what on earth happened? Tell me. Shanshan turned her face away and denied, it's nothing. Jachung thought helplessly. This girl was acting normal in the nurse's office, so something must have happened in the locker room. After thinking for a moment, Jachung suddenly spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, something happened between you and that blonde monkey, right? Shanshan was startled by his question. He continued calmly, see, I knew it. I'm someone who's watched over 1,000 episodes of Conan, how could I not figure this out? I warned you before not to hang out with that guy. Now are you going to talk? Shanshan's eyes flickered and her breathing became ragged. She sat there silently, her face full of sadness and worry. Shanshan answered, actually not yet. Before she could finish, Jachung covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Oh my god, haha, so you caught him in the act? You, with your terrible sense of direction, I knew it. Shanshan's eyes widened as she looked at him in surprise. How did you know the captain was the peeping Tom? Jachung's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice tinged with pride. Because I'm a demon, of course I'm sensitive to people like that. That guy's head is full of dirty tricks. I saw through him long ago. When I said I was interested in him before, that was just a demon's instinct." Shanshan's eyes widened, her voice trembling slightly. "If you knew from the start, why?" he answered nonchalantly. "That's not my responsibility and I'm not a cop. Why should I waste my precious time on that kind of crap? To put it bluntly, this is a human affair, it has nothing to do with me," Jia-chung said contemptuously. "But to be bullied by trash like that, you're pretty useless," Shanshan stammered. That's because," he cut her off, speaking in a careless tone. "He must have threatened you with your friend's photos, right? I can figure out that kind of crap without even thinking. I can't believe you actually fell for it. There were only 3 of them and they were being very careful. The only leverage they could have had was that." She looked nervous and asked worriedly, "Is there a way to stop them?" Jia-chung refused flatly. "I don't know and I'm not interested." She was a little surprised by his answer. He flashed a smug smile and warned her, "And I advise you not to get involved or think about exposing him." Shanshan asked back, puzzled. "Why?" Jia-chung leaned in close to Shanshan and said softly, "You have no proof. Do you think a guy who's that careful would leave any traces? You finding him was pure luck. If it were me, I would have erased all the evidence before leaving the scene. Even if you did expose him, he could just make up an excuse, something like you're spreading rumors to slander him because he rejected your confession. Think about it. Between a student who just transferred and a handsome, considerate captain from a good family, who would everyone believe? It's a no-brainer. In the end, you'll just become a narrow-minded, vindictive clown, hated by everyone. Your dream of a perfect school life would be over." He stroked his chin, admitting there was a possible solution. "It's not that there's no way, but no matter what, you have to find evidence first. You could secretly record him, or get the attention of teachers and students. With your personality, the most suitable method would have been to frame them as the aggressors, beat them up, and then claim it was self-defense. Of course, that move would only have worked if you'd used it the moment you ran into them." Jia-chung turned to leave, not forgetting to add a reminder. "But at the most opportune moment, you made the wrong call. It's hopeless. You already lost the moment you left the scene." He opened the fridge door, a satisfied smile on his face. "Phew, good thing now I know another interesting story." Suddenly, Shanshan grabbed his sleeve from behind, lowered her head and pleaded helplessly. "Isn't there any other way? Please." Jia-chung shot her a sharp glance. "I feel like you've been letting your guard down around me lately. Didn't we agree not to interfere in each other's lives? And that bad habit of yours, acting without thinking if you can actually handle it, then wanting to rely on others when you can't. If you're not sure, don't do it in the first place. You're like a child. Here, take this. An ice pack will make it feel better." Jia-chung turned to leave and said calmly, "Why don't you just throw away that useless sense of justice in your bleeding heart and just enjoy life? Think about it yourself." Shanshan lay exhausted on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She asked herself, what should I do now? Lin Di appeared before her with a smug look on his face. "This person in the photo is your friend, right? If you don't listen to me, I'll spread these photos everywhere." Shanshan glared at him angrily. "You don't seem to understand the situation, do you?" Lin Di moved closer, his voice threatening. "Oh, my little snowflake, it seems you still don't get the problem here. Not everyone is as aggressive as you. If these photos get out, what do you think your friend will do? She'll be stared at, bullied, forced to drop out, maybe even harassed by perverts, sinking into despair and fear, unable to escape. It might even become a stain on her for the rest of her life. If all that happens, it'll be all your fault, so let's make a deal. Tonight at 8, Owl Hotel, room 308. I'll be waiting." Everything that had just happened was Jia-chung's imagination, which made Shanshan so angry she kicked him in the head. "Get lost, watch less porn. You got the script all wrong," Jia-chung argued. "Sis, what do you know? That's desire, that's passion, that's youth." She refuted his ridiculous idea. "You haven't even hit puberty and you're talking about youth." Lin Di leaned in and whispered in her ear. "So let's make a deal. What happened today stays between us," Shanshan said provocatively. "I'll remember you," he said in a flippant tone. "Of course I'll be calling your name in my dreams tonight." Suddenly, a friend from her class called out to her. "Shanshan, the teacher is calling you." Her classmate's call snapped her out of her chaotic thoughts. Shanshan stood up and shouted, "Yes, I'm here." The lecturer looked at Shanshan, surprised and confused. "I was asking you a question. Why are you shouting so loud?" Realizing what she had done, Shanshan bowed and stammered, I am sorry." The boss lady sat next to her, looking at her blankly. After school, seeing the obvious exhaustion on Shanshan's face, she asked, "What's wrong today, sweetie? You look so haggard. Was your husband too wild last night?" Shanshan was drinking milk. She turned her head and tried to reassure her. "It's nothing, I'm fine." The boss lady reached out from behind and pinched Shanshan's cheek, squishing her face into a funny shape. She smirked and said, "Who do you think you're fooling? How long do you think I've known you?" Shanshan moaned. "Ouch, ouch, I'm really fine." The boss lady continued to ask in an annoyed tone, "Did that otaku bully you again?" Shanshan suddenly remembered Jia-chung's words. "And that bad habit of yours, acting without thinking if you can actually handle it, then wanting to rely on others when you can't. If you're not sure, don't do it in the first place. You're like a child." Suddenly, she pushed the boss lady's hands off her face. Shanshan took a deep breath and replied, "I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. Don't treat me like a child." She waved goodbye. "I'm heading back first. See you tomorrow." The boss lady awkwardly reached out her hand as if trying to stop her. "Oh," Shanshan left quickly, telling herself with a firm and powerful voice in her mind, "This time, I'm going to solve this myself. I can't rely on him anymore." Her gaze was fixed firmly ahead. One of Lin Di's accomplices had a worried and suspicious look on his face as he asked, "Are we just letting her go like that, Captain? I have a feeling she's a ticking time bomb," the other person said, pointing. "She went that way." Lin Di leaned against the railing and said with a confident tone, "Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything. I walk a blessed path and my actions are protected by the gods. It's been a while since I found such good prey. I need to have some fun with this." In a corner of the school, Jachung shouted in an angry and annoyed tone, "Ah, damn it, I spent all my money trying to pull for the bikini skin and got nothing. What kind of drop rate is this? What a scam. Great. Now I have to live on instant noodles again. I wonder what that girl is planning to do. Was I a bit too harsh yesterday? Oh no, if I'm too easy on her, she'll just get worse. You have to discipline your wife early on. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." His face was tense and annoyed, his eyes narrowed tightly. "Will that silly angel listen to me? She can't be stupid enough to walk right into the tiger's den, right? It's frustrating, but she's still my wife in name. If something happens, people will call me a cuckolded, useless husband, or a good-for-nothing husband. This is so annoying, if only from the start." Jachung was startled and looked down to see that someone had tied a rope around his foot. The hand yanked hard, pulling him up. Jachung's entire body was immediately hoisted into the air. He struggled desperately. The boss lady teased him gloatingly. "Hey sweetie, long time no see. I bought this rope at a wholesale market. It's as strong as Big Sis's love for you." Jachung shouted indignantly. "Cut the crap, you crazy hag. Why did you tie me up?" she replied calmly. "Sorry, this is the only way to keep you from running away. Be a good boy and I'll take you to buy a body pillow later. Right now Big Sis has a few questions for you." Lin Di and his accomplices were walking down a hallway. Shanshan was secretly following them from behind. She watched them with suspicion, thinking, "Those guys are all here. I remember the locker room is around here. I may have a bad sense of direction, but my brain still works. I found it." Shanshan gently placed her hand on the doorknob, ready to open it, her heart filled with excitement. "Great, the door is unlocked. Now I just need to find the hidden camera and those guys can wait to have tea at the police station. I won't make the same mistake this time." The dark, heavy clouds had almost completely covered the sky. The boss lady looked up and remarked, "Wow, it's so overcast. Looks like we're in for a good show." "Oh dear, I think I forgot to bring an umbrella today," Jachung pleaded weakly from behind her. "Who cares about an umbrella? Just let me down first." She frowned, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him and asked, "Shanshan has been acting a little strange today. Do you know why?" Jachung retorted impatiently. "Go ask her, how would I know?" the boss lady said suspiciously. "That's strange. Usually if something's wrong she comes to me to talk about it. And that's not all." A glint flashed in her eyes. As if she had suddenly realized something, she commented, "She didn't even bother to comb her hair." Jachung denied it loudly, saying she didn't care about him at all. The boss lady added, "She couldn't even be bothered to reply to me. I've been completely ignored," he roared impatiently. "Then why did you tie me up?" "Go tie up that little brat," she explained sheepishly. "Well, how could I do that? I could never bring myself to tie up cute little Shanshan." Jachung shot back, confused. "What the hell kind of reason is that?" the boss lady roared with overwhelming force. "Don't talk back, just take a look at who you are," he exclaimed. "Holy crap," she questioned him. "Seeing Shanshan like that, don't you feel even a little bit guilty?" Jachung retorted fiercely. "Not at all. She's an angel, she brought this on herself. Isn't it normal for a rookie who's never been beaten down by society to get bullied? Instead of asking me, you should be more concerned about your little angel. If she does something stupid again, no one will be able to save her." In the hallway, Shanshan continued her search. "I'm not here either. Where did they hide the camera? Did I go into the wrong room?" As she looked around, she suddenly saw something. Shanshan had found a key on the floor. Her eyes widened, her face full of surprise. "The locker room key? Why is it here?" Shanshan suddenly crouched down, her gaze fixed on an outlet on the wall where 2 wires were exposed. She said softly, "This is..." Shanshan's tone was full of excitement, as if she had discovered a major clue. "Found it. Looks like I'll have to open a detective agency when I get back. With this as evidence, those guys will..." Suddenly a voice came from behind her. Well, looks like someone's talking about us." Lin Di and his accomplices walked over, the guy holding a phone with a mocking smile on his face. "Give us a smile. 1, 2, 3, why the long face, little sis?" Shanshan jumped, turning around with a panicked look on her face. Lin Di began his accusation. "I never thought the peeping Tom would be a girl. No wonder you can come and go from the locker room as you please. It seems the possibility of the culprit being a woman is quite high." She immediately shot back. What nonsense are you talking about?" The accomplice smiled slyly. "Stop playing dumb, little sis. What's that long pointy thing in your hand?" "Oh, it's a key. I was just passing by and happened to catch you in the act." Shanshan stared blankly at the key in her hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She gritted her teeth fiercely. Shanshan spoke with a tone of anger and contempt. "You bastard, you framed me, didn't you?" Lin Di maintained his mocking expression. "What are you talking about, little sis? I don't understand a word you're saying." Shanshan charged forward like a bolt of lightning. She attacked with astonishing speed, lunging straight for him and snatching the phone. Shanshan said in a stern voice, "Now you have no evidence. I'm not as naive as the rumors say." Stunned and unable to react in time, Lin Di demanded, "Give me back my phone." After saying that, his face gradually regained its composure. He said provocatively, "Oh, a little lamb thinks she's a wolf. I backed up all the photos to another device long ago." "Oh, little sis, go on. I've never met anyone as stupid as you in my entire life." She angrily grabbed Lin Di by the collar and cursed, "You bastard." A cunning smile played on his lips. Lindy said in a placating and apologetic tone. Come on little sis, let go please. Calm down, it's not too late to turn back now. A gasp of shock and heartache escaped Shanshan's lips. Why? She released her grip on his collar. Shanshan cursed in her heart. Why can he still show that kind of expression at a time like this? How can he be so smug after committing a crime? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's terrifying. It's disgusting. He's a demon. She quickly rushed out of the room. Lindy's accomplice picked up the phone and ran over. She runs fast. My new iPhone 13 Pro Max, the screen protector is cracked. Lindy asked. How did it go, comrade? Did you get it on video? Holding the phone, he replied. Crystal clear, Captain. You can see every single hair. Now she won't dare to run her mouth again. You're amazing, Captain. Even Zhugliang would have to call you Grandpa. Alright, here's the script. After being discovered, the culprit attempted to destroy the evidence through violence but failed and fled the scene in a panic. Oh my, I need to tone it down or else if Hollywood finds out I'll have no choice but to become a director. Jachung and the boss lady saw her figure sprint past. She shouted in surprise, Shanshan. The boss lady turned back to Jachung and asked, Hey, what did you mean by bullying just now? Hey, where did he go? A modern city of towering skyscrapers was shrouded in gloomy weather. Thunder rumbled, signaling the imminent arrival of a downpour, and the clothes hanging outside were all brought in. Jachung looked satisfied, sweating profusely. That was close, good thing I brought the clothes in just in time. If my precious babies got wet my heart would break. This is pissing me off. I don't know what happened just now but that four-eyed big sis actually caught me. These are all limited editions. If they break I'll have to slaughter the three realms. The rain poured down in sheets and the sky was a somber gray. He stood by the window looking out. What a downpour. Jachung recalled Shanshan's face as she sprinted past at school, her expression filled with pain. As if she were trying her best to hold back tears, Jachung muttered to himself, I think that's the first time I've ever seen that silly angel with that kind of expression. Whatever, I'm not going to worry about her. She'll probably find her way home soon enough. 3 hours later, he was anxiously tapping his foot, waiting for her to return, a little dejected. Strange, why isn't she back yet? Jachung sat with his arms crossed, looking unhappy. He thought to himself, she's not answering her phone, little brat, where did you wander off to? Then all he heard was the network operator's message. The user you have dialed is currently unavailable, Jachung yelled, questioning himself. Wait, why am I suddenly so worried about her? What do I care if she lives or dies? The rain poured down and a clap of thunder tore through the sky. Jachung frowned, a helpless sigh echoing in his mind. Damn it, braving the cold rain, his face was tense, sweat trickling down his temples. Where could she have gone? Jachung searched around anxiously, his steps a little rushed. He strode past the trees on the roadside, a black umbrella shielding him from the heavy raindrops. Jachung passed two female students in school uniforms holding a pink umbrella. He just gave them a cold glance. He ran into two children on the road and bent down to ask them. After searching for a while, he took out his phone and replied in disappointment. Is that so? You didn't see her over there either. I'll check around the house again. I'll call you if I hear anything. Where on earth are you hiding, you silly angel? He walked out of the elevator, exhausted. His pupils dilated as if he had noticed something. Jachung exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Shanshan was curled up in a ball, leaning against the wall with her face down, a small puddle of water forming on the floor. He muttered to himself. Hey, he grimaced and clenched his jaw. Jachung walked closer and asked in a questioning tone. What's with this pathetic look? You run back and hide just because you got bullied? How useless. You fall apart after one failure, you're so childish. Wake up and face reality, this isn't a fairy tale. Don't go around spouting that ridiculous sense of justice of yours. If you give up now, those guys will only push you around even more. You can run from reality, but no one will solve your problems for you. I warned you before, if you think you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then give up. So angels are just a bunch of guys who are all talk. Someone as naive as you deserves to be bullied. Shanshan leapt to her feet, roaring in a rage. Shut up, what do you know? Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell, you bastard. Jachung managed to say, easy now, calm down. Her face was streaked with tears, her lips trembling. Seeing Shanshan's tears, he stared with wide eyes, looking extremely flustered. Suddenly Shanshan raised her hand and slapped him across the face as if to vent all her grievances. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, her pupils constricted. Jachung was lying on his side, panting from exhaustion, sweat soaking his hair and temples. He looked straight at Shanshan. Are you going to ask if I'm done talking? Shanshan lowered her hand, her voice trembling as she said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She stumbled backward, covering her mouth with her hands, trying to suppress her sobs and fear. Shanshan stammered, I'm sorry. She quickly stood up and ran back to her room with her back to Jachung. Shanshan ran into the room and immediately slammed the door shut. She stood there, stunned, leaning against the door as her body went limp and she sank to her knees. Shanshan collapsed onto the floor, her hands dropping to her sides. She blamed herself. What on earth was I thinking? A tear slid down her cheek. Shanshan curled up on the floor, thinking in despair, I'm so useless, I might as well just die. In the hallway, Jachung was still slumped on the floor, his head bowed. He lifted his face, his eyes tired and dejected. The rain was still drizzling down, accompanied by rumbles of thunder. The boss lady stood in the rain, holding her phone and reading a text from Jachung. That idiot is home, no need to look for her. You can go back too. She let the rain wash over her face. She pursed her lips, her expression a mix of annoyance and relief. What a hassle, those two idiots. The living room was simply decorated. Jachung had a painful wound on his forehead. He stared at the door, then turned his face away angrily. The clock on the cabinet showed that it was 11 p.m. The food was covered with plastic wrap. He sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, the image of Shanshan's tear-streaked face appearing in his mind. so he glanced to the side. There was no sound at all from the bathroom. Ja-chung felt like he was overthinking things. I really lost my cool just now. If I do that again, I'll probably end up sleeping on the couch. Why am I so worried about her today? A sound startled him. Danger. For some reason the ring kept giving a danger warning. Ja-chung was confused by this sound signal. What the hell is it now? The ring kept signaling. Danger, danger. Ja-chung pointed toward the bathroom to confirm. Danger. He was very confused by the situation. Ja-chung was worried, so he hurriedly knocked on the door. What the hell are you doing in there? The ring has been warning of danger. He tried turning the doorknob and found that the door was unlocked. Ja-chung froze for a moment. He informed Shan-chan that he was coming in. I'm coming in. She was actually sleeping on the floor. Ja-chung didn't understand what was happening. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He called out to Shan-chan in a syrupy voice. Wifey, can you hear me? Ja-chung could feel that her whole body was burning up. He didn't know what to say to her. You didn't even take a shower after getting soaked, you just slept on the floor. Ja-chung picked Shan-chan up. If you keep lying here, you'll definitely catch a cold. He threw her onto the bed and scolded. When are you going to grow up? I should help her change out of her wet clothes first. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent again, as if struck by lightning. Why does this script feel so familiar? Ja-chung was sweating bullets and swallowed hard. He told himself, trying not to feel guilty. At this point, I have to go for it. If I don't go to hell, who will? Don't blame me, this is just a job, I don't have any improper thoughts. Ja-chung's cheeks flushed red. I've never even touched a girl in my entire life. A genuine virgin. He tried hard to control himself. Namo Amitabha, women are but fleeting clouds while my awesomeness is eternal. Ja-chung kept putting pressure on himself. Calm down, I'm not doing anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of being taken to the police station? She's my legal wife in name. Although he tried to convince himself that it was normal for a husband and wife to undress each other, Ja-chung still felt uneasy. I hope she doesn't wake up at a time like this. He struggled to help Shan-chan take off her wet clothes, his eyes filled with confusion. In the end, he still didn't have enough courage to help her change her clothes. Ja-chung reminded himself to stay calm. Stop looking, be calm, don't get hard. Unhealthy images flashed through his mind. This is just the beginning. Inhale, exhale. Ja-chung cursed himself. Damn it, all I can think about are unhealthy things. The ring immediately prompted. The dangers of watching study materials for more than 180 minutes. Shan-chan's moans made him feel awkward. She looked extremely tired. Ja-chung thought to himself, forget it, the water and towel were ready. He pulled the blanket over Shan-chan. Ja-chung didn't understand his own actions. What the hell? The ring seemed to know everything. Congratulations, comrade. You have obtained the title Tsunere. This annoyed him. Shut the hell up. I'm so tired. She slowly opened her eyes. He suddenly became concerned. You're awake. You deserve to catch a cold for sleeping on the floor. Get up and take your medicine. Shan-chan only said one word. Medicine? Ja-chung was already impatient. That's right, hurry up and take your medicine. I don't have time to waste on you. The walls of the house looked sturdy. But he was suddenly kicked out of the room. Dust flew up, covering Ja-chung. He looked as if he had fallen from the sky. What's the situation? Ja-chung stared at Shan-chan. Medicine? She seemed to have become another person. Medicine. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. She quickly turned off the faucet. The boss lady was only wrapped in a thin bath towel. She heard the phone ring. Ja-chung's voice was more urgent than ever. Help, that little brat has gone crazy over medicine. The boss lady didn't understand the situation. Patron, what are you talking about? He recounted what had happened. She suddenly woke up and punched me out of the room with one blow. She tried to calm him down. Calm down, explain what happened clearly. He not only had to dodge Shan-chan's attacks but also explained to the boss lady. I don't know either. That idiot has a bit of a fever, and I was just about to tell her to get up and take her medicine, but she sent me flying with one punch. His question was answered by her. I see, were you just trying to get Shan-chan to take her medicine? She once ate some medicine when she was little and threw up all day. Ever since then she's been traumatized by taking medicine. Ever since then she's been like a rabid dog off its leash whenever she hears the word medicine. What kind of species is she anyway? I thought this was how you're supposed to be when you're sick. Shan-chan whined coquettishly. You jerk, who asked you to take care of me? Can't you just stay with me for a little while? I'm scared of the dark. Ja-chung dismissed the thought. Where did the Tsunere goddess from the stories go? The boss lady could only remind him to drink less Yakult. His imagination was too wild. He couldn't suppress his anger. And why wasn't the Doran's ring reacting? Is it a knockoff? She explained softly. The gist was that Shan-chan was attacking him subconsciously, but Ja-chung still didn't understand what was going on. The boss lady was at a loss too. It was like an instinct. That's why the ring didn't detect anything. Ja-chung pleaded for help. Then what should I do? But she suggested an impossible method. Just feed her the medicine. He was perfectly lucid. Are you kidding me? Trying to make her take medicine now is like telling Zoro to find the One Piece, isn't it? The boss lady left Ja-chung to fend for himself. Then there's nothing I can do. You'll just have to work hard and spar with her a bit. A halo appeared above Shan-chan's head. He couldn't control his emotions. Hey big sis, she's activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. She's going to massacre the clan like Itachi Uchiha. The boss lady's tone was surprised. What's wrong? Ja-chung recounted what had happened. The halo had appeared above her head, although she had already warned him carefully. You need to be careful with that. Let me be clear, that's not just a decoration. Shanshan touched the halo with her hand and it immediately transformed into a sharp blade. Before the boss lady could finish her sentence, Shanshan charged forward to fight. In fact, it was a weapon used for attacking, controlled by the user's will. He dodged the attack just in time. Who could possibly fight against a weapon like that? Her speed was like a storm. Jiacheng couldn't help but worry. She had almost hit him. Who knew Jiacheng had underestimated Shanshan's strength? Seeing her about to swing at the table, he broke out in a cold sweat. The robot was sliced in two by Shanshan. Jiacheng didn't have time to stop her. No, Shanshan placed the halo back on her head. After the battle, she knelt on one knee. He was heartbroken over the destroyed robot. You damn bitch, do you know how long I had to scrimp and save to afford that? Seeing that the situation was bad, the boss lady slipped away. Good luck, young man. I won't disturb you two lovebirds making up. Jiacheng was furious but had no way to deal with it. Damn it, just you watch me fight you to the death. He picked up the medicine cup and drank it all in one gulp, leaving one to wonder what Jiacheng was planning now. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'm going to make her drink this medicine. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as Jiacheng strode forward menacingly. Just then, Shanshan flew over him. Jiacheng accidentally saw something he shouldn't have. He took the opportunity to grab Shanshan's wrist tightly. Jiacheng kicked her heel like a move from wrestling. He pinned Shanshan to the ground, but she kicked Jiacheng squarely where it hurts. Let go, you pervert. Although he was in extreme pain, he was determined not to spit out the medicine in his mouth. Jiacheng immediately fed Shanshan the medicine mouth to mouth. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. At first, Shanshan still resisted stubbornly, but thankfully she swallowed the medicine and Shanshan's legs stopped trembling. Exhausted, he collapsed to the floor. Finally, it was over. I'm dead tired. Dazed by the medicine's effect, Shanshan fell into a deep sleep under its sedative power. Jiacheng felt like his soul was about to leave his body. I can finally rest. What an unlucky day. Did I forget to make an offering to the gods? Seeing Shanshan muttering in her sleep, he froze for 5 seconds. I'm sorry. A tear slid from the corner of her eye. I'm sorry. Jiacheng sat by the bed, watching her sleep. He suddenly reached out his hand. Jiacheng gently touched her cheek, then tenderly wiped away Shanshan's tears. Resting his chin on his hand, Jiacheng sighed. Having nightmares even in your sleep? He pressed his hand on the bed. Jiacheng felt something was off. Seriously, it turned out she was gripping his sleeve. Jiacheng couldn't move forward because Shanshan kept pulling him back. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ha! Jiacheng raised his hand high. Let go. He pulled his own hand back to keep Shanshan from grabbing it. Let go, pal. Helpless, Jiacheng couldn't get the words out. Let go, he shouted, venting his anger. Damn, how is she so strong even in her sleep? Were you born in the year of the ox? Shanshan muttered a few words, leaving Jiacheng stunned. She grabbed his hand and refused. No, Shanshan suddenly said. No need to add cilantro. This made Jiacheng curious. It turned out she was dreaming of delicious food. Add some ginger. Go to the garden and pick some perilla leaves and another bowl of shrimp paste. Make a little more. He couldn't help but feel guilty. Wait, sis, we can't eat dog meat at the start of the month. Shanshan brought Jiacheng's hand to her mouth. Time to eat. After being bitten, his eye twitched uncontrollably. The screams from the room echoed through the sky. Shanshan's hair was a little messy. Sunlight streamed onto the floor as she groggily woke from her sleep. Shanshan looked around with her eyes half open. She sat up, but her head still ached a little. It was only then that Shanshan realized she was holding someone's hand. Jiacheng had been taking care of her by her side all night. Instead of being moved, Shanshan was startled, and the cooling patch on her forehead slid down over her eye. Shanshan couldn't remember what happened yesterday. She saw the basin of water and towel on the table. He was still sleeping from exhaustion. Shanshan looked away from Jiacheng. There was still a gauze patch on his forehead. She opened her mouth as if to say something. Shanshan reached out, wanting to touch Jiacheng's face. She gently brushed his hair away from the wound. Shanshan lowered her head and observed it carefully. She must have felt remorse for hurting Jiacheng. Seeing him stir, Shanshan jumped in fright and glanced around frantically. Shanshan had no choice but to curl up under the covers. Jiacheng slowly opened his eyes. He was still very sleepy but had been woken up. Jiacheng let out a long yawn. He immediately noticed Shanshan. She was afraid Jiacheng would realize she was already awake. Shanshan's whole body trembled as she felt him about to touch her. In fact, Jiacheng was just placing his hand on her forehead. He compared their temperatures. Let me see. The fever's gone. Jiacheng tiptoed out of the room. I have to sneak out before this girl wakes up. What's wrong? He felt completely exhausted. Could it be that I got infected after taking care of her all night? Shanshan's hands were folded together. She woke up, still a bit dazed. How did I end up in bed? What happened yesterday? Shanshan quickly denied it. Calm down, me. What's there to be nervous about? Being so eager will make people look down on you. She tried not to overthink it, calmed down and decided to change her clothes first. Shanshan noticed something was wrong. Wait, my clothes. She looked inside her clothes to check the situation. A scream from outside startled Jiacheng, who was brushing his teeth. He poked his head out. What's wrong, going crazy this early in the morning? Shanshan thought Jiacheng had taken advantage of her. You bastard, what did you do to me last night? Why am I dressed like this? He was in a state of confusion. What? Who knows? Jiacheng didn't understand what was happening. I was in the living room looking at materials all night, but Shanshan refused to believe him. Stop pretending, you were just in my room. He realized she had been pretending to be asleep. What? So you were awake just now? Shanshan couldn't help but misunderstand. What did you do to my precious body yesterday? Jiacheng raised his voice and said disdainfully, please. Your airport runway, even if you gave it to me for free, I wouldn't be interested. And you still dare to let your imagination run wild. This argument alerted the neighbors and the rings. Danger warning. Sunlight illuminated every corner of the city. It seemed she was still angry at Jachung. He faked a sore neck to avoid looking at Shanshan. The two walked down the street ignoring each other. Just then the phone rang. She opened her phone to see who was calling. Jachung glanced over to see who was texting her. Shanshan wanted to find an excuse to leave. You go on ahead. I have something to take care of. I'm sorry about yesterday. I won't bother you again. He probably felt more comfortable and finally spoke to her. Wait, he saw Shanshan looking around. The way to school is to the left. This girl, Jachung was dejected. Now I have to start scrimping and saving. It's like I have COVID. In a warehouse near the school, Lin Di had already arrived. You're fast. Shanshan had come to meet them alone. To be safe, he ordered his men to search her for a phone. She calmly cooperated with the pervert. Lin Di walked up and explained, sorry for calling you here so suddenly. He actually felt a little regretful. I was a bit too harsh scaring you yesterday. Lin Di wanted to get more information from Shanshan. Don't be afraid, relax, I have something to ask you this time. He placed his hand on Shanshan's shoulder. Are you willing to work with me? Lin Di started by bragging. As long as you help me, I won't touch your friends and I'll even give you some pocket money. How about it? It's a bit much, isn't it? My family has nothing but money. She answered softly. I understand. He was very satisfied with this answer. Smart choice, girl. Suddenly Shanshan tightly gripped Lin Di's wrist. Her attack grazed his abdomen. Lin Di was caught off guard and the sharp pain made him furious. You damn bitch, what the hell are you doing? Shanshan stated the solution directly. I don't want to waste words with you, let's just fight while it's hot. I truly know nothing about this world, running from reality over a small thing, even pushing the responsibility onto others. I used to think demons were the most disgusting things in this world, but I was wrong. There are humans who are even more disgusting than demons. As expected, I'm not the type to use my brain. You talk a big game, so I'll say this one last time. Hand it over and turn yourself in. But how could Lin Di accept reality? Are you crazy? It seems this partnership has failed. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Shanshan still had something to say to him. Oh right, in that case, Big Sis here will beat you until you come to your senses. Jachung interrupted the fight again, disguised as a law enforcement officer. Police, stop right now while you still can. Everyone's attention turned to him. He advised the men to surrender to receive leniency from the law. Before Jachung could even act cool, he was tripped by the doorstep. He didn't know where to hide his face. How embarrassing. Can anything really be hidden from Shanshan? Jachung bumped heads with her, reminding her not to reveal her identity, and they both ended up in pain. He blamed Shanshan. Look at yourself, whose fault is this? She immediately stomped on Jachung's face. Look what you've done. You're good for nothing but dragging your teammates down. The phone's been confiscated. Lin Di was extremely flustered. Where did this idiot come from? He guessed randomly. He must have just escaped from some mental hospital. It seems he plans to frame someone else, but that's fine. Call security, we've caught the peeping Tom, Jachung wanted to explain to them. Wait, sirs, give me a few minutes to explain. He changed his tune faster than flipping a book. Actually, this guy insisted on meeting me here for a sparring session. How would I know what kind of business you're conducting here? This left Shanshan speechless. Jachung flashed an excited smile. Good morning, everyone. By the way, are you guys still recruiting? The pervert became arrogant. We don't recruit patients, little bro. Lin Di feigned friendliness. Wait, he denied any wrongdoing. We don't know what you're talking about, comrade. Lin Di changed the subject to reach into Jachung's clothes. We're just catching a criminal. He pulled out Jachung's hidden phone. Nothing could be hidden from him successfully. Lin Di said smugly, you think I didn't notice? He immediately smashed the phone. A gutter trying to compare itself to the ocean? Who are you, a minor character, to plot against me? He was sweating profusely. She actually found out. I'll have to use my backup plan. To his surprise, Jachung pulled out another phone. Time for phone number 2. The phone was once again snatched from his hand. Lin Di was furious but had no recourse. Are you messing with me? He threw the phone directly on the ground. Then I'll just smash another one. Despite Jachung's kind reminder, that's an iPhone 13, bro, it's expensive. He pulled out another phone. I have another one. Lin Di had lost his patience while repeatedly snatching Jachung's phones. He smashed the phone screen with his foot. He roared at Jachung. Does your family sell phones? Jachung was a bit reluctant. What a shame, they were all good phones. This was all part of his plan. They weren't his phones anyway. The two perverts discovered the truth. What? Wait a minute, this phone looks so familiar. This is my phone. This phone is mine. What the hell is going on? Lin Di frantically reached into his pocket. Realizing his phone was gone, he went mad. Could it be? Jachung didn't forget to praise them. As expected of someone in the business so cautious, it turned out he had taken the opportunity to steal them, and even brought 2 of his own phones just in case. The evidence should be on this phone. As expected, it's all been deleted. So cunning, he gritted his teeth and scrunched up his face. When did he get up there? Jachung surprised everyone. Let this little bro enlighten you. If you deleted it within the last week, you just have to click here. Then click here to restore them. As he searched for evidence on the phone, he couldn't resist a little teasing. Oh my, there's quite a lot of good stuff in here. I see. If I hid my study materials in here, no one would ever find them. You even changed the file names and set a password, so careful. What's this? A secret chat group, 1235. Did I miss counting any groups? The 2 peeping Toms lunged forward to grab the phone. You bastard, give me back the phone. When Lin Di saw incorrect password entered more than 5 times. Please try again. In 1 minute and 20 seconds on the screen, he froze. He was stunned on the spot. Jachung was clearly mocking him on purpose. Sorry, I was just kidding. Even though he knew, he still asked intentionally, does this gentleman have something on his phone that he doesn't want people to see? Lin Di's face turned pale, and he became more alert, thinking, this guy is dangerous. Stay calm, stall for time. The phone's notification sound went off. Jachung urged from behind, hurry up and take a look, he said meaningfully. This is a little welcome gift. A recording was sent to Lin Di's phone. He couldn't control his expression as the recording played. Thank goodness for the captain. That's how we got the locker room keys so easily. You wouldn't want those photos of your friend to get out, would you? After listening, they were all terrified. Here's the script. After being discovered, the culprit attempted to destroy the evidence through violence but failed and fled the scene in a panic. He hastily stopped the recording. Lin Di wanted to know the source. Where did you get this recording? Jachung produced an irrefutable identity. Actually, I was sent to investigate this case. He easily threatened them. So all the locker rooms in the school have listening devices. Coincidentally, it recorded your conversation. The two peeping toms were trembling with fear. We're done for. This time we're really going to be having tea at the station. Jachung pointed them to a way to avoid prison. That's right, you'd better get your money ready to pull some strings. Cut. I was just making that up. I'm done acting. Just kidding. It's illegal to install listening devices in public places. Don't try this at home, kids. I was just using a voice changer app. You can tell if you listen carefully. But well, he was worried. I can't believe he played us for fools. How could Jachung let them go? I know what you're thinking. If you're going to be a bad guy, you have to act like one. His eyes turned serious. A nobody, you really think you're a professional? Jachung just wanted to provoke him. Captain, you need to have more confidence in yourself. I recorded everything you said just now, and the sound quality is pretty good. The peeping tom rushed up to grab it. You son of a bitch, hand over the phone, he said casually. I'm a civilized person who resorts to robbery, bro. Jachung had anticipated this. The bad news is the phone isn't on me, he pointed to Shanshan. It's over there. She had the phone strap in her mouth. Lin Di must have been shocked. What? When? Jachung didn't mind describing it in detail. You guys thought her chest was big, so you didn't search her carefully, did you? Too bad my wife's chest is an airport runway. She endured it. You son of a bitch, she cursed inwardly. For the greater good, a perfect disguise. Lin Di, having been played by the two of them, wondered in his heart, could these two have been in cahoots from the beginning? So that's why he deliberately acted that way, to attract attention. I was too careless. I absolutely cannot let that video leak out. Jachung put his hand on his shoulder. Oh right, I forgot to remind you. Who knew I'd play such a big game? I wasn't recording just now, I was live streaming. Lin Di's face turned black with shame. Jachung revealed a cunning smile. It's possible. He began to list everyone in the family. Dad, mom, grandma, maternal grandpa, grandpa, uncle, aunt, maternal aunt, nephew, great-grandson, friends. Jachung didn't even spare his social connections. Kindergarten classmates, elementary school classmates, deskmate, person in front, person behind, your friend's friend, the girls from your part-time job, your boss, your ex-girlfriend, your secret crush might be watching too. He imagined the chaotic scene. It must be pretty lively outside right now. The boyfriends of the girls you secretly filmed are probably out looking for you with butcher knives right now. Lin Di firmly refused to believe it. You're lying, stop making things up. Are you trying to trick me like last time? Who knows if what Jachung said was true or false? Who knows? He wanted to corner Lin Di. I just sent you the link. Comrade, it's pretty cool to suddenly become a celebrity, huh? Every time he saw a message he broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Di didn't dare to click the link. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go in. You have to click on it to know if it's real or fake, right? Jachung taunted from the side. Hurry up, didn't you say you didn't believe me? He patiently waited for Lin Di. Be bold, click on it and take a look. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. A noisy shout came from outside the door. The son of a bitch who secretly filmed my girl is in there, in this tense situation. How could Lin Di possibly stay calm? It turned out Jachung was deliberately teasing him. Sorry, you looked too nervous, so I was just trying to help you relax. Why so tense? He exploded on the spot. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. He actually hid behind Shanshan, teased the dog a bit too much. The rest is up to you. This left her stunned for a few seconds. What? Jachung stepped aside to let her shine. Go Pikachu, take them down. Shanshan was a little surprised. Huh? The two perverts who secretly filmed girls were fighting with Shanshan. A storm-like force flashed by, and with one punch she sent both of them flying. Even she herself was surprised by this terrifying power. Jachung cheered for Shanshan from behind. She launched an attack. Shanshan faced Lin Di without fear. He didn't go up to help because he had to stand to the side and record the evidence. Go wifey hit him in the face. Hearing Jachung bossing her around from the side, she went crazy. Shut up and let me fight. Who needs your pointers? He got up wanting to hit Shanshan with a pipe. You're dead. Without another word, she punched Lin Di right where it counts. Be quiet, let Big Sis teach her husband a lesson. Shut your mouth. He endured the intense pain, not daring to scream. Shanshan didn't want to waste any more time with Lin Di. Just hearing your voice annoys me. Hurry up and say your last word so Big Sis can give you the final blow. The boss lady suddenly jumped in front of her and punched Lin Di in the face. The boss lady ended the fight for Shanshan. It all ends here. Shanshan couldn't believe her eyes. Four-eyed Big Sis, why are you here? She still acted excited. Seeing you fighting so hard, Big Sis came to help. What's wrong? But in the end it was all thanks to Jachung. I asked her to help. The person who found the emails and sent the messages was this Big Sis. The boss lady wanted to act cool. Did you get that cool shot of Big Sis just now? That's why I was holding the camera. I got it crystal clear. Jachung looked at the three tied-up peeping toms. So what do we do with them now? Shanshan worriedly hid behind him. But there are a lot of people outside, right? He just stammered. Well, it turned out Jachung was just posturing. I was lying to you. I'm not crazy, live streaming this kind of cheating drama. She didn't notice any flaws either. How you looked like you were telling the truth just now. For some reason he was quite proud. You flatter me, it's an occupational hazard. I might not be good at debates, but when it comes to lying, I'm #1 in the school. His actions changed Shanshan's mind. He's amazing. With just a few lies, he handed her the phone with the evidence. I've saved the video. Keep it safe. Jachung laughed so hard he bent over, thinking he was about to strike it rich. With this, those guys will have to do whatever I ask. Now I can just sit back and have my living expenses covered every month. He had already started imagining the indecent fun. Finally, the day I escape poverty is here. The days of debauchery, having women on both arms and frequenting pleasure quarters are right around the corner. So exciting. I'm so impressed with myself. The boss lady immediately extinguished Jachung's thoughts. Stop dreaming, baby. Give me the video. Although he tried to get the phone back. Give it back, it's mine. She firmly disagreed. Sorry, this is against the rules, Jachung threatened the boss lady. Are you kidding? I worked hard for that. Are you giving it back or not? She was never afraid. What did you just say, baby? Believe it or not, I'll cut off all your living expenses right now. He obediently admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, big sis. I got a little carried away just now. The boss lady said goodbye before leaving. I've already notified the police and the school. They'll be here soon. I'm going into practice with this bunch. Call me when someone arrives. Jachung was furious but could do nothing about it. Abusing your power just because you're a high-ranking official? Shanshan watched him intently, without saying a word. She suddenly lowered her voice. Hey, what you did today? He didn't let Shanshan's imagination run wild. Don't get the wrong idea. A simple-minded person like you couldn't solve this even with 10 heads. I only stepped in to restore everything to normal. Jachung continued to scold her to vent his frustration. And who knows what kind of strange requests this stupid ring will make in the future. That's why I had no choice but to help you this time. It's so annoying. He was extremely critical of Shanshan. What use are you to this world? You can't even handle a small thing and you still put on a sour face. Not only are you short-sighted and slow-witted, but you're also self-righteous. Jachung listed a series of her shortcomings. As a girl, you can't cook, you can't do housework. And you eat a lot and your chest is like a flat-screen TV, Shanshan retorted. Hey wait, is having small breasts a crime? His anger hadn't subsided yet. See, you're already sulking after just a few words. Don't you know how to self-reflect? She pouted at him. I know I was wrong, but what does having small breasts have to do with this? He was extremely unreasonable. It has nothing to do with it, but I'd just like to say it. This left Shanshan speechless. Jachung pointed to the gauze on his forehead. Did you forget who hit me like this? He was a little surprised by Shanshan's embarrassed expression. She was very regretful. I'm sorry, but Jachung wouldn't let it go so easily. If saying sorry was enough, what would we need the police for? Shanshan had no choice but to go along with him. I didn't know what to do at the time, so now I'll accept the punishment. Are you satisfied? Jachung was finally satisfied. Here it comes. This is what I was waiting for. I'm not forcing you. It's not too late to regret it now. Before she had time to think, he had already made a decision. Time's up. Accept your punishment. Jachung's hand was ready. I'm starting. Shanshan closed her eyes in fear. After a while she calmly opened her eyes. She was poked hard on the forehead by him. That hurts. Jachung showed a bright smile. Just kidding, what a fool, just a little scare. Look at your silly face. Shanshan's forehead was almost dented. He was still concerned about her. If something like this happens again, remember to tell me, you hear? Jachung understood her. How should I put it? It's partly my fault. It's also your first time in the human world. Thinking back now, I shouldn't have let you handle it alone. You'll just make things more troublesome. It's better to solve it together. But I still have to scold you a bit. I've said what needs to be said. Don't be stupid again and make me clean up your mess, you hear me? A slight smile played on Shanshan's lips as she placed her hand on her forehead. Am I running a fever? Jachung was triumphant. What do you think? Shanshan looked blank. So you wanted to be praised, when I was playing those guys for fools. Wasn't that cool? She could only smile helplessly. Shanshan admired his ability. Very cool. The police arrived just in time. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Someone just reported some suspicious people here. Did you see them? Jachung led the police inside. They're tied up inside. Lindy and the two peeping Toms screamed miserably. Officer, help! They clung to the police officer's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm the criminal. Arrest me, officers. It's me, officers. I touched a pig in 9th grade. In 10th grade, I pushed an old lady into the sea. I promise to reform myself if I go in and never do anything bad again. Jachung noticed something was wrong. What did you do to them? The boss lady scratched her head in embarrassment. Nothing, she calmly explained. I just gave them a civics lesson using physical means. He was sure she was a demon. The boss lady didn't accept it. No, I'm an angel. Shanshan's friends were waiting outside. Found them, they're here. Tianchen hugged her tightly and started crying. Shanshan, I'm sorry you had to suffer, she said helplessly. You're making a big deal out of nothing again. I'm fine. Shanshan returned her affection. Thank you. Even Jachung was surprised. But why are so many people here? It turned out the boss lady had done it quietly. I just posted the video online. I didn't expect the response to be so good. He looked at his phone, flustered. What the hell? She just comforted him gently. Don't worry, I censored you, just like in those Japanese bed action movies. Jachung didn't dare to argue with the boss lady. Happy now? It's all thanks to you, big sis. She then expressed her own opinion. I didn't know you had this side to you, how interesting. Jachung had his own calculations long ago, you're overthinking it. I only did it for my own amusement. She focused on her phone, the video had already gone viral. Tianchen was checking to see if Shanshan was hurt. Are you really okay? Jachung couldn't help but feel confused. He just remembered the moment Shanshan shed tears. I didn't expect her to have such a vulnerable side, Jachung said frankly. I was annoyed when I saw that scene, that's all. The boss lady guessed it easily. In other words, you don't want to see her cry, you want to protect her, right? It's over, this must be love. He was unwilling to admit his feelings. It's not like that. Don't let your imagination run wild. She was very grateful anyway, thank you for this time. The boss lady has a violent streak, a good thing, or I almost would have slaughtered the human world, which made Jachung very worried. Are you kidding? She extended an invitation. I've been wanting to say something cool like that for a long time. Want to get a late night snack later? My treat. The video went viral and I made quite a bit of money. Jachung's tail wagged to the right, then swung to the left. Shanshan froze for a few seconds. She stared intently at the tail he had revealed. Shanshan was stunned on the spot, her hand trembling as she wanted to reach out and touch that tail. Shanshan grabbed it in one swift motion. Jachung was startled and looked back. He couldn't understand her actions. Shanshan quickly waved her hands. Sorry, I didn't mean to. In fact, her thoughts were very simple. Just like those anime characters with tails, when someone grabs their tail, they have that kind of reaction. This is the first time I've seen it in person, so I got curious and couldn't help myself. Anyone would do the same in this situation, right? He knew very well what this silly Shanshan was thinking. What are you expecting? You think I'm going to scream? Don't touch there, it's sensitive. Is that it? Jachung was still feeling doubtful. Strange, why can't I feel my tail is out? This has never happened before. He controlled his tail and retracted it. Thinking back, my body has been disobedient all day, but the tail appeared before her eyes again, looking so cute. Jachung's cheeks turned crimson with shyness. What the hell? Shanshan walked closer and asked, you look strange, are you not feeling well? She suddenly stopped talking. Unexpectedly, Shanshan pressed her forehead against his. Jachung was startled. What are you doing? He overreacted. Sorry, I see the boss lady do this often, so I just copied her. Jachung thought he had become a narcissist. Stay away from this precious body of mine. Shanshan was still concerned about him. But your temperature is high. Do you have a cold? Even though Jachung often mocked her. What, only an idiot like you would get sick? The number on the thermometer left him speechless. For real. Shanshan didn't know how to explain. That's not what I meant. Jachung didn't take the cold seriously. It's nothing, just a small cold. I'll be fine after some medicine and sleep. The ring kept making a sound. She felt very confused. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. Jachung's whole body was burning up. It's over. I think my sickness is getting worse. He sighed. My eyelids are so heavy, everything around me is getting blurry, and this lonely ghost has been jumping around since just now. I might be ascending to heaven. Jachung wanted to drive her away. Sis, could you please leave? I want to sleep now, but Shanshan didn't want to leave him alone. Is there anything I can do to help you now? But Jachung didn't need her kindness. You'd be helping me by shutting your mouth. Don't bother me anymore. You hear? Shanshan sat quietly on a small chair, her hands clasped together. He seemed to be about to fall asleep. Shanshan carefully observed his condition, seeing that Jachung was uncomfortable. She guessed it right away. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? He explained the reason. Help me get the body pillow from the cabinet. I can't sleep without it. Shanshan agreed immediately. Okay, leave it to me. The cabinet was filled with body pillows not suitable for children, which traumatized her. Shanshan was stunned by this unique sight. Holy crap, there are so many. And so the two had a back-and-forth conversation to find the pillow. Is it this one? No, that's the wife I hug when watching movies. This one, right? No, that's the wife for Mondays. The one next to it is for Tuesdays. What about this one? This baby is for when I'm gaming. Is the one next to it the one for sleeping? Shanshan brought out the last one from the cabinet. This is the only one left. It should be this one, right? Jachung was very satisfied. That's right, thanks. For some reason he grabbed her wrist. Before Shanshan could figure out the situation, Jachung pulled her onto the bed. What are you doing? He wrapped his arm around Shanshan's waist. She couldn't believe her eyes. What is this situation? Shanshan quickly reminded Jachung. Hey, you're hugging the wrong person, buddy. But he held on even tighter. Jachung's little tail wrapped around her leg. Just as Shanshan was still wondering, what's wrapping around my leg? She looked down and only then discovered the tail. Jachung was talking in his sleep. Wife, you're so cute. Even though Shanshan tried to stop him, wait, the tail was still wrapped tightly around her. Wait a minute. Beads of sweat trickled down Shanshan's face. I didn't expect this step. The long tail swayed in the air. She was too shy to speak. Shanshan was controlled by the tail. She ordered it, stop it. Unexpectedly, Shanshan couldn't do anything. Stop hugging me. An displeased expression appeared on Jachung's face. What he had just said was a real letdown. What pillow? It's like a screen. The TV is too hard. Shanshan couldn't accept this insult. What TV? Say that again. Not only was Jachung scolded, but he was also tied up by the tail. This must have been Shanshan's masterpiece. He was asleep, so he couldn't feel anything. She stared at Jachung, the familiar living room, sunlight making the floor brighter. He seemed to be stung by the sunlight. Jachung felt much more comfortable. What's going on? This feeling is so warm and comfortable. He suddenly opened his eyes. Jachung was actually lying in her arms. Shanshan spread her wings as if to protect him. You're awake? She asked about Jachung's health. How are you feeling? Are you more comfortable? He was very confused. What are you up to now? It turned out Shanshan wanted to help Jachung recover. What just happened was a ritual called Angel's Blessing. It is said that the blessed person can be cured of diseases, avoid disasters, and receive the protection of an angel. In fact, she hadn't studied it carefully either. This is my first time doing it. I don't know if it works on demons. However, Jachung overreacted. Sis, are you trying to chant scriptures to help me ascend to heaven sooner? If something happens to me, no one will want you. Shanshan felt he was being paranoid again. Comrade, you're being too dramatic. Only then did Jachung feel a bit relieved. But I feel much better. It seems like it actually worked. Is this the power of an angel? She was secretly happy. That's great. He was curious why Shanshan, with such a powerful skill, didn't use it from the start. She didn't know what to say. Shanshan was too shy to look him in the eye. This skill can't be used on just anyone, and there are some conditions to be met to use it. This made Jachung even more curious. It sounds like a forbidden technique. What conditions? She really didn't dare to say it. He translated it according to his own understanding. What? Artificial respiration. Jachung threw dirty water on Shanshan again. Did you do something to me? He put on a disgusted expression. It's over my chastity. You have to compensate me. No way. This made her furious. As if I'd be interested. Jachung was being too narcissistic. Then why are you so shy? Very suspicious. I also know I'm handsome and charming. The girls chasing me form a long line, so I can't blame you. Shanshan immediately threw the pillow at his face. You're floating, big bro. Seeing her about to attack with her halo, Jachung quickly begged for mercy. Hey, I was just kidding, sis. Put away your weapon. He still remembered it clearly. Speaking of which, I had a strange dream just now. Shanshan wanted to know what the dream was, Jachung boasted. I dreamed that I was taking a couple's bath with a few of my wives in a villa. Just as it was getting good, some guy smashed a TV in my face. Then a meteorite fell. The island was blown up, but it was also strange. I felt it was very real. Especially when the TV hit my face, it was real down to every pore. Her face was as red as a tomato, accompanied by the sound of the ring. Mission complete. Just now, to complete the blessing, Shanshan kissed Jachung's forehead. Jachung was lying leisurely on a chair. Hello everyone, it's me again. A tech guy born in the year of the rat studying mechanical engineering. He propped his head on his hand looking like he was enjoying himself. If you're all curious why I'm so happy, this is it. He waved to the trembling Shanshan behind him. Hurry up and change your clothes, girl. What are you waiting for? She walked out in a very beautiful and cute maid outfit. Shanshan shyly walked in front of Jachung. He looked her over, seeming very satisfied. Wow, it suits you pretty well, she shouted in shame. Why the hell do I have to wear a maid outfit? He was puzzled by her attitude. Isn't this what you wanted yourself, trying to back out at that time to make up for the trouble she caused? Shanshan proposed. Hey, is there anything you want me to do? Even though I went a bit too far last time, you were still willing to come and help, although you said not to worry about it. She said very seriously. Anyway, is there anything you want me to do? He was a bit hesitant. Anything, she affirmed, of course. Jachung revealed a sinister smile. Since you have the heart, I certainly have the intention. He repeated the situation to her. It's settled. You volunteered for this. I didn't force you. My request is simple. You just have to wear a maid outfit and serve me for a day. Shanshan was speechless and couldn't refute. Jachung thought she wasn't satisfied and took out a few other outfits. If you don't like that one, I have others here. Shanshan was filled with shame and anger. Who are you stocking up so many maid outfits for? He showed a smug, cheap smile again. Hey, since you're a maid, you should watch your words. Hurry up and call me master. Do you want to be locked in the cage of love? She gritted her teeth and endured. Seeing that Shanshan seemed unwilling, Jachung immediately got into character, sighing. So you're all talk, what a disappointment. She shouted. Fine, I'll say it. Are you satisfied now? She shyly tried to say it as requested. Master. He pretended not to hear with a cheap look on his face. What's that, girl? I've been hard of hearing since first grade. I can't hear you clearly. She trembled with anger. I'll endure it. Shanshan spoke gently. Master, what can I do for you? Jachung's face was full of joy, laughing to himself. That's more like it. Now I'm the boss. After the days of suffering were over, he casually stuck out his foot and said in a provocative tone, Hey maid, my foot is suddenly a bit sore. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and give your master a leg massage. She answered gently, yes. This made him a little stunned. Shanshan massaged Jachung's feet with both hands. He still stared blankly at her, obediently serving him with an expression of doubting his life. What's going on? Why is she suddenly so obedient? Is there a conspiracy? He frowned, determined to make her show her true colors. Want to play a game of patience with me? Let's see how long you can last. After that was a series of commands. Go clean my room, bring me those few manga. Don't get the order wrong. Where are my cake and milk tea? Why haven't you brought them yet? Hurry up. Shanshan kept running around doing as Jachung said without any complaint. It's strawberry-flavored milk tea, don't get it wrong, only 4 ice cubes, my throat is inflamed. Hold it steady, you fool. The iPad was just bought from the black market. The commands became more and more excessive, plus his annoying nitpicking. Move it a little to the left. Haven't you eaten? You can't even do such a small thing. What a useless person, Shanshan kindly reminded him. Master, you've been playing games for so long you should take a break. But Jachung ignored her. Mind your own business, you're so annoying, don't distract me. I'm carrying the team right now. He secretly observed her expression. Can't take it anymore, can you? Playing patience with me, you're still too green. Her voice trembled a little. At least, Shanshan spoke shyly. Can I go to the restroom? I can't hold it anymore. Jachung didn't expect her to say this and was stunned for a moment. Go ahead. Jachung stuck out his foot and tripped Shanshan, making her suddenly lose her balance while holding a glass of water and fall forward to the ground. Shanshan rubbed her bruised butt. Ouch. This made him even more smug, deliberately provoking her. Where are your eyes, you clumsy fool? But she didn't even fight back. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Seeing her have no reaction, he became silent and sighed. So boring. Aren't you angry? Shanshan, who was wiping the water stains on the floor, stopped her movements. She replied calmly, I'm not angry. She lowered her head, a look of remorse on her face. After all, this is all my fault. Speaking of which, doing this kind of work actually makes me feel much more relaxed. Jachung watched her in silence again. He collapsed into the chair thinking, she should be going crazy. That last incident wasn't her fault. She denied it. How could it be? The two fell into silence, but he still wouldn't give up. He continued to provoke her. Idiot, flat-chested monster. Jachung spewed a series of insults trying to enrage Shanshan. Zoro's apprentice, roaring lioness, king of destruction, airport runway, flat-screen TV. She couldn't take it anymore and roared in anger. I've been putting up with you for a long time. He reached out, grabbed her chest and commented shamelessly, you're actually quite stacked. Just kidding. Sorry, I've misunderstood you all this time. Shanshan, carrying 2 bags, ran home in a panic. Crap, I'm going to be late. There was no other way. She had to go all out. What should I do now? Looks like I'll have to use a forbidden technique. She came to a sudden halt, then carefully looked around, checking front and back to make sure no one was there. After confirming it was safe, she prepared to execute her plan. Good, no one's here. But what she didn't expect was that someone was taking pictures with a camera in the distance. Unaware, Shanshan unfolded her angel wings without a care, her feet slowly leaving the ground. She then took off into the air, flying with 2 large bags of food. Shanshan looked around, trying to find her home. Which way is the apartment? She flapped her wings to stay airborne as she searched hard. Based on my memory, she finally spotted her destination. Ah, found it. Shanshan flew forward. At home, Jachung was getting annoyed that she hadn't returned. Why isn't that idiot back yet? He paced back and forth thinking, was she kidnapped? But who would she be afraid of? He continued to walk around, deep in thought. Suddenly, something caught Jachung's attention. A pure white feather landed in front of the door. He wondered curiously, where did such a big bird come from? Just as he was wondering, Shanshan flew over with her wings out. It was then that she realized in a panic that she couldn't stop. The brakes have failed, the brakes have failed. Jachung didn't have time to react. She rushed forward, crashing right into his face and even ended up sitting on it. Ouch, 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 are you still alive? Jachung, with 2 wads of tissue stuck in his nostrils, looked extremely annoyed. He pinched her face irritably and said, how many times have I told you, don't use your powers outside? You can never remember no matter how many times I say it. No wonder you're always causing trouble. Her face was pinched mercilessly, causing her to scream in pain. I just forgot. Shanshan tried hard to defend herself. She had a good reason. And I looked very carefully before I used them. There was no one around. Jachung frowned and asked, what reason? She took out the gift box she had brought back and showed it off. Here, I bought this for you. He was suspicious of the mysterious item. What is this thing? A forbidden book. She puffed out her cheeks and said, I broke a lot of your things when I was sick before, so this is a gift to make up for it. I bought it at a figurine shop I passed just now. What's wrong? Don't you like it? He took it nonchalantly and sized up the box, thinking to himself, I didn't say anything. Seeing Jachung's hesitation and suspicion, Shanshan was very confident. Don't worry, comrade. I asked the shop owner very carefully. This is the best-selling model. You'll be hooked at first sight. Even Guzi from Uncle Wang's next door likes it. He believed her completely, his mouth gaping open in surprise as his mind filled with images of all sorts of rare figurines. Wow, amazing, a bestseller has to be good. Could it be? But when he opened the gift box, what appeared was an Ultraman figurine, which even had a pre-recorded voice. Hello, children. I am the space messenger Ultraman Taro. The Ultraman figurine was so childish that Jachung's face instantly froze. It kept making a jarring sound. Ha ha ha, you look so stupid. Are you constipated? As soon as the toy finished speaking, he was about to go mad with anger, cursing, what the hell is this? But when he turned and saw Shanshan's expectant face, how is it? It made him unable to say anything harsh. He forced himself to swallow his words. Thank you, the quality is really good. The ring on Shanshan's hand began to emit a signal again. It began to notify them. A new mission has arrived, you little cuties. The moment he heard mission, Jachung's face filled with disgust. The husband and wife must play a game together. She, however, was still a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Afterward, the two took out all sorts of games and spread them all over the floor. Shanshan was carefully examining the different types of games. Jachung, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned. Why do I have to play games with this girl? As soon as he finished speaking, another thought popped into his head, and his smile gradually turned sinister. Wait, this is the perfect opportunity for me to crush her. I can't beat you in a fight, but in a one-on-one game, I'll give you a handicap, little sis. He started to make a suggestion, trying to lure her in. Hey Shanshan, to add a little excitement, how about we make a bet? Jachung smugly explained the bet. Before the mission ends, we'll see who wins more games. The loser has to grant the winner one request. What do you think? Shanshan happily agreed without a second's hesitation. Okay, that sounds like fun. He thought victory was already his and was extremely excited. Great. The newbie took the bait. The two sat down in front of the TV screen to get ready. Are you ready? Let's begin. Jachung looked at her smugly. I've been challenger for 3 seasons, with a level 7 Yasuo mastery. What have you got to fight me with? He thought victory was in his grasp. Sigh, you poor little lamb, but reality hit him with a harsh slap in the face. She completely wiped the floor with him. He couldn't believe his eyes, breaking down to the point of questioning his own existence. I lost? How could I have lost? Is the game bugged? How is her Yasuo so good? Wasn't she only at mastery level 5 and in gold last season? Jachung bit his shirt in anger as he looked at Shanshan. She smiled smugly, mocking him for being so bad. I was just lucky. He was extremely annoyed. What's with that expression? How dare you say I'm bad? You get this arrogant after winning 1 game? As if he were on steroids, Jachung demanded another match. I had the wrong runes last game, let's go again. But what followed was a series of defeat sounds accompanied by his curses. My flash won't go off. Is the game bugged? For fuck's sake. His skill level made her laugh until she was bent over. You're so bad it's hilarious. You've still got a long way to go. At this point, Jachung was completely crushed, having lost all faith in life. I can't win a single game. Did I forget to pray to my ancestors this morning? Seeing his dejected state, Shanshan finally came clean. Actually, this isn't my main account. He was so shocked he thought he had misheard. How you lied to me. She couldn't be bothered to argue and immediately showed him. Wait, I'll show you my main. Here it is. On the screen was her main account, prominently displaying the rank of number 1 on the server. Jachung screamed in shock. Holy shit. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. You've got to be kidding me, right? Impossible. It has to be fake. I remember now, the number 1 challenger on the Korean server with over 10 million Yasuo mastery points. There were rumors recently that this person quit the game. As he said this, he turned back in astonishment. Could it be? At that moment, the way he looked at her had completely changed. You're my gaming god master. Shanshan shyly waved her hands. Don't call me that, it's embarrassing. I just wanted to play a game to relax. Who knew I'd end up hitting number 1? This made her think of the old days. I didn't really go out much before, so I played a lot of games. The boss lady often appeared, holding a paper bag full of games. The 4-eyed big sis also came over to play a lot, bringing many games from the human world. Hello, I brought you a present. Shanshan sat alone in a spacious room playing games. I was too bored and had nothing to do, so I played games day and night. There was even a time when she got a little tired of it. After I came here, I didn't play as much, and because she hadn't played in a long time, she was a little curious. There are so many new games out now, I haven't played them yet. She picked up a game disc and handed it to him. What game is this? It looks so unfamiliar. Seeing this, he immediately tempted her. Then let's play this next. Jachung put on a smug expression again. This is it, stay calm. I'll win back double what I lost. I've beaten this game several times. Shanshan had never played it before and wanted to watch first. I'll wait, let me see how to play first. So that's how it works. Her skill with the controller was lightning fast and extremely proficient. Seeing that everything was ready, she was excited to start. Alright, let's do this. In the end, the outcome was no different. A series of losses left Jachung pouting and sulking. Lost again, he secretly glanced at her. What did this girl eat growing up? How is she so good? Last time she became a basketball prodigy overnight. Jachung thought to himself, this girl is a monster. Shanshan happened to notice Jachung looking at her. She was still enthusiastically engrossed in the game. This game is really interesting. She didn't miss the chance to mock him. A little puddle shouldn't try to make waves like the ocean. He felt his pride had been severely insulted and roared, shut your mouth, don't act all high and mighty just because you won a few games. Her words easily made him fly into a rage. One more game, watch me turn this around, she smiled gently. Do you need me to go easy on you? Jachung became even more furious. I don't need it. The two dove into the next game. Shanshan played with ease, even having time to tease him. Put some effort into it. Your attacks feel like a tickle. The more he played, the more tilted he became, gritting his teeth, desperate to win. She secretly turned to observe him, suddenly having a question. Hey Jachung, can I ask you something? Why do you hate angels? He looked at her, confused, not understanding why she would suddenly ask that. What nonsense are you talking about? Shanshan didn't answer shyly. Jachung pondered for a moment, then a look of disgust appeared on his face. Those angels are always so arrogant and self-righteous, spouting all those perfect grand principles from fairy tales with no concept of reality. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Those guys, they take all the credit for the good things, but as soon as something goes wrong, they sever all ties and start shirking responsibility. They're a bunch of garbage. Just looking at them pisses me off. Hearing him say this, she shook with laughter. You do have a point. I used to be prejudiced against the demon clan too. Shanshan smiled, but now, an indescribable gentleness appeared on her face. My opinion has changed. I see things differently now. Jachung was a little surprised after hearing this and turned to continue playing. That look on your face is giving me the creeps. Shanshan was a little confused. How, what's wrong? He immediately seized the opportunity to ask back. So in the eyes of you angels, what are we demons like? He answered truthfully. Let me think. A bunch of despicable, evil creatures who always want to disrupt the world order and destroy the world. Hearing this, Jachung was a bit annoyed. That sounds terrifying. She couldn't help it and said with a wry smile. That's how adults teach children about demons where I'm from, but World Destroyer does sound pretty cool. You're right. Since they were on the topic, he also had a few things to say from the heart. Speaking of changing my mind, my view of angels has also changed a bit recently. Maybe it's because of you that I changed my mind. Shanshan was a little surprised, not expecting him to be so frank. But the very next sentence completely shattered her expectations. If all angels are idiots, you're definitely the dumbest one of the bunch. I've never in my life met anyone as useless as you, she shouted at him angrily. Who are you calling useless? Jachung was unconcerned. Just what I said. He then began to list a bunch of things to prove his point. You can't do laundry, you can't cook, you can't clean, and you have a natural-born terrible sense of direction. In short, you're completely useless. She was somewhat unable to refute him. Well, about that, it got to the point where he had to admit, it's a miracle you've survived this long. Of course, there was a reason she couldn't do these things. When I'm hungry, someone brings me food. If the room is messy or my clothes are dirty, servants come to clean and wash them. I just have to say the word. Jachung was incredibly jealous. How do you have it so easy? Are you a princess? Hearing his joke, she burst out laughing, then tilting her head and resting her chin on her hand, she pretended to test him. Suppose I really am a princess, then what? What would you do? Shanshan's cuteness even moved the usually rough Jachung. What's going on? Why is she suddenly so cute? Oh man, I can't fall for her. I'll go broke. To stop his thoughts from running wild, he even punched himself to snap out of it. Why is my little brother suddenly acting up? I only love my 2D wives, he suddenly shouted as if he had lost control. Impossible. If you're a princess, wouldn't that make me the prince consort? I'm not mentally prepared for that. Seeing him so flustered, she quickly tried to calm him down. Calm down, I was just kidding. I didn't step on your tail. What are you yelling about? While the two were still arguing, the ring sent out a notification. Mission complete. Congratulations to the young couple. As soon as the ring finished its notification, Shanshan became smug. The mission's over, which means I won the bet. She smiled, trying to think of something. So what punishment should Big Sis give you now? Jachung was too scared to make a sound. Oh God, I'm in deep trouble, Shanshan then happily suggested. Then how about you make me a dish based on this picture? He, on the other hand, could only accept the challenge helplessly. He had really misjudged her. He thought she was a rookie, but it turned out he was the chicken waiting to be slaughtered. He tied on an apron and began to prepare the meal. This dish is way too hard to make. Looks like I'll have to go online and watch some tutorial videos. Suddenly, Jachung swiped past something. On his phone was a news story about the appearance of a bird person which was causing a huge stir online. He was truly speechless. What he feared most had happened. He cursed in anger. This damn ghost won't leave me alone. Jachung brought the blurry photo to Shanshan's face. The person in this photo is you, right? I'll ask one more time. This is you, right? This left her speechless, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that the situation was bad, she immediately denied it. No, comrade, you've got the wrong person. He still tried to ask again. I'll ask one more time, this is you, right? Shanshan shook her head vigorously. No, it might be one of my relatives. Jachung couldn't hold it in any longer and pinched her cheeks. Still trying to argue, it's obviously you. How many times have I told you, don't use your powers carelessly, you're in big trouble. Her face was being pinched and she cried out in pain. Another problem had come knocking, giving him a massive headache. I'm screwed, this is serious this time, it's not a joke. If that four-eyed Big Sis finds out, we'll be in big trouble. In the end, the matter couldn't be hidden. The boss lady had switched to a pair of nearsighted glasses. This is no small matter, you little cuties. Seriously, I've reminded you so many times not to use your powers in the human world. Shanshan became extremely flustered. She hadn't expected things to get this serious. The more she listened, the more worried she became. In the worst-case scenario, if your identity is exposed, you'll have to be sent back, according to the rules. She grabbed his arm, wanting him to help. What do we do now? But Jachung didn't know what to do either. I can't do anything, I can't handle this. Seeing he was useless, Shanshan turned to the boss lady for help. Four-eyed Big Sis, save me, but she couldn't do anything either. Sorry, Shanshan, I'm just your guardian. I don't have the authority to make decisions. She was very sad. Is there no other way? Hey, your identity hasn't even been exposed yet and you're already thinking of giving up? As soon as she finished speaking, the boss lady added, Oh, I forgot to mention, if Shanshan's identity is exposed, you'll receive the same punishment. Hearing this, Jachung jumped up. This is so unreasonable. Where's the fairness? The wife does something stupid and the husband gets punished. Sigh women. In contrast to him, she explained very calmly, well, a husband and wife should share the good times and the bad. You know, he was furious. Share my ass. Seeing he wouldn't accept it, Shanshan added fuel to the fire. You were the one who told me to go to the convenience store to buy snacks, so all in all, you can't get out of this either. Not giving the two a chance to continue arguing, the boss lady made the final decision. All right, it's settled. If you two can solve this quietly on your own, I'll pretend nothing happened. I've done my best. If the higher-ups find out, you'll both definitely be taken away. The boss lady left with a good luck and departed, leaving the two with heavy hearts. Shanshan said guiltily, I'm sorry I got you involved in this. Hearing her apology, he became even angrier. Stabbing me in the back and then apologizing, you've really got some nerve. But whatever, I'm used to it. The most important thing now is to figure out a way to solve this, Jachung once again reminded her like a madman. For God's sake, just behave yourself. I'm already exhausted from dealing with your mess. If you cause any more trouble, I'll really be at my wit's end, got it? Despite what he said, she still wanted to do something. Do you need my help? He turned, waved his hand and walked away. No need, I can handle it. She could only stand there dumbly watching him leave. In a corner of the city, Jachung was still thinking about how to solve this problem. That's easy to say, but where do I even start? The fame was no small thing. He repeatedly refreshed the personal homepage of the user who had taken the photo of Shanshan using her wings. Who the hell is this? As soon as he finished speaking, a few of Jachung's buddies appeared. Isn't this Jian? I can't believe you're secretly on a fan-selling website. He wasn't very interested. I just came in to look for some information. Who is she? The two introduced her to him. A new idol. She's super popular. Her voice is sweet and her body is hot. Even Maria Ozawa in her prime couldn't compare. Every live stream she talks about all sorts of issues we men care about. She's got a great figure, the ideal girlfriend for any man. The more the two talked, the more infatuated they became. She's the goddess of my dreams, perfect in every detail. I'd be happy just to be her dog. Jachung looked at his two friends, speechless. Did she put a spell on you guys? He rested his chin on his hand, a look of annoyance on his face. What's so great about a female streamer? Just watch for a bit, my friend. Trying it once won't get you addicted. What's there to be afraid of? At this moment he was still very confident. What's there to be afraid of? I'm a good man. How could I possibly get addicted to this stuff like you guys? My willpower is strong. A man should be loyal to 2D girls. I've long since achieved enlightenment. In the end, after watching for just a short while, Jachung was captivated by Jian. So cute. Enlightened. Now this is enlightenment. How can someone with such a big chest be a bad person? The guys put their arms around each other's shoulders and chuckled. You think I don't know you? What enlightenment? More like you've fallen to the dark side. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start a fan club. Maybe one day she'll invite you to stream with her. Quick, send her some donuts. I want to hear her say my name. Over here, Shanshan was still sighing with a worried frown. Seeing her constant unhappiness, Tianchen asked with concern, What's wrong, Shanshan? I see you've been sighing a lot. But how could she talk about something like this? It's nothing. The girl sitting next to Tianchen held up the popular angel photo and said, Look, everyone is going crazy over this angel photo today. The view count is so high, the related hashtags are all trending. Tianchen also joined the discussion. Look, someone took it by chance. The girl in the photo seems to be wearing a maid outfit. It looks really interesting. It seems to have been taken around here. The more the two discussed it, the more scared Shanshan became. It's definitely fake. Even if it were real, she'd definitely be taken to a lab for dissection. I think she might be locked up or sent to a museum for exhibition. Tianchen turned to find her, wanting to discuss it with her. But if you look closely, the hair color of the girl in the photo is quite similar to Shanshan's. What do you think? Shanshan turned her head, only to find she was gone. Where'd she go? The boss lady was choosing a drink in front of a vending machine when a can dropped down. Although she said that, she was still very worried about Shanshan and Jachung. I wonder if that couple can handle this. As soon as she finished speaking, someone rushed over. Shanshan ran over and hugged the boss lady tightly. The two fell down due to the momentum. The boss lady looked at her. Shanshan, what's wrong? Her eyes were filled with tears, her words trembled, and she was too worried to know what to do. What should I do? She looked at Shanshan hugging her and said with a headache, honestly. The boss lady reached out and patted her head. There, don't cry. The boss lady was at a loss with Shanshan too, trying her best to comfort her. I'll figure out a way to solve this, okay? In the shopping mall, as it was closing time, people began to go home one after another. Wow, look, that guy is so handsome. Which family's young master is he? Just by standing there, Jian attracted countless gazes. His outstanding looks paired with his purple eyes made him look exceptionally handsome. He held a piece of cloth ribbon in his hand, examining it. Seemingly very satisfied. The texture is good, this will do. Besides his looks, everyone also noticed Jian Zai's presence here. But what is this young man doing in a women's clothing store? A special hobby? But he paid no mind to the gazes of the people around him. Help me wrap this up. Okay, Jachung was on his way home at this time. I was so focused on shopping that I forgot about the important stuff. I need to find a clue about her quickly. He scrolled through his phone as he walked, searching for more information, when he suddenly discovered something. Strange, why are most of her live streams at night? Could it be? Forget it, but her figure is much better than my wife's. Jian was just leaving in a hurry, looking at his watch as every second passed, worrying. Crap, I'm going to be late. I forgot to check the time. Just as he ran around the corner, the two met. This sudden encounter startled him, and Jachung was also caught off guard. Just like that, the two collided, and the shopping bags in their hands fell to the ground at the same time. The two fell to the ground holding their heads in pain. Jachung stood up unhappily and cursed. Damn it, my head, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Jian sat up without a word. He just picked up the bag that had fallen on the ground and said hurriedly, I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. He hadn't cooled down yet and shouted at him. Stop, you haven't paid for my emotional damages yet. Before he could finish, Jian had already run out of sight. What's the rush? Didn't even have time to get a phone number. Jachung turned around and began to pack up his things. Forget it, I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you. I wonder if my figurine is okay after falling like that. It was a limited edition that took me so many pulls to get. He picked up the bag with the figurine and froze for a few seconds because inside the bag was not his beloved figurine but a piece of black cloth. Woman's clothing. He was stunned, not understanding what the cloth was, and only then did he react, a look of panic on his face. Fuck, I'm screwed. Recalling that moment, both bags had fallen due to the collision. Looks like I grabbed the wrong bag when I fell just now, that bastard, so he bumped into me on purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiacheng rushed out like the wind, determined to find Jianxi. I have to go back to where we were and get my figurine back. In a corner of the city, the boss lady held a very thin long string in her hand, leisurely sitting on a tree branch. The plan is proceeding smoothly. 6 hours ago, she disguised herself as a courier and stood at Jian Zai's doorstep. Anyone home? I'm here to deliver a package. Seeing no answer, she was about to curse. Refusing the delivery, are you? Just then, he came out with sleepy eyes to receive the package. Coming. The boss lady looked at him and deliberately probed. You look unfamiliar. Did you just move in? He answered truthfully. Yeah, I just moved in. She pretended to be kind and handed him a flyer. This is for you. The nearby shopping mall is having a sale. The boss lady lured him into her plan step by step. You just moved in, so you must need to buy a lot of things. Hurry up and go grab some deals. They'll be gone if you're late. As soon as he heard this, Jian Zai's eyes lit up, very excited. Okay, without another word, he ran into the house and slammed the door with a bang. Thank you, I'll go check it out after I change. Immediately after, she took out her phone to make a call. Hello, Mr. Jiacheng, I'm an employee from the figurine shop. Congratulations on winning a set of limited edition figurines. He couldn't believe his ears. I won? You're not kidding, are you? No, the boss lady continued to guide him. It's real. This isn't a scam call, so you don't need to transfer any money or provide personal information. The prize can be claimed starting from 1 p.m. I'll send you the shop address and the prize code via text message. Please keep an eye out for it. At the figurine shop, the boss lady disguised herself as a clerk. Welcome, how can I help you? Jiacheng, having rushed over, was still standing there panting. Hello, I'm here to marry my wife. No, I'm here to claim my prize. She acted very professionally. Okay, please wait a moment. After receiving the gift, he started singing happily. I'm a lucky guy, always have been a lucky guy. She stood by, pretending to share his joy. Congratulations, you won after 90 pulls. The boss lady packed the item and handed it to Jiacheng. Here are your things. Just as he was still immersed in the joy of receiving his gift, someone called out to him. Hey handsome, over there, our shop is having a promotion. Buy 2 get 1 free, pay for 2 get 3 items tonight only. The mascot handed a flyer to Jiacheng. The promotion is at the shopping mall across the street. Are you interested in participating? He held the flyer, very surprised. Wow, so cheap, I'll go check it out right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off without a trace. The mascot waved, take care. It turned out that the mascot was also the boss lady in disguise. In the shopping mall, a big sister saw Jianxi pass by and greeted him. Handsome. This time, the boss lady was disguised as an employee of a women's clothing store, greeting him enthusiastically. Are you looking to buy women's clothing for your girlfriend? These are all the latest styles and they're heavily discounted today. She had the air of a store clerk. Our store also has some wild styles for big bros with special tastes, so handsome, feel free to choose. Jianxi immediately refused. No, I'm buying for my sister. The boss lady continued to give tempting descriptions, making him interested as well. I see, then you should choose this one. It's suitable for a young and lively female student. Whichever style she recommended, Jianxi bought. Okay, I'll take it. And this one here can enhance a girl's beauty and charm. The color is also very eye-catching and can be paired with softly colored clothes. He was very interested. Looks good, I'll take it. Lastly, this one has a pure and innocent girly style. Paired with an innocent student look, it can make boys go crazy. It was only then that he suddenly remembered and reached into his pocket to find his phone. I've spent so much time looking at these things, but the boss lady was a step ahead. If you want to check the time, there's a clock on the wall. Jianxi glanced at the clock and breathed a sigh of relief. It's still early, no rush. The boss lady continued to stall for time. Our shop just opened too, would you like to have a look around? We also sell women's clothing and pantyhose. Jianxi was dragged into the shopping whirlwind again. Seriously, why not let me have a look? The shopping trip finally ended. He held the shopping bags in his hand. Thank you for visiting our store. We'll deliver the rest of your items to your apartment later. Jianxi finished his shopping with great satisfaction. I bought a little too much, payment successful, it's still early. Let's go check out the furniture across the street. He opened his phone and was shocked to see the time was 5:45 p.m. Holy crap, how is it so late? I just paid. The boss lady looked innocent. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir, I forgot the clock was out of batteries. He was in a panic. Do you have a restroom here? We're currently under renovation, she added. There's one nearby. Go north for 200 meters, turn right. When you see the pig awful kanji shop, turn left, then go straight for 100 meters. Jianxi rushed off. Thanks, take care, sir. The boss lady took out her phone again. Time for the next step of the plan. Meanwhile, Jiacheng was ecstatic. Did my ancestors bless me today? Everything I bought was so cheap and I even won a prize. He saw a card on the ground. It was a Blue Eyes White Dragon card from Yu-Gi-Oh! Jiacheng bent down to pick it up, but the card slipped away. What idiot dropped this? Such a waste. But for some reason he just couldn't grab the card. You can't catch me. He finally caught the card, his face full of triumph. Gotcha. Just as he said that, an accident happened and his 2 bags fell as well. The boss lady went into action, hooking the handles of the 2 bags with a hook. With a strong pull of the string, the 2 bags were successfully swapped back to the present. The boss lady sat on a tree branch and stretched. That was exhausting. I'll leave the rest for you two to solve. I'm going home to take a shower. Shanshan was sighing, her heart full of sorrow. I can't help with anything. I wonder if that 4-eyed big sis can handle it. The more she thought, the more confused she became. What should I do? Is there any medicine that can make you forget everything, like forgetting an ex-boyfriend? Just as her mind was in turmoil, scream rang out. You stupid pig, stop right there. Shanshan only saw a figure dash past. Although it was just a flash, she still recognized him. Isn't that? In a restroom in a corner of the city, Jianxi was relieved he had made it in time. Finally, that was a close call. I almost revealed myself. Just as he was about to enter the restroom, a loud shout startled him. You pink-haired gorilla, stop right there. Jiacheng lunged forward as if he wanted to eat him alive. Give me back my wife, he pounced on Jianxi. What's going on? He shouted in a panic. Who are you? I don't know you. Go away, but Jiacheng was like a madman, muttering non-stop, his eyes staring blankly at Jianxi, which terrified him. I just came out and ran into a lunatic. What bad luck. He turned to run. My mom taught me not to fight with lunatics. I'll just run. He took off running. No time, I have to give it my all. Jianxi skillfully dodged all of Jiacheng's attacks. He was agile and nimble. Not only that, but he also taunted him. When I was your age, I was teasing dogs every day. You're too green. He even used his ultimate move, Overspeed Clock, but Jiacheng was like the Grim Reaper. He couldn't shake off, immediately sticking close to Jianxi. In the next moment he was firmly restrained by Jiacheng. He said smugly, Gotcha. He was sweating in fear, trying to de-escalate the situation. Calm down, bro, let go, we can talk this out. I didn't take your stuff. The more Jianxi explained, the angrier Jiacheng got, shoving the bag in front of his face. You stole my wife and you dare talk back. The sun gradually set. The two were still arguing. It's a misunderstanding, bro. Your friend was probably in too much of a hurry. I took the wrong one. I'm handsome, but I'm not stupid. Who are you trying to fool? The sun finally sank completely below the horizon. Jianxi couldn't hold it in any longer. Crap, I'm at my limit. Jiacheng didn't understand him. What did you say? He asked in confusion. Jianzai's body began to change. His flat chest gradually became majestic peaks, his arms shortened, and his legs and feet became more slender. His Adam's apple also quickly disappeared. Standing before him now was the female version of Jianxi. Who's this chick? Jiacheng was terrified, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. That guy turned into a woman. What the hell is this? Jianxi quickly got up, breaking free from his grip. At that moment she also realized that the other party was also a demon. Jiacheng frowned, trying hard to remember. You look a little familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere. Seeing her shy expression, he had a realization. I remember now. He became incredibly excited. You're Jianxi, right? I'm your die-hard fan. Jiacheng kept trying to get closer to Jianxi, making her back away in fear. You're even prettier in person than in your photos. I watch your live streams every day. Goddess, can you give your little brother an autograph? As he said this, he suddenly froze. Wait, something's not right here, he yelled. Calm down, me. No matter how many 3D women there are, they can't compare to my 2D wives. Control yourself. Seeing that he didn't care at all about her transformation, Jianxi cautiously asked, seeing me like this. Aren't you surprised? Jiacheng pointed at her and said, You're a demon, right? She seemed a bit surprised. Yes. He proudly introduced himself. I'm a demon too. Jianxi breathed a sigh of relief. So you're one of my kind. You scared me to death just now. I wasn't paying attention. That really gave me a fright. It was only then that Jiacheng shouted, So are you a man or a woman? He pointed at her. Even if you're a succubus, this is the first time I've seen one suddenly change sex. She gritted her teeth, extremely annoyed, and decided to tell Jiacheng what happened. It's a curse from an angel. He recalled his glorious past. 8 years ago, I was a famous playboy on Tinder. One day I was hitting on girls as usual when an angel walked over. She approached Jianxi and said angrily, That angel cursed him. You, with your gynecologist-looking face, since you love playing with women so much, then you can become a woman yourself. Jianxi only remembered that when he regained consciousness he had already become like this. At that time he was in a panic. Where's my little brother? Where did my little brother go? From that day on I was mentally traumatized for a long time. That's why I turn into a woman at 6 every evening. As he spoke his voice choked up. 8 years, followed by an outburst of anger and grievance. It's been 8 years, and because of this damn curse, my little brother has never once been able to enter the cage. Jianxi also spoke of his daily worries. Not only that, but at night I have to be on guard against harassment from old perverts. He covered his mouth with his hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Day after day my mind and body have withered. Crying out to heaven and earth yields no response. In this life talent and fate are always at odds. But Jiacheng couldn't listen anymore. He yelled, All right, stop whining. To put it bluntly, you're just enjoying the perks while complaining. He was very unhappy to hear this. What do you know? The ancient said food is the most important thing to the people. I eat every day. Should I let my little brother starve? Jianxi retorted with his own twisted logic. Besides, I'm a succubus. It would be a waste not to use my abilities, wouldn't it? Besides, it's men who have it hard. We work our asses off, and the women just lie there and enjoy it. My goal is to conquer 100 girls and make a name for myself in the world of love. He raised his hand, interrupting his twisted logic. Stop dreaming, big bro. Let me ask you something. So all in all, you're just enjoying the benefits, he affirmed. That's right. Jiacheng's hopes were completely shattered. Damn it, I knew it. All the girls online are fake. I suspected it long ago. So the so-called goddess is also a seasoned veteran. But how do you have so many fans? Jianxi proudly showed off his abilities. I'm a man too. I know exactly what those men are thinking. Let me tell you, 99 of my fans are single dogs, either students or recent graduates. Jiacheng cursed. You bastard, how dare you deceive those fragile hearts? He showed no remorse. What? I didn't force them to send donuts, they're the ones giving me money. This curse has its benefits too. It turned me into a hot chick. Jianshi seized this God-given opportunity. Why not take this opportunity to make money? He was angered by her twisted logic. Don't you hate men? Jianshi had a look of disgust. I do hate them, that's why I'm trying to get money out of them. He became even more furious, roaring at her. You bastard, do you know how much money I've sent you? Jianshi immediately used her charming appearance, her eyes welling with tears as she acted coquettishly. How could you be so loud with me? Jiacheng fell for it, blushing beet red and cursing himself. So disgusting. I clearly know he's a man. Why is my little brother still looking up? She looked at him and smiled contemptuously. What an easy-to-fool virgin. After calming down and processing everything, Jiacheng finally understood. So you became like this because you were cursed by an angel 8 years ago. You heard there were clues about the angel who cursed you here. So that's why you came, right? Jianshi clenched her fists in anger. That's right, I just want to get rid of this damn curse. He turned and teased her. What a useless playboy. Are you stupid? So many men dream of this, they'd kill for it. Turning into a woman at night, isn't that great? He listed all the benefits. Women's bathhouses, women's locker rooms, and countless other places. Can't you just openly enter a man's holy land? Jiacheng was going crazy with jealousy over Jian Zai's curse. You can directly appreciate the wonders of creation. You're complaining about such a good thing. If you don't want it, give it to me. She put her hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, Hey newbie. Smart guy like you, Jianshi recalled with tears in his eyes. Back in my hometown would have been made into fake dog meat a long time ago. Of course I've thought about it too, but tell me, with my little brother gone, what's the use of just looking? He knelt on the ground, pounding it with his hands, looking extremely pained. What the hell do you know? Think about it, do you just want to look? It's like opening a porn video just to watch the plot. Hearing her say this, Jiacheng was stunned. Jianshi continued his tragic performance. I want to look too, not only that. I also want to touch those full breasts and hot asses. The more she spoke, the louder she cried, roaring in pain. But after turning into a woman, all those desires disappeared. Now, even if Aimi Fakata stood naked in front of me, I wouldn't feel anything. A playboy's nature is completely gone. If I can't do the deed, what's the point of looking? After calming down, Jianshi added more about the curse. Oh right, this curse has another condition. If I lose my virginity in my female form, I'll be trapped in this form forever. Just as she finished speaking, Jiacheng quickly pulled out a cucumber. Is that so? I'll help you, she roared in anger and annoyance. What are you doing? In contrast to Jianshi, he was still very calm. Calm down, bro. I just want to test if it's true. Test my ass, he continued to ask. Then is there another way? She seemed reluctant to bring it up again. There is a way. Jianshi bit her hand, looking troubled. But the condition is very difficult. The way she trailed off left Jiacheng completely clueless. How difficult? She was still hesitant. The condition is, even her voice trembled with fear, I must find the girl of my life, and that girl must also love me deeply. This almost made Jiacheng explode. Are you kidding me? The two started arguing loudly again. I'm serious. What's so difficult about that condition? She pointed at herself. Making a playboy find true love is no different from telling a dog to climb a tree. And my female version is too cute. Jianshi spoke of her embarrassing predicament. You know, every time I look in the mirror, even though I hate it, I have to admit I'm cute as hell. Sometimes I even think, why can't I be my own lover? He couldn't stand her pile of twisted logic. Can't you just find any girl? But Jianshi firmly refused. No way, who would fall in love with someone who isn't as pretty as themselves? This left him speechless. Then I can't help you. She clenched her hands, gritting her teeth. So the only way is to find the angel who cast the curse. I've been searching for so many years. And only now do I have some news about her. Jianshi shared what he had found out. I heard she's very cruel, often bullying little demons for fun. As he said this, Jiacheng thought of the boss lady and Shanshan. That sounds familiar. My wife and that four-eyed big sis seem quite similar to what this guy is describing. Those demons are so useless, getting bullied by an angel. They've shamed us demons. But I still have a question. If you find her, what are you planning to do? Her face was calm. Do you even need to ask? Jian Zai's demeanor quickly turned imposing. I'll torture her, body and mind, bit by bit, and show her what hell on earth really is. That's the price for crossing a demon. Jiacheng walked up and grabbed his hand, tears streaming down his face. I get you, brother. I can hear the pain in your voice because I've said the same thing. He cried about his own suffering, how he was tormented and crushed by those angels until he couldn't even lift his head. Brother, I feel your pain. Hearing Jiacheng say this, Jianshi felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. He was moved to tears. Oh my comrade, have you suffered that way too? The two held hands and burst into tears. This humiliation had been buried in their hearts, a story they could never tell. Living so powerlessly, slaving away. Oh my brother in arms, we must rise up and fight and cast off the yoke of oppression and exploitation. The two started chatting again, making all sorts of promises and asking for each other's names. Brother, just call me Jiacheng. We'll be brothers forever, sharing fortune and facing hardship together. Jiacheng saw his chance and suggested, by the way, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with, brother. Still caught up in the emotional moment, Jianshi agreed without a second thought. Go ahead, I'll do anything. Jiacheng asked with extreme seriousness. Can I touch them? At this, Jianshi froze. Huh? Then he instinctively covered his peaks, trying to get away from him. Thinking Jianshi hadn't heard, Jiacheng suggested again. Let me touch them, he roared. I'm not deaf, I'm a man, seeing that his wish wasn't being granted. He threw a tantrum. Aren't we brothers in flesh and blood? It's not like touching each other will kill us. If you don't let me, you're not my brother. He grew more insistent. Letting me touch them is proof of our bond. Jianxi still couldn't accept this ridiculous twisted logic. Are you insane? What do those two things have to do with each other? It seemed Jiacheng's words weren't getting through at all. He still insisted on getting his wish. Then let me touch them, I'll prove it to you. What's there to be shy about between men? The two started bickering. Liar, you just want to touch them. I'm being very serious. You lied to me before, so what's the big deal about a little touch? Jianxi bit his lip, hesitating. If I let you touch them, will you believe me? Of course. In the end, he decided to give in to Jiacheng's unreasonable demand. I understand. He removed the hands covering his peaks and closed his eyes in acceptance. Go ahead. Jianxi still couldn't hide his extreme shame. I'm still a man after all. Jiacheng, however, was ecstatic, his hand poised to touch the peaks. It's okay, I'm a man too. He moved his hand closer. Here I come. Meanwhile, Shanshan seemed to have gotten lost while following Jiacheng. I think I lost him, but where am I? I was so lost in thought I didn't keep up. She tried hard to remember. I'm sure it was this way. That's strange. I shouldn't be getting lost again. Just as she stepped out of the alley, she noticed the situation beside her. Huh? The sight in front of her left her stunned. Huh? Shanshan shouted, stopping Jiacheng in his tracks. Stop right there. What do you think you're doing to that girl? Without another word, she rushed forward and kicked him in the face. You pervert. A roundhouse kick sent him to the ground. Jiacheng lay on the ground and started playing the victim. Help folks, my wife is murdering me. Shanshan's cool entrance left Jianxi momentarily stunned. With just one look, he was deeply captivated by her. It was love at first sight. His eyes were filled with infatuation. This has to be love. She was furious. You bastard, I turned my back for 1 second and you're already trying to seduce an innocent woman. Suddenly she noticed someone standing beside her. Ah, she grabbed Jianzai's hand and asked with concern, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Did this guy do anything bad to you? Her actions made him fall even deeper into the vortex of love, his thoughts becoming a mess. This feeling, he was interrupted. Jiacheng, who had been kicked down, got up and angrily questioned Shanshan. Are you crazy? You just rushed over and kicked me. It hurts like hell. She shot back, not to be outdone. Shut up. What kind of indecent things were you planning to do, luring this girl here? He pointed at Jianxi with an aggrieved look. Big sis, take a good look. This guy is a demon and he's a man. She turned back, confused. What? The first thing she saw was a pair of watermelons so big they couldn't be bigger. Their astonishing size left her speechless. Shanshan turned back to question Jiacheng. Liar, with watermelons that big and you're telling me he's a man? He defended his credibility. What I said is true, it's just a bit hard to explain. Jianxi, ignoring Jiacheng's existence, had already started hitting on her. Oh my devil, I can't believe it. You're so beautiful, an angel. You're the angel of my heart. Hearing her secret spoken aloud, Shanshan froze, a look of bewilderment on her face. She glanced back and forth between Jiacheng and Jianxi. How does he know my identity? What's going on? But Jiacheng's attention was solely on Jianxi getting close to Shanshan. This guy, he angrily separated the two, pulling her to his side. Friend, get your hands off her, our business isn't finished yet. Seeing his budding romance suddenly thwarted, Jianxi was not happy. What do you think you're doing? He held her to the side, not letting Jianxi get close. I should be the one asking that. Didn't you just say you weren't interested in women? The two fell into another endless argument, neither backing down. Well, I'm interested now, don't get in the way. Jiacheng's arm was still holding Shanshan tightly. It was then that he remembered the important matter. I almost forgot the real reason we're here. Big bro, you're the one who took that photo, right? Jianxi was confused. What photo? I didn't take any photo. Then he finally remembered. You mean this one? You came looking for me because of this photo? Jiacheng gritted his teeth and said slowly, now that you know, delete it. You have no idea how much trouble we've been through because of that picture. But Jianxi replied incooperatively. No can do, cutie. Jiacheng roared at him in anger. Why? We just became sworn brothers. You were so passionate just now, big bro, and now you're backing out. Jianxi looked unconcerned. Just this one thing I can't do. He crossed his arms adamantly, refusing to delete the photo. First, deleting it does me no good. Jianxi was only thinking of himself. Besides, my credibility is at stake. It's not like I took it on purpose. Let's put it this way. You know I'm a pretty famous streamer, right? He didn't notice that as he spoke, his tail had slipped out on its own. If I delete the photo, it's like admitting I spread fake news just for clicks. It'll be a headline tomorrow. And once a scandal hits, you know how it is. My fanbase will drop. Fewer fans means less income for me. The tail stuck out from under his clothes, but he was completely unaware. I rely on the money those innocent young men donate to me to make a living. Shanshan saw the tail and couldn't hide her curiosity. Jianxi grew more and more impatient. Besides, she's an angel. I have no reason to help an angel. Suddenly, it felt like a jolt of electricity shot through his body. His tail had been grabbed and his voice trembled. And no, don't. The sudden stimulus brought tears to his eyes. My tail is very sensitive, don't touch it. It was only then that Shanshan realized what she had done, and quickly let go. Sorry, I didn't. She suddenly stopped, looking at the hand that had just grabbed the tail, a feeling she had never experienced before. Shanshan found it very interesting. That feels really good. Her action gave Jiacheng an idea to solve the problem. Wifey, 10 points for you, just like that. Grab it and don't let go. Although she didn't understand what he meant, she did as he said. She grabbed Jianzai's tail again, and he felt another wave of pleasure wash over him. With a click, Jiacheng recorded the entire scene of him losing control from the sensation. Hey friend, still acting tough? Weren't you being all high and mighty in front of me just now, big bro? I've recorded everything. He crouched down, wanting to make a suggestion. Come on, let's talk. Do you want this video to be trending tomorrow, big bro? Delete that post with the photo. Hurry up, my good brother, what are you waiting for? Jachung lifted Jianzai's chin, who was now unable to resist. Despicable. Still talking back, Shanshan kindly advised. Wait, doing this is too despicable. Her words seemed to have touched a nerve. He roared again. Shut your mouth, whose fault is it that we're in this mess? It's because you were careless that things got this bad, and this is the best way to handle it. Or do you want to be sent back to where you came from? She knew she was in the wrong and fell silent, not daring to argue back, only managing to whisper, I don't want to go back to heaven. Jachung lectured Shanshan again. If you know that, then talk less. I'll make the decision. If you don't want to go home, then just listen to me. We're in the same boat now. And only a demon can deal with a demon when it comes to tricks like this. If I claim to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. Jachung crouched down again, looking at Jianxi with a sinister smile. Hey handsome, have you made up your mind? Hurry up, my patience is limited. His eyes were brimming with tears, but he still refused to yield. You traitor, betraying your own brother. Seeing that he still wouldn't surrender, Jachung commanded, still acting tough, huh? Shanshan, grab him tighter. She obediently followed his order. Yes, sir. Jianxi was once again struck by the sensation of his tail being grabbed. Shanshan felt a bit guilty. Damn it, I know this is wrong. But an amused smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Looking at his expression, it makes me want to torture him a little more. Jachung asked Jianxi again, how about it? Have you surrendered, big bro? Looking at the terrifying expressions of these two weirdos, a chill ran down his spine. He wanted to cry but couldn't. After a while, having dealt with Jianxi, the two had finally solved all their problems. All right, it's done, Shanshan asked, puzzled. Is this really okay? Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. He smiled sinisterly, looking at the secret weapon in his hand. Besides, with this video in hand, he won't dare to mess with us in the future. In the blink of an eye, the phone was snatched away by Shanshan. The video was quickly deleted by her. Jachung panicked. You idiot, what are you doing? She persuaded. Forget it, it's all resolved anyway. You have to give people a way out. Shanshan returned the phone to Jianxi. Don't worry, she comforted him very gently. I've deleted the video. Then she quickly apologized as well. I'm sorry for grabbing your tail just now, we were forced to do it. This matter is very important, I hope you can understand. Shanshan's kindness moved Jianzai's heart once again. I'm really sorry, we mean you no harm. She smiled gently and offered her hand to help him up. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. We're all living in the human world, so let's get along. He was moved to tears. Shanshan's kindness made him feel ashamed. Oh, it was me who was too harsh on you. I sincerely apologize. The matter was resolved perfectly. The clarification post brought everything back to its usual peace. Valentine's Day, or rather Valentine's disaster, is that kind of day where you bump into couples wherever you go. It's a day for couples to exchange gifts to express their love, sometimes even giving gifts that only show up 9 months and 10 days later. And there's something else indispensable for Valentine's Day: chocolate. On this day, boys start looking forward to receiving chocolate from girls and dream of growing old with their other half. That's the rumor, at least. The reality is completely different. That terrible day only makes the already crowded streets even more crowded. Restaurants and amusement parks are packed. Those foolish couples openly feed each other in public. Merchants sell things at rip-off prices, using every trick in the book to get customers to open their wallets. Chocolate is, of course, a must-have, all of it ridiculously priced, yet it tastes terrible. This is clearly a burn money festival, not Valentine's Day. And the ones who burn the most money are, of course, the men. A text message notification sound. Purchase confirmed. Today is always the best day to buy chocolate. Because the chocolate is delivered to your door, you don't have to go through the trouble of buying it yourself. Feeling like he could fly, he was filled with anticipation. Soya, my tan Yu-chan, come spend Valentine's Day with me. However, what followed was a series of unfortunate events. What the hell, are you serious? A downpour, with a side of a massive traffic jam as a bonus gift. Standing in the crowded street, he impatiently looked at his phone and complained, what the hell, why is it raining right now? At this rate, I'm going to be late. Meanwhile, a shout came from the apartment building. Hello, delivery? Is anyone home? Shanshan ran out to answer, coming with a head full of question marks. She held the package and muttered to herself, let's see what this is. At the same time, his phone rang with a notification of successful delivery, which made Jachung feel confused. That's strange. How was the delivery slip signed? His face turned pale with inner horror. Crap, I forgot that idiot was at home. Damn it, I was too careless. If I don't hurry back, I'm screwed. That foodie ate everything. Shanshan was the type to eat anything, but Jachung, stuck in the crowded street, was helpless and could only grit his teeth and bear it. Damn it, there are too many people, I can't even move. In the heavy rain, Jachung was determined to get home. After a while, he was finally free. I'm back. As soon as Jachung walked in, he saw Shanshan chewing on a chocolate box and said, you're back. However, his attention was fixed on her mouth, and the box on her lap was already empty. Jachung's face instantly turned to stone. He trembled with anger, staring daggers at Shanshan as he shouted, you bastard, you with your quack doctor face. The moment the words left his mouth, he leapt up as if to pounce on her. However, before he could touch her, his wrist was caught by Shanshan. Her other hand grabbed his other wrist. This made Jachung roar in fury. What the hell are you doing? Damn it, unforgivable. Absolutely not. With a piece of chocolate in her mouth, Shanshan asked in confusion, what are you doing? He widened his eyes and yelled, chocolate, give it back. Suddenly, Shanshan's foot slipped. She hadn't expected it at all and let out a scream. The two fell backward, and so Jiacheng successfully pinned Shanshan to the ground. Jiacheng planted his hands on either side of her, his mouth tightly biting down on the piece of chocolate in Shanshan's mouth. His teeth chattered with rage, which left her utterly confused. What's with this guy? He rolled his eyes back, forcing out the words through gritted teeth. Give it back, spit it out for me now. Suddenly, Shanshan let go of Jiacheng's wrists and he in turn grabbed hers. Shanshan's face flushed red with confusion. What is this situation? What's gotten into him? How is he so strong? Just then he lowered his head again, biting the chocolate in her mouth. Shanshan's face flushed crimson with panic. Wait. She also raised her leg in resistance. Wait, something doesn't feel right. From the struggle, Shanshan's clothes were a mess. Jiacheng pressed his body lower, biting the chocolate in her mouth. This shocked her so much her eyes rolled back, and so, with a wave of her hand and a flip of her body, Shanshan threw Jiacheng to the other side. This also made her face turn pale, and Shanshan seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She patted her chest to calm herself down, then shouted, "What are you doing? Are you insane?" This seemed to make Jiacheng break down. "Chocolate, my chocolate, it's not fair, it's so unfair, oh God, why are you doing this to me?" She widened her eyes in confusion and retorted, What are you talking about? I didn't touch your package. I put it on the cabinet." As if he'd been given a new lease on life, he rushed over. "Nani? It's really here." After getting his box, he asked in confusion, "Then what were you eating? It looks just like mine. Did you buy chocolate too?" Shanshan lowered her head in embarrassment and replied, "The four-eyed big sis gave it to me." Then she pointed at the wall and asked for his opinion. She said it was an unpopular product and there was a lot left from the clearance sale. "Want some?" And so the chocolate box in his hand fell to the floor. A rumbling sound echoed through the apartment, the pouring rain matching Jiacheng's mood. Seeing him lying on the boxes like a salted fish, she couldn't help but feel confused. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you find your stuff?" he cried and lamented. To live this long and still be tricked into buying fake clearance goods, this society is doomed. With a look of concern on her face, Shanshan asked, "Did you really want to receive chocolate?" Jiacheng's face darkened as he answered, "What would you know?" Then Shanshan handed him a bag of chocolate. She happily held out the bag and said, "Here, this is for you." Jiacheng looked at Shanshan in confusion and asked, "Hey, what's this?" She shyly turned her head to the side and explained, "It's nothing special. I made it with my friends when I had free time. I was planning to give some to the four-eyed big sis tomorrow too." Jiacheng took out a piece of chocolate and commented, It's overflowing with spiritual energy. Young lady, I think there's something wrong with this pill. Even a super idol's smile isn't as sweet as yours." On the other side, Shanshan was a little angry. "I knew he'd say that. That's why I didn't want to give it to him in the first place." But then she asked sadly, "Is it bad?" "My friend said so too," Jiacheng asserted with an air of certainty. This kind of unholy creation, you'll definitely be spending a few days with the toilet after eating it. Even a super idol's smile isn't as sweet as yours." Hearing this, she yelled, "Enough with the nonsense. If you're not going to eat it, give it back." Immediately after, he stuck out his tongue and licked it. After all, it's the thought that counts. Then I shall test this poison with my own body. It's just chocolate, it won't kill me." Shanshan shyly probed, "So how is it?" His face instantly flushed red. Hey, this taste." He widened his eyes. It was unexpectedly delicious. Although the appearance was a bit ugly, the texture was good. It felt really yummy. Immediately after, Jiacheng fell backward. "This is amazing. It feels like my soul is leaving my body. It's just chocolate. How could it kill me? I'm so suspicious. Why? The fairies are waving at me." Shanshan shook him in a panic. "Hey, what's wrong? Wake up." His head tilted to one side. "Wait for me, babies. Big bro is coming right now." This made her want to cry even more. "Don't die." After a while, someone came out to dissuade her. "Hey Shanshan, you're absolutely forbidden from entering the kitchen ever again, you hear me?" Jiacheng, completely drained, hugged a pillow. "I've never felt hell so close." Meanwhile, an argument could be heard from next door. "Here, isn't it a girlfriend's duty to give chocolate? Didn't you just say you didn't want to eat it? Give it back." "I only accepted it for your sake." Lying in bed, Jiacheng couldn't help but feel helpless. The neighbors are so loud. In the school attended by Jiacheng, Shanshan and Jianxi, next to a row of classrooms, Jianxi appeared early in the morning, the center of attention as usual, his expression cold and indifferent. Something caught his attention and he looked up from his phone. When he saw her, the cold expression on Jianxi's face immediately vanished. He waved at her happily. "Oh Shanshan, good morning." The moment he saw her, he rushed to strike up a conversation. "I'm sorry about what happened before. I caused you a lot of trouble. Please take care of me in the future." Shanshan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Who is this guy? Needless to say, Jiacheng knew what she was thinking and immediately explained, "It's that pervert whose tail you grabbed a few days ago." She couldn't believe her eyes and looked at the person in front of her again. Really? Why does he look so different?" He introduced himself politely. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Jianxi, please take care of me. We had some misunderstandings before, but this is the first time I've met such a special angel. An angel so cute it's almost illegal." Jianxi reached out and took her hand. "If you haven't found your fated other half yet," he leaned in and confessed gently, "please allow me to stay by your side and take care of you for the rest of your life and help me become a real man." Shanshan was still slow to react, not understanding what was happening. Before Jianxi could do anything else, Jiacheng walked up and poured a bottle of water over his head, drenching him. This made him angrily question Jiacheng, "What are you doing? Looking for a fight?" Contrary to Jianxi's anger, he was unusually calm. "I just wanted to see if pouring water on you would turn you into a woman." "A wasted effort." The two were always like fire and water, unable to exchange more than a few words without fighting. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Why do you always interfere whenever I talk to Shanshan? What's your relationship with her? None of your business. When did I interfere? Shanshan paid no attention to their childish argument and reminded them, the boss lady is here, let's go. Both of them froze for a moment. Ah. She had already told Jian-shi about it by then. That's the situation. If you have any questions, go ask the boss lady. Maybe she knows something, he finally remembered. So we're going to see that person now? He walked closely beside her, curiously wanting to know, what kind of person is that boss lady? Shanshan smiled gently. A gentle and very reliable person, the person I trust the most. With that said, Jian Zai's mind was already filled with fantasies about that person. She must be a cute little girl, I can't wait to meet her. After a while, they finally arrived in front of a row of classrooms. She gestured to him that they had arrived. This is the place. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Jia-chung with a grim face tried to warn him. As a fellow demon, let me give you a piece of advice. His eyes couldn't hide his fear either. Turn back while you still can. It's not too late. Once you go in, there's no turning back. Jian-shi, still unaware of the situation, clearly paid no heed to the warnings. You think I'd believe you? Not a chance. He shook off his hand. You think I'd believe you after what you did to me? Tisk, his face was full of pride. On the other side of that door is a pretty little girl. No woman can escape the grasp of this lady killer. Jian-shi immediately switched to a gentle tone. Goodbye, Shanshan. See you later. She waved goodbye. Bye-bye. Despite his efforts to warn him, he was only met with disdain, which made him very angry. Farewell. After Jian-shi left, Jia-chung suddenly changed the subject. Getting hit on by a handsome guy, you must be happy, right? He pretended not to care. Your eyes lit up the moment you saw a handsome guy. Women are so troublesome. Shanshan in her usual slow-witted style. Hey, what do you mean by that? He casually mentioned. Nothing. Someone was all smiles after just a few compliments. She immediately retorted, I was not. Jia-chung seemed a little jealous. Still denying it? You trust people too easily. You're already helping him so enthusiastically after only meeting him for the second time. Shanshan was kind-hearted. He helped me before and he doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. He even brought up their first meeting. Yeah, I'm like someone who was all about fighting and killing the moment we met, wanting to eat me alive. I'm lucky to still be alive. He had been beating around the bush since the beginning. Forget it. It's not like I care. This world was never fair to begin with. I can't expect to be treated like others. Jia-chung pretended not to care. You have to learn to get used to the pain. Shanshan watched him acting this whole time. So she covered her mouth and whispered, Are you jealous? The moment she said that, his face became as ugly as if he had eaten straw, making her immediately take back her words. Just kidding, just kidding. Shanshan then thought of another reason for Jia-chung's sudden foul mood. Are you unhappy then? As if his thoughts had been exposed, he stiffened his neck and said, What? Who would care? He wanted to explain the reason but couldn't get a word out. Because Jia-chung didn't understand himself. He didn't know why he was suddenly like this. Strange, why am I so annoyed? Seeing him suddenly go silent, she was very curious. What on earth is he trying to say? Did he take the wrong medicine? While the two were still standing there talking, something was suddenly kicked out. Both of them turned to look. What the hell, you scared me. It was Jian-shi. He was in a sorry state. It was unclear what had just happened. The boss lady appeared with a lollipop in her mouth. She stepped on the already broken door with one foot. Well, who told you to come in without knocking? Jian-shi covered his face. How dare you hit me? Not even my dad dares to hit me. He narrowly dodged a kick. Ah, looking at the wall the boss lady had just cracked with a kick, he roared, Are you crazy? Why are you hitting people for no reason? She didn't understand either. Yeah, why did I suddenly kick you? Strange, I'd like to know the reason too. But as soon as she saw Shanshan, she switched to a gentle tone. Isn't this Shanshan and Jia-chung? She greeted them happily. Ah, good morning, and he was trembling with fear, hiding behind them. Back to the topic. She looked at the door on the floor. The door's broken. Pay up, Jian-shi roared back unconvinced. Trying to pin the blame on me? You're the one who broke it. What does it have to do with me? Seeing him still arguing with her, Jia-chung could only pray from behind. Be careful, brother, may you be blessed. The boss lady and Jian-shi were still arguing about whose fault it was. You came in without knocking first, a grown man with no manners. He firmly refused to accept this unreasonable claim. Hey, I did knock, okay? I knocked for a long time, but no one came out. His face was dark, looking extremely annoyed. Who is this crazy woman? I can't believe it. This is the first time I've met a woman who can resist my handsome looks. Looking at the bookworm in front of him, he really didn't want to get involved with her. I haven't considered this situation. My gut tells me she's very dangerous. Suddenly, the boss lady changed the topic again. I probably understand the situation. You're the little demon who came here to apply for a job a few days ago, right? Jian-shi was very flustered upon hearing this. What the hell? What job? I didn't apply for any job. She held out a draft of a contract in front of him. This is clearly the information you filled out. He still felt confused. Impossible. I don't remember filling out anything like this. The boss lady pretended to be forgetful again. I was too careless. I forgot about this. She pointed to the line of incredibly small text at the very bottom of the page. Here, look. I agree to serve unconditionally for 1 year. This signature is my proof. It seemed Jian-shi had met his match. Even more cunning than him. Who can see words written that small? What kind of joke is this? She didn't listen to any explanation. She just made the decision on her own. Alright, this contract is effective as of now. He tried to snatch the contract but he was too late. Hey, are you kidding me? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? The boss lady pinned Jianxi against the wall, forcing him to shut his mouth. Oh right. I heard you came here looking for someone, she smiled slyly. Too bad the person you're looking for isn't here. The boss lady finally told him the truth. Actually, I was the one who spread that rumor just to lure you here. Jianxi froze completely. Ha, she lifted his chin, but after you showed up you caused a whole lot of trouble for Shanshan. You're a real headache, you know. Do you have any idea how much work I had to do to clean up that mess? Naughty children must be punished. Hearing this, Jianxi was scared out of his wits. This woman is terrifying. Looking at the smiling face before him, he finally felt regret. Angels are a terrifying bunch. I'm so scared I could pee my pants. All my senses are telling me to run for my life if I don't want to die. She's too dangerous. He had to act on his instincts. Jianxi bolted, thinking he had to run immediately. If he stayed any longer, his life would be over. Fleeing was his best option. But this only made the boss lady more interested. She even revealed her true angel form. Shanshan and Jiacheng watched from the side, dumbfounded. She began to use the halo on her head like a rope. The boss lady smiled faintly, and with a gentle toss the halo flew out. Its target was Jianxi, who was fleeing for his life up ahead. The golden rope coiled around him like a snake. The boss lady simply gave the rope a gentle tug and Jianxi was pulled back. Unable to resist, in an instant he was groveling at the boss lady's feet like a worm. You can't escape my grasp, Jianxi cried out. I'm begging you, I was wrong, don't eat me. I'm still young, please spare my life. Jiacheng, hiding behind Shanshan, saw this and shouted in fear. Hey, isn't there a rule against using your powers outside? Hearing this, the boss lady finally remembered. Oh right, there is such a rule. But she didn't care at all. Instead, she put on a dangerous expression and hinted, no one saw, right? Seeing this, Jiacheng immediately complied. Yes, I didn't see a thing. I'm a blind man. Only then did the boss lady instruct him with satisfaction. From now on, if you see anyone breaking the rules, remember to tell me, you hear. Meanwhile, Jianxi suddenly shivered, feeling something around his neck. When he saw the collar he was wearing, he screamed in terror. What is this? When did I put this on? The boss lady pointed at it and answered with a smile. It's just a measure to keep pets from getting lost. Hearing this, he jumped up again. Are you kidding me? I'm not a dog, why would I wear this? The boss lady's face immediately fell, and she threatened with a pout. Hey, be careful. If you try to take it off, it'll go bang. Jianxi, who was about to touch the collar, immediately stopped, his face pale with fear. What? She smiled eerily again and soothed him softly. Don't worry, as long as you're a good boy you have nothing to fear. I'm quite interested in you. After saying that, she reached out and pinched Jianzai's pale face. Come on, why the long face? Let me see you smile. The boss lady looked down at him, smiling as she asked, should I just pull that tongue out? Without waiting for his answer, she casually dragged him into a dark room. Let's get started then before it gets late. It's more convenient to do it here. Jianxi, tied up tightly, was dragged along, able to do nothing but struggle and beg for mercy. Help me, let me go. I don't want to die. I want to go home. No, don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Shanshan and Jiacheng watched them go, still pale and speechless. After a moment, Shanshan muttered helplessly, this is the first time I've ever seen the boss lady like that. Jiacheng, drenched in sweat, agreed. Me too. But on second thought, Shanshan suddenly felt that she seemed much happier than before. Jiacheng recalled the boss lady's eerie smile. A new toy, how fun. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and asked doubtfully, is that what you mean by happy? In his heart he breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just escaped a disaster. Thank God it wasn't me who got dragged in there. From now on I'll never dare to mess with that old hag again. On a bright and sunny morning a banner was hung between two tall buildings. Shanshan walked along looking at her phone in confusion. I'm lost and my phone is about to die. The worry was plain on her face. Where am I? Just then she looked toward a red banner where many people were gathered. It read Donglao Tennis Open. While she wasn't paying attention, a loud shout rang out, make way, coming through. Just as Shanshan turned around, she saw a girl rushing toward her. She was jumping down the stairs right in front of her. Seeing her getting closer and closer, Shanshan's face turned pale. She didn't have time to dodge and was immediately crushed by the peaks. Both of them lay trembling on the ground in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A few seconds later, Lily, panicking and covered in sweat, lifted her head. She frantically shook the dazed Shanshan beneath her, shouting, hey, are you okay? You're not dead, are you? I'm really sorry. I was just looking at my phone and wasn't paying attention, so I slipped. Suddenly, Lily's face went pale and she looked around. Wait, where's my phone? Then her gaze fell on a phone on the ground with a cracked screen. Lily's mouth fell open in terror as she screamed, my phone, the screen's fucking shattered. A while later, they were in the same spot. Lily guiltily put her palms together in apology. I'm really sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Shanshan, holding a cup of milk tea, smiled and replied, it's fine, I wasn't hurt anyway, and you even bought me milk tea as compensation. At this, Lily finally relaxed and asked, so what should I call you? She sat across from her and said quickly, my name is Shanshan. Hearing this, she beamed. It looks like you're my junior. My name is Lu Lily, I'm a sophomore. You can call me Senpei, Shanshan asked curiously. By the way, Senpei, what are you doing here? Hearing this, she immediately picked up her selfie stick and struck a pose. I'm live streaming. She introduced herself with great importance. I'm a streamer, you know. You could try it too. Shanshan blushed, her voice full of admiration. Wow, that's amazing. Having been praised, Lily answered even more proudly. I'm here today to stream the event. As she said this, she suddenly jumped up and shouted, I completely forgot. I'm going to be late. Lily clutched her head and cried out in distress. I was supposed to stream my doubles tennis match with my junior. I don't know why that kid isn't answering his phone. You need 2 people for this match. What am I going to do? Suddenly, as if she had an idea, her expression grew serious. Wait, Lily rushed in front of Shanshan and asked, Shanshan, can I ask you for a favor? And so, on the tennis court, the announcer's excited voice rang out, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending our community tournament. This is the Donglao Tennis Doubles Open. Lily had changed into a cute sports uniform and was confidently doing her warm-ups. Shanshan beside her had also changed into a sports uniform but looked a bit clumsy. Just then, Lily reached up and turned on the mini camera attached to her ear. All right, the camera's ready. The 24-hour challenge, wrong one. The tennis championship challenge starts now. As she said this, she gave a confident smirk and raised her racket. Even though my junior bailed on me this time, I'm still going to fight for the win. Lily's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Let's go, Shanshan. Suddenly, Shanshan's voice broke the passionate atmosphere. But Senpei, how do you play this? This is my first time. Lily turned to look at her as if she'd been petrified. For real? Shanshan answered honestly, yes. Just then, their 2 opponents walked over and mocked them. So you're newbies? Watch out you don't get hit by the ball, little girls. Hearing this, Lily was furious. It's too early to be talking big, you 2 brats. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Shanshan frowned with worry and said, I'm sorry, I'm being a burden to you. Lily's voice immediately rang out, comforting her. Don't worry, I'm the one who dragged you into this. She gave a determined smile and a thumbs up. Just relax and learn by watching me. I'll take the front, so don't worry. Seeing this, Shanshan's eyes sparkled. So cool. A short while later, the 2 teams entered the court and the first set began. Lily bounced the ball with one hand as she began to instruct. Watch closely, Shanshan. This is how you play tennis. First, she paused and tossed the ball into the air, like this, and then, Lily's gaze was fixed upward. Then she swung her racket and smashed the tennis ball. You just have to hit it with all your might. Instantly, the tennis ball shot out like a bullet. Accompanied by Lily's murderous roar, Die you trash, the ball's trajectory was tricky and extremely fast. It flew over and landed heavily at the opponent's feet. The 2 guys were thunderstruck, sweating profusely. A topspin serve. So fast, Lily turned back and asked with a smile, well, did you get it? Hearing this, the opponents cursed in their hearts. Fuck, what kind of teaching is that? Are we supposed to learn by osmosis? Unexpectedly, Shanshan also gave a thumbs up and replied, I got it. I thought it would be something difficult, but this is so simple. This time, the opponents were shocked again. Oh my god, girl, are you kidding? Although they were breaking out in a cold sweat, they still tried to reassure themselves. Calm down, this girl is probably just bluffing. He tossed the ball in his hand, thinking, the other girl seems really strong, but this is a doubles match, nothing to be afraid of. Thinking this, he smirked, then hit the ball directly at his target. Focus on the pink-haired one, and we'll score. Meanwhile, Shanshan looked a bit blankly at the incoming ball. Lily shouted in a panic, oh no! Suddenly, Shanshan's eyes narrowed slightly. She did a front flip, instantly covering a considerable distance. Shanshan planted her feet firmly to steady herself, then swung her racket, her eyes like lightning as she watched the ball bounce at her feet. Then, mimicking Lily's previous move, she smashed the ball and yelled, Die you trash. This time, the ball shot like a bolt of lightning, landing behind the opponents. The time they snapped out of it, the ball had already smashed into the court, the force of its spin even leaving a small crater. Shanshan excitedly turned to Lily. Senpei, I did it. Seeing this, she smiled and praised her. Nice one, Shanshan. Meanwhile, the 2 opponents on the other side fell into despair. We're screwed. We've run into monsters. And so for the second set, another 2 guys came up looking at them and boasting, my underlings in the last round were too inexperienced. Let me show you a few moves. Without another word, Shanshan began to serve, silently analyzing in her head. Even though my technique is the same as Senpai's, it's still too stiff, probably because I'm a newbie. From the last set, I can already analyze tactics and ball trajectory by observing the opponent's movements. In tennis, this is called eagle eye. No matter the shot, I can see it all. On the other side, a guy with the red headband was also squinting, secretly observing and assessing. The law of victory has been decided. However, his gaze inadvertently fell on the hem of Shanshan's skirt. The short skirt slowly lifted with her movements. Meanwhile, Shanshan, the guy with the red headband, failed to return the ball because he was distracted. In fact, his face was red as he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, she played me. A real man must keep his cool, watch the ball, not the legs. I can't believe this girl is using a honey trap. On the other side, Lily quickly walked over to advise her, wait, Shanshan. I told you if your skirt lifts that high, you could easily flash someone. Hearing this, she naively lifted her skirt to show her, it's okay, I'm wearing safety shorts. Look, seeing this, Lily immediately shouted to stop her. Stop, her face went pale as she loudly explained. This is an educational environment, and I'm live streaming, we'll get banned from the platform. Meanwhile, the opponent was gritting his teeth and telling himself, focus, be calm, don't be controlled by your lower body. Then he raised his hand to toss the ball, trying hard to regain his composure, taking a deep breath to dispel distracting thoughts. Close off the meridians, concentrate all power, breath of infusion, 8th form. Then he served, roaring in his mind, take this is a technique I created after 20 years of being a virgin. No one has ever been able to return this move. With a loud shout, he hit a curveball that went around the net post. Ha! The ball landed cleverly next to Shanshan's racket. Even so, his face remained serious, revealing a dangerous expression. It's not over yet. lightning turn. At the same time, the ball spun violently on the ground and then suddenly bounced in another direction. The ball zipped past Shanshan at high speed and then hit Lily, who was standing nearby, squarely, making her cry out in pain. She looked bewildered, and before she could even react, she heard her own miserable scream. The ball hit the most elastic spot and immediately bounced off. From another angle, the ball traced a perfect L-shaped trajectory, but after bouncing off it flew into the net, and just like that, under the blank stares of all 4 players, the ball bounced back into the opponent's court. The crowd was also momentarily silent, dumbfounded. A second later, the men let out a collective ooh, pointing and laughing. The guy with the red headband roared in his heart, crestfallen. How the fuck did it fly back after that hit? Lily calmly wiped her sweat and advised, "Be careful, Shanshan, this opponent is pretty strong." The moment she finished speaking, Shanshan's cold voice rang out. "Senpai." The moment Lily turned around, she saw Shanshan's face was ashen, her entire body radiating a dark, murderous aura. "Can you let me handle these two?" Her dark eyes were devoid of any warmth as she stared straight at their opponents. "I must reclaim my honor." Seeing this, Lily could only nod stiffly in agreement. Do as you please." A short while later, the 2 guys were utterly defeated. The surrounding floor was pitted and scarred, a testament to the brutal ordeal they had just endured. The match ended with a landslide victory, and they easily advanced to the finals. Lily immediately perked up, cheering her on. "This is the last match. Focus, Shanshan." She responded with equal fervor. "Yes," she then shouted. "All right, let's go." Shanshan narrowed her eyes and yelled with determination, "Yes, sir." However, their opponents unexpectedly joined the ranks of those who surrendered, stunning the 2 of them. "Sis, we want to surrender. How can we possibly win against a monster like that?" Shanshan was dumbfounded, asking in disbelief. "It's over just like that?" Lily also looked bewildered. So we won without even playing the finals?" After leaving the tennis court, Lily held her phone and greeted her viewers with a bright smile. "That's all for today's live stream. Thanks for all your support. See you next time." Then she walked over to Shanshan and thanked her with a smile. "Winning today was all thanks to you, Shanshan. Thank you so much," she replied happily. "You're welcome. I had a lot of fun today too." Just then a voice rang out, catching Lily's attention. "Senpai, sorry I'm late." The junior finally walked over, holding his phone. "I'm sorry. The traffic was bad and my phone had no signal, so I couldn't reach you." Lily immediately turned to scold him. "You're just in time. The match just ended. You idiot." She couldn't help but pinch his cheek. "Do you have any idea how hard I was looking for you?" Although the junior felt guilty, he still asked curiously. "Oh right, how did it go, Senpai?" Her tone became excited again. "Champion, of course. Who do you think I am?" Shanshan watched the 2 of them with wide eyes. She could still hear the junior's flattery. "You're amazing, Senpai," Lily replied confidently. "Goes without saying." He then reminded her, "Oh Senpai, don't you have class tonight?" Hearing this, she hurriedly shouted, "I forgot." Then Lily turned and waved at Shanshan. "I have to go. See you. I had a great time. Let's play again sometime. Bye." She also smiled and waved back happily. "Yeah, me too. Bye, Senpai." After saying that, the 2 of them left. The junior still said guiltily, "I'm really sorry about today." Lily immediately smiled and teased him, "If you treat me to a meal, I'll forgive you." Shanshan watched the 2 interact from a distance, thinking to herself, "They're so close. I'm a little jealous of Senpai." As she thought this, she took out her phone, which was completely dead. Shanshan pouted slightly, deep in thought, not noticing a hand reaching out beside her. "I need to find a place to charge my phone first." It was only when the hand pinched her ear that she cried out in pain. "Ow, ow, ow, ow." Jachung, with an annoyed look on his face, had appeared beside her at some point. "Finally found you. Do you have any idea how hard I was looking for you?" Shanshan, with tears in her eyes from the pain, looked up at him. "How did you know I was here?" Jachung pointed to his phone and explained. "I happened to see you on a live stream. I didn't expect you to have a streamer friend, so I came looking for you." As he said this, he tilted his head. "Let's go home." But when he saw the surprised look in her eyes, he asked confused, "What's wrong?" Shanshan suddenly curved her lips into a gentle smile. Jachung, sweating profusely, wondered, why is she suddenly smiling like a lunatic? She walked beside him, her whole body exuding excitement. "It's nothing, you're seeing things. Oh right, let me tell you, I met a really interesting senpai today." Jachung was slouched in his chair, sighing, full of annoyance. He'd sit for a bit, then lie down, a complete mess. He'd lie on his back, then on his stomach. Utterly bored, he changed positions again, his head hanging back. Seeing Shanshan appear, he sat back up and sighed. He looked so down that she couldn't help but be concerned. She quietly walked over and asked about his situation. "Why do you keep sighing?" Just then, Jachung revealed a smug smile. "According to plan, the fish has taken the bait." He began to execute his plan. There's a shop selling limited edition keychains today, and I want to buy one." As he said this, he put on a dejected look again. "But the rule is you have to go with someone to buy it, and I don't have any friends, so I don't know what to do." Shanshan, being kind-hearted, saw him like this and couldn't bear it. So she suggested, "If you don't mind, can I go with you?" This was exactly what Jachung was waiting for. His attitude did a complete 180. "Really, are you sure?" She put her hands on her hips and said proudly, "You heard me right, I'm a kind angel." He was overjoyed. Great, in the city a long line had already formed. Shanshan appeared, looking very beautiful and cute, and the two of them joined the line to wait. Jachung was already in a very good mood, fantasizing about the keychains he was about to get. "My wives, I'm coming to get you soon." With nothing to do while waiting in line, she observed her surroundings. There are so many people at this event, it must be really famous. But something seems off here. The guys and girls in front are all very close. They look like couples, don't they? Jachung excitedly urged her. Let's go. Shanshan was startled by him. Oh, okay, she felt a little down. He only calls my name when he needs my help. Suddenly he grabbed her shoulder. This surprised her a little. Jachung pulled Shanshan into his arms. She was startled by his sudden action. After realizing what was happening, her face turned bright red. She turned and questioned him. What are you doing? Jachung pretended to be innocent. Huh, what are you talking about? This event is only open to couples. She couldn't believe it. What did you say? Pointed to the billboard in front. Look, it's written over there. On it were a few large words, couples only. Realizing she had been tricked, she became very angry. You didn't tell me this. He tried to play dumb, did I not? Oh, so I didn't say it. Shanshan cursed in anger. You bastard, you tricked me. Jachung quickly covered her mouth. Shush, be quiet, he whispered in her ear. We'll be screwed if they find out. The owner here is really fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of brothers were kicked out. Brothers dare to come here and pretend to be a couple. You think I'm blind? Another pair was thrown out. Get lost if you want to be gay. Go to the cooking oil shop next door. The boss was menacing, his muscles bulging. No one escapes my eyes. Jachung's hand was still covering Shanshan's mouth, a chill running down his spine. See that? He's a gangster. He started to be slick again, trying to provoke her. Besides, I didn't ask you. You volunteered to help. Our angels all talk. She had no choice but to accept reality. Giving up her resistance. That's a good girl. He released the hand covering her mouth. Shanshan shyly toyed with a strand of her hair and answered softly, even if you didn't say it, I would still help you. Idiot. Jachung didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion, what did you say? She pretended nothing had happened. The couple in front of them also got their keychains. The girl shouted happily, I finally got it, the boy reminded her. Don't hold it so high, what if you drop it? Jachung pulled Shanshan and reminded her again. Alright, it's our turn. Act well, partner, she answered grumpily. I know, you're so annoying. As soon as the two stepped forward, the towering shopkeeper appeared before them. He asked the two seriously, Are you a couple? Jachung confidently affirmed, Of course. Then he pulled her to his side. She's my whole world, my future. Shanshan was too thin-skinned and blushed from embarrassment. He glared at her and whispered a reminder, Just play along. Shanshan was still very shy, unable to say a word, but his scrutinizing gaze scared her, and she finally mustered the courage to speak. Yes. Shanshan took the initiative and hugged Jachung back. I love him more than my own life. He was very satisfied with this performance. Not bad, you're cooperating well. Jachung's posture became extremely arrogant as he asked confidently, Well, aren't we a loving couple? Despite this, the shopkeeper wanted to give the two another challenge. Looks okay, but you have to kiss now for me to believe you. Hearing this, Shanshan panicked even more. But Jachung was so confident it was as if this was nothing. No problem, big bro. This made her very shy. Why do you agree to everything? He pulled her closer. Come on, one kiss and it's over. She tried to resist. Wait, are you for real? He looked at her calmly. What's wrong? It's not like it's our first kiss. She still refused, but that was completely different from now. Not letting Shanshan say another word, Jachung grabbed her waist, so troublesome. She was pulled along by his force. Luckily, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, otherwise the two would have really kissed. Jachung was strangely calm. What's wrong? It's just a kiss. The more he spoke, the stranger his gaze became. To be blunt, it's just passing bacteria from one person's mouth to another. At this point, his mind was barely on the matter. 1 second, no, it'll be over in 0.1 seconds. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Shanshan was scared by his abnormal state. Are you sane, idiot? But Jachung didn't listen at all. Still trying to lean in. I'll be very gentle. Her face grew redder and redder. No, wait. Don't do this, idiot. Shanshan was sweating with worry. I'm not mentally prepared. Her mind was in a mess. She instinctively grabbed his arm. He didn't have time to defend against this move and was thrown over her shoulder. Shanshan shouted, I already said no. Jachung's head hit the ground directly. Everything went silent and he could only endure the pain. Ouch. It was only then that her brain started working again, realizing her impulsive action. Crap, I panicked, Just when she thought everything was ruined, the shopkeeper handed her the keychain. Shanshan was stunned. He was very satisfied with the two of them. I believe you. She was even more confused. Although he had a big bump on his head, Jachung was very satisfied. Great, I finally got it. He was very grateful to her, even though she was looking at him with a scornful gaze. Anyway, thanks for your help today. He smiled, trying to placate her. Hey, didn't I just apologize to you? Shanshan was still angry. Go to hell. Jachung smiled and handed her a keychain. Oh right, this is for you. Take good care of it. She silently looked at the keychain handed to her. Shanshan disliked that keychain. This one is too ugly. Give me that one. But Jachung firmly refused. Not this one. After a while, Jianxi looked much more haggard. That four-eyed demon and angel are watching me closer than a ghost. Jachung wasn't surprised by this. But how did you end up at our school? He seemed to have given up and accepted all the arrangements, saying, That four-eyed big sis secretly enrolled me. If I don't come, she'll definitely tear me apart. The boss lady's kind smile reappeared in his mind. Oh baby, you can't escape my grasp. Jianxi looked like he was about to go crazy. I signed a 1-year slave contract. I don't even know when I became a gigolo. Jachung was also helpless. As your little brother, I already warned you and you didn't listen. He could only blame himself for being too careless. He thought this big sis was like other girls who knew. As soon as he finished speaking, the alarm went off. The auspicious time had arrived. Jianxi didn't hesitate, picked up his bag, stood up and left. I'm going to the restroom. Jachung didn't pay much attention and continued to sit alone playing on his phone waiting for him to come back. After a while he returned. I'm back. It's much more comfortable dressed like this. After finishing his business, Jian-shi returned to his melancholic state. Let's continue where we left off, brother. He crossed his arms trying to reason. There's one thing that confuses me. Right now only 3 people know I'm cursed. You, Shanshan, and the person who cursed me. He looked very suspicious, but that 4-eyed big sis didn't seem surprised at all when she saw me turn into a woman. She seems to know something. Jachung, sitting on the side, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh, as your little brother, I have a strategic question. Why are you in women's clothes?" At this moment, Jian-shi in his female form was dressed in very cool and comfortable clothes. He looked at him as if he were an alien. What's wrong? A girl should confidently show her personality, Jachung argued unhappily. But you're a man, Jian-shi tried to explain to him. I can't help it. Don't you think it's weird for a girl to wear men's clothes? He propped his chin on his hand, his posture alluring. When you become a woman, you have to act like one. Jian-shi smiled smugly. Who let me be so beautiful? It would be a waste of this face God gave me not to dress up. Jachung roared again. Stop making excuses. He had to explain it in another way. All right, let me break it down for you. For example, if you had a gorgeous figurine, would you buy accessories for it, or would you waste your money on other random junk? Jachung finally had an epiphany. You've really opened my eyes. He nodded in satisfaction. That's my boy. He had another question. So that means the things you're wearing underneath? He cupped his own peaks. Are you talking about my underwear? Of course I'm wearing some. My chest is so big, like a pair of watermelons. If I didn't wear a bra, wouldn't it all be hanging out? Looking at that pair of watermelons, Jachung couldn't help but blush. They bounce around when I walk. It's really uncomfortable. Jian-shi even enthusiastically shared another piece of information with him. I still wear men's underwear on the bottom because women's underwear is too tight and uncomfortable. He acted very generous. Do you want to take a look? Broaden your horizons? He was startled. You can look by yourself. Oh, come on, a little peek won't kill you. No, friend, I'm still single. If I turn gay, my parents will be sad. The two started to change the subject, no longer joking around. But how did you end up in the human world? It's a long story. After hearing the story, Jian-shi couldn't stop laughing. So you're the unlucky bastard chosen for that marriage alliance plan. Your luck is just terrible. He tried hard to hold back his laughter. I'm sorry, I got a little too excited. Jachung was annoyed. If you laugh one more time, we're not brothers anymore. He continued to tease him. Living with an angel for a year, big bro, have you had enough laughs? Jian-shi looked at the engagement ring on Jachung's hand and covered his mouth to laugh. So this ring is your engagement token. You can't take it off while the contract is in effect. Sigh, the life of a slave, he retorted, not to be outdone. Aren't you pretty much a slave now too, big bro? He suddenly leaned in. Wait, I feel like something's not right here. Jian-shi pointed out the anomaly he had noticed. Aren't wedding rings supposed to be worn on the ring finger of the left hand? Even though he was already married, Jachung was completely unaware of this. Really? I'm not sure about that either. He tried hard to remember. It seemed he had seen this ring somewhere before, but that was it. He decided to put the matter out of his mind. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Jian-shi put his arm around Jachung's shoulder and continued to tease him. Which angel did you marry? Introduce me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shanshan appeared out of nowhere. Ah, here you are. Why did you text me to come here? Jian-shi enthusiastically ran over to shake her hand. Isn't this Shanshan? Long time no see. She was a bit surprised by his presence. Ah, you're here too. He's turned into a woman. At this moment his attention fell on the ring on her hand. Jian-shi couldn't smile anymore. This ring seems to be... Jachung walked over, put his arm on his shoulder, and then pointed at Shanshan to introduce her. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is my wife. This news struck Jian-shi like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly shocked, while he revealed an extremely smug smile. Shanshan questioned Jachung. Why aren't you coming home for dinner? He explained. Ah, I have class tonight, she said with some blame. Why didn't you say so earlier? I haven't eaten yet. He was also speechless with this wife of his. Can't you just go out to eat? There should be a limit to how dumb you can be. Seeing the two bickering, Jian-shi was even more shocked. They looked just like a young couple having a fight. As if his world had collapsed, he grabbed her shoulders, wanting to confirm it again. Oh my God, you really married this guy? She didn't hide it and admitted shyly. I guess so. His mouth dropped open in surprise. Jian-shi knelt on the ground in pain. Why must a beauty suffer such a cruel fate? Who is to blame for this? How many in this world can understand this pain? Damn you leaders. I thought there were no pretty girls participating, so I didn't sign up. He covered his mouth and started crying. No, I can't accept this. Seeing Jachung's smug face, Jian-shi found it even harder to accept. When does this contract expire? It has a time limit, right? He rushed forward and questioned her, extremely displeased. Shanshan, what's so good about this guy? How could you like him? Look at his arrogant attitude, it's so annoying. She was silent, then shyly admitted in a small voice, I like him too. But Jachung interrupted her, completely denying everything. What nonsense are you talking about, big bro? There's no like or dislike here. He closed his eyes as if he were extremely tired of this whole mess. Just victims of that boring plan our leaders came up with. It's not like we're living together by choice, so where would any feelings come from? He looked up at her. Right, you dumb angel. Shanshan was silent for a moment, then also happily agreed, swallowing the words she had wanted to say. That's right, that's how it is. Jian-shi sat on the side listening. I see, so you two are being forced to live together, he called out to her. Shan, let me give you some advice. His face was dark as he suggested bluntly, divorce this guy. This suggestion was like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned. Jiacheng also didn't expect him to dare say it right to his face. Jianxi pointed at him. You won't be happy with this guy, he's very cunning and will use you one day. You should get away from him as soon as possible. What's bugging you? He took her hand, and after she divorced him, Jianxi gently kissed the back of Shanshan's hand. Please marry me. It was so sudden that her brain seemed to overload a bit. My mind hasn't caught up yet. The two held hands affectionately. Unlike that kid, my love for you is as clear as the sun and moon. What do you think? Do you want to be buried with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiacheng rushed up and slapped his hand away. Let go, friend, he quickly reminded him. Unfortunately, you can't get a divorce while the contract is in effect. Jianxi tried to think of a solution. Seriously, which bastard made this stupid rule? His competitive spirit flared up again. Jiacheng said provocatively, what a pity, your luck is just too bad. But he resolutely refused to admit defeat. I have other ways, you don't have to worry. Without another word, Jianxi grabbed Shanshan's arm. Caught off guard, she was immediately pulled backward. What's wrong? He held her arm. In that case, Shanshan, let's cuckold him. For you, I'm willing to be the third party. You don't have to hesitate. This guy has no money to support you anyway. She panicked. Are you kidding? Jianzai's words made Jiacheng a little nervous. The more he said, the more accurate it was, making him break out in a cold sweat. He definitely spends all his monthly salary on figurines and gacha pulls. He must be in a lot of debt too. Just let a guy like that fend for himself. Shanshan still wanted to say something nice about Jiacheng. But Jiacheng's cooking is delicious. Jianxi looked at him with disdain. He doesn't have the money to eat out, of course he has to cook to save money. These words were like a knife stabbing straight into his heart. The second sentence also hit the mark, making his already guilty self even more so. Did he tell you that instant noodles are the most expensive thing in the human world? Only then did Shanshan realize she had been deceived. Isn't it? But that stuff is delicious. We usually eat it for a whole week at the end of the month. This left him speechless, not daring to argue back. She added more detail. Jiacheng said that such a delicious thing isn't something you can buy anytime. Jianxi looked at him as if he were trash, his face full of contempt. Hey, you're too pathetic. Are you even a man? He still tried to argue. Nonsense, do you have any proof? I only buy instant noodles because she said she likes them. Jianxi mercilessly tried to expose Jiacheng directly. Shanshan, do you manage your own living expenses? She answered honestly. I gave it to Jiacheng because I just came to the human world and I'm not very familiar with this place yet. He knew his situation like the back of his hand. That guy definitely used your money to buy figurines. You'll know if you just check the bills. Jiacheng flew into a rage, trying to defend himself. Shut up, it couldn't be helped. Who knew buying figurines was so expensive? Just consider it a loan from her. It's not like I said I wouldn't pay it back. Jianxi was extremely disdainful. See, that's so slick. He couldn't refute it. Big bro, just shut up for me. He was very confident in himself. Shanshan, be with me. Let me take care of you. I've made a lot of money as a streamer. I can buy you whatever you like. She was completely stunned. Are all demons like this? Jiacheng bit his nails, looking at her with a worried face. Crap. The conditions he's offering are too tempting, this idiot will definitely agree. He had already started imagining the scene of Shanshan throwing herself into Jianzai's arms. If this dumb angel goes with him, he even imagined the scene of being ruthlessly kicked out of his home. I'll definitely lose all my living expenses and then get kicked out of the apartment. The more he thought about it, the scarier it got. The image of Jiacheng homeless and washing dishes to survive appeared in his mind. I'll have to live on the streets working day and night to pay off my debts. He even imagined a scene where he had nowhere to go. In the end, I'll be reduced to selling my ass to pay off my debts and my life will be over. A withered flower petal, a pitiful face. He was too scared to think any further. No, I absolutely cannot let that happen. Without hesitation, he grabbed her arm and pulled her toward him. Shanshan was a bit caught off guard by this sudden move. Jiacheng held her tightly in his arms as if afraid someone would snatch her away. Get lost, she's mine. I will never hand her over to you. Her face turned red, unable to believe he would say such a thing. Seeing Jiacheng's abnormal reaction, Jianxi was also extremely surprised. You bastard, what are you up to? He shouted to interrupt him. Shut up, you shut up. Jiacheng hugged Shanshan even tighter. I can't live without her. If I hand her over to you, I'll die. She had no idea what he meant. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Let me go. But he wouldn't let her struggle free. Stay here, I will never hand you over to anyone. These words made Shanshan blush to the tips of her ears. My CPU is about to overheat. Seeing Jiacheng suddenly like a cat with its fur on end, Jianxi was puzzled. What's wrong with this guy today? He refused to give in, stepping forward to grab her hand. Go play somewhere else. Shanshan, come over here. He was not to be outdone, refusing to let go. Let go, friend, she's mine. He pulled her to his side again. You're the one who should let go. She's mine. The two pulled back and forth countless times. Let go. Whoever lets go is a dog. Woof woof. Jianxi was not to be outdone. Even if he had to act like a dog, he would never admit defeat. Then I'll bark too. Woof woof. Have you no shame? The pulling from both sides made Shanshan dizzy. She was trembling from the dizziness. Being this charming is really exhausting. I really want to go home. No way. Jiacheng and Jianxi were still bickering. You go home to your big-breasted princess and trick men. This argument even attracted the attention of the people around them. Why don't you go home and marry your 2D wives? I'll take care of Shanshan. In a fit of anger he said some harsh words to her. There are plenty of prettier girls out there, why are you so fixated on Shanshan? How could a playboy like a brainless girl like this? Jian Zai's voice deepened. What did you just say? He grabbed his clothes, suddenly becoming extremely serious. You bastard, say that again and let me hear you, he questioned with a dark face. Don't you like big boobs? Shanshan doesn't fit the bill. Jiacheng admitted it directly. This guy still likes big watermelons. Why are you asking, big bro? Suddenly, the topic shifted again. Then why do you like big watermelons? He answered frankly. Because they feel good to touch. Jianxi was extremely disgusted. So disgusting. I knew it. What would you know, big bro? What man doesn't like big boobs? Jianxi didn't accept being told he knew nothing. Hey, when it comes to understanding big boobs, no one knows more than me. He clenched his fists, tears in his eyes. What's so great about that pile of extra fat? Men like it, but it's a huge burden for us girls. The bigger the chest, the heavier it is. It gets in the way and makes it hard to move. It also affects your health. Girls with big chests easily get backaches and hunchbacks, and summer is absolute torture. If you have a big chest and walk down the street, people will definitely stare. You can't go without a bra, but wearing one is unbearably hot. So lawless are the best. A small chest is just right, and it's very sexy. Jiacheng was annoyed that his big watermelon team was being denied. That's because you're a lolicon. Stop making excuses. That makes no sense. Jianxi even started acting like a professor, trying hard to explain to him. You don't know anything. You're living with a gem and you don't even realize it. Let me brainwash you a little and wake you up. He pointed to a picture of a flat-chested woman and explained, according to my research, there are 3 reasons for a chest to be like an airport runway. The first situation is delayed development, which causes the body to develop slower than peers. Jianxi continued to add to his explanation. The second situation is the body being unable to develop a permanent lowly physique. He explained the last situation. The third situation is a skinny body, which is what you call malnutrition. Jianxi closed his eyes in contemplation. These are the 3 common situations, but there's also a very rare one. He pointed at a chart and shouted. That is when all parts of the body develop normally except for the chest, which doesn't develop at all. The probability of encountering this situation is like pulling an SSR. Jianxi was still explaining, completely oblivious to the fact that Shanshan's face had long since darkened. But a person like that will have a flat chest for life. A permanent flat chest. Do you understand? The more they argued, the more offended she felt. In short, you like flat chests, right, big bro? I'm a very tolerant person, so I like all kinds of chests. The two of them argued endlessly. So what does this have to do with you trying to steal my wife? It's because I love her, of course. If she stays with you, she'll have to eat instant noodles for a whole month. The two began to pull Shanshan toward themselves again. Nice try, you obviously like flat chests. Friend, let go of her. Don't you like big boobs? She was getting angrier and angrier. She's mine in your dreams. She couldn't take it anymore. Grabbed Jian Zai's hand and then grabbed Jiacheng's. Shanshan was furious. She pulled them toward each other, making them collide. Both of you shut up, pulled together. Their faces smashed into each other. The onlookers were all very surprised and excited. So you like big boobs, huh? After dealing with the two of them, she clapped her hands. You want to get married so badly, huh? Her eyes turned cold and lifeless. You two are a perfect match for each other. If you like each other so much, just get married. I'm going home. After the collision, both of them fainted on the spot. At the boss lady's place, she was worried. Why isn't Shanshan replying to my texts? Just as she finished speaking, she appeared. You're here? I was just about to go look for you. Without another word, she buried her face in the boss lady's chest. Shanshan felt very comfortable. This is still the best, so soft and warm. Although the boss lady didn't understand what had happened, she still stroked her head comfortingly. What's wrong? Jiacheng watched silently, fully aware of Shanshan's cold attitude. It had been a day since the argument with Jianxi and she hadn't said a single word. He remembered how she had glared at him, almost setting him on fire, and every time he tried to talk to her, she would glare at him fiercely and was always being unreasonable. She had also taken his snacks from the fridge. Where's my ice cream? Did you eat it? He wanted to grab the remote, but she firmly refused to give it to him. Hey, you've been watching TV for half a day, give me the remote. Jiacheng felt something was wrong. Oh God, she's really angry. She's been throwing a tantrum this whole time. He clicked his tongue in frustration, looking at Shanshan, who was still cold and completely different from her usual self. Jiacheng decided to ignore her. Who are you throwing a tantrum for? Let's see how long you can keep this up. Whoever coaxes the other is a dog. In the evening in their apartment, he tried hard to please her. My dear wife, I just made this. A super tempting-looking cake appeared. Jiacheng brought the cake to Shanshan. It's delicious. Want to try some? He was very proud of his plan. I made this cake myself. Don't get the wrong idea, it's just that I happen to have some leftover ingredients in the kitchen. Hurry up and thank me. What are you waiting for? It would be even better if you forgot about what happened yesterday. He smiled smugly, waiting to see her reaction. You're stunned, aren't you? Not everyone gets to eat a cake I made. Shanshan glanced at the cake in his hand, took a bite, but still decided to ignore him. Jiacheng was shocked by her ability to swallow it in one go. How dare you, you monster! She frowned in displeasure, turned around and bit him a few times. He had several bite marks on his hand and pulled it back. Ouch, are you a dog? But he still refused to give up. This trick isn't working. She's so difficult, it's okay. Wherever I fall, I'll get back up and win twice as much. Jiacheng walked over with his phone, trying to get her attention. Hey, come and see. There's a new game out. It's really fun. You'll get addicted once you play it. This level is super hard. You need to be really fast to pass it. A lot of pros have failed. Do you want to try? He was smug. Didn't expect that, did you? Once you're addicted, you'll forget everything. Seeing her staring intently at the phone, he showed a smug smile. I'm a genius, but Ja-chung might have forgotten that she was a gaming master. She handed the phone back to him. It's so easy, it's boring. He was very surprised. She had only played for a minute and already cleared it, even ranking first. Did you pay to win? He frowned. It failed again, so boring. It's okay. Third time's the charm. I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's keep going. This time, Ja-chung took out a fidget spinner. I remember you used to like fidget spinners, right? Back then, when Shanshan saw someone playing with a fidget spinner, she was very excited. Ja-chung, what's that? It looks so fun. Buy it for me, buy it for me. So this time, he was even more confident in his plan. The first step was to get her to notice. He walked in front of her and started showing off his skills. With this hot body of mine, it's a piece of cake to fascinate her. She's finally looking at me. Shanshan looked at him, and Ja-chung became even more smug, playing with more enthusiasm. How about it? Are you moved, baby? If you want to play, just say the word, I'll lend it to you, she said softly. But her next words made him freeze. Get out of the way, you're blocking my view of the TV. Ja-chung trembled with anger. He was about to lose his patience, and asked sternly, what the hell do you want, damn it? Who do you think I've been acting like a clown for this whole time? How long are you going to keep giving me the silent treatment? Shanshan stood there, not reacting. Ja-chung raised the ring. And I don't know when the ring will give us a mission, so don't get the wrong idea. I don't have any other intentions. If the ring gives us some mushy mission, who would dare to touch you when you're like this? She agreed. You have a point. He thought the matter was over. It's good that you understand. Her eyes became terrifyingly empty. In that case, let's both be damned together. If anything happens to me, you won't live either. Ja-chung was terrified. Wait, are you crazy? Why are you so emotional? Shanshan turned and left, leaving him there fuming. Is she on her period? He scratched his head in frustration. I'm so angry. Women are such hard to understand creatures. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. All right, it's all my fault, okay? Don't be angry anymore. I'll do whatever you want now. Only then did she react. Shanshan carefully observed Ja-chung while he quietly waited for her answer. She crossed her arms, leaned her head back on the chair and asked tentatively. Really? He closed his eyes and accepted. Really? Shanshan made her request. Then you have to apologize to me and promise you'll never do it again. Because of his strong pride, he suddenly felt annoyed when he heard this request. But she was firm. Hurry up, baby. Ja-chung gritted his teeth, so annoyed. He was very embarrassed and struggled to squeeze out an apology. I'm sorry. I promise I'll never do it again. She decided to be picky, louder. Haven't you eaten? He roared in anger. Are you deaf? Shanshan pretended to be disappointed. Forget it, you're such a bad guy, a liar. Ja-chung gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll endure it. He admitted his mistake again. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I promise it won't happen again. Are you satisfied now? Seeing that she had finally won, she smiled. He was very angry. You bastard, you've been playing with me this whole time, haven't you? Who made you provoke me? Ja-chung pointed angrily at her face. In the end, isn't this all because of you? I'm doing this for you too. Shanshan pouted, pretending to be angry. Nice try, but you're just doing this so you don't lose your living expenses, right? He was in the wrong and couldn't refute her. Am I right? He suddenly panicked and tried to explain. No, it's not like that. He shyly explained the situation. Although that reason is also true, it's not the main reason. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, seeing you with him makes me feel very uncomfortable. I don't know why. She was also very surprised by his words. Really, at that time, I kept saying things without thinking. Looking back now, I feel like I was a bit abnormal. Shanshan pouted. Oh, so that's how it is. Speaking of which, Ja-chung felt annoyed again and questioned her. Weren't you also hesitant at that time with a happy look on your face? You must have really wanted to go with him, right? She panicked a little. What are you talking about? When was I happy? He asked angrily. Then why didn't you just reject him? Even I find those conditions very tempting. She shyly covered her face with her hands. Jian-shi is very cute when he turns into a woman. Seeing that pretty face, I couldn't resist. I'm so sorry. He was very confused. What's so cute about a thorny cucumber? I think you're much cuter than him. Shanshan was very sensitive to this sentence. Ja-chung knew he had let it slip and immediately covered his mouth. Her ahoge wagged excitedly like a tail. She moved closer to him. Hey, what did you just say? Say it again so I can hear you. Shanshan took another step closer. So you've always thought I was cute, right? Dear, are you shy? Just be honest. He covered his flushed face with his hand. Nonsense. Look at yourself in the mirror. Don't be so conceited. Yes, you're pretty, but you're still a useless angel who can't do anything. Even though he was being so disdainful, she still smiled. I'm scolding you, and you're still smiling? Did you just hit a wall? Shanshan put on a sympathetic look. I can't help it. Who made me so pretty and cute? It's normal for you to not be able to leave me. Ja-chung was furious. Are you looking for a beating? She showed a very punchable smile. Seeing you so pitiful, I'll forgive you, you bastard. She became serious again and warned him, if you dare to provoke me again, you'd better contact the funeral home first. Also, how much money have you spent on me all this time? Fess up. This made him have to obey. Ja-chung sighed, feeling strange. So weird, bro. Jian-shi was drinking water, but he felt that he was very strange. Why is this guy being so polite today? Is he trying to ask me for something? He looked at his phone and said coldly, stop beating around the bush and just get to the point. Ja-chung knew he had guessed it and confessed that it was about Shanshan. He said angrily, it's been a long time she hasn't hit me. It's so weird. After Jianxi heard this he was speechless. After a while he said, "Are you okay? I just found out you're an M." Jiacheng hesitated before saying, "There's something I haven't told you. This ring actually has another function." He remembered Shanshan's satisfied expression and her gritting her teeth and enduring. Jiacheng was also excited at that time. Jianxi looked at Jiacheng blankly, and he mustered up the courage to tell him, "If the person wearing the ring attacks the other person wearing the ring, they will be punished. Although it has only been triggered a few times, at first I used this function to play tricks on her." Jiacheng gritted his teeth and continued. But recently Jiacheng remembered at home, Shanshan opened the fridge and looked blankly. "Where's my ice cream? It was still here a few days ago." She looked at him and asked, "Hey, have you seen my ice cream?" Jiacheng was eating the last one, mocking her. Shanshan was very angry. "Oh, so you took it." She quickly finished the ice cream. He looked at her in surprise. After finishing the ice cream she praised, "This flavor is not bad either, but I prefer matcha. I should buy more next time." And when Shanshan was looking for the remote in the living room, "I remember putting it here. It's so weird. Where did the remote go?" Jiacheng stood behind her. Twirling the remote with his finger, he showed a sinister smile and said, "Sorry, my favorite anime is about to start. You'll just have to endure it." Jiacheng was surprised to find the remote had disappeared in an instant. He shouted angrily, "You idiot, at least let me finish my sentence." Shanshan flicked Jiacheng's forehead lightly and said, "Okay, stop fooling around, I'll watch it with you." At that moment Jiacheng saw her strange look and countless thoughts popped into his mind. He told Jianxi everything he remembered. "That's how it is. No matter how much I tease her, she doesn't get angry and she's very gentle." After hearing this, Jianxi shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you provoke her for no reason?" Jiacheng roared back, "Because it's fun, of course. It would be a waste not to use such a good function. The readers want to see it too." He continued to scold him angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to make an appointment for adolescent psychological counseling for you?" Jiacheng retorted, this time saying a few things that left him speechless. "Nonsense, we're demons, and isn't this what demons do? I'm happy when I see others in pain." Jianxi was also speechless. He was too right, there was no way to refute it. He also felt that the function of the ring was a bit strange. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Jiacheng remembered something else and said, "Not only that, she was also very strange this morning." Jianxi asked curiously. "How strange?" he replied. "I don't know how to put it. A beautiful morning in their apartment. Shanshan put on her shoes and said to Jiacheng, 'I have something to do. I'm going out.' Jiacheng yawned and asked, 'It's only 7, where are you going?' She replied, 'I'm meeting a friend today,' he said sleepily. 'Go on, be careful, don't get lost again.' Shanshan answered confidently, 'Don't worry, I've been to that place several times.' Jiacheng asked coldly, 'So what do you want to eat tonight?' She thought for a moment and said, 'The salad you made last time was delicious, let's have that again today.' Suddenly Shanshan was startled, which also stunned him for a moment. Then she reached out her hand to him. She gently stroked it and said, 'Silly, you forgot to comb your hair, it's all sticking up.' Shanshan smiled brightly. 'You look much more handsome now.' She didn't forget to wave goodbye. 'I'm leaving now.' Jiacheng felt that her attitude was very unfamiliar. He felt very confused and worried. Jiacheng told Jianxi, 'She left me stunned for a full 5 seconds. I don't know what's been going on with her lately, but she wasn't like this before.' He also imagined what Shanshan was like when they first met. She was like a very fierce wildcat. If you weren't careful you'd get scratched all over. He was just kidding. Compared to now, she's suddenly become as docile as a house cat. Jiacheng's expression changed. From all this, I as her little brother have come to a conclusion. I think Shanshan hates me now." Jianxi was speechless after hearing this. He thought helplessly, has this guy not realized that Shanshan likes him? You should really know when to stop. Jianxi looked at him still pondering deeply, feeling annoyed, and thought, how could this guy seriously not see something so obvious? Isn't this the typical male protagonist in a romantic comedy? As soon as it comes to matters of love his IQ plummets. It's so annoying. I really want to punch him a few times. He bit his shirt in anger. Why isn't it me? I'm clearly fully qualified to be the main character. Jianxi slammed the table and stood up. Why isn't it me? I'm so jealous of him. Unlike me who gets tormented and teased by that 4-eyed big sis all day, it's so unfair. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, pause for 2 seconds. Jianxi revealed a cunning smile. Come to think of it, this guy being clueless about love is actually a good thing for me. Then he spoke up. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Where were we? Jiacheng helplessly repeated. I was just saying I think Shanshan has a thing for me, Jianxi said sharply. Impossible. Maybe, he glanced sideways, then asserted, this could be a trap. If that's the case, then it's complicated. So Jianxi decided to explain in detail. As far as I know, there's a very cruel form of torture. This method is extremely vicious and will destroy the other person's mind and body. At first, the person will do everything they can to be nice to you, pretending to be your ideal type and slowly occupy your heart. Gradually, the person being tortured will fall deeper and deeper, and their entire mind and body will be controlled by her. Then a single let's break up shatters your heart, crushes your fantasies, delivering a fatal blow while you're immersed in love. Armor penetration, magic penetration, and one more hit. His lips curled up as he confirmed, not only will it hurt your body, but it will also leave an indelible scar on your heart. After hearing this, Jiacheng was extremely confused and turned to ask, are you kidding me? But he silently denied it. Kidding, my face is so trustworthy, and if the other person is your first love, that kind of torture will be even more painful. The after effects might even make you lose interest in the opposite sex. He was even more shocked to hear that, his eyes narrowing as if struck by lightning, and he blurted out, "Ha?" Jachung propped his chin on his hand and denied it again. No, that dumb angel isn't smart enough to be a player, I must be overthinking it." Jianshi narrowed his eyes and questioned again. "Then let me ask you, what do you have that a girl would like? A shut-in who likes to hug his figurines and 2D girls is selfish, petty, and especially often secretly uses his wife's money for in-game purchases." Jachung suffered a heavy mental blow but still thought nonchalantly, "Is it because I'm handsome?" This made him so speechless that he fell backward. "Stop dreaming and wake up." Then he put his hand on his shoulder thinking, "Hey, see reality for what it is." He began to explain in more detail. "Have you forgotten, Shanshan has that big sis with her. Maybe she's the real mastermind." Hearing this, Jachung broke out in a cold sweat and trembled. "Could it be? It does sound quite reasonable. I need to be more careful." Jianshi added, "Women are really terrifying," but in his heart he thought he took the bait. Still too green, Jianshi put on a righteous expression again and placed his hand on his shoulder. "From now on, if you see Shanshan acting strangely, you have to resist firmly. And I'm just doing this for your own good." He laughed inwardly. "Let me give you a hand, go to hell." But Jachung didn't know any of this, and he shyly turned his head to answer, "I know, thank you." Jianshi blinked and answered casually, "It's nothing, we're sworn brothers after all, on the same side. If you have any problems in the future, just ask me." In his heart, he stuck out his tongue provocatively like a demon. "I've tricked him. Shanshan is mine now." After that the two went their separate ways home, and night had already fallen. "It seems our Jachung has been fooled," but he leisurely poured tea thinking, "I'd have to be a ghost to believe you. Those angels could never come up with a plan like that." He smiled slightly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. "That's right, our clever boy doesn't believe anyone, but he still needs to be on guard. That hypothesis is still possible." At this moment, Shanshan was laughing happily on the sofa, and so the demon planned to test the angel in his own way. Jachung pouted and smirked. The battle of confessions. Demons are best at playing with emotions. His face fell. He would use all sorts of tricks to push the other person to their limit, then make them reveal a weakness and then let them fall into the trap he set. Jachung held the still hot teacup and thought, "All right, let's begin." He bent down and handed it to her, saying gently, "Here, I just made some black tea." Shanshan answered happily, "Thank you." He took the opportunity to ask, "There's something I want to ask you." Shanshan blew on her tea and said, "What is it?" Jachung asked with a smile. "What do you think of me?" Shanshan was stunned for a moment. What do you mean?" He kept his expression and answered her question. "Just that, what do you think of me?" Jachung's smile made her a little scared. "Don't look at me like that, I'm a little scared." Jachung pouted and smiled, remembering Jian Zai's words. "Look at our demon acting all awkward like a rookie in love, but he's not. He wants the other person to think he's a novice not good at expressing his feelings." But when he heard Shanshan's words, he was stunned again, a little embarrassed. That's not what I meant," Jachung was still thinking. "People will think, so this guy has a side like this too. He usually seems so rigid, but he's actually very vulnerable inside." Shanshan asked him doubtfully, "Really, saying something so misleading all of a sudden? You scared me." He also followed Jian Zai's advice, but it felt a bit strange. This method is both easy to win favor and can make the other person trust you and let down their guard. Although Shanshan said that, she still thought along with him. "Let me think." On the surface, Jachung was also nodding and listening, but when he heard her words he looked as dumb as a loser. Still a shut-in, in short, at the bottom of society. Not to mention his personality, extremely petty and a neat freak. And he often secretly uses my money for in-game purchases. He looked at her, forcing an annoyed smile. "You're just nitpicking, aren't you?" She pouted and defended. "I'm just telling the truth." Shanshan hadn't finished and Jachung had already jumped up. "Tell me my good points." "But during the time we've been living together, I've discovered you have many good qualities." She also teased him. "Although you have a sharp tongue, you're very considerate and always notice what's going on around you. After a while I still found that although you look mean on the surface, you're actually very friendly and easygoing." Jachung felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. "Are you looking down on me? How is complimenting me any different from insulting a demon?" She was sweating, not knowing if she had said something wrong. What's so condescending about me complimenting you?" Shanshan fiddled with her hair and said. Then she looked at Jachung and asked the same question. "What do you think of me? Hey, it's a bit strange for only me to say it." Shanshan looked at him from a distance, waiting for his answer. "Am I different from before now?" This made Jachung very confused. He pouted slightly and thought, "The opportunity has come. This is the script. Next, I just have to pretend to smile and then say that classic line." He immediately went forward and said, "You like me, don't you?" His mouth stretched to his ears, and he thought, "Checkmate. I just need to see her reaction after hearing this to know if she's telling the truth or not. Let's see where you can run. Show your true colors." Jachung's face turned red with shyness. Then he leaned in and said, "I like you." This stunned Shanshan. Jachung was also extremely panicked by his own words. Both of them stood there as if frozen, staring at each other. Jachung's face was full of question marks. What kind of reaction is this? Am I screwed? Wait, what did I just say? "I like you." "Like you?" He pouted slightly and laughed under his breath. "Like you?" So Jachung could only open his mouth wide and talk to himself. "My mouth is faster than my brain," Jachung sighed to himself. "I'm screwed. I think I got the script wrong. What should I do?" This was his thought 0.01 seconds after that death-defying move. But right after, Jachung immediately comforted himself 0.02 seconds later. "Calm down, it's not irreversible yet. I can still save this. However, 0.03 seconds later his legs had already started to tremble uncontrollably. All I have to do now is put on a confident smile and tell her I was just kidding. She's used to me teasing her like this, so she probably won't mind. In just a moment, specifically 0.04 seconds after that death-defying move, Jachung smirked to himself. I'm still in control, nothing to be afraid of. Finally, his calculations were complete. Although this method would hurt him as much as the enemy, it didn't matter. He accepted the sacrifice. Jachung's entire calculation took a total of 0.05 seconds. He turned his head to look, only to see Shanshan standing there dumbfounded. Not only was she stunned, but she also looked dazed and bewildered, leaving Jachung full of doubt. He immediately put on a confused black guy meme face and thought, this isn't in the script, why is she stunned? At this moment, Shanshan's mind was on a completely different planet. That world had dinosaurs, ancient apes, and humans were still in the prehistoric era. When soldiers went to war with guns, the world was at war. A series of events continued to happen. She pondered how to master her destiny, see the secrets of heaven, and know all things. Jachung walked up, pinched her face, and shouted, "Hey, wake up." He bent down in confusion and asked, "Are you okay?" But Shanshan was still dazed, her eyes wide open, not saying a word. Then she immediately did a few somersaults and retreated to the bookshelf behind her, avoiding him like the plague. The figurine on top of the cabinet also teetered because of Shanshan's action. Sweat poured down her face like a spring. Shanshan could only stand there dumbly, speechless. Jachung was even more helpless when he saw this and asked himself, what kind of reaction is this? How did it turn out like this? After a while, she finally calmed down and spoke, but her voice was still intermittent. This matter, so it's like this, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Then Shanshan took out her phone and started typing. Wait a minute, I'll call and ask that four-eyed big sis. Jachung immediately shouted to stop her. Hey, don't call that old hag, I was just kidding. Then he rushed forward, grabbed her wrist and roared, I was just kidding, did you hear me clearly, you idiot? Jachung's outburst stunned both of them. His eyes widened and he stopped. At this moment, Shanshan looked particularly fragile. With big eyes and slightly pursed lips, looking like she was about to cry. This stunned him and sweat poured down his face, not knowing what to do. Jachung's hands moved restlessly as he thought to himself, so cute. He swallowed hard. Then Jachung suddenly slapped himself, panicking and shouting in his heart, wait, what am I thinking? Calm down, I only love my 2D wives. After that, he immediately said loudly, I knew it, you have a thing for me, don't you? Just a little test and you've already shown your true colors. Hearing this, Shanshan's eyes widened and she said, Jachung continued to answer, but didn't dare to look at her directly. I was just testing you on purpose, you idiot, I'd have to be crazy to like an angel. After hearing this, Shanshan's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and her face turned so red she couldn't speak. Shanshan's emotions suddenly exploded and she shouted, Are you insane? Who would joke about something like that? Anyone would be scared after hearing something like that. It's a natural reaction. She pointed her finger at Jachung's face and cursed, Nonsense, I wouldn't be caught dead liking you. You really think you're all that? Shanshan moved closer and continued to curse, Someone as bad as you will definitely be single for life. Being insulted like this, the fool Jachung looked up in anger. What did you say? Shanshan, not to be outdone, bumped heads with him again. You dare to hit me? The two pressed their foreheads together, full of aggression, neither willing to back down. After a while, they were both holding their poor foreheads, lying in different directions. The two thought in unison, what stupid thing did I just do with this guy, her? Their foreheads were now as red as if they had put on lipstick. Like two idiots, Shanshan rubbed her head and thought angrily, I'm so angry, what's gotten into this guy today, doing all sorts of weird things, men are so hard to understand. She sat up, but her elbow bumped into the cabinet behind her. A figurine was about to fall. It slowly slid down. This sight made Jachung's heart skip a beat. He quickly rushed over to catch it. Luckily, Jachung caught it in time. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I almost broke something I worked so hard to collect. But because he had to catch the figurine, he was now even closer to Shanshan. Their faces closer than ever before, they were both silent for a moment. Her feet shifted slightly and Shanshan's hands were planted on the floor. In Jachung's eyes, her cute appearance at that moment seemed to speak, reminding him, Hey, can you move a little? Your hand is on my hair. Only then did Jachung realize it was true. He scrambled back in a panic. Sorry. Just then a voice rang out, You damn shut in. Why haven't you kissed her yet? Do I need to do it for you? The ring on Jachung's hand kept ringing. New mission, kiss her right now. He was both shy and shocked. Jachung's face darkened as he roared at the ring on his hand. What's wrong now? This ring hasn't given out a mission in a long time. Are you messing with me? The ring immediately shut him up. Hey scum, shut your mouth. You talk too much. Hurry up, if you don't kiss her today, you'd better be ready to write your will. Jachung froze, terrified by the threat. This ring was too bossy, it even dared to hit its owner. Just then Shanshan spoke hesitantly. Well, if it's a mission, then I guess we have to do it. She closed her eyes, feigning reluctance. Come on, it's not like I want to do this with you either. Jachung was in a panic. Did the sun rise in the west? When did she become so bold? Shanshan clenched her fist tightly and urged. Please hurry before I lose control. Poor Jachung still hadn't figured out what was going on. What's wrong with her? My brain hasn't caught up yet. His face was flushed and he thought to himself, why am I hesitating? Could it be? I actually want to kiss her. After an internal struggle, Jachung cornered Shanshan against the wall. He gritted his teeth and thought, whatever, a quick kiss and it's over. The scene froze on the moment Jachung and Shanshan's lips met. It's just a kiss, a casual one, and it's over. But he seemed to gradually lose his initial resolve. Speaking of which, why does she smell so good? Jachung seemed to be mesmerized by her eyes, praying in his heart. Don't look at me like that, how am I supposed to kiss you? But when he saw Shanshan do as he wished, he became unwilling again. Why did you close your eyes? Open your eyes and look at me. Her clenched hands forced Jachung to comfort himself. Okay, stay calm. Their lips slowly drew closer. What's there to be flustered about? It's just lips touching lips. They both closed their eyes tightly, which made Jachung's heart beat even faster. What's wrong with me? I never used to care about these little details in the end. He still decided to act, but the result was just an innocent kiss on the cheek. The action made her open her eyes and glance at him. Then Jachung immediately backed away while Shanshan covered the cheek that had just been kissed. He said nothing, his face as red as a tomato. She stared blankly as Jachung turned away in embarrassment. Shanshan's lips seemed to be trying to hold back, but a smile still appeared at the corners of her mouth. Shanshan chuckled lightly and said, "Coward." That taunt made him fly into a rage. "Shut your mouth." And Jachung kept making excuses. The mission didn't say where to kiss. Besides, who would want to kiss you? It's disgusting. Hearing this, Shanshan held back a laugh. The more he acted like this, the more flustered she got and shouted, "Don't laugh." Just then, the ring sent out a notification, "Beep beep, mission complete." Idiot, that last sentence infuriated Jachung. What did you just say? Are you looking for a beating? Then he took his anger out on Shanshan. And you, I was just testing you, don't get carried away. Jachung explained everything matter-of-factly. Now I've also confirmed that you're not interested in me. Don't forget our identities. You're an angel, I'm a demon. If we fall in love it won't end well, got it? Shanshan replied obediently, got it. Getting her agreement made Jachung happy. Alright, dismissed, good night. The way he quickly left made Shanshan suspicious. What was that about? Elsewhere, Jachung was blaming himself. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Not only did I not find out anything, but I was also played by that ring. So embarrassing. On the other side, Shanshan sat on the sofa, also silently recalling what had just happened. She thought to herself. Shanshan's finger gently caressed the corner of her own mouth. I thought he was going to kiss me. Jachung frowned in shame as he remembered. And Shanshan's expression was exactly the same as his. That was terrifying. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the ring appeared again. Ahem, sorry you two, I forgot to mention earlier because you completed a special mission. Both of them looked at it. The difficulty of the following missions will be increased by 1 level. The ring suddenly turned to the yellow gem, not just one, but both of them had turned that way. Shanshan cried out in panic, "Huh?" And Jachung was equally surprised. "Nani?" Their cries of alarm echoed throughout the entire apartment building. "This damn ring," and it spoke unhurriedly. "Goodbye and good luck to you both." In a small messy room filled with files, the floor covered in books and documents, Jian-shi took off his headphones and sighed. My God, he looked around and commented. "How did you make this place so messy?" The boss lady turned her head and greeted him. "Hello Jian-shi, you're here?" Jian-shi gritted his teeth and replied, "Big sis, why did you call me here?" She smiled and answered, I was planning to clean this place today, but I don't have enough hands, so I had to call you for help." Just then, Shanshan passed by carrying something. The boss lady took the opportunity to point at her and say, "See, this idiot can't do anything right. It's useless to ask her for help." Just as she said, Shanshan was sore all over from her own clumsiness. Ouch, she turned around and greeted him. "Good evening Jian-shi, you're here too?" Jian-shi answered as if he were praying to the heavens. "Oh, isn't this Shanshan?" Suddenly he remembered something. "Where's that shut-in?" Shanshan answered truthfully. "Jachung has class tonight, so he left early." Then she asked, "I have class later too, so I'll have to trouble you." Shanshan seemed to know she was clumsy and said, "And I wasn't much help just now." Jian-shi didn't mind at all and eagerly took on the job. "Don't worry, leave it to me." The two high-fived to seal the deal. Shanshan ran over happily and said, "It's settled. If you need any help in the future, just call me." Then she left. "Good luck." Jian-shi also waved goodbye. "Bye-bye." The boss lady didn't forget to remind her, "Be careful not to get lost." He stood there alone, smiling, his eyes following the direction she had just left. Shanshan is always so cute. The boss lady passed by and casually pinched his ear. "Save it you, this flower is taken, come and help me," Jian-shi cried out. "Ow ow 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 ow." He rubbed his ear and complained, "Why am I so unlucky? If only you were half as cute as Shanshan." A strange sound came from the box. "Meow meow meow meow." Jian-shi secretly glanced over. "But this is good too. I need to find this four-eyed big sis's weakness quickly and get out of here as soon as possible." His heart was filled with endless suspicion. "I always feel like this big sis is hiding something. What is her real identity and why does she know everything about me?" To this day, no one knows her name. Everyone calls her either four-eyed big sis or class president. But if you look closely, she has a pretty good figure and an extraordinary air about her. She's definitely not an ordinary angel. Jian Zai's gaze was fixed on the boss lady, and those glasses, no matter which angle I look from I can't see this big sis's eyes. He suddenly had a bad feeling. If I were to take off those glasses, what would she look like? I'm dying of curiosity. Suddenly she spoke up. "Hey Jian-shi, do you want to lose your hand?" It turned out Jian-shi had unknowingly acted on his own thoughts. He explained in a panic, No, I was just thinking about something so I wasn't paying attention. Sorry." Jian-shi was secretly glad he hadn't made a move yet. That was close, otherwise I'd have to use my feet for the rest of my life. The boss lady's voice turned serious. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and finish cleaning." Jian-shi felt guilty and obediently listened. Yes, big sis. You don't know, I'm the best at cleaning rooms." Hearing this, she handed everything over to him. "Oh really? Then I'll leave it to you." He could only force a laugh in reply. "Don't worry, trust me. After a while everything had been neatly placed in boxes. Jianxi let out a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat. So heavy. As he rested, he asked, "Can I ask you something? What's your position? Why do I always feel like you're very busy?" The boss lady replied while working. Let me think. I'm usually in charge of security in this area, supervising angels and demons to make sure they don't cause trouble. I also handle registrations and apartment handovers." She thought for a moment and continued, "As for my main job, it's pretty much like running errands." After hearing this, Jianxi was full of question marks. What do you mean?" the boss lady replied playfully. "Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm actually Cupid, the god of love." This news struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Are you kidding me?" You could say that in this world, Cupid is the god representing love, lust, desire, charm, and emotion. This god can bestow love by shooting golden arrows at people, pairing up couples. In addition, Cupid is also a symbol of eternal love. Therefore, Cupid has another name, Eros, or the god of love. Jianxi didn't believe this fact, deluding himself. Is Cupid just another name for an angel? That's right, it must be. But the boss lady mercilessly refuted him. "No, I am the angel who symbolizes love and desire." Jianxi seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown, muttering to himself. "No, impossible. This society is doomed. I don't believe it. How could someone like you be?" She didn't understand and asked back, "What's wrong? What does me being Cupid have to do with you?" He shouted in despair. "That's Cupid. Both demons and angels adore Cupid, just like idols in the human world." In Jianzai's imagination, Cupid was a gentle, beautiful, elegant, and very considerate angel. In addition, she was someone who hated violence to the extreme, even being very gentle with demons. When you're sad, she'll be your confidant, caring for you and looking after you. When you're in trouble, she'll share your burden and find a way to solve your problems. In short, in his eyes, she was the ideal image that everyone admired. Gentle, considerate, and beautiful. The boss lady flashed a bright smile and said, "Oh, am I not considerate, gentle, and thoughtful enough, big sis?" Jianxi couldn't hold it in any longer and said loudly, "Please shut up. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you for saying that?" She ignored his outburst and said, "Oh right, put that box away properly. It's full of my treasures." Jianxi looked at the contents of the box with confusion. Treasures? The pile of strange things from before came to his mind. A thought flashed through Jianzai's mind. His eyes lit up and he called out excitedly, "Wait, are those the tools Cupid uses? Let me see." The boss lady didn't refute his words. "That's right, darling." Jianxi held the arrow in his hand with a sigh. I know this one. This is Cupid's arrow, right? Couples shot by Cupid's arrow will immediately fall in love with each other. With that precise shot, a new couple is born." But from the boss lady's tone it seemed to have another purpose. That's right." Jianzai's face turned pale with shock. Are you kidding me?" She didn't answer, looking at the things in the box. There's too much stuff here. I don't even remember still having that arrow." He still stubbornly argued in his heart. Maybe I misheard her just now. Just then the boss lady took out a few ropes. "I put this here. No wonder I couldn't find it after looking for so long." Jianxi suddenly called out, I know that one." He described it with a learned expression. "That's the red string of fate, right? The two people tied by the red string will develop feelings for each other. The string is tied to the little fingers of a man and a woman, winding into the shape of a heart." But she quickly shattered that image again. No, that rope is for increasing pleasure." The boss lady's frankness left Jianxi speechless. He still wouldn't give up and took out a new item. "What about this one?" the boss lady answered simply. "One of the 108 treasures of BDSM." Jianxi found another item. "What about this one?" She still answered with a smile. "Doll connected to the body." He continued with a round of questions. "What about this phone?" the boss lady answered. "To hypnotize a designated target." Jianxi cried out weakly, "Damn it, just grab a random blindfold and you can change the name of the story." Just then, the boss lady called out to him, "Hey little brother, I think you're still too green." She crossed her legs holding a lollipop in her hand and put on the air of an experienced person. "It's the 21st century who still uses those old-fashioned things. You have to play with some strong stuff to get an unprecedented feeling." Then the boss lady gave him an endless lecture. "Let me tell you, young people these days are very open-minded. Pairing people up this way is simple and effortless. Isn't the fruit of love a child? I'm just helping you load the gun." Jianxi roared in anger. "You call yourself Cupid after doing this?" Hearing this, she crunched the candy in her hand. "You think I want to do this?" The boss lady presented her reasons and evidence. "Do you know why the marriage rate is dropping every year? The birth rate is getting lower and lower while the population is aging at a rapid pace. It's all because of shut-in nerds like you who stay at home all day, never even leaving the house, let alone finding a partner." She concluded as if writing a social studies essay. "If this continues, humanity will go extinct. This is a global issue." Jianxi was stunned once again. "Is it that serious?" But the boss lady quickly added, "Nah, I was just kidding." Her flippant attitude made him furious. "Hey, are you asking for a beating?" The boss lady sighed and adjusted her glasses. "You'd know if you tried being the god of love. I have my own difficulties, you know." Then she angrily began to talk about a couple she recently matched. "Let me tell you, I just recently managed to get an office worker and a female student to live together. It was supposed to be a perfect combination of a young man who's been hurt by love and an innocent female student. Then the office worker would show the female student the ways of the world." The couple she mentioned shuddered. "But they had been living together for 3 months. That's right, 3 whole months." and the result was just holding hands a few times and a few kisses on the cheek. Ah, hearing this, Jian-shi also retorted emotionally, just let them be. Matters of the heart should be left to nature. Your interference will only make things more complicated. An arm draped over his shoulder and the boss lady invited him seductively. That's why I need you, partner. The two of us will be the golden duo that dominates the virtual world. First, Cupid will be in charge of matching people up, and then our succubus here will be in charge of the technique part. Her lips whispered in Jian Zai's ear like a demon, we're a match made in heaven. After her tempting speech, the boss lady quickly switched back to a serious mode. Alright, cleaning's done. Time to go hunting. He turned his head in confusion. She focused on her own business. Which path should I take today? Jian-shi quickly asked. Wait, where are we going now? The boss lady continued what she was doing and answered. Comrade, that's a redundant question. We're going to work, of course. He was confused. Wait, didn't you call me here to clean the room? She answered nonchalantly. Cleaning the room was just on the side. The real work starts now. Jian-shi once again proved he had a loud voice. You damn woman, you tricked me again, didn't you? The boss lady finally turned to look at him. Alright, hurry up, let's go. We have a big deal tonight, so be prepared. Jian Zai's whole body was rejecting the idea. No, I refuse. This sounds wrong. I still love my life. I'm not going. Suddenly the collar on his neck made a sound. Jian-shi abruptly stopped screaming and his body shuddered. His knees quickly buckled and hit the floor. Jian-shi bit his lip tightly. His whole body almost pressed to the floor as he struggled to force out a few words. What's happening? My body has no strength at all. Just then, a sinister smile appeared on the boss lady's lips. Bad children must be punished. She crouched down and glanced at Jian-shi. Feeling like you have no strength left in your body? He questioned her resentfully. What did you do to me? The boss lady's hand gently traced Jian Zai's back. This collar has more functions than just this, without any warning. She suddenly pressed down hard and a shiver ran through Jian Zai's entire body. The boss lady continued like a villain. It also makes your body more sensitive. As she spoke, she lightly touched Jian Zai's tail. This is the punishment for those who don't listen to their master. He quickly begged for mercy. Please stop, don't touch my tail. But she deliberately ignored him. This is the lightest punishment you'll get. Jian-shi bit down hard on his clothes, trying not to make a sound. Meanwhile, the boss lady continued her actions. Understand? In the end, he couldn't help but cry out. Not there. After a while, the boss lady gently lifted his chin. She spoke slowly. From the very beginning, you never had the right to refuse. At that moment, Jian-shi admitted defeat. I'm sorry, please let me go. The boss lady laughed excitedly. What a good boy. A female teacher stood at the podium and said, Alright everyone, take your seats. Class, I will now announce the topic for this course's term paper. You are to research market demand and conduct a survey, and collect statistics on customer preferences. A student below the stage complained, Wow teacher, why is it so hard? She quickly replied, Quiet. This term paper is a group project of 4. Form your own groups. Hearing this, the students were as happy as if they had just escaped a disaster. Ah teacher, why didn't you say so sooner? This is great. She also specifically emphasized, students, you must be in a group to be graded. Hearing this, Jachung clicked his tongue in annoyance. Unlike him, the whole class was bustling with activity trying to form groups. Is your group full? We still need 2 more people. Let's team up. Let me join your group. Anyone want to join our group? Tianchen was also happy. Great, thank goodness it's a group project. Shanshan, let's be on the same team. She smiled and agreed. Okay. Shanshan's other friend suddenly spoke up. Wait, we're still short on people. The teacher said a group needs at least 4 people. Hearing this, Tianchen also remembered. Oh right, who else should we ask? Hearing this, Shanshan started to look around as if searching for someone. And that person was Jachung, who was lucky enough to catch her eye. Shanshan watched from afar as he slowly stood up. Jachung had a cold expression listening to music as he walked. However, he was suddenly pulled backward. Someone had grabbed Jachung's arm tightly. He looked back in confusion, and upon seeing Shanshan, he instinctively blurted out, Huh? Her gaze was fixed on Jachung. Then Shanshan forcefully pulled him away and Jachung shouted, Hey you woman, where are you dragging me? She quickly pulled Jachung into her group. Sorry to keep you waiting. But he was still trying to get attention. Hey, ignoring his resistance, Shanshan said excitedly, I found our last member. Her 2 friends were bewildered by the situation. Jachung shook her hand off and muttered, Let go. I don't like group projects. Shanshan also whispered back, We're family. What's there to be shy about? Tianchen's eyes widened in confusion. Family? I remember his name is Jachung, right? The other friend pondered for a moment. Her eyes lit up and she said, I remember now. She recalled the scene from chapter 48. You're the guy who was fighting over Shanshan with that busty girl in the shop that day. Hearing this, Tianchen asked curiously, Who was that kind girl? She answered nonchalantly. I don't know, I just happened to be shopping and saw it. It looked just like a scene from an idol drama. Only then did Shanshan speak. You saw that? I'm sorry. Tianchen immediately switched to gossip mode. Wow, how did I not know about such juicy gossip? What happened after? She said frankly. Shanshan beat both of them up. Hearing this, Tianchen was stunned. What? On the other side, Jachung thought to himself, I'm screwed with a situation like this. According to the romantic comedy script, what comes next is just as he expected. Tianchen quietly sidled up to her. Hey Shanshan, what's your relationship with those 2? It's so suspicious. He sighed to himself. I knew it. Jachung waited expectantly for Shanshan's answer. Come on, answer quickly. Make an excuse to change the subject. Be smart about it. But there was no way she could know what he was thinking. Actually, we live together. Jachung rushed over to cover her mouth. We live in the same neighborhood. Our homes are close, so we know each other a little. I was just afraid this idiot would be tricked by that busty girl, so I stepped in, but that girl was too clingy, which led to what happened before. That's it. The two girls, one looked bewildered, the other unconvinced. Jachung whispered a threat to her. What are you talking about? You almost revealed that we live together. Shanshan honestly admitted her mistake. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Still worried, he warned her again. I don't want to end up visiting you in jail. Behave yourself. Despite this, Shanshan still wanted to persuade him, but they're my good friends. Jachung used his ultimate trump card. I'll give you 2 extra chicken legs for dinner tonight. For the sake of food, she immediately complied. That's right, we have no relationship. The two girls spoke hesitantly. Is that so? But in reality they were both thinking something else. I still feel like something's off. Just then the teacher's voice rang out. Groups that are formed, send a representative to line up and draw a topic. Seeing this, Tianchen gestured. They're lining up, let's go too. Jachung was still very resistant to the idea. Wait, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Shanshan kindly pulled him along. Come on, let's go. You should talk to people more. Don't be such a shut-in all the time. Jachung could only follow helplessly. Most of the groups in the class had already drawn their topics and were now discussing them heatedly. What kind of topic is this? How about you guys? This is impossible. It's too hard. Us two, we're screwed. There goes our vacation. At the front of the classroom, the topic drawing was still ongoing. The teacher was playing on her phone and rushing them. All right, next, hurry up. The students begged in a panic. Teacher, slow down. Let us mentally prepare. But she still coldly refused. No, cut the crap. I sacrificed my own break time to give you this assignment. Hurry up. A voice rang out, catching her attention. Okay, it's our turn. Shanshan confidently volunteered to draw a topic, the golden hand of topic drawing. She quickly drew a piece of paper. Suddenly behind her, the teacher unexpectedly patted Jachung on the shoulder. Well, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Isn't this Jachung? HMPH. She moved closer, wanting to talk to him. What were you busy with yesterday? I haven't seen you in a long time. Cutie, do you know how lonely your big sis has been? Jachung, however, seemed to dodge her as he spoke. You're so noisy, I don't want to see you at all. Behind them, Shanshan watched dumbfounded. An arm moved past Jachung's face. Shanshan smiled and handed him the piece of paper. Here, I just drew this. For you, Jachung asked, confused. Why are you giving it to me? She ignored him and stubbornly said, take it. Shanshan's gaze grew hazy and she started spouting nonsense. Wow, I never expected you to be so close with the teacher. What a surprise. Hearing this, Jachung became suspicious. What nonsense are you talking about? He explained everything logically. She's a teacher. Isn't it normal for a student to know their own teacher? But Jachung's words gave the teacher an idea. What kind of relationship are you imagining? All right, can't I just take a look? Stop shoving the paper in my face. Then she waved her hand and said, Oh, Jachung, what are you joking about? She smiled, sending a shiver down both Jachung's and Shanshan's spines. How can you deny our relationship? Her finger lightly touched Jachung, her tone ambiguous. Then she spoke hesitantly. We did that thing and that other thing. Your big sis has done a lot of unspeakable things with you, and now you're denying all of it. So heartbreaking. Jachung couldn't hold it in any longer and roared in anger. Have you no shame? How dare you bring up such embarrassing things? It's all your fault I'm like this now. She chuckled. You're always so dramatic, Shanshan in her terror unconsciously repeated. Unspeakable things. Meanwhile, her brain was rebooting, loading 99. Insufficient memory, cannot render content. Recommend reading more to update memory. Jachung looked at her dazed expression and understood the problem. Hey you. What are you imagining? At that moment, steam was coming out of Shanshan's head with a sizzle sound. He spoke in a panic. She's deliberately saying things that are easy to misunderstand. On the other side, Shanshan's two friends were gossiping. As his voice continued, Don't let her lead you by the nose, you idiot. They both had the same thought in their minds. Wow, it's just like a K-drama. The teacher was still teasing him. Who's this? Your new girlfriend? So cute. What a surprise. I can't believe a bottom feeder like you actually has a girlfriend. Jachung explained indignantly. I'm not in that kind of relationship with her. Hearing this, she covered her mouth and laughed at him. So that's how it is? Haven't shown her the ways of the world yet? Keep up the good work, Jachung roared, cutting her off. I already said no. Do you understand human language, you bastard? She stopped teasing Jachung and turned to speak to her instead. Hello there, cute little sister. Your name is Shanshan, right? No need to be so nervous. After class, you can just call me Big Sis Lan. Shanshan didn't answer, her eyes filled with vigilance as she looked at her. The teacher named Sister Lan found this amusing. She's jealous. How interesting. She finally ended her joke. Don't worry, I was just kidding. I'm not interested in this guy, Jachung said unhappily. What did you say? Don't touch me. She ignored him and said slowly, getting to know this idiot was a long process. Sister Lan angrily grabbed his head. Actually, this guy has failed my class twice. This is his third time retaking it. Shanshan let out a surprised, oh, Tianchen exclaimed. So you're that dumb? Jachung's anger turned to her. How's that something you can say? Look at yourself. On the other side, Sister Lan continued with a troubled expression. Well, his grades in other subjects are quite good, but for this class, she remembered Jachung's words. Teacher, I can do this project by myself. Sister Lan had coldly refused. No, this is an exam to test teamwork ability, not individual ability. He was still stubborn. I think I can handle it alone, she told him bluntly. The problem isn't what you think, it's what I think. After class, Sister Lan was on the phone. Hello, okay, I know, I just got off work, I'll go check it out later. Suddenly, a bag was handed to her. Sister Lan was silent for a moment, then asked directly, What is this? Jachung introduced it proudly. Figure Grand Limited Edition. She only said one word, then put on a fawning look. Just a little something, I hope you'll accept it. Sister Lan was stunned by his actions and shouted ruthlessly, I don't want it. This hurt Jachung, he said with a pained expression. I never thought there was anyone in this world who could resist the charm of a limited edition figure. Sister Lan sarcastically replied, what the hell, are you on drugs, cutie? The memory ended, and she smiled as she commented, well, this guy is quite interesting. He always does unexpected things. You can't forget him after just one meeting. Jachung was annoyed in his heart. Damn it, I was planning to hack into the school system and change my grades this time, but who knew that meddlesome girl would pull me into her group? The whole plan is ruined. Suddenly a sound like a horse snickering reached his ears. Hee, Jachung said in confusion. Huh? It was Shanshan, trying desperately to hold back her laughter as she looked him over. What a good brain, Jachung shouted in a panic. What the hell are you laughing at? Sister Lan ended the farce. Alright, stop messing around, let's open it and see the topic. Hearing this, Jachung finally remembered. Oh right, I forgot about that. Shanshan leaned over to look, urging him on. Hurry up and open it, what does it say? I'm so curious. Jachung was just annoyed. Tisk, so troublesome. He opened the slip of paper in his hand and 2 large words were printed on it. Game. Jachung was full of suspicion. What does that mean? Tianchen also squeezed in to look. What does game mean? Another friend thought. It's probably about surveying a group of people for their feedback on a certain game. Just then, Sister Lan suddenly commented, Hey, the theme your group drew is quite interesting, she said with concern. It sounds simple, but the workload is not small. 4 people might not be enough to finish it. Sister Lan snapped her fingers and she quickly came up with a solution. It just so happens these 2 students haven't formed a group yet. Come on over. A boy scratched his head and said, Sorry, the 2 of us couldn't find enough people to form a group. The other boy also added, Can we join your group? The 2 of them seemed very shy when talking to Shanshan and her group. She said happily, Of course. Shanshan also agreed. I agree, let's all work hard together. Tianchen was the same. I agree too. Sister Lan looked at him with emotion. That's great, you're not alone this time. I thought you would be by yourself again like the last few times. I was planning to step in and help you this time. But she didn't because of Shanshan. But it seems I don't need to, it's all thanks to that girl. Sister Lan reminded him with a meaningful look. You'd better hold on to her before she gets snatched away by some other man. Hearing this, Jachung flared up. Are you deaf? I told you there's nothing between us. He was full of complaints in his heart. Are all women with glasses like this? Sister Lan's friend called her from outside the classroom. Sister Lan, are you done? Let's go eat. She smiled and quickly replied, Coming, wait for me. Then she turned to the class with a cold face and announced, Dismissed. Remember to turn in your homework next week. Any group that dares to be perfunctory will have to face the consequences. The students answered one by one. Got it, teacher. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Before leaving, Sister Lan patted her shoulder. She winked playfully at Shanshan. Good luck. Sister Lan's concern made her a little confused. The brown-haired boy suddenly approached Shanshan and said, You're so lucky you drew such a simple topic. The other one also chimed in. Yeah, that's amazing. This made Shanshan reply politely. Not at all, I was just lucky. The blue-haired boy smiled at the other one. It's so simple, there will definitely be free time, you know what I mean. Turned to the others and announced, Alright, let's each go do our own surveys and then we'll meet up later to compile them. The blue-haired boy said, Let's go, it's about time, everyone's here. Hearing this, he decided, Then it's settled, we'll go first, see you later. Tianchen angrily called out to them, Hey, wait, hey, who allowed you 2 to make your own decisions? You didn't even leave your names and phone numbers, how are we supposed to contact you? Shanshan gently persuaded her. Forget it, I'll go ask a classmate for their contact information. After a while, Tianchen's friendly demeanor returned. Let's create an online discussion group first, we can discuss things in there. Shanshan didn't object and agreed. Good idea. Suddenly, a QR code appeared in front of Tianchen. Jachung coldly took out his phone. Here. Tianchen frantically scanned the code. Sorry, I'll add you to the group right now. Her mind was in a mess. Oh no, I almost forgot you. Jachung stared at his phone. Seeing this, Shanshan glanced at him silently. Shanshan's friend suddenly spoke up. Alright, everyone here is in the group. Tianchen immediately followed up. Let's divide the tasks first. If there are any problems, we'll discuss them in the group. But Tianchen's attitude quickly changed again. It's settled, but there's one thing I'm a little worried about. Shanshan's friend also understood what she meant and asked Shanshan, can you handle it on your own? Shanshan let out a surprised, Tianchen immediately explained, You're usually so clumsy, we're a little worried. Her friend also agreed with this idea. Yeah, Shanshan replied confidently. Don't worry, I can handle this, trust me. But unfortunately, her 2 friends didn't believe her. Who would trust you? Her friend decided to pause the discussion. Let's leave it at that for now, I have to go to my part-time job. Tianchen also prepared to leave. I have something to do too, she added before leaving. I'll send a message in the group later. Tianchen turned back to remind her, We'll meet this weekend if anything comes up. Just give us a call, remember. Shanshan excitedly waved goodbye to the 2 of them. I know, bye. After seeing the 2 of them off, Shanshan thoughtfully looked to the side. She stared at him and said, You're acting weird today, you've been quiet this whole time. Jachung lowered his eyes to look at her. Hearing this, Shanshan immediately imitated him. Normally, if you were in a situation like that, wouldn't you say, Are you kidding me? How do these pig teammates do things? Her movements were 99.99 like Jachung's. Do it if you can, if you can't then get lost. From this attitude I can tell they don't want to cooperate at all. After finishing her performance, Shanshan tilted her head looking confused. See, that's how it should go according to the script. Her actions made Jachung show his true colors. Are you looking for a beating lately? He frowned and shouted unhappily. Forget it. Then Jachung turned around and gestured. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Shanshan quickly called out to him. Wait. She anxiously grabbed a corner of Jachung's shirt, successfully stopping him. Only after doing it did Shanshan realize what she had just done. She panically let go, smiling as she said, "Ah, sorry, it's nothing, take care." Jachung didn't answer, just focused on looking at her. Then he slowly spoke, His words made Shanshan very confused, but Jachung turned his face away and didn't say anything more. Forget it, I'm leaving then. At this moment only Shanshan was left, looking lonely at the classroom door. The smile on her face disappeared. In the empty and spacious classroom, Shanshan comfortably stretched, moving her muscles and bones. Then she sat quietly again. Shanshan put her hand on her forehead, her eyes staring straight at the ceiling. In the classroom she sat alone, now only she was left. Suddenly Jachung's face appeared behind the door. He muttered to himself unhappily, "What the hell is this girl up to now?" This was a portrayal of a young man who was worried about his wife, pretending to leave but coming back to peek. Shanshan was spacing out when someone called her. "Excuse me?" A male student approached and asked, "Are you sitting here alone?" Another person also took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Do you want to join our group?" Jachung watched from outside the door, feeling very unhappy in his heart. "These little broths," Shanshan shyly refused. "Sorry, I have." A loud noise startled her. Jachung with a dark face waved them away. "She's taken, someone see them out." Then he stuffed a stack of paper into Shanshan's hands. "Take it." This made her let out a confused "ha." Before she could come to her senses, Jachung said, "Let's go." Shanshan panically called out to him, "Hey wait, where are you taking me?" "Let go. Kidnapping a minor will get you a visit from Brother Bon." And so she was dragged away under the gazes of the other two. "What are you doing?" The two students were speechless at this situation. What's suddenly wrong with this guy? After a long time in the bustling city center, Shanshan stared silently ahead. She suddenly spoke, startling Jachung. "By the way, why did you suddenly come back?" He guiltily turned his head and questioned Shanshan. "Ha, I was afraid you'd do something stupid again. You suddenly pulled me into the group. If something happens to you, wouldn't I be implicated?" Jachung didn't forget to jab at her. "Besides, you can't do anything by yourself. You'll have to ask me for help in the end." Shanshan replied with a pout, "Comrade, you're overthinking it." Hearing this, Jachung looked at her with disdain. "Oh really? Then why did you grab my hand and put on such a pitiful look before I left? If you want my help, just say so. Why bother with that?" She remained silent, and after a while Shanshan covered her face with the stack of paper and said softly, She mustered up the courage to say, "All right, I promise I won't bother you." Immediately after, Shanshan put on a fawning look. "Just help me this one more time, okay?" Her sudden gentleness shocked Jachung. "Damn it, how did this girl suddenly become so cute?" He turned around and replied, "Whatever." Jachung was clearly happy, but he still had to act cool. "Whatever you want, do what you want." Getting his consent, Shanshan happily shouted, Then she quickly caught up to Jachung. It was only then that Shanshan remembered to ask, "But where are we going, and what are these papers for?" Jachung looked at his phone and said, "Ah, we're almost there." He held out his hand and gestured, "Give me half the papers." Shanshan didn't understand at all, but she did as he said. "Here." She didn't forget her purpose. "What are these papers?" Jachung replied coldly. "The weekly survey I just made." Shanshan was surprised by this news, so efficient. He scratched his head and said, "It's easy to prepare these. I've already simplified the questions. The key is to find people to fill out the survey." Jachung looked up at where he was, then spoke. "The foot traffic here is very concentrated, with people of all ages." In addition, he added, "There are also shopping malls and food streets nearby, so we won't have trouble finding people." Shanshan was full of question marks. "Where is this?" Jachung gestured with a tired face. "Let's start. Few people are willing to stop and fill out a survey, so it'll take at least 2 or 3 days at the fastest." She didn't notice his distress and said, "In short, we just need to find people to fill out these surveys, right?" Hearing this, Jachung opened one eye and looked at her. "That's right, don't waste time. Let's get to work," Shanshan confidently promised. "Got it, leave it to me." Then she quickly ran off, making Jachung have to call out to her, "Hey, slow down." He was truly helpless with Shanshan. On the other side, Shanshan quickly ran to communicate with passers-by. She enthusiastically asked everyone to do the survey. More and more people took the surveys. It felt like the whole crowd was about to surround Shanshan. The surveys in her hands were almost all given out. Jachung watched this scene amazed. Shanshan's shout brought him back to his senses. "Jachung! Jachung!" she called, extending her hand behind her. "What are you standing there for? I'm almost out. Give me your stack of papers." Jachung did as he was told, looking dazed. "Oh, here you go, big sis." The children around her kept asking questions. "Big sister Shanshan, how do you write this character?" Shanshan bent down, carefully looking at each word. "Here, let sister see." The other children wanted her to look at theirs too. And me." This enthusiasm from the children made Shanshan giggle. "Don't push, one at a time." Seeing this scene, Jachung was speechless. Half an hour later, Shanshan handed the stack of papers back to him. "All done," Jachung stammered in reply. Holding the stack of surveys, he thought to himself, looking at the quickly completed surveys. Jachung screamed in his heart, "What the hell is this? She's way too good." The door to the room was pushed open. Shanshan had just taken a shower, her hair was wet, her cheeks were flushed, and she sighed, "So refreshing." She staggered over. "I'm done," Jachung replied. "Got it? I'm going to take a shower." Shanshan looked at him curiously, her eyes shining, and she leaned on the sofa with her arms crossed, asking, "What are you doing?" He seemed a little impatient. "What else could I be doing? I'm organizing today's surveys." Hearing this, Shanshan pounced on him, very excited. "Really, let me help you." Jachung was startled and raised his hand to get away. Hey, be serious." She didn't mind at all and nuzzled against him, sighing, "Wow, so many. Let me see." She didn't notice that his face had already turned red, and he turned his head and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, are you testing my patience, you idiot?" Then he couldn't help but roar, "Sit up straight. Are you a monkey jumping around like that?" After some fuss, the two were finally able to sit down and organize seriously. Shanshan divided the surveys into 2 piles, muttering, "This one goes there, this one here, and this one too." She looked at the 2 papers in her hand blankly. "There are so many types." Suddenly, Shanshan read something on one of the papers and couldn't help but laugh. "What's written on this one that's so funny?" Jachung glanced at it, a hint of confusion in his eyes, but said nothing, thinking about when they went to collect the surveys yesterday. Couldn't help but be amazed. "She's amazing. How did she finish it in less than a day?" Meanwhile, she was eating a large pile of snacks. "Everyone gave me a lot of food. Do you want some?" Jachung was so shocked he choked on his saliva. He looked at her with a dark face, feeling like he was about to explode. Seeing him like this, Shanshan scratched her head in embarrassment and explained, It's like this. I used to get lost a lot, and by asking for directions so often I got to know everyone in this neighborhood. And I sometimes come here to play. Everyone gives me food." Jachung was once again speechless, his face getting darker and darker. When they were leaving, the adults even told her, "Shanshan, come back and play next time." She obediently replied, "Okay." The little girls also chimed in, "Don't get lost again." Shanshan said happily, "Don't worry, everyone." Back in the present, he was still in a daze, thinking how amazing she was. On the other side, Shanshan was still looking at the surveys very seriously, and Jachung's gaze was still fixed on her, thinking to himself, "She has the ability to spread joy, happiness, and create a relaxed atmosphere." She looked like she was hesitating about something, tapping her chin with a pen, which was very charming. At the same time, he was sure of one thing. It was only at times like this that he realized Shanshan was truly an angel. At this moment, Jachung seemed to have returned to the past, silently evaluating. "I used to think she was a troublesome idiot. Maybe I'm the real idiot." Just then, Shanshan looked up, her face full of excitement. "Look, this survey is also very interesting." But seeing him still staring at her, she moved closer, looking at him with suspicion, but then asked very seriously, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Seeing her like this, Jachung quickly turned his head, picked up his cup and drank water to hide it. "Who's looking at you as if you're so pretty?" "I was just thinking about something and got distracted." Then he turned his head and asked, "Have you finished organizing the rest of the surveys?" Shanshan replied, "All done." Hearing this, Jachung looked at the message on his phone and said, "Then all that's left is the content part. The group has already decided." She immediately leaned over to look at the phone, asking in confusion, "Hey, when did everyone agree on the content? How come no one told me?" He gritted his teeth and asked, "Aren't you in the group?" Only then did Shanshan stick out her tongue, scratching her head as she replied, "Oh, I remember now. My phone ran out of battery. I forgot to charge it when I went to take a shower just now." Jachung quickly returned to the topic, propping his chin on his hand and thinking, "Coming up with a complicated game is too hard. Let's just make a board game. It's simpler." Hearing this, she seemed to remember something and called out, "There's a box at home. Let me find it." He exclaimed in surprise. "Ha!" Shanshan took out a rectangular box and introduced it. "The class president gave this to me a long time ago. I've never had a chance to play it. There are very prominent words printed on it. Super large board game, guaranteed to be addictive." She suggested they try it now. Contrary to her excitement, Jachung immediately refused. "No, absolutely not." Shanshan asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" he said with certainty. "Anything related to that four-eyed big sis is guaranteed to be bad news." Just then, the ring made a few harsh sounds. "New mission, this mission, you guys." Jachung raised his hand in alarm. The ring notified them again. The two must play the board game together. He couldn't believe it and roared, "NU ring." The notification ended. Jachung and Shanshan were still frozen, looking at the rings on their hands, but a few seconds later, she excitedly suggested, "Since we have to play anyway, let's just relax." Hearing this, he also replied listlessly, "You're right." But his face had fallen to his navel, making Shanshan roar in anger. "Why do you look like you're going to a funeral?" Then she didn't care much and started, "All right, I'm opening the box." Jachung kept muttering on the side, "Demon Lord bless me, amen, Satan Allah." After opening the package, Shanshan froze for a moment. He curiously walked over and looked down. "Why are you frozen? What game is in the box?" She hesitated for a moment. "This game is called Truth or Dare Love Game." As soon as the words left her mouth, Jachung's face darkened and he was speechless. Immediately after, Shanshan found another machine and called out, There's something under the box, let me see." "It's a lie detector." His face got darker and darker while she was still confused. "But what is this for?" At this moment, Jachung shouted, "Oops, sorry, my hand slipped." At the same time, he punched the machine, making it fall from her hand. She looked dazed. It wasn't over yet. He hurriedly shouted again, "There's a huge cockroach on the floor." Then he kept stomping on the machine on the floor. Only after it was crushed into pieces did Jiacheng wipe the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction. Done, it's safe now. Shanshan was so angry her eyes were wide and she roared, "What are you doing? You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose," he calmly reminded her. "Quiet, I'm doing this for your own good." She was about to cry from grievance and sat on the floor complaining. "You're too much." Seeing this, Jiacheng roared impatiently. "What's wrong? You're a grown-up, why are you acting like a child?" After a while the two calmed down and a deck of cards was already on the table. Looking at the deck he was still vigilant, stroking his chin and thinking, the pattern on this deck looks a bit familiar. So Jiacheng picked up the deck. "I'll check the cards first and remove any weird ones. Nothing from that four-eyed big sis is good. There's a timer over there, don't touch it." But as soon as he picked up the cards he felt something was wrong behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw Shanshan calmly holding the timer. She pouted and smiled, pressing the button. "Ready, baby?" The timer showed game start, and Jiacheng shouted in surprise, "You bastard, didn't I tell you not to touch it?" Then the two sat down at the table with the deck of cards between them, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, thinking, "It's not that I'm afraid of a godlike opponent but a pig-like teammate." Suddenly he remembered something. "Wait, could it be?" Jiacheng asked. "Have you ever played Truth or Dare?" Shanshan naively replied, no." "What's wrong?" As soon as the words left her mouth he went crazy, thinking, "I knew it, this troublemaker." On the contrary, she was very confident. "Don't worry, you can teach me as we play. I may not be good at other things, but I've never lost a game." Jiacheng could only reply helplessly. "All right, listen carefully," he explained in detail. "The rule is you have to draw a card and the card will ask you to do an action or answer a question. I didn't have time to check the cards before you press start." Seeing Shanshan's face gradually darken, Jiacheng asked coldly, "Do you realize how serious this is?" After only a few seconds her eyes lit up and she called out, "That sounds fun. So does that mean I can find out your secrets? Let's start." He could only cry without tears, thinking helplessly, "This kind of person can't be saved. I might as well just finish the game quickly." Jiacheng slapped his face and let out a long sigh. "I'll show you first," Shanshan excitedly replied. "Okay." He started to draw a card. His eyes suddenly widened, the whites showing. Jiacheng suddenly stood up, turned around. "It's my turn to draw." This exaggerated action made her very confused. Seeing her like this, Jiacheng reminded her sharply, "Every time you draw a card you have to shout the slogan. Do you remember? This is the key to winning." She asked blankly, "Is there any special meaning to this?" He put on a knowing look and glanced down. "Listen up. No matter what card you play, you must perform this ritual every time you draw. You must hold the belief of friendship and camaraderie and recall those, and so on and so forth." Jiacheng pouted. "You must keep chanting this sutra. I believe in this card and a miracle will happen." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shanshan clapped her hands. "Oh, I see. So what did you draw?" At this moment he confidently blinked and flipped the card over. "This card is," but he immediately shut up. The card clearly printed with "Play the baby-making game with the other person." Jiacheng's face instantly darkened, then he forcefully tore the card to shreds. He watched in shock. Shanshan roared in anger, "What are you doing again?" But he still calmly replied, "What? That was just a demonstration, it doesn't count. A man should be a gentleman, ladies first please." He held out his hands and pushed them towards her. Shanshan was very confused, squinting her eyes and thinking, "What's wrong with this guy?" Then the two of them reached for the cards together. "Forget it, if I have to go first, I'll go first." She also imitated what he had just done, her eyes wide, the whites showing. Then she turned around abruptly. "It's my turn to draw." At this moment she confidently glanced at the card, thinking, "This ritual is quite fun. Let's see what I drew." The card was clearly printed with "Do that thing with the other person on a mat in the park." Shanshan's face was no better than Jiacheng's. Same old trick. She forcefully tore the card in her hand to shreds. He wasn't surprised, just watched her quietly. Then the two fell into silence. At this moment Shanshan was sweating profusely, saying a little guiltily, "Sorry, I didn't expect this." But Jiacheng didn't accept it, roaring, "It's too late to apologize now, big sis." At the same time the ring made a harsh sound, reminding the players that if they deliberately damaged the cards, when the two raised their rings it continued to notify they would be punished. "Have fun, you two." The two were truly desperate in disbelief. Shanshan asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" Jiacheng replied calmly, "We can only keep playing. What else can we do? It's my turn to draw." He muttered as he drew a card. "Demon Lord bless me." Seeing the contents of the card, Jiacheng's face darkened again. Seeing that he wasn't speaking and his face was getting darker, she asked curiously, "How is it? What did you draw?" He just coldly flipped the card over. Action. "Hug the other person affectionately for 3 minutes," Shanshan stammered as she read it. "What is that? Do we have to hug?" Jiacheng also confirmed with She pursed her lips, seeming to hesitate for a moment, then beckoned, startling Jiacheng. Shanshan opened her arms with a red face. "Come on." His cheeks also flushed and he was confused by her action. Jiacheng kept waving his hands to refuse. "Wait, this is just a game. It's up to us whether we do it or not. I'm not forcing you, right?" "What a bastard." She was so shy her face was flushed and she smiled awkwardly. You're right." He also laughed a few times, his face as red as if he had put on blush. "See, it's easy to solve." A series of laughter followed. Suddenly the ring on his hand lit up, startling Jiacheng. His trembling hand reached forward and Shanshan's eyes widened in confusion. The result was that he had somehow already hugged her tightly. Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise almost to their limit, her face getting redder and redder, her mouth constantly shouting, You, what are you doing? Let go." But Jiacheng's hug only got tighter, making her tremble all over, unable to resist. Not only that, but he also whispered in her ear, "Just bear with it." And as a result her ears also turned completely red. Jiacheng explained helplessly, I can't control my body, my hands won't move. He immediately proved it to her, trying to pry his fingers open, but it was useless. Jachung guessed it must be the ring's doing. This new function is such a headache. His hand holding the corner of Shanshan's shirt also tightened and his face turned red as he comforted her. It'll be over in 3 minutes, just bear with it. On the contrary, she seemed to be enjoying it. Her cheeks were flushed, her round eyes watery. Shanshan could clearly feel Jachung's arms holding her tightly. They stayed in that position, she leaning against his chest with her lips pressed firmly together. Her hand, the one with the ring, hesitantly reached out, her fingers slowly uncurled, then clenched into a fist and pulled back. Then her hand reached out once more and tightly grabbed the corner of Jachung's shirt. Only then did Shanshan seem satisfied. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. He was starting to lose it, cold sweat dripping down his face as he thought, why isn't the time up yet? I'm going to die. This is the first time I've hugged a girl for this long. At the same time, Jachung couldn't help but marvel. So she's actually quite slender and so soft. Suddenly a fragrant scent wafted over, making him blurt out in surprise, she even smells this good, who could stand this? I'm about to lose control. Just then the timer let out a piercing sound. Time's up, congratulations on completing the mission. Jachung, as if a huge weight had been lifted, pushed Shanshan away and cheered happily, it's finally over, I'm free. But only then did he notice that her right hand was still clutching the corner of his shirt. Jachung looked down in surprise while Shanshan's face flushed crimson, having been caught. Immediately after, out of sheer embarrassment, she forcefully pushed him away so hard that one of her slippers flew off. Of course, the game continued. The two went on playing the board game. Shanshan held a card in her hand. A card was. Jachung was still clutching his head, not yet recovered from the previous shock. What card did she draw? She gently flipped it over. Action. The other person must say what they like about you. He casually cleaned out his ear. How are you kidding me? How am I supposed to answer that? Is there anything about you that I like? Hearing this, Shanshan's ahoge twitched slightly. It was happening again. The ring lit up once more, and like an electric current shooting through him, Jachung's entire body went rigid. He bit his lip, cold sweat pouring down his face as if he couldn't control his own body. Jachung said hesitantly, I was lying just now. This surprised Shanshan a little. She listened dumbfounded as he confessed, actually I've been hiding this secret for a long time. Jachung seemed to be struggling to resist, his whole body trembling. I have always, getting to the point, he forced out the words one by one. Seeing the word you're, the ahoge on Shanshan's head was spinning uncontrollably. Finally, Jachung managed to get out a full sentence. Actually, I don't care at all whether your chest is big or small. As soon as the words left his mouth, she froze, letting out a ha, as if she hadn't heard him correctly. He covered one eye and continued helplessly. When I used to tease you about your chest being a landing strip, that was just an excuse to mess with you. Damn it, why did I have to say that out loud? At this, Shanshan's face clearly showed anger and she crossed her arms protectively over her chest. But it wasn't over. Jachung was still rambling on. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I even think flat chests are cute. Maybe he suddenly shot to his feet and yelled, a leg man. Her legs seemed to materialize before his eyes, swaying. Whether they were firm and full or fair and smooth, Jachung found them irresistible. Appearing and disappearing, so tempting, every inch captivates me. He closed his eyes for a second, then they flew open as he roared. But the biggest problem is, Jachung pointed at Shanshan's face. Your legs are the most ideal in my eyes, and she was still fearfully shielding her chest. He roared, the ring on his hand still glowing. The perfect golden ratio, not too long, not too short, not too fat, not too thin. In short, they're incredibly sexy. Feeling that wasn't enough, Jachung added a few more compliments. And your skin is so fair, they're absolutely perfect. By now, Shanshan was cowering on the floor, pulling at her clothes to cover herself. Her face beat red with embarrassment. Seeing this, he couldn't help himself, even barefoot. All sorts of enticing images flashed through Jachung's mind. Her wearing white stockings, Shanshan shyly wiggling her hips, or wearing black stockings. He couldn't help but sigh. These legs go with everything. Perfect, Jachung concluded. So beautiful, so elegant, thank you. At this point he gave a thumbs up in affirmation. To be honest, I really love seeing you in black stockings. It's the absolute best, the true love of my life. Suddenly he froze for a second and blurted out, all right, my brain is back to normal now. Immediately after, he clapped a hand over his own unrestrained mouth, his face turning from the color of a boiled shrimp to ashen gray as he cursed himself. What did I just say? How did I just blurt that out? It's over. It's all over. He immediately spun around to explain, it's not what you think, it was the ring. But he was too late. Shanshan was already hugging her legs and screaming in terror. Stay away from me, you pervert. So you've been looking at me like that this whole time. Get out, you perverted leg man. He took a step closer, the blush still on his face. No, just let me explain. She clamped her hands over her ears, backing away while shaking her head frantically. I'm not listening, Jachung thought helplessly. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? Wait, could this be the ring's new upgraded function? A strange glint flashed in his eyes, but he had no choice but to give up. Forget it. Since it's already come to this, there's nothing I can do. I just have to be determined and carry on. He recklessly drew a card. My turn, I believe in this card. Seeing its contents, Jachung was momentarily dazed. This is a sinister smile spread across his face. It was as if he were possessed by the god of gamblers. The card clearly read, action. You can ask the other person one secret, no holds barred. As soon as he read it, Shanshan clapped her hands tightly over her mouth. Jachung roared, covering your mouth is useless, my question is. He leaned in closer as if whispering, baby, have you ever had any improper thoughts about me? Her eyes of course widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing red. Only then did Jachung realize what he'd asked, and his face immediately darkened. They both fell silent, a heavy atmosphere filling the room. After a moment he calmed down, turned his face away and thought to himself, "My mouth, why did I ask that? How is that any different from sexual harassment?" No one noticed that the ring on Shanshan's hand had lit up again. She pressed her lips together tightly, her eyes watery and shy. "Occasionally," she whispered. The words made Jachung jump. Holy crap. Shanshan was still covering her mouth hesitantly. With a flushed face she confessed, "Your collarbone is very beautiful. Whenever you're concentrating," an image of him intently studying something popped into her mind. "And your collarbone peeks out from under your clothes," Shanshan confessed. "I've secretly taken a few peeks. Not only that, I kept staring. I saw it very clearly. It wasn't over," her gentle voice continued, "and also when you've just finished showering." Shanshan clearly recalled him walking out and looking around. "Where's the hairdryer?" Jachung's sopping wet form appeared clearly in her mind's eye. She couldn't help but blurt out, "The faint scent of shampoo and body wash and the water droplets lingering on your collarbone." Shanshan clutched her own drooling face. "It makes me want to bite it." As soon as the words left her mouth he yelped and covered his collarbone in shock. "Ha!" Just then she snapped out of it. "Ha, my brain is back to normal." Seeing Jachung backing away from her, she finally realized what she'd said. Her face flushed crimson with shame and she shrieked, then spun around to explain frantically, "No, it's not like that, it was all because of the ring." But he was already hugging his collarbone in terror, yelling, "Stay away from me, you lewd angel. So you've been looking at me like that this whole time?" Shanshan kept stepping closer. "No, it's not like that, let me explain." But Jachung was already covering his ears and backing away, screaming, "Pervert, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." The scene was oddly familiar. Only the roles had been reversed. This made her extremely frustrated. She plopped down onto her bottom. "I might as well just die." At this he laughed smugly. "See, how are you any different from me earlier?" he taunted. "You look so innocent on the outside. Who knew you were so twisted on the inside?" His words successfully enraged Shanshan. The hand gripping her clothes clenched into a fist and she slowly raised her head. "Aha, fine then." Shanshan decisively drew a card. "Go ahead and laugh. I'll make you eat your words." After a while the floor was littered with cards and both of them were on their knees looking completely drained. Jachung wiped away a bead of sweat and provoked her. "Scared already after just this much?" Shanshan wiped her own cold sweat and shot back sarcastically. "Stop bluffing, baby, I'm scared to death." He drew a new card. "In that case, don't come crying to me for mercy later." She drew a card as well. "It's too early to be talking tough. We'll see who's crying in the end," the two shouted in unison. Draw. They flipped their cards. It was a Tibetan mission card. In the next moment Jachung had Shanshan pinned against the wall, their faces inches apart. The next card was a Pocky game mission. Whoever lets go first gets a penalty. Blushing, they each bit one end of a Pocky stick. As their lips drew closer they both seemed to lean in, but at the last second they shyly snapped the stick and turned away. Next was a mission card. Confess your most embarrassing secret. Jachung pointed at her and roared with laughter, and Shanshan did the same to him. Next was a Princess Carry mission card, but it was her carrying him. He had his arms crossed, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. The cards were flipped one after another. A Twin Dragon Fusion mission card. The two of them made a fusion circle with their fingers. Even more special was the Angel X Demon Henshin mission card. Jachung and Shanshan posed as if transforming, complete with imaginary belts around their waists. Then came a Fusion Dance mission card and the two reluctantly struck the pose once again. But by now Jachung's patience had worn thin. He slammed a card onto the table and roared, "To hell with this, what kind of idiotic board game is this?" After a short break they started again. Jachung looked at the card and blurted out, printed clearly on it was a mission. Gently caressed the other person's cheek. What a weird request. Shanshan was taken aback but he quickly accepted it, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Whatever, a mission's a mission. "Come here." She blushed shyly as his hand drew closer to her ear. Seeing her expression, Jachung teased, "What's wrong, scared?" She immediately snapped back, what, who's scared?" As if resigning herself to her fate. Shanshan turned her face toward him. "Come on, it's just for the mission." This time Jachung's hand truly made contact with her cheek. As her face flushed his palm began to sweat and Jachung quickly pulled his hand away. "Okay, that's enough." His sudden stop stunned her, who had been enjoying the moment, but Shanshan grabbed his hand, refusing to let go. "Hey, time's not up yet." Then she added mockingly, "Your hand is shaking and it's all sweaty. Weren't you so confident a moment ago? Turns out you were all talk." Jachung jumped. "Ha?" She glanced at him sideways. "Baby, if you're scared just say it." "I promise I won't laugh," she taunted. Not to be outdone he shot back, "You're the one who looks like you're about to cry. Stop trying to act tough." And so they resumed the pose, Jachung's hand on Shanshan's cheek. Though they were secretly enjoying it on the surface, they both pretended they were just enduring it. Finally the timer rang. "Time's up," the two hot-blooded youths yelled. "Let's keep going, are you scared?" A red rope was pulled taut in her trembling hands, but Shanshan looked ecstatic. "Hey, why are we doing this?" It turned out Jachung was tied up in an intricate rope bond. "I should be the one asking that," he blurted out angrily. "It's a BDSM Shibari mission card," he roared in frustration. "And it's all because you drew this moronic card." She calmly glanced at the timer. "Ah yeah, my bad, but why hasn't the mission completed? He's all tied up." Suddenly a thought flashed through Jachung's mind. "Ah, I get it. Since we're playing BDSM, there's one essential element." He quickly turned his head and yelled, "Listen up, hurry up and step on me." His words left Shanshan stunned. "Huh?" Seeing her expression, Jachung grew more frantic. "What's with the huh? Just do it." At that she nodded frantically. "Ah, okay, I get it." Shanshan gently placed her foot on his back. "Like this?" but no notification sounded. She said hesitantly, I don't think that's right. Jachung was confused too. He thought, completely puzzled. What's going on? I've done all the steps, but it's still not complete. What went wrong? Come on, think. If someone with masochistic tendencies is tied up, another idea flashed through his mind. I've got it, Jachung blurted out. There wasn't enough force. Try stepping on me harder. Shanshan's jaw dropped. As she got ready to lift her foot, he said confidently, trust me. This will definitely work, she replied. Okay, got it. Don't blame me if you break something. Once again, Shanshan pulled on the ropes while stepping on his back. As they both waited in anticipation, the mission remained incomplete. Jachung was certain it wasn't enough force. Just stepping like that wouldn't do, he roared angrily. Put some muscle into it. Did you not eat today? Shanshan shyly pursed her lips, tightened her grip on the rope, raised her foot, and stomped down hard. Although it hurt, Jachung did his best to endure it. He was already celebrating inwardly, his eyes filled with anticipation. That's it. This should work. And sure enough, the timer dinged. Mission complete. He happily turned over. All right, just as I guessed, but before he could finish, Shanshan stomped on him again hard. Jachung was pinned to the floor, the ropes pulled even tighter. Ouch, 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 it hurts enough, let me go. What are you doing? A wicked smile played on her lips as his voice echoed, creak, creak. Shanshan's watery eyes were a little hazy and her cheeks flushed red. Jachung suddenly screamed, sis, my back's about to fucking break. Only then did she snap out of it. He was still on the floor, begging for mercy. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, please spare me. Seeing this, Shanshan hurriedly loosened the ropes and stammered, sorry, are you okay? A while later, after being untied, Jachung's limbs were sore and weak with clear red marks on his neck and wrists. He complained, I almost died. She, on the other hand, covered her flushed face and thought, what happened? What was wrong with me just now? On the other side, Jachung had already recovered his spirits. All right, last card. He walked over, cornering her against the wall with a sly expression. Ready, baby? Jachung turned the card toward Shanshan, raised an eyebrow, and said with some anticipation, well, look at this. What command should I give? The mission card was clearly printed. You can command the other person to do anything. He was very pleased with this and laughed out loud. Get ready. What you did to me just now, I'll pay you back double. This scared her and she backed away. Seeing Shanshan defensively shielding her chest, Jachung was confused, sweat dripping down his face. He thought to himself, why do I look like a pervert? But she still looked wronged. Jachung called out. Hey, Shanshan answered and the two fell silent. He ruffled his hair in frustration, thinking, forget it, I shouldn't bully her too much, I'll just think of something random. She looked up at him, a little wary. Jachung was still pondering. What command should I give? Suddenly he clapped his hands and said, I've got it. Shanshan's usual appearance came to his mind. Jachung mentioned, come to think of it, I noticed you always wear very loose jackets, he asked curiously. Is that your preferred style of dress? He thought to himself with relief. Making her answer this question should be fine, right? This question, Shanshan blushed shyly. It was because she was still hugging her chest and shouted, because my chest isn't big, you can't see my figure in loose clothes. This unexpected answer stunned Jachung. Shanshan was still explaining, it can cover up all the places that need to be covered. Then there was another silence, the two just looking at each other quietly. After a moment he couldn't help but turn around and laugh. It started as a small chuckle, then turned into full-blown laughter that shook his whole body, which made her very embarrassed. With tears in her eyes, she kept hitting Jachung. Don't laugh, he quickly said. Sorry, I can't help it. Just then the timer went off. Mission complete, thank you both for your hard work. The ring also lit up at the same time. Heaven is on my side, Jachung said while blocking her. All right, the mission is complete. He reached out a hand to stop Shanshan, but unexpectedly his hand landed right on a sensitive spot, making her freeze completely. Jachung's hand was still there and he thought to himself, this feeling, no wonder. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain. I thought I was just kidding, but your chest really is a landing strip. Those words were too hurtful. Shanshan's face was flushed red with shame and tears were about to fall. A beating followed. You dog, I'll kill you. You pig, go back to hell, you bastard. The screams were so loud they could be heard outside the apartment. At the same time, the ring issued a warning, life-threatening behavior detected. After the fight, it was back to doing homework and Shanshan was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open. She sat in front of her computer, nodding off constantly, while Jachung sat calmly beside her, reading through the materials. After flipping through for a while, he finally spoke up to inform her, all right, I've checked it, no problems. Hearing this, Shanshan stretched as if she had been freed. The report is finally done. A chat box with someone was displayed on the screen and she was still sighing. I'm so tired today. Jachung stared at the screen but said nothing. She kept yawning. All right, I'm going to bed. In contrast, he remained seated. You go to bed first. I still have things to take care of. Although a little confused, Shanshan couldn't hold on any longer, so she replied, okay, I'll go to bed first then. Good night. He replied, good night. The night was as dark as ink with a full moon hanging high. In a factory with closed doors and windows, Jian-shi frowned while the boss lady, wearing a hat that covered most of her face, rested her chin on her hand and thought, it seems to be around here. He blew a bubble with his gum and asked, what are you trying to pull, coming to this godforsaken place in the middle of the night? She gently adjusted the brim of her hat. Of course I have business to bring you here. Isn't it exciting, our first collaboration? Come on, cut the crap. But Jian-shi had no interest at all and said impatiently in a loud voice, if you have something to do, do it quickly. After this, I still have to go back and livestream to make money off those single dogs. Just then, a faint voice came from the dark alley. A group of thugs appeared. The boss lady called out happily, there they are, quiet. The The two hid behind a few wooden boxes. Jian-shi asked curiously. Those guys are, the boss lady explained. What else could they be? The Yakuza. That boss was dumped several times because he looks too fierce, so he started holding a grudge against people who show off their affection, always causing trouble at couples' dating spots. So I want to ask you for a favor. Hearing this, he immediately became wary. What favor? A glint flashed in her eyes, and she replied, Go and seduce that boss. This startled Jian-shi, and he shouted, Huh? The boss lady pushed up her glasses and said smugly, Make him understand how wonderful love is. It's simple. Just use your succubus skills. A picture of Jian-shi with a cute expression appeared in her mind. Seduction. Are you feeling it, baby? She even said with certainty. With this move, even a gay person will get turned on. I know very well. He immediately retorted, You're just making that up, right? What kind of skill is that? Jian-shi pointed at her irritably and asked curiously, Why don't you shoot him with your arrow of lust? The boss lady stammered and explained, That has a time limit. It's useless in this situation, so I can only ask you. Even so, he still disagreed, shouting, No, I don't want to. Why should I go and seduce that kind of scumbag? Then she put her arm around Jian Zai's shoulder and persuaded him, Come on, don't say that. You're a succubus now. Seducing men is your talent. And you're also very cute. The boss lady pointed at him like an expert. Now you just have to show off your charm. And she affirmed loudly again, Those guys will be as obedient as puppies in no time. These sensitive images were immediately interrupted by Jian-shi waving his hand. Sis, wake up. Reality isn't as simple as you think. Only then did she rest her chin on her hand and ask curiously, Aren't the succubi in books supposed to play the role of lewd little fairies? He said angrily, Which book is spouting such nonsense? Then Jian-shi explained seriously, The so-called seduction is just the ability to enhance one's own charm. It's about increasing one's own charm by paying attention to one's words, actions, and attire to attract the opposite sex, not by manipulating their minds. Then he put on an expert look and reminded her, Listen carefully, the true meaning of seduction is to make the other person fall in love with you, to understand each other from the bottom of your hearts. Hearing this, the boss lady still sighed calmly. Amazing, are you really a succubus? This completely angered Jian-shi. I told you stop reading those ridiculous books, she replied. I'm not reading them anymore. But her eyes were still glued to it. He asked irritably, What's that in your hand? In contrast, the boss lady calmly returned to the topic. Let's not talk about this. So are you doing it or not? Of course, Jian-shi refused. I'm not. A true man does not bow down for a paltry sum. These words made the boss lady silent for a moment, planning in her heart. Soon she used a goading tactic. So you don't know how to seduce. Jian-shi also answered firmly, Don't try to provoke me. I only have eyes for my little sisters. Then he raised his face proudly. Give it up, I'm not that easy to trick, you're still too green. Meanwhile, the boss lady continued to mock him. All right, after all that talk, it turns out you're just a useless piece of trash. Seeing that it wasn't working, she provoked him again. What a disgrace to succubi, not worthy of being a man. Did you evolve on the wrong branch? If your ancestors knew, they would definitely climb out of their graves in anger. Just find a corner and bash your head in. This was unbearable. Jian-shi was so angry he put his face right in front of the boss ladies. Fine, I'll do it, just shut up, okay? His eyes gleamed as he shouted, Watch carefully. The true power of a succubus. The group of thugs was still chatting. Suddenly, the boss's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. Something fell from the sky. He hurriedly blocked it with his hand, and then a large trash can fell to the ground, sparks flying from the friction. The boss asked with a grim face who. As soon as he finished speaking, a slender foot appeared, stepping on the trash can. Jian-shi had put on a jacket, a hat, and a mask, transforming into a boy. Yo, you're pretty quick on your feet, nice catch. He even praised him. As expected of the boss, you've got a few tricks up your sleeve. Seeing this, the underlings walked forward angrily. You brat, do you want to die? But he reached out and stopped them. The boss's face was dark and his voice deepened. You've got guts coming here alone. Should I call you brave or foolish? Jian-shi taunted him again. You talk big, let's see if you're still smiling later. He found it interesting and nodded. All right, interesting. He walked forward with interest. I hope you can last a little longer. Back to 10 minutes ago, Jian-shi was still hesitating. This is a bit difficult. And the boss lady was chattering on the side. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why are you so slow? Think faster. This made him curse angrily. Shut up, you're too noisy, I can't think, Jian-shi pondered. This kind of man is a bit hard to deal with. Hearing this, she nodded. I see. So you've already thought of a plan to seduce him. But he immediately turned around and retorted, I told you it's not feasible. I said the usual methods won't work on that guy. The boss lady said in surprise. Then when did you? Before she could finish, Jian-shi interrupted her. Get lost. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind and he snapped his fingers. I have a way, but it will take some time to implement. I need some props. As soon as he finished speaking, she opened her coat and said proudly, Well, I don't have anything else, but I'm not lacking in tools. It was a pile of various tools, Jian-shi said in disbelief. Holy crap, when did you start carrying all this stuff? The boss lady immediately replied. Do you have a chest binder and a mask? Yes, what do you need them for? He shouted impatiently again. I'll explain later, give me your hat too. As she helped Jian-shi bind his chest, he grimaced in discomfort. Ouch, be gentle, she replied. It's your fault your chest is so big, is this okay? After the transformation was complete, he proudly tugged at the brim of his hat. Don't worry, leave it to me. I can even straighten out a gay guy, let alone this guy. Back in the fight, the two were facing off, surrounded by the underlings. The boss rushed over with his fists swinging, ready to strike. Jianshi secretly evaluated. Too slow, too many openings. Does he really underestimate me? Instantly, he grabbed the boss's arm. To protect myself in my female form, I've worked hard to learn many kinds of martial arts. At the same time, he turned around, gaining experience and using technique to make up for the lack of strength in a female body. Then he cleanly threw the person to the ground, thinking proudly to himself, ordinary thugs are no match for me. But as he fell, the boss supported himself with his hands, not letting his body be completely vulnerable. He's got some skills. He swung his arm to counterattack, and Jianshi weaved through the group of underlings, secretly calculating, there are too many of them. Just fighting randomly won't solve the problem. The boss prepared to strike again, a sly expression on his face, and he shouted, "Go to hell, you brat." He kept blocking the incoming attacks with his hands. And he had also thought of a plan in his mind. Conversely, as long as I take down the boss, the underlings will obey. To catch a thief, first catch the king. The boss kept attacking while Jianshi kept retreating. He was furious. Why do you keep dodging? Weren't you talking big just now? At this moment, his elbow touched the wall. Realizing it was a dead end, Jianshi was startled and said, "Not good." The boss delivered a spinning kick, kicking at where he was standing. But luckily, Jianshi dodged to the side, missing by only a few centimeters. He was so scared he blurted out, "I almost went to see the king of hell." He narrowed his eyes and sighed to himself. This mess is harder to deal with than I thought. At this moment, one of his hands had already touched Jian Zai's knee. "A rookie who just debuted dares to take me on one-on-one, you've got guts." As soon as he finished speaking, he squeezed his leg hard and pulled it open, making him lose his balance completely. Crap. Immediately after, his arms were twisted behind his head and restrained by the boss. He moved closer and closer, his voice deepening. "Got you, little bug. Let's see where you can run." Suddenly, the boss raised his hand. "I hate sneaky guys the most. You dare to break in but don't dare to show your face? Let me see." He immediately pulled the mask off Jian Zai's face, and the boss's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, his beautiful face was fully exposed, and the boss blurted out in confusion, "A woman," the boss muttered to himself, bewildered. "A woman?" Jianshi was silent for a moment before asking through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed. "What if I'm a woman? If you're going to fight, then fight. Just get on with it." Despite this, he still raised his fist and grinned. "I'm an equal opportunity fighter. I don't care if you're a man or a woman, I'll still beat you up. Go to hell." With tears in his eyes, he turned his face to the side as if he had already accepted his fate. But seeing this cute appearance, the boss's movement paused for a moment. Jianshi, with his eyes closed, whimpered in fear as he waited. He pulled back his hand, thinking in confusion, "What's going on? I can't bring myself to do it." His underlings behind him were already shouting urgently, "Boss, go for it, teach him a lesson." Only then did he open his eyes and look up, a little confused, and the two of them just stared at each other without a word. Jianshi said smugly, "Hey, what's wrong? You can't bear to hit me now that you know I'm a woman? How boring." As soon as he finished speaking, the boss roared in anger, "Shut up!" The shout was so loud it made his ears ring, and he dodged to the side. He approached once again, his words full of menace. "A weakling like you, I don't even need to lift a finger to take care of you." Looking at Jian Zai's round eyes, the boss thought, in the past, anyone who dared to look me in the eye for more than 10 seconds would either cry or pass out. He felt as if he wanted to burn those innocent eyes into his memory, thinking smugly, "Today I'll carve this fear into your brain." "Baby." The boss stared intently at Jianshi, his mind pushing, "Look carefully. Are you scared now? It's useless even if you hide, just look." Just then, Jianshi bit his lip and spoke, Big bro." He feigned shyness, his face turning red. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not used to it, it's a little embarrassing." Then, with watery eyes and flushed cheeks, he looked at the boss. The boss felt like someone was banging a gong inside his head. Jianshi seized the opportunity, grinned, and said, "An opening." His restrained hands also broke free. But as soon as he swung his hand, the boss shouted, "Don't even think about running," and pressed down with his hand, unfortunately hooking onto Jian Zai's chest binder. He hadn't expected this at all. Suddenly the binder, pulled too tightly, began to show signs of snapping, and finally it couldn't hold on any longer and broke completely. Instantly, the tightly bound peaks immediately sprang out. They slowly expanded right before the boss's eyes, even bouncing up and nearly covering his face. It wasn't over. With a whomp, it slammed right into the boss's chin. Jianshi also gritted his teeth in discomfort from the movement. He was knocked backward, a few drops of nosebleed flying out at that moment. The boss felt as if he were floating in the air. He opened his eyes, taking in the feeling, and sighed to himself, "So soft." Just then, Jianshi clutched his chest and cried out in a panic, How did my chest binder break?" Seeing their boss fall to the ground, the underlings all shouted in concern, "Boss, are you okay? You bastard, you're dead." Their faces twisted with rage, they charged over menacingly, yelling at him. "Let him, brothers, make him crawl home." But Jianshi just stared with a pair of big innocent eyes, looking extremely cute. Instantly, their movements all stopped, so beautiful. Suddenly a hand went up. "Wait, don't do anything yet." The boss sat up. "Girl, let me ask you," he asked, still bleeding from his nose. "Aren't you scared looking at my face?" He answered quite frankly. "Why should I be scared? Is there something strange about your face?" The boss explained. "Don't you see how scary my face is? Other girls would be scared to death just looking at it." He was also tired now. He pulled off the chest binder. "I think it's handsome for a man to look fierce. Those sissy scholar-like faces are annoying to look at, no different from those delicate girls. It hurts my eyes to see them." Suddenly Jian Shi froze, startled, realizing he had let something slip. He blushed and put on a cute act again. Why am I telling you my preferences? Don't get the wrong idea. Once again, a deafening gong sounded in his mind. Only after that did the boss speak. It's fine, I don't mind either. Suddenly he asked curiously, but why are you dressed like a man? Hearing this, Jian Shi thought for a moment, then came up with an excuse. Because if anyone loses to me, they'll use the fact that I'm a woman as an excuse, saying they weren't trying their best. After speaking, he flashed a bright smile and said, I love challenging people stronger than me. That's why I go around picking fights. He was in the middle of his passionate speech when he saw the boss acting strangely. Jian Shi roared in anger. You were just laughing at me, weren't you? He replied. No, I wasn't. He continued. I lost that round. I'll let you have this one. He let out a confused ha. Jian Shi immediately got into a fighting stance. What? If you don't accept it, we'll fight again? Come on. The boss was a little stunned, his mouth agape. But after only a second he smiled and waved his hand. Forget it. I admit I lost. This left him very confused. Jian Shi just blurted out, Hey, what's going on? He scratched his face, not expecting him to refuse so directly. Then turned and scratched his ear, a little embarrassed. I didn't expect you to be such a nice guy. You're completely different from your fierce appearance. Suddenly Jian Shi tugged at his sleeve, resting one hand on the other, acting shy. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Then he covered his mouth with one hand and said in a small voice, Thank you, I had a great time today. At this point the gong in the boss's heart had turned into a rapid-fire combo. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in surprise, then glanced to the side to avoid her gaze. Jian Shi bent down to pick up his hat and turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. The boss hurriedly reached out and called after him. Wait, what's your name? His movement paused for a moment, then he revealed a cute smile, acting mysterious again. Placing a finger on his lips. I'm not telling you. If you beat me next time we meet, I'll tell you. Bye-bye. He was left dazed, staring at that departing back. As Jian Shi walked, he counted silently in his heart. 3. Another step, another count. 2. When his feet came together, he counted the last number. 1. As expected, it was as if the boss's heart had been shot by Cupid. It was about to jump out of his chest. He was mesmerized, and he realized to himself, that girl is too cute. I've fallen for her. In a place he couldn't see, Jianzai's face already wore a cunning expression. His purple eyes were also gleaming as he thought smugly. Done, he took the bait. Back at the boss lady's place, Jian Shi circled her smugly, chattering on. Did you see that? That's my true power. This is the charm of a succubus. What do you think? Are you impressed? After hearing this, the boss lady gave him 2 big thumbs up in praise. Not bad, friend. Then she also expressed her thoughts. To be honest, I thought you were going to fail when you got caught. But he, with his nose in the air, laughed loudly. Of course not. It was all because my acting was too good. Jian Shi wagged his finger. You don't get it. This is called playing hard to get. I calculated every step, pretending to be the prey to lure the tiger into a trap. She asked curiously. Amazing, but how did you know he would like that? He replied smugly. Simple, because I'm a succubus. I could tell his type at a glance. Then he pretended to be an expert and smoothed his hair. In short, only a man can understand a man. Hearing this, the boss lady put a hand on her chin and nodded. I see, I get it now, but she still didn't forget to add a jab. But you're a man too, right? Why are you so happy about getting a man to fall for you? Jianzai's smile gradually faded. Then he drooped and finally collapsed completely. Kneeling on the ground, he covered his mouth and asked himself, That's right, why am I so happy that a man took the bait? It's so disgusting. Just then she quietly walked over and patted Jianzai's shoulder. The boss lady comforted him. Don't be sad, you did a great job. To be honest, comrade, you'd be perfect if you were a girl. This made him let out a confused ah. She gave a thumbs up and suggested, You have all the potential to be a girl, both in looks and in flirting skills. So forget about breaking the curse, just be a girl, baby. Everyone thinks so, I bet. As soon as she finished speaking, Jian Shi cursed at her. Get lost. After saying that, she kept nagging. Don't you livestream often? Let me see, we can just ask your fans. He angrily elbowed the boss lady. Hey, you're really enjoying this, aren't you? Suddenly, she grabbed Jianzai's hand and brought her face close. I'm serious, it would be a shame for the fans if this face disappeared. Who doesn't like a hot, beautiful girl? Suddenly, the boss lady whispered in his ear, admitting, And actually I like girls. As soon as the words left her mouth, he shuddered in fear. He immediately hugged his chest and backed away to a safe distance. And she just smiled smugly. Seeing that the joke had gone on long enough, the boss lady finally smiled and explained, I was just kidding, why are you so nervous? But Jian Shi was still very wary. She walked closer and said, Let's go, we finished the job earlier than expected, I'll treat you to a meal. They walked to a vending machine and a can of drink fell out. The boss lady bent down, picked it up and tossed it to him. Here, immediately after, she opened her own can. The sound of fizzing could be heard. After a big gulp, the boss lady exclaimed in satisfaction, Ah, so refreshing, a can of soda after work is the best. But Jian Shi just stared at the drink in his hand, full of doubt. Then she had already walked to a snack stall. Boss, give me 2 with everything. The usual? 1 not spicy, no cilantro. The boss lady, while munching on her own portion, handed the other one to him. Yours, try it. Jian Shi took it blankly. Thanks. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes, a little confused while she was happily eating her spicy snack. Seeing that he wasn't eating, she urged him, Hey, hurry up and eat, it's getting cold. Jian Shi still felt that something was off and remained silent. He pursed his lips as if in thought, then suddenly looked up and asked, How did you know I don't like spicy food? It wasn't over. Jian-shi continued. Just now you gave me juice and drank soda yourself. The boss lady's back was already covered in cold sweat. He kept pressing closer to the heart of the matter. How did you know I don't like spicy food and also hate drinking soda? She was already too nervous to chew anymore. Then she scratched her head, turned around abruptly, and feigned innocence. Oh, I must have grabbed the wrong one just now, so silly of me. But Jian-shi had already raised a finger to question her. Who are you trying to fool? You just said you wanted a can of soda and it's obvious you're a regular at that shop, yet you ordered a non-spicy portion which was clearly for me. The boss lady hurriedly made an excuse. You probably mentioned it before, so I remembered it without realizing. I'm a very observant person, you know. He wasn't about to let her off that easily. His eyes narrowed more and more. I've never been used to eating spicy food or drinking soda since I was a child, but because I was afraid of being made fun of, I would always pretend to eat it when others treated me. Jian-shi practically affirmed through gritted teeth. The only one who knows this is the person who cursed me. The boss lady immediately interrupted, feigning confusion. Hey, I think you're being really weird. We just met, but you're acting like you've known me for a long time, he asked impatiently. Who are you? A little confused, could it be? She was already sweating profusely with nervousness. Suddenly, the boss lady grabbed Jian-zai's hand with one of hers and raised it high, while her other hand pressed down firmly on his shoulder, putting him in a joint lock as she warned. Oh, I'm a little nice to you and you're already trying to rebel. If you don't listen, you have to be punished. He yelped in pain. Ow, 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 stop it, it's going to break. Jian-shi roared in anger. You do this every time, changing the subject as soon as we get to the important part. I'm not afraid if you don't explain things clearly today, I'll. But before he could finish, she applied more pressure and he immediately begged for mercy. Sis, I was wrong, I'll never do it again, my arm is going to break. Hearing this, the boss lady also stopped, then let go, freeing Jian-zai's arm. Suddenly she spoke. That's right, he looked at the boss lady, confused. She explained loudly. Actually, I know the angel who cursed you and we're very close. I've known about your situation for a long time. She told me all your information and secrets. I was very interested in your abilities, so I tricked you into coming here. Jian-shi of course hadn't expected this, so he was a little dazed. Then came the boss lady's smug laughter. But I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything about that person. At this point he placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice seemingly trembling. I knew it. Then, as if pleading, he lowered his voice. Please tell me where she is. I'll do whatever you ask of me in the future. His eyes were full of anticipation. I'm begging you. The boss lady pressed her lips together tightly, and only after a while did she speak. For example, if you were to see her, she asked curiously, what would you do? Hearing this, Jian-shi blurted out in surprise. But he suddenly froze, and quickly turned to the side to answer. Is there any need to ask? I'd break the curse, of course. In short, I just want to go back to my normal life right now. After hearing this, the boss lady also nodded. That's a pity. I don't know where she is right now either. We haven't been in contact for a long time. Hearing this, Jian-shi looked down at his chest and drooped again. Suddenly she raised a finger. But I can help you though, the boss lady suggested happily. As long as you work hard, if I get any news about her, I'll let you know. How about it, deal? His eyes lit up. Jian-shi came over like an obedient puppy. Really, I promise. Understood. She raised a finger and said affirmatively, I'll do my best. After speaking, Jian-shi quickly added, you have to keep your word. Seeing him like this, the boss lady silently gave a thumbs up. After a while, on the way back, she asked curiously, by the way, you suspected me because of the information just now, right? Hearing this, he was startled and replied, yeah. The boss lady pointed at herself and asked in confusion, then you didn't think I was suspicious before? Jian-shi, while eating a snack, said smugly, what's the big deal? I can tell the difference. He explained in detail. First, his appearance. The person who cursed me has a very unique appearance. Second, your aura is completely different from that person's. Even if that person was in a crowd, I could recognize them with a single glance. I hate doing unnecessary things. If you want to solve a problem, you have to grasp the key point. Jian-shi didn't forget to wink. If you find out you're wrong, you have to immediately discard that theory. After listening, the boss lady couldn't help but exclaim, wow, impressive. Your reasoning is like a detective's. He immediately puffed out his chest proudly. Thanks, you flatter me. Suddenly, she reminded him, remember to pay me back for tonight's late-night snack. Jian-shi asked in surprise. Hey, didn't you just say it was your treat? Are you going back on your word? The boss lady said softly. Cut the crap. Believe it or not, I'll double the price for you right now. The next morning, on a bustling street, skyscrapers stood tall under the sun. Tianchen and that black-haired friend were already waiting there. Shanshan walked over excitedly and said, sorry, I'm late. Behind her was Jiacheng. Looking at the pile of materials on the table, they couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, Tianchen asked curiously. Amazing, Shanshan. Did you do all this by yourself? The black-haired friend with a small spoon in her mouth leaned in and said, let me see. After looking, they exclaimed in disbelief, the content is so detailed, it's sure to get a high score. Our reports weren't this detailed. At this moment he was calmly wearing headphones, flipping through the materials, not paying any attention, but her gaze was fixed on Jiacheng. Then she turned around, reaching out to touch him. Actually, Jiacheng did it with me too. The questions he came up with for the survey were amazing. This startled him. Hearing this, the two girls both looked at Jiacheng with admiration. Really? You're that good? That makes sense. How could Shanshan handle so much on her own? He shyly glanced away and replied, haha, I was just average. Tianchen added, at first we thought you were just going to slack off. Jiacheng crossed his arms and said, my principle has always been if you're going to do something, do it seriously. She also replied happily, since you're so reliable we can rest assured. He replied coldly, I'm just doing my part. These words made Shanshan quite satisfied. Suddenly Tianchen called out, by the way Shanshan. She was startled and looked back in confusion. She put on a grown-up look and whispered in her ear, I can't believe you did homework with a boy behind our backs, you're amazing. Could it be that you two are? Shanshan immediately took a sip of water to avoid the question, then answered, it's nothing, I just asked him for help. Tianchen said with a knowing look, really? That's too suspicious, she thought warily. I have to keep the fact that we live together a secret. If it gets out, Jiacheng will definitely dock my dinner. Just then the black-haired friend picked up her phone to look, and found somewhat unhappily, why aren't the other two here yet? We already scheduled a group discussion for this afternoon. She frowned and continued, those two guys so annoying. Suddenly Jiacheng noticed someone walking over. The two guys walked over, waving. Sorry we're late. The boy with highlighted hair blinked and explained, something urgent came up just now, so before he could finish, Tianchen stood up angrily and scolded, this is a group project, you have to be responsible for the team, right? The blue-haired boy scratched his neck sheepishly, all right, sorry. Then he took out a stack of papers and said very proudly, besides we finished our part too, don't worry. Then he tossed the stack onto the table. I'll leave the report here, we have somewhere to be later, so we're leaving first. Over here. He just glanced at it. The guy turned around, waved and said, you guys can discuss the rest yourselves. The three girls looked bewildered, not having figured out the situation yet. After walking away, the brown-haired boy looked at his phone's schedule and suggested, let's go to an internet cafe, we don't have class tonight anyway. The blue-haired boy said excitedly, good idea. Suddenly Tianchen shouted loudly, wait, but before she could do anything a hand reached out from nowhere, took the pile of papers they had just left and accurately threw it, hitting them squarely on the head. This action was of course Jiacheng's doing, leaving Tianchen and the black-haired friend stunned. Shanshan was just as surprised. He opened his mouth and yelled, hey? Then he pointed at the papers and reminded them, you guys left your trash behind. Didn't your parents teach you not to litter? Back to last night in Jiacheng and Shanshan's familiar room, the sound of typing echoed continuously. His hands danced quickly across the keyboard. Afterward Jiacheng sighed tiredly, slowly stood up and rubbed his sore neck. Finally done, I'll take a shower and go to bed. Suddenly he walked over to the beanbag chair and found her already asleep there. His face darkened, a little angry, thinking, this girl, I told her to go to bed in her room if she was sleepy. Then he sat down beside her, patted Shanshan's shoulder and called out, hey, wake up, go sleep in your room, you'll definitely catch a cold sleeping out here. Jiacheng seemed to have lost his patience, clicking his tongue. Why is this scene so familiar? He slowly slipped his arm under her neck, muttering, so annoying, as he picked her up. Shanshan's small mouth was slightly open, making sounds continuously. Seeing this, an alarm seemed to go off in his head. Hey. Sure enough, the next second she lunged forward trying to bite Jiacheng's hand, but he had already pulled it back in time and retreated. Damn it, that was dangerous. What is this girl dreaming about now? After struggling for a while, he decided to just let Shanshan sleep outside. He got a blanket to cover her so she wouldn't catch a cold, still worried about his own hand, thinking through gritted teeth. All right, I'm done with you, I'm going to take a shower. Suddenly Shanshan said softly, Jiacheng. Jiacheng turned back in surprise to look at her. Shanshan was drooling down to her chin. Have you finished cooking? I'm so hungry. After hearing this, he cursed in his heart. Dumb angel. It wasn't over. She reeled off a list of her favorite dishes. Egg fried rice, chow mein, beef pho, chicken pho, goose pho, eel with vermicelli, beef rice noodles, fish rice noodles, crab paste rice noodles, goose rice noodles, mixed rice noodles, snail rice noodles, roasted pig, roasted duck, foie gras, salmon, lobster, abalone, shark fin, and king crab. Seemingly not satisfied, Shanshan continued, pork offal with blood curd, dog meat with betel leaf, 7 courses of tender dog meat, fish sauce, fried chicken, stir-fried frog with chili and lemongrass, soft-shell turtle stewed with banana and tofu, braised pork with egg, peacock spreading its tail, phoenix returns to the nest, pickled eggplant and crab soup, perilla egg congee, cinnamon and dried shallot rice rolls, stir-fried mutton, steamed bear paw, smoked pork, glutinous rice duck, beer steamed crayfish and carp stewed in coconut milk. Thanks to her words, Jiacheng's stomach successfully rumbled a few times, his face soured, and he cursed inwardly in anger. This girl. Back at the cafe meeting, the brown-haired boy angrily clutched the back of his head. That hurts, you bastard, what are you doing? The blue-haired boy, not to be outdone, opened his mouth to provoke him. Looking for a fight, are you? Immediately after, they walked over and slammed their hands on the table. The brown-haired boy questioned loudly. We clearly handed in our report on time, what's with your attitude, you got a problem? Jiacheng, however, was calmly looking at the materials they brought. Oh, as if this guy would dare. These words made the brown-haired boy roar in anger. What did you say? The black-haired friend, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly waved her hands and tried to placate them. Hey, calm down, let's talk this out. The brown-haired boy angrily turned and roared. Talk what out? This guy started trouble for no reason. Now you have to make him explain himself. This scared her into hiding behind Tianchen. Seeing this, Shanshan immediately spoke up. Wait a minute. Before she could say anything, she saw him frowning. You still won't admit it even after all this. You have to wait for me to point it out. The brown-haired boy impatiently retorted loudly. What's wrong with it? Tell us. Jiacheng held the report up to his face and pointed out the first point. The font size and report format are all wrong. He gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing. Second, I remember saying in the group chat that the report topic was game bosses. What the hell did you guys write about? Under this pressure, the brown-haired boy finally felt scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then Jachung pointed at the still clearly visible watermark on the paper and said, "Third, I don't care where you copied this from, but you could at least remove the watermark. Are you afraid people won't know you plagiarized?" Now those guys were stunned into silence, unable to say a word. Then he calmly sat down. "I don't care how you slack off, but this is teamwork. If one person isn't serious, the whole group gets dragged down. You're going to act like this in my group and the two of you can get lost." For the last sentence, Jachung lowered his voice. "Did you hear me clearly?" the blue-haired boy said sheepishly. He frowned, muttering to himself. "Why be so serious? The teacher won't finish reading such a long report anyway. The deadline is close, there's no time to redo it. It's just a formality, no one will find out." Before this guy could ramble on, he interrupted. "You don't have to worry about that." Then he slowly took out a stack of prepared materials from his bag. Jachung slammed it on the table and said, "I knew it would turn out like this, so I did your parts too." This action left Tianchen and the black-haired friend staring stunned. As for the two guys, they were so surprised their eyeballs were about to pop out. Shanshan thought in surprise, How come I don't know anything about this? When did he do it?" Her beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that time? She recalled Jachung still sitting there when she went to bed. No wonder he's looked so swamped lately. So that's how it was. Tianchen picked up the materials and read them, realizing how amazing they were. My part is in here too," the black-haired friend also chimed in. "Mine too." In contrast to their surprise, he calmly looked at the materials. "It was just in case. I considered the worst-case scenario, so I did the whole thing." The black-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, "That's terrifying." Tianchen scratched her face sheepishly. "It's so detailed, there are a few questions we didn't even think of," the black-haired friend asked curiously. "But why didn't you just remind us to fix it?" Jachung looked up and said, "No point. By the time you finished fixing it, I might as well have done it myself. Saves time." Hearing this, the black-haired friend hesitated. Tianchen suggested, "That's true. Why don't we just use your version? Ours was too sloppy." She also nodded in agreement. But he still spoke up to comfort them a little. "Actually, the content you guys did was enough. But if you want to use my version, that's fine too." Shanshan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Hey," Jachung, same as always, interrupted before she could finish. "So what do you two masters want to do now? 1. Take your pile of trash and leave. 2. Take my version and pretend nothing happened. Choose quickly." His blood-red eyes narrowed, looking quite dangerous. "You're wasting my time." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of strong hands grabbed his collar. It was the brown-haired boy, unable to hold back, who grabbed his collar. He roared loudly. "Who do you think you are?" the brown-haired boy kept yelling. "Do we look like beggars to you? You think you know everything, huh?" This scene attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. In contrast to his outburst, Jachung was still calm. "I'm just proposing the best solution. Did you two really think you'd get a high score by handing that pile of garbage to the teacher?" He seemed to be provoked and roared. "Damn it, are you looking for a beating?" He widened his eyes and said coldly, "You can try." Immediately, Shanshan rushed over, squeezed between the two and separated them. She had a worried look, thinking, how did it turn into this? Tianchen and the black-haired friend were also extremely terrified, watching with wide eyes. Shanshan thought in confusion. Everything was normal just a moment ago. Jachung gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue, then forcefully shook her hand off, sank back into his chair and said, "Forget it, I'm done. Do whatever you want." Suddenly he shot to his feet, startling Shanshan, who blurted out, "Hey you!" Seeing this move, the two guys were menacing. The brown-haired boy questioned loudly, "Hey, who said you could leave?" Suddenly a turn. Immediately, the brown-haired boy was sent flying by a kick. The blue-haired boy froze in shock. Everyone in the shop gasped in horror. It turned out Shanshan was the one who kicked him. She was still holding the pose. "I allowed it." A flash of annoyance crossed her eyes. "You two got a problem, get lost." The brown-haired boy clutched his face, trembling. The blue-haired boy was about the same. This scene also made her two friends gasp and back away in horror. Shanshan clenched her hands, thinking so annoying. Then she turned to the two who were still stunned and said, "Sorry. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to find that guy." The two girls nodded. Shanshan thought as she ran, "I was too impulsive just now. I don't know what he's thinking. What should I do?" Her eyes were full of worry as she looked around, searching. Geez, where did he run off to? But fate had other plans. As she was running, Shanshan suddenly tripped. A can of soda fell out of a vending machine. Jachung bent down to pick up the cold drink. As he turned to leave, a shout that echoed through the sky came from behind him. "Hey, wait!" Behind him was a panting Shanshan. Having run too fast, she slowly lifted her head, wiping the sweat from her brow. Jachung was a little surprised. "Well, look at you, you didn't get lost." "That's a rare sight," Shanshan suggested. "Come back with me for the group meeting." He took a sip of his drink and replied, "No," she told him. "I already taught those two a lesson." Jachung's face was cold. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Shanshan asked, confused, "What's wrong? Do you want to fail the class again? Is all our hard work going to be for nothing?" He still said nonchalantly, "Whatever." Seeing this, she anxiously grabbed his shirt. "Hey, listen to me." Suddenly, Jachung spun around, shaking off Shanshan's hand. The can of soda in his hand also fell, splashing everywhere while she stared with wide, surprised eyes. They remained in that position as he roared with a cold face. "So annoying, I already said I'm not going back. Is there something wrong with your ears?" Shanshan hadn't come back to her senses yet, her eyes full of confusion. Jachung flicked the water off his hand and clicked his tongue. "This is why I don't want to do group projects." At that moment, she also snapped out of it, her expression hardening. She frowned and said loudly, a little angrily, "Even though those guys were looking for trouble, your attitude wasn't great either. There are people in the group who are taking this seriously, you know." This made him even angrier, and he roared back, "That's none of my business. I don't have time to fix other people's work. I just want to finish the report with the best possible result. What's wrong with that?" Jachung pointed at her and said, "It's their fault they're not capable enough to keep up with me, and the key problem is that you dragged me into the group without my permission." Hearing this, Shanshan felt extremely wronged. She opened her mouth and said, somewhat dejectedly, "I just wanted you to experience what it's like to be a normal university student." But he didn't appreciate it at all, raising his red-rimmed eyes to retort, "Did I ever say I wanted to experience that? Don't force your ideas on other people. Did you ever think about my feelings? After everything that's happened, haven't you learned your lesson?" "I'm honestly speechless." Shanshan pressed her lips together tightly, unable to say a word. Jachung continued to berate her. "It's because you love making friends and meddling in other people's business that you cause so much trouble, isn't it? You're unbelievably stupid," she immediately retorted loudly. "That's not true," he shot back. "Am I wrong?" Jachung was now extremely disappointed. "The result this time wasn't what I expected, as I thought you can't trust anyone, which is why I prepared for the worst-case scenario in advance. Is there a problem with that?" Shanshan's hand on her chest tightened into a fist. She asked hesitantly, "Do you really not trust anyone?" He crossed his arms and answered nonchalantly, "Of course." Hearing this, Shanshan reminded him, "No. I mean, if you want to make friends, you have to trust each other first and then slowly build a relationship." Before she could finish, he heard Jachung's scornful laugh, which confused her. His face twisted. "Trust? What are you talking about? Trust is the most unreliable thing in the world." Jachung moved closer to Shanshan, saying word by word, "Friends, brothers, family, none of them are reliable. Trusting others only exposes your own weaknesses, giving them a chance to take advantage of you." Shanshan looked like she was about to cry, but his voice continued, "If you keep relying on others, you'll pay for it one day." Her legs trembled slightly and she unconsciously backed away. Jachung smirked, his hands clenching into fists. "Let me tell you, the most reliable person in this world is yourself, because you will never betray yourself." His gaze drifted into the distance, his voice echoing, "No one can live alone? Ridiculous. It's actually easier to live alone." He believed that if you don't know how to do something, you learn. If you can't finish something by yourself, you spend more time on it. If you can solve all your problems on your own, why rely on others? At this point, Jachung's face darkened. "Blindly trusting others only leads to betrayal, understand? If you want an easy life, don't trust anyone. That's the best way." Shanshan bit her lip, unable to believe he would say such things. She straightened up and shouted, "That's not true, you're just making excuses." Then Shanshan clutched her chest and promised, "If it were me, I would never betray you." Jachung replied with a cold face, "No, you would." She affirmed again, "I won't betray you," but he still believed she would. Shanshan retorted, "Never." Jachung replied, "You will, I'm sure of it." She shouted, "No, never." At this point he had lost his patience and roared through gritted teeth, "Talk is cheap, isn't it? I'll absolutely keep my promise and never betray you. That's a load of crap. In a bad situation, if you could only choose one of two options, would you still keep your promise? If it were me, I'd betray you without a second thought." Then he frowned and reminded her loudly, "You listen to me carefully. The two of us are in a bound relationship, don't you forget it." He grabbed Shanshan's hand, which was hovering in midair. "I helped you solve your problems before for my own sake. You're free to do what you want, I won't interfere, and I certainly don't want to control you. But please don't drag me into your messes. I hate people with your personality the most." Then Jachung pulled her hand forcefully again, his brows tightly knitted. "If it weren't for this ring binding us, I would have long." Suddenly he stopped, his eyes wide, stunned. Shanshan had already started crying silently. She looked heartbroken. Jachung also stopped, not saying another word. Suddenly he bit his lip in anger, forcefully shook her hand off and then turned to leave. Shanshan stood there quietly holding her painful wrist. "He's always helping me," she thought. Shanshan thought she wanted to repay him, so she believed she already understood him, but it turned out she instantly lowered her head, murmuring to herself, full of sorrow, "I don't know anything at all." Shanshan walked forward dejectedly. Someone was observing from above. It was the boss lady, with a lollipop in her mouth. She took a hard suck of the lollipop, then bit it to pieces, sighing to herself, "What a troublesome couple." Meanwhile, in a brand new apartment, a voice called out, "I'm home." A pink-haired boy introduced himself, "I'm Yushan, an angel." The girl in the house immediately scolded him, "You're late. Didn't you say you'd be home early today?" She was a demon named Chen Chen. To maintain the friendly relationship between angels and demons, we were forced to become a couple and live together. Smelling the fragrant aroma, his mouth began to water. "Wow, what are you making? It smells so good." She frowned and ordered, "Go wash your hands first. And you threw your shoes around again, put them away properly." Yushan hurriedly replied, I know. When they first started living together, the two often disagreed and would occasionally have big fights. That day, the two first met under the tree of fate, then were captured, dragged to a church and forced to marry. For their own interests, the two reached an agreement and began to live together, occasionally having to cooperate on the strange missions issued by the ring. After that, many things happened. Sometimes Yushan would cry and Chen Chen would comfort him, wiping away his tears. Sometimes they would play games together, and she even gave him a princess carry. Another time, Yushan had a fever and was covered in sweat. When Chen Chen saw this, she covered her nose, almost getting a nosebleed. Then she fed him medicine mouth to mouth just as he woke up. Sometimes Yushan would treat Chen Chen like a delicious piece of meat, biting her hand and not letting go, making her cry. Other times they would play happily together. When Chen Chen got impatient while playing games, he would play with her tail. Sometimes she would be delirious with a high fever, wrapping her tail around him and rubbing against him. After that the two would compete in games, or Chen Chen would make him wear a maid outfit and take pictures to tease him, or they would play games together. They both wanted to get a bigger bite of the Pocky stick. Sometimes she would pinch his face in annoyance, other times Chen Chen would protectively hold his arm in front of others. She would also try to please him by feeding him, and they would accidentally bump noses while playing around. Sometimes Chen Chen would shyly kiss Yushan on the cheek, other times they would compete to beat a boss in a game. Because of a mission they had to hug each other tightly, and he enjoyed the feeling of holding her close. Yushan himself found it strange. Without realizing it, the two of them had become more and more harmonious. It's been a long time, huh? Just then, Chen Chen turned her head and asked, "Hey, did you buy the eggs I asked you to get?" He happily held up the bag. "Of course, here you go." But when she opened it, almost all the eggs were broken. Seeing this, her face darkened. Then she angrily grabbed Yushan's hand and scolded, "So many eggs are broken, you can't even do such a simple thing right." "Ouch, ouch, ouch," he hurriedly explained. "I was running too fast just now and fell." With tears in his eyes, Yushan pointed to his hand and said, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Chen Chen didn't say anything more, suddenly scratching her ear a little embarrassedly. "Forget it, I was about to use them anyway, just be more careful next time." This reaction made him look up in surprise, and then he grinned, thinking, she's always so harsh with her words. She continued cooking, muttering, "Don't blame me if you accidentally eat some eggshells." Yushan knew, but actually, he was a very gentle person. He reached out his hand thinking, "Actually then he wrapped his arms around Chen Chen from behind. "You really are the best to me." This action made her blush furiously. Chen Chen shouted, "Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me, the food is going to burn." But Yushan continued to tease her. "You're the same as always, your face gets so red from just a hug," she shyly roared. "So annoying, go play somewhere else." But he still wouldn't let go and even lifted her chin. "Who told you to be so cute when you react like this?" Chen Chen let out a surprised, "Let me kiss you and I'll let you go, how about it?" she screamed in terror. "Hey!" Yushan's face got closer and closer and Chen Chen hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." When she woke up, Shan Chen was covered in sweat and Jiacheng was no exception, looking completely bewildered. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, what kind of dream was that? They both had the same strange dream, they couldn't believe it. Suddenly the rings on their hands flashed. The rings upgraded. In their familiar apartment, Shan Chen opened her eyes and rubbed her forehead. "My head hurts, I probably slept too much." She picked up her phone to check. "What time is it?" The phone displayed 12:03. Shan Chen lay in bed. "It's so late, good thing it's the weekend." Her stomach rumbled and she said weakly, "So hungry." The whole apartment was empty. Shan Chen hid behind the door to observe. "Looks like that guy isn't home." On the corner of the table the beautiful vase was still there. In the corner of the kitchen the rice cooker sat quietly. She still looked over there with a glimmer of hope, then reluctantly walked over and opened the rice cooker. Shan Chen gave a bitter smile. "Right, what was I expecting? Why would he cook for me? We just had a huge fight yesterday." Then she sighed sadly, then clenched her fists and made a decision. "Forget it, I'll go out and find something to eat first." After getting ready, Shan Chen went out and closed the door. She gently straightened her hair with her hand. Shan Chen checked the contents of her bag, keys, phone, apartment key card, wallet. Only then did she happily raise her hand as if cheering herself on. "Great, got everything." She didn't notice that behind her a girl was punched, her glasses flying off as she fell backward. A while later, in the bustling city, Shan Chen took a big bite of her hamburger and exclaimed happily, "So delicious." After finishing, she stretched, feeling completely relaxed. She lay on the green grass looking at the high sky and the green canopy of the trees. Suddenly her round eyes flickered and she raised the hand with the binding ring. Jiacheng's words from yesterday echoed in her mind. "If it weren't for this ring binding us I would have long." Shan Chen drooped, feeling very sad. A sense of powerlessness enveloped her. She covered her eyes with her hand and let out a long sigh. Then she threw the trash into a bin, clapped her hands and thought, "Time to go home." Suddenly a sharp voice came from the distance. "What are you doing, you little brat?" This caught Shan Chen's attention. A group of punks was surrounding a little girl. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" a blonde punk said with a scowl. "You think I'm easy to bully, looking for trouble?" The little girl clutched her dress, saying fearfully, "I'm really sorry." Tears welled up in her eyes. "I didn't mean to," he roared in anger. "Shut up," still talking back, the punk asked loudly. "Where do you live? Call your parents over." The little girl squeezed her eyes shut in fear, tears already brimming. Shan Chen couldn't possibly ignore something like this. She walked over and tapped his shoulder. "Hey, she's just a kid, you guys should." Seeing this petite girl, the guys put on ferocious looks and waved their hands. "Where did you pop out from?" The punk roared, "We're teaching an ill-mannered brat a lesson. You want to be a busybody? Get lost." Seeing this, she sighed helplessly again. And then came the sound of fists and kicks. When it was over, the group of punks was bruised and swollen, holding their faces and saying, "You just wait, you damn brat." Shan Chen was still flexing her wrists. Suddenly she thought, "I've changed a lot recently. I'm quick to use my fists instead of wasting time with words like I used to." Just then a small hand tugged at her clothes. Shan Chen turned to look at the little girl. Only then did she remember she was there. "Whoops. I'm sorry, did I scare you?" The little girl's expression was one of admiration, and she exclaimed, "Big sis is amazing, so cool, she beat those bad guys to a pulp in just a few moves." Shan Chen smiled and patted her head, asking, "Are you hurt?" Suddenly, she noticed some of the little girl's features and thought, why do the hair and eye colors look so familiar, like someone I know?" The little girl suddenly pulled out a few colorful candies from her pocket and offered them to Shan Chen, saying, "Here's some candy for you, these are my favorite." This greatly surprised Shanshan, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my." As the two sat together eating candy, Shanshan asked, "Whose child is this so well behaved?" she asked curiously. "Why are you carrying such a big backpack? Are you planning to run away from home?" The little girl shook her head and said, "No, I have a relative who lives nearby, and now that it's vacation I came to visit." At this she pursed her lips worriedly, then continued, "But I haven't been here in a long time, so I don't remember the way. My phone also just broke." Hearing this, Shanshan asked, "You came out alone at such a young age? That's impressive. Do you remember your relative's address?" The little girl replied, "It's too long, I don't remember. But once we get close, I'll recognize it right away," Shanshan happily suggested. "How about I go with you to find it?" The little girl exclaimed in surprise. "How, really?" Shanshan nodded in confirmation. "Of course, don't worry, I'm a local." The little girl hugged Shanshan's arm, cheering, "Big sis, you're so kind, thank you in advance." Seeing her like this, Shanshan was flattered and covered her mouth, thinking, so well behaved and so cute. The two began their search, and Shanshan reminded her, "Tell me if you remember anything." At this moment the little girl took out a photo. "Ah, I still have a photo of the apartment, big sis, take a look." Shanshan examined it carefully, frowning in confusion, thinking, "This place looks so familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere." Suddenly her lips curled up and she affirmed, "I get it, it must be nearby, that's why it feels familiar. We'll definitely find it after a few rounds." Then she spun around confidently and said, "Then let's go, let's look around this area first." Seeing the little girl's strange expression, Shanshan asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" The little girl quickly waved her hand and said, "Nothing, I just zoned out for a moment." "Let's go, big sis." Then she pretended to be an expert, covering her eyes with her hand and looking around, showing a pensive expression everywhere she went. Shanshan even rummaged through trash cans, shaking her head all the while. Cold sweat began to break out. Behind her, the little girl also looked very tired. She muttered to herself in confusion, "That's strange, why have we walked so long and still can't find it?" Suddenly, the little girl walked over and asked in an innocent voice, "Big sis, are you lost?" Shanshan immediately denied it, pointing in 8 directions and saying, "No way, I know this area like the back of my hand." She even gave herself a thumbs up, indicating, "Trust me, we won't get lost, don't worry." An eternity later, standing in a certain spot, the little girl finally cheered, "Ah, it's this building, big sis, we found it." In contrast to her, Shanshan was not happy at all, even a little dazed. The cheerful voice was still praising, "Big sis, you're amazing." In front of her was Shanshan's familiar apartment building. Shanshan thought, "Hey, this is my apartment building. No wonder it looked familiar, why didn't she just bring me back directly?" The little girl was already urging, "Hurry up, big sis, the elevator's coming down." Shanshan was startled and replied, "Ha, coming right away." The two entered the elevator together. The elevator doors slowly closed. Inside the elevator, Shanshan asked curiously, "Do you remember which floor your relative lives on?" The little girl pondered, "Let me think." Shanshan secretly denied it. It can't be right, how could it be such a coincidence? But when the little girl said, "Ah, I remember, I'll press the button," Shanshan seemed to completely collapse. The little girl pointed to a house on the right and said, "Here, this is the apartment number." A home that couldn't be more familiar. The number 603 was still on the door, and Shanshan screamed in shock, "This is my house, does it have to be such a coincidence?" The little girl said blankly, "Big sis's house, could big sis be?" Suddenly she showed a joyful expression, covering her mouth, and exclaimed in surprise, "What a surprise, is this fate?" The little girl said excitedly, "I've wanted to meet big sis for a long time." This made Shanshan recoil. Seeing her like this, the little girl restrained herself. "Oh dear, I was so rude." Then she happily introduced herself. "My name is Jia Xin, and I'm here to visit my brother during the holiday." At this, Shanshan exclaimed in surprise, "Brother is Jia Cheng's younger sibling?" Jia Xin grinned and replied, "I'm his younger sibling." Shanshan stammered, "You're his younger sibling?" Shanshan was so shocked her eyes almost popped out. "You're a boy?" Shanshan was still in shock. "A boy, are you kidding?" Seeing her like this, Jia Xin said, "Sorry, because big sis was so enthusiastic I forgot to mention that I didn't hide it on purpose." But Shanshan kept turning Jia Xin around and around. "How, really, you look like a girl no matter how I look at you." Seeing her like this, Jia Xin blushed and lifted her skirt. Does big sis want to check?" This gesture again made Shanshan's jaw drop. Then she shyly waved her hand, No, this is fine." She opened the door and suggested, "Let's go in and wait." Jia Xin happily replied, "Okay." Suddenly she remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah!" Jia Xin called out innocently, "Sister-in-law." This address made Shanshan cough continuously. Jia Xin asked in surprise, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" She smiled embarrassedly. "I'm fine, I'm just a little surprised. You can just call me big sis." Sister-in-law sounds unfamiliar. Then Shanshan said, "Just make yourself at home. I'll go get some snacks." Jia Xin's round eyes curiously looked around. Shanshan fiddled with her hair, glanced behind her, and gently sighed. "That scared me," Shanshan mumbled to herself. "I didn't expect Jiacheng to have a younger sibling. I was rummaging through the fridge. Let's see, it seems there's still pudding and juice in the fridge. Where did they come from?" Outside, Jia Xin was cautiously glancing at the kitchen door, then slowly approached the cabinet. A display cabinet filled with many carefully collected figurines. Jia Xin bit her lip slightly, contemplating something. Just then a bang came from the kitchen. Shanshan's voice, "Ow!" A sign on the door read, "No angels allowed," which startled Jia Xin. After a while she came out with a big bump on her head. "Sorry to keep you waiting, I brought the snacks." Seeing Jia Xin's current actions, Shanshan's jaw dropped in surprise. Then she quickly warned, "You can't touch the things in the cabinet." She put on a scary expression and warned, "If your brother finds out, the consequences will be severe, remember, very scary." Jia Xin obediently replied, "I understand." Then she sat down comfortably and enjoyed the pudding. Shanshan happily asked, "This is Jia-chung's homemade pudding. Isn't it delicious?" Jia Xin praised. "It's very delicious." Then she asked curiously, "Jia Xin, why do you like to wear girls' clothes?" Jia Xin jumped up and said, "Because girls' clothes are cute and I like cute things." After saying that, she stood up and twirled her skirt. "It's normal to wear clothes you like." Shanshan was dazed and dizzy from being spun, thinking, "How normal? Is it normal in Bin Duong place name? This is very unusual." Suddenly she wondered, "Am I the abnormal one?" Just then, Jia Xin walked over and hugged her arm. "How are big brother and big sister doing? Tell me," Shanshan shyly said. This. Just then, Jia Xin's hand moved slightly, then she looked up at the door and Shanshan also looked in that direction, curiously asking, "What's wrong?" Outside, Jia-chung was walking back with a large pile of freshly bought food. Then he turned to open the door. As soon as he entered, Jia-chung saw an unusual pair of shoes on the doorstep. Feeling a little confused, he slowly walked in, his eyes darting, and saw the scene inside. Seeing him like this, Shanshan immediately turned around a little surprised and exclaimed, "Ah, Jia-chung." As soon as the words left her mouth, all the vegetables in Jia-chung's hands fell to the ground. He pointed behind her, stammering, "Why is she here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a long tail darted within inches of Jia-chung, and that wasn't all. A foot then kicked him in the chest. With huge horns on her head, an eerie voice said, "Sorry, little brother, I just wanted to play a trick on you." This scene made Shanshan's jaw drop in surprise. Jia Xin greeted, "Long time no see, Xiao Cheng." As she spoke, Jia-chung broke out in a cold sweat. Jia Xin smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "How's your married life, darling? Happy?" Jia-chung still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Jia Xin. After a while he finally forced out, "Sister Jia Xin." Jia Xin's eyes were already red. A smile still lingered on her lips. At this moment, the stunned Shanshan still couldn't understand what was happening. Her head seemed to be spinning and her face was pale. "Big sis, isn't she your little brother?" Time rewound 4 hours. Jia Xin was riding on an escalator with a backpack shaped like a little girl. She took a deep breath of the air, then stretched comfortably, sighing, "So comfortable. It's been a long time since I enjoyed the air of the human world." Suddenly her phone rang, but she felt a little bitter, thinking, I'm just an afterthought." Jia Xin took out her phone. The caller ID read 4 eyes. Seeing this, she frowned and lightly tisked. Jia Xin decisively set her phone to airplane mode. Her gaze shifted, and soon after, Jia Xin arrived at the bustling square. Jia Xin was extremely excited, her eyes sparkling, continuously exclaiming. Seeing the crowds lining up, she happily exclaimed, "This place is amazing. I heard this area just opened. I've wanted to come for a long time." Her body seemed ready. 2 streams of smoke came out of her nose and her eyes sparkled like stars. Looking at the figurine models displayed in the cabinet, she couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Oh my god, they're so beautiful." Jia Xin took out her phone and frantically took pictures of the humanoid models behind her. "So great, so cute." Countless figurine boxes were already stacked on her head and in her hands. "This one is so pretty." This one is so cute too." "Is this a new arrival?" "This one is so beautiful." "This one is amazing too." "And this and this and this." "I really want to take all of them home. I have to buy them." Buy. Jia Xin placed a huge pile of boxes on the counter. The cashier's expression was a little blank. Unable to speak after a while, he stammered, "Excuse me, customer, are you of legal age to purchase these items?" This made Jia Xin's face twist with anger, and she said, What nonsense are you talking about, comrade? Hurry up and check out." The clerk explained, "Sorry, customer, our store only sells products to adult customers." Jia Xin shouted loudly, "What, are you kidding?" He refused. "Please put the items back, customer. Thank you for your patronage." Of course, she grumbled unhappily as she put away the photos she had just taken, cursing, "This service attitude is terrible. I'm complaining about you." Jia Xin forcefully closed her pig-shaped backpack, then mumbled to herself, "Never mind. I got a lot today too." After speaking, she happily swayed her body with her bulging backpack and grinned. "I'll leave the rest to Xiao Cheng." Walking on the bustling city streets, Jia Xin looked at her phone while eating ice cream. "I remember that apartment is nearby." Suddenly, she showed a cunning smile, feeling a little anticipation. "This time I must meet that strange angel. Look, Big Sis 4 Eyes seems to have sent photos." Jia Xin's gaze suddenly flickered, and she quickly hid behind the door outside. Shanshan was coming out, and she even looked back. Jia Xin's nose twitched slightly, feeling a little confused. "Is this the scent of that little girl?" Then she took out her phone and opened the photos, confirmed it was correct, and revealed a mischievous smile. "Oh my, what good luck." Jia Xin followed Shanshan for a long time. Even when she finished eating that huge pile of food, she secretly watched and exclaimed, "That pile of food, she eats so much over there." Shanshan suddenly sighed and rubbed her stomach. "I don't know why, I don't have much appetite today." This left Jia Xin stunned. "After eating so much you still say you have no appetite." Suddenly, Shanshan cleaned up the trash. "It's late, time to go back." She quickly turned around, contemplating a plan. "I can't let her go back like this. I need an excuse." Just then a group of punks walked over. Jia Xin showed a cunning smile, raised the half-eaten ice cream in her hand, but then hesitated reluctantly, then ate the ice cream in one bite, licking her lips slightly, thoroughly enjoying the sweet taste, then pulled out 3 different colored marbles from who knows where, tossed them in her palm, then threw them forcefully at the group of punks. The 3 marbles immediately accurately hit the heads of the 3 people. The person turned around unhappily and questioned loudly, "Who?" The person next to him also asked in confusion, "Which bastard is so arrogant?" The remaining person was a little surprised. "Which little girl? Was it you who threw it just now? Admit it if it was, deny it if it wasn't." Jia Xin provocatively gave them the middle finger. All the punks were startled by this attitude. Everyone had a fierce expression on their faces, and then, as expected, they surrounded her, cursing, "Ah, you little bitch, are you looking for a beating?" This scene was once again seen by Shanshan. Looking down, the subsequent development was the scenes we saw of Shanshan protecting Jia Xin. She happily curled her lips. "Excellent, the plan is progressing smoothly. Naive angel, don't trust others so easily next time," and those punks who were beaten felt extremely wronged. "Hey, we're the victims, okay? Today is really unlucky." At this moment, if she were standing in front of Shanshan, she would only keep bowing her head. Sorry. Back in Shanshan's apartment, Jia Xin was unboxing a figurine and exclaimed in surprise at the parts inside. Jia Xin exclaimed, "So intricate." She used her tail to levitate the model. "Not bad, you've gotten quite a haul recently." Then she touched other models, exclaiming, "Wow, things like this are hard to find in the demon realm. These are all big sisters now, little cuties." Jiacheng was on his knees trembling, while Shanshan remained bewildered, a blank expression on her face. Shanshan shook her head desperately. Meanwhile, Jia Xin had already picked up several special figurines. "This one's great, that one's great, I might as well take them all," Shanshan muttered to herself. "Is this Jiacheng's sister?" Her eyes darted around as she thought. First she thought it was his sister, then his brother, and now it's his sister again. Earlier she heard Jiacheng call her sister Jia Xin. Was the name fake too? Sister Jia Xin, she's really his sister, right? There won't be another twist, will there? Suddenly Shanshan glanced curiously to the side, recalling how Jiacheng would immediately bristle if she even got close to his things. Like when she accidentally touched something of his, he would frown and shoo her away, saying, "Shoo, go play somewhere else, no idlers allowed." She explained, "I just happened to be passing by." Shanshan muttered to herself, "How strange, someone is touching his things today and he's not reacting." Then she saw his face twisted in agony, even shedding bloody tears, and she understood. "I was wrong, this looked like Shanglin's wife watching the landlord beat Kong Yiji, I completely get it." Seeing this, she called out in concern, but then pulled her hand back and didn't say anything more because she was still angry with him. Just then, Jiacheng called out to her, his face twisted, his voice low, "Listen carefully, no matter what that woman does." Jiacheng warned, "You absolutely must not interfere or you'll be digging a grave for our love." Jia Xin was happily trying on the transformation tool. She looked at Shanshan and asked, "Got it?" Shanshan jumped, quickly replying, Hearing this, Shanshan seemed to understand. Even he said so, it must not be a joke. Her gaze shifted and she secretly reminded herself to be wary. "That's right, she's a demon after all, and she just lied to me. I need to be more careful." Under her gaze, Jia Xin's horns seemed to react. Shanshan kept muttering under her breath. She was being cautious. Jia Xin's ear twitched slightly. She reminded herself again, was she careful? As soon as the words fell, the long tail began to move. Shanshan looked at the movement, puzzled. The tail extended, getting closer and closer to her, and a flicker of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Jia Xin then appeared before Shanshan, her red eyes gleaming. "What's wrong, stupid angel? Do you have a problem with me?" A few seconds later, she suddenly realized, when did this start? Immediately after, Jia Xin wrapped her tail around Shanshan's body. "Do you like my tail?" Shanshan was a little uncomfortable from being wrapped. Suddenly, Jia Xin leaned in close, rubbing her chin, and teased, "Oh, nice reaction, you're all tied up, aren't you?" Jiacheng beside them hadn't expected this either. Just then, a piercing doorbell rang outside. A few seconds later, the doorbell continued to ring, and Jia Xin yelled in annoyance, "Who's ringing the doorbell so annoying?" The door opened and Jian Shi stood at the entrance. "Hello Shanshan, long time no see, I brought you some super delicious food." Seeing the scene inside, he blurted out in surprise, Where did this guy come from?" Immediately after, a scene unfolded that left both Jiacheng and Shanshan dumbfounded. Before Jian Shi could do anything, he was beaten black and blue. He kept screaming, Why are you suddenly twisting my arm? Wait, ow. Both of them squeezed their eyes shut, afraid to watch the violent scene. Jian's eyes' desperate plea echoed, Stop it, big sister, it hurts so much, I'm dying." As soon as the words fell, Jian Shi was tied up tightly, his mouth taped shut, and then he was stomped on the ground. Jia Xin looked at the two and asked, "Where did this kid come from? Such a buzzkill. He's ruined my mood." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh right, Xiao Cheng." Jia Cheng quickly stood up and replied loudly, "Here I am." Jia Xin asked, "I asked you to buy that figurine earlier, right?" Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Get it." "All right, I'll go get it now." A while later, he trembling handed over a red box. Jia Xin was very excited. "This is it, the thing I've been looking forward to." But when she opened the box, Jia Xin's eyebrow raised slightly and her demon form quickly appeared. Her hair flew wildly in the wind and Jia Cheng was so scared he backed away. He couldn't help but be afraid himself, trembling as he said yes. Immediately after, a small vortex swirled and Shanshan watched blankly. Jia Cheng was slapped, slumping to the ground, slowly backing away in fear. Jia Xin kept pressing closer. "I remember the figurine box wasn't this shape. There was a dent on the corner of the box," and she gritted her teeth, asking, "What's with this dent?" He trembling explained, Why yes, I'm sorry, it might have bumped into something. I waited in line for a long time on the release day to get it." It seemed Jia Xin coldly reminded him, "Jia Cheng, don't forget who you owe your life in the human world to." Seeing Jia Cheng still silent, she yelled in anger, "Are you mute? Answer me." He stammered, "I owe it to big sister." She asked again, "In the demon realm, who worked hard so you could live here? Who gives you extra living expenses every month to buy things?" Jia Cheng replied, "It's big sister." Jia Xin yelled in annoyance, "Then why can't you even do this simple task I asked you to do?" Finally, she couldn't help but curse, "You useless piece of trash." Jia Cheng quickly said, I was wrong." Suddenly, Shanshan rushed over and stood in front of him. No, 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 she kept shaking her head and yelling, don't bully him. At this moment Shanshan was completely shielding Jachung with her body, her arms spread open. This action surprised Jashin. Oh my, Shanshan's face remained resolute despite still being a little scared. Seeing her approach, Shanshan narrowed her eyes warily. Suddenly Shanshan gently pursed her lips as if she had just come to her senses and thought to herself, what am I doing? I rushed over unconsciously. What to do? Seeing her like this, Jachung also walked over, grabbed her hand and scolded, what are you doing? I told you not to interfere, get out of the way. As soon as the words fell, crazy laughter came from the opposite side. Jashin grinned like a demon, nodding continuously. Good, how interesting, you dare to show affection in front of me? Her red eyes gleamed. That's enough. Jashin flicked her tail and it immediately transformed into a sharp scythe. Shanshan was startled to see it. Yes, he quickly reminded her. Big sister, don't use your powers indiscriminately in the human world. But the scythe still swung down, making a circle. Shanshan's eyes were wide open, still unable to move. Immediately after, the scythe slammed down and the two quickly dodged. The long tail connected to the scythe wrapped around them again and Jachung urged, Big sister, stop it. The tail tightly wrapped around Shanshan's body. As the scythe got closer and closer, Shanshan was starting to get angry. She gripped the ground tightly, even creating sparks. With a forceful turn, she dodged the attack. Immediately after, Shanshan swung her hand and a golden ring appeared above her head. She then spun it in her hand, transforming it into a golden weapon. Shanshan dodged Jashin's attacks while charging forward to counterattack, but as she swung her leg, she suddenly lost her balance. Shanshan sighed inwardly, pressing her lips tightly together, while Jashin swayed her tail. Oh, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. Jashin swung her tail forcefully, throwing Shanshan down hard. She fell, one foot landing on the ground. Sparks flew from the impact. It wasn't over yet. Jashin's tail swung again, accompanied by a taunt, still too green. Immediately after, it violently wrapped around Shanshan's ankle, making her scream in fright. Jashin then yanked hard and Shanshan was sent flying upside down into the air. Even Jachung's mouth fell open in surprise. In this situation, her skirt slipped down and she quickly yelled, wait. Seeing this, he didn't dodge but instead stared, then blushed, and the scene returned to when Jashin asked Shanshan for directions. She took out a photo. All right, I have a picture of the apartment, big sister, take a look. She examined it carefully, muttering, this place is… At this moment, Jashin thought to herself, these stupid angels are so easy to fool. She had already planned it out. The simplest way to increase favorability is to pretend to be accidentally lost and then coincidentally meet you. In her imagination, Shanshan would exclaim in surprise, is Big Sister the one he often talks about? Jashin would also pretend to be oblivious, saying, what a surprise, this is fate, everything is destined. Use coincidence to make her lower her guard, then slowly fall into her preset trap, and so Jashin revealed a cunning smile, evaluating herself too perfect. Seeing Shanshan still seriously looking at the photo, Jashin was a little expectant. Hurry up. According to the script, next is, however, she was completely bewildered, which also made Jashin stunned. Hey, what's with that expression? Jashin asked, puzzled. Don't tell me she didn't recognize her own house? No, I'm overthinking it. No one could be that stupid. Looking again, Shanshan seriously took out the photo to look at. Suddenly she frowned and Jashin was puzzled. What's with that expression? Did she really not recognize it? Then she showed another triumphant smile, which also confused Jashin. Why is she smiling again now? Why is she smiling so cunningly? What's going on? I completely don't understand what she's thinking. Jashin's face darkened at this moment, too angry to speak. Just then she widened her eyes and a familiar scene flashed in her mind. No, I've seen that kind of smile before. It was an expression of seeing through everything. There is only one truth. Jashin anxiously bit her nails. Was I exposed? Impossible, I performed so perfectly. Damn it, is she smarter than I thought? But Shanshan just turned around and gave a silly smile. Then let's go, let's look around this area first. This left Jashin stunned. Seeing her like this, Shanshan asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Jashin quickly waved her hand and said nothing. I just zoned out for a moment. Seeing this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, I almost gave myself away. Why hasn't this little girl exposed me yet? If this continues, Jashin will have a heart attack sooner or later. She kept wondering if Shanshan was pretending not to know and then playing along to trick her. Sure enough, angels are all cunning. Afterwards, Shanshan diligently searched for the apartment in the photo, and Jashin secretly plotted, I'll keep observing what tricks she's trying to pull. Back in the familiar apartment, Shanshan was still struggling to pull down her skirt. Let go of me. Please, big sister, put me down. Seeing this, Jashin said, oh, with amusement. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Suddenly, a black object appeared before her eyes. Jashin looked up, examining it. Safety shorts. As soon as the words fell, she saw her blush shyly. Jashin hooked her fingers on Shanshan's safety shorts. You're wearing a skirt and still wearing these? Then she yanked hard and cunningly added, this is simply ruining the customs. This sight was exposed to everyone. Jachung was stunned. Everything happened too fast. Shanshan was still bewildered, and when she realized it, she shouted in embarrassment, no, let go of me, put me down. But Jashin still hung her upside down in the air while Jashin observed excitedly. That's right, this is the reaction. Textbook level. Shanshan tried hard to pull her mini skirt to cover her private parts. Jashin kept teasing, what's the use of trying to cover it up? That little bit of fabric can't cover anything. Saying this, she had already pursed her lips in grievance, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shanshan waved her hand and a golden magic weapon appeared, and she attacked. Jashin dodged to the side, grabbing the flying golden magic weapon with her hand. Immediately after, she swung it at the tail wrapped around her, trying to break free. Jia Xin's tail loosened and Shan Shan slammed to the ground. Jia Xin clapped her hands in surprise. She rubbed her bottom in grievance, her other hand retrieving the magic weapon. After doing all this, Shan Shan spun around abruptly, and Jia Cheng immediately blushed and hid to the side. Immediately after, Jia Xin spoke. "You're fighting me and still getting distracted, hum." A gleam flashed in her eyes, and before she could react the sharp tail had already swung over. She was still bewildered and he quickly yelled a warning, "Idiot." Quickly dodge, but it's too late. Shan Shan could only stand there closing her eyes, accepting her fate, and sighed inwardly, "Damn it." Who knew that the blade-like tail was gently pinched by 2 fingers. "Stop, stop, that's enough." She slowly opened her eyes, and the class president Jia Cheng was also surprised when she arrived, but her appearance annoyed Jia Xin, who tisked. "You're here?" She glanced again, and Jia Xin reluctantly retracted her tail. This scene surprised both Jia Cheng and Shan Shan. She walked forward and said, "Hey," she accused, "are you playing too rough?" Jia Xin cunningly gave a thumbs up and even stuck out her long tongue. "If I didn't do this, would you have appeared, you old fox? Were you watching the show outside just now?" The boss lady didn't mind admitting. "Oh, was I found out?" Jia Xin said proudly. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Saying this, she reminded. "Didn't I say that whenever you come you have to notify me in advance? There are many rules here." She frowned in annoyance. "You don't need to worry about it. I'll do as I please." At this moment, Shan Shan couldn't help but ask, "Class president, you two know each other?" The boss lady turned around and briefly explained. "Oh, you mean Jia Xin? We went through some things together before." Jia Xin frowned unhappily. This answer startled the other two. "Ha!" Jia Xin flared up and yelled, "Hey, how many times have I told you not to call me that? Believe it or not, I'll destroy you." But the boss lady still had that carefree attitude. "Oh dear, such a cute name but such a contradictory personality." She kept calling her in that way. "My dear Jia Xin, lovely Jia Xin baby." Jia Xin cracked her knuckles and cursed. "You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Just then a groan came and the two immediately looked in that direction. The person had a full chest and was struggling continuously. It turned out to be Jian Shi, tied up with his mouth taped shut, struggling non-stop. Everyone looked at him a little blankly. The boss lady wasn't too surprised. "Oh dear, so you're here too?" And Jia Xin whispered, "Who's this brat?" Jia Cheng and Shan Shan suddenly remembered at this moment, secretly thinking, oh no, they had forgotten about him. Back to when Shan Shan took Jian Shi to look for a house. "It's strange, we've been looking for so long and still haven't found it." She kept looking around. "It seems it's not this way, let's go look over there." Jian Shi gently gripped the shoulder strap of his backpack, calculating in his mind that they had been wandering around here for a whole hour. In contrast, Shan Shan was still full of enthusiasm. Jian Shi was certain she had circled back and forth in this vicinity no less than 5 times and she was still trying to find her way. Jian Shi observed, "But I still couldn't figure out what this little girl was thinking." Afterwards, Shan Shan went to rummage through trash cans again, which made Jian Shi confused. Why is she looking in the trash can?" A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he secretly sighed, "Impressive, this is a tricky character." Jian Shi thought her methods were very clever. He gently bit his lip, acting as if it were real. If others didn't know, they would have thought she was truly lost. But Jian Shi gently bit his fingernails, thinking of a possibility. Even I can't act to this extent. No, could it be? Jian Shi was suddenly terrified by his own thoughts. This little girl's goal is to delay time, exhaust me, and then expose a flaw. Oh my god. If she can anticipate even this, who can play with her? Then he showed a grin. Sure enough, all angels are like this, as terrifying as that woman. Jian Shi was already a little excited at this point, full of anticipation. "Interesting, want to delay time? Then I'll play along with you to the end. I've never been afraid of anyone, benefactor, no need to worry." A century later, of course, they had not yet reached their destination. Jian Shi couldn't help but drool, thinking, "Hey, I'm telling you, you've had enough. If we keep going, we'll be on the highway." Seeing her seriously searching, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. No way? Could this little girl be? So Jian Shi asked, big sister, are we lost?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shan Shan's cold sweat was already flowing like a shower, but she still tried hard to argue, pointing over there. "No way, I'm very familiar with this area." Shan Shan gave a thumbs up, indicating, "Trust me, we won't get lost, rest assured." Jian Zai's heart was already pitch black, wishing he could yell, "How can I trust you?" At this moment, Jian Shi gently tugged at her clothes, pointing in the opposite direction and saying, "Big sister, I vaguely remember those houses being over there." Shan Shan was dumbfounded. "Really?" Afterwards, Jian Shi kept giving her hints. "It's very familiar here, we must be on the right path, big sister." This place is also very familiar. "Looks like we're almost there, big sister." Finally, when they stood in a familiar spot, Jian Shi happily yelled, "This is the area, big sister, we found it," and Shan Shan stood rooted to the spot. Jian Shi kept praising. Amazing, in front of her was Shan Shan's familiar apartment building. Shan Shan still stood there as if all the blood had been drained from her body. She yelled loudly, "Wait, this is my house." No wonder it looked a little familiar. At this moment, Jian Shi realized one thing. This guy is probably really mentally challenged. Back at the apartment building, it was already past 6 in the evening and Jian Shi had been cursed into a girl. Because she was tied up, her cheeks were also flushed, and because of the transformation, a little smoke was coming out. Jian Shi managed to call out, "Help." Jia Xin saw this scene and lightly clicked her tongue. The boss lady tore off the tape from his mouth and said, "Hey," she asked, "what are you doing here?" And Jian Shi pretended not to remember anything. "Who's this guy? Why is he tied up?" Jia Cheng and Shan Shan both yelled in unison. "You tied him up, who else could it be?" Suddenly, Jia Xin rushed over and pressed herself tightly against the boss lady, staring intently at her. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. It was clearly a man just now. At this moment his plump chest was exposed, and this face was also a cute girl. Suddenly Jia Xin squeezed Jian Zai's chest hard with her hand. This real touch made her exclaim, "Oh my god, it's real, it's not fake." Afterwards Jia Xin curiously looked at the collar. "This is," she happily exclaimed, "a coincidence. I have one too. It's that four-eyed big sister's work, right?" These words made Jian Shi stunned. A light bulb seemed to light up above Jian Zai's head. She snapped her fingers, realizing, "I remember now. You're that brat who turns into a girl at night, right? What's your name?" he stammered. Jian Shi." Jia Xin immediately recognized him. "So you're that famous brat I asked about last time." Just then the boss lady walked over and gave her a hard slap on the back of the head, making her unable to even lift her head. Jia Xin flared up and yelled, "Ouch, are you looking for death?" She grabbed the two horns and shook them. "What do kids know? Be quiet," she threatened angrily. "Are you going to let go or not?" The boss lady also calmly warned. "If you keep messing around, I'll spank your butt." Jia Xin saw this scene, hugged her chest in fear and hid to the side, secretly thinking these two fierce guys are too scary. At this point Jia Xin also understood the reason, so she waved her hand and clicked her tongue. "Let go, I won't say anything else, alright?" Then she turned to Jian Shi and said, "I'm very interested in this guy. Lend him to me for a few days." But the boss lady flatly refused. "No, darling." This surprised her, leaving her speechless. Afterwards the two stared at each other with daggers while Jian Shi shivered in the middle. Before they could say anything more, Jia Xin's hand grabbed his arm and the other side was also grabbed by the boss lady. Jian Shi was in the middle of the two. She loudly said, "What's wrong with lending him to me for a bit? Don't worry, not a single hair will be missing when I return him." She refused. "No, absolutely not." Jia Xin bargained. 3 days. Still refused by the boss lady. "No." Who knew she would change it to a week? The three of them pulled and tugged, leaning to one side, making Jiacheng and Shanshan dodge. Her refusal still echoed. "No." Jia Xin cursed angrily. "Stingy." The boss lady replied disdainfully. So what?" The three of them leaned to the other side again. Jiacheng and Shanshan again tilted their bodies to dodge, and Jian Shi in the middle was already frothing at the mouth, thinking, "Why am I always the victim?" Seeing this situation, Shanshan didn't hesitate to remind them. Jian Shi seems to have fainted." Seeing this, Jia Xin let go in frustration. She threw Jian Shi to the boss lady. "I'm not playing anymore. Here, take him." She contentedly picked up Jian Shi, who was covered in bruises from being manhandled. Jia Xin waved her hand, biting her lip and saying, "So boring," she said dejectedly, suddenly feeling a little hungry. Shanshan was a little stunned by this. Jian Shi was still rubbing his deflated stomach, counting that he had walked quite a bit today. She looked forward to having a chance to play here again. Afterwards she saw Shanshan and yelled furiously, "Oh right, I was also dragged around by this brainless girl, almost ended up on the highway." Jia Xin ordered. "Jiacheng, I'm hungry, hurry up and cook." He was confused. "Why me?" But before he could finish she had already asked fiercely. "Huh?" Seeing this, Jiacheng went to cook, trembling with fear. Jia Xin smiled evilly. "I thought you would change a little after coming to the human world." Then she sat in the chair, crossing her legs, looking at his back. "Still the same as always. Looks like I overestimated you." Jiacheng was a little annoyed. She continued to belittle him. Hiding behind a woman, how pathetic. Although he was very unconvinced, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, unable to say a word. At this moment Jian Shi immediately called out, "Shanshan, that's right, stupid angel. Come here, I'll tell you something." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shanshan had already hidden behind the boss lady. Seeing this, she comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I was just kidding." The boss lady quickly spoke up. "Hey, don't scare the little girl." Jian Shi replied impatiently. "Scare what? I'm still very gentle." She leaned closer to Shanshan's ear and whispered, "Hey, do you know some secrets about Jiacheng? He hides them very deeply." "Darling, do you want to hear?" Jian Shi sat beside them, persuading. "How about it? Interested?" Hearing this, Shanshan's eyes were already sparkling, almost wavering. Over there, Jian Shi also heard, muttering secret to himself. After a while, in the long queue of people in the square, everyone was anticipating, waiting seriously. Jia Xin couldn't help but curse. "Aw, why are there so many people?" Her legs were already trembling a little. "So tired, I wish I hadn't worn these clothes." Just then a staff member called out. Next, the feeling of exhaustion immediately vanished. Jia Xin happily yelled, "Coming, it's finally my turn." But the person notified, "Sorry customer, the item you're looking for is already sold out." This made her stunned for a few seconds, and then she cursed at the staff member. How could it sell out so quickly? Didn't you say it was limited edition? What are you laughing at? I've been queuing for 4 hours. After speaking, she pointed at those customers with piles of goods and yelled, "Why can those guys buy so many? This is clearly hoarding and reselling. Isn't anyone going to do something about it?" Under this anger, that person didn't dare to reply, only forced a smile. Of course, Jia Xin cursed again. "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly the entire space shook and those customers holding piles of goods were confused. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" It turned out she was fuming. One of her eyes flickered red and her hair and clothes flew backward. Jia Xin gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, this is so embarrassing." Those walls began to collapse and the people outside panicked. "Go to hell, all of you, go to hell, these damn sellers and those hoarders." It turns out this incident had passed and the boss lady recalled it, sighing. Fortunately, no one was hurt that time, and later that Changsam girl blamed the construction crew, saying they cut corners. After that accident, all stores stipulated that each person could only buy one item, and there was also a mysterious rumor that anyone who violated the rule would be haunted by a female demon. When they went to other malls to buy more, they were all refused by the staff. Jia Xin said apologetically. Sorry about that last time, although I've washed my hands of it, my legend still lives on. Suddenly she noticed something and yelled, oh dear, wait, something seems wrong. Why are you suddenly talking about my past? Back to 10 minutes ago. Shanshan was still struggling. I don't want to hear it, Jianshi persuaded. What's wrong? Don't you want to know Jia Cheng's secrets? She scoffed. Actually, I'm more curious about your business. Hearing this, the boss lady grabbed Jianzai's two horns and interrupted. Let me tell you something very interesting. After a struggle, she pointed at Jianshi and said, it turns out because of this he was forbidden to live in the human world by those big shots from the Angel Demon Committee. Jianshi yelled angrily. You talk too much? The boss lady even said that to come to the human world he must also be supervised by the organization's personnel. Jianshi almost uncontrollably yelled. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Shanshan meanwhile was blankly processing the information in the kitchen. Jia Cheng was leisurely chopping vegetables. Then he cooked a large pot of soup and was tasting it. Outside, Jia Xin and the boss lady were still arguing, and Shanshan spoke up. After listening, I'm very curious. I wonder which of you two is stronger, class president or sister Jia Xin? Jia Xin proudly pointed to herself. Do I even need to ask? Of course, it's me. The boss lady also continued. This little girl also has some ability. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jia Xin scoffed contemptuously. Can't you say something nice? She was a little disdainful. However, if we were to really fight, I'm still slightly stronger. The boss lady seemed to be deliberately provoking Jia Xin, making her yell angrily. What right do you have to compare? If I were serious, you wouldn't even be able to compare to a single strand of my hair. Suddenly, the boss lady called out. There's a girl playing cosplay. Jia Xin immediately turned her head, her eyes shining like stars, but her head immediately received a heavy blow, of course, from the boss lady. You lost, Jia Xin grumbled angrily. No, I did that on purpose just now, she said triumphantly. Lost is lost, no excuses. The two argued back and forth, and the boss lady couldn't help but praise, while also having to admit that this little girl's strength was top tier. She was only slightly weaker than one or two people after all. She was also a candidate for the Demon King. Now these words startled Shanshan, but not as much as Jianshi suddenly kicked Shanshan on the head and yelled, What, a candidate for the Demon King? Seeing this scene, the boss lady softly said, Oh, so you're awake? Shanshan was still holding her painful head. He secretly sighed. Oh no, I was too excited. I forgot I was still pretending to be unconscious. But Jianshi quickly waved his hand, dismissing the matter. Never mind that, but I didn't expect you to be so amazing, big sister. A candidate for the Demon King, that's a very terrifying existence. This is my first time seeing one with my own eyes. In contrast, Jianzai's face fell, and he sighed. There's nothing to be proud of. These words made both him and Shanshan confused. Jianshi looked at their bewildered expressions and explained. Think about it. Can a Demon King go anywhere they please? I'm just a character like those in manga and novels, branded as a good-for-nothing. Demon King sounds cool, but it's only glamorous on the surface. She didn't mind at all, twirling a strand of her hair. I have to personally handle all problems. If a subordinate messes up, I have to clean up their mess. Every day there are countless documents and meetings constantly discussing incredibly boring issues. Of course, neither of them expected this, and they were astonished, mouths agape. Jianshi suddenly gritted her teeth in anger. Her hands clenched tightly as if strangling that person. She has to deal with bald, foul-smelling old men. Even if there's nothing urgent, she still has to go to work. No salary, no bonuses, no holidays, and many other annoying things. Who wants to get old faster doing this? I won't stand for it. After listening, the two kids seemed to understand, and Shanshan stammered, Oh, so that's how it is. A while later, Jia Cheng brought a plate of lavish dishes to the table, then came out tying his apron and called out, Come eat, food's ready, after dinner. The sink was already piled high with dishes. Jia Cheng looked on helplessly, rolling up his sleeves. Seeing this, the boss lady called out, Already cleaning up, you're so diligent. After saying that, she also rolled up her sleeves and said, Let me help you. But Jia Cheng refused. Go out and do me a favor. She was confused. Is that what you mean? Then she turned her face and yelled inside, Shanshan, come out and help me. Jia Cheng helplessly supported the boss lady's shoulder. Sis, I'm begging you. She started working. She washed the dishes. Where did you put the dish soap? Jia Cheng replied. Under the left cabinet. The boss lady didn't forget to compliment. Your cooking is really good. I haven't had anything this delicious in a long time. When she found the dishcloth, she happily said, Here it is. Suddenly, the boss lady suggested, How about it, darling? Do you want to start a business, like opening a fast food restaurant? I'll invest in a food truck for you. But he coldly refused. You go open it yourself. After a while, Jia Cheng finally asked, You weren't behind this, were you? She didn't understand what he was asking. Jia Cheng took the plate and asked again, You called Jia Xin, right? The boss lady feigned ignorance again. What? How would I know? But that didn't fool the person next to her. He cursed angrily. What are you laughing at? Who else could it be but you? The boss lady hid to the side and replied, Guess. Jia Cheng impatiently said, No need to guess, I already know. Outside, Jia Xin was playing a game, the small controller in her hand, and she was overtaken again. Not left, but right. She turned to Jianshi and asked, Can this little brat do it? What the hell are you doing? You're so stupid. Are you a devil? Then, seeing him effortlessly overtake, she yelled, This girl plays so smoothly. Shanshan just gave a bitter smile from the side. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Jia Cheng's back. He was still busy in the kitchen, and she stared a little red-faced. Suddenly, Jia Xin put her arm around Shanshan's neck. I didn't expect you to be so good at games. I'm starting to like you, big sis. Then she continued to coax. Come on, let's play this next. Shanshan's face was already covered in sweat. After washing the dishes, the boss lady saw the lively atmosphere and yelled, "What are you playing, yelling so loudly? What? Can you compare to my Shanshan at games?" Jia retorted angrily. You didn't win, so what are you so proud of? I just haven't played in a long time. After saying that, she also went to put her arm around Shanshan's neck. It's rare to have such a lively day. I'll play too. At this moment, the atmosphere was heating up. The boss lady suggested, seeing you play so well, how about we split into an angel team and a demon team? Jianshi arrogantly raised her middle finger. Big talk. Bring it on. I've never been afraid of anyone. She turned around and ordered Jiacheng, little brother, bring 2 more game controllers. Without listening to anyone else's opinion, the 2 of them decided. Shanshan hesitantly said, Class President, I. Before she could finish, a hand gently stroked her head. She seemed to be coaxing Shanshan. She looked at the boss lady, confused. At first her face was blank. She looked up, observing the boss lady's expression. Then for some reason she looked a little dejected. Just then Jiacheng also returned with 2 game controllers. Holding the controllers, there were 4 people in total. Jia, Jianshi, the boss lady, and Shanshan all stared at him. Suddenly Jia spoke up again, teasing, Now I realize how come you're like the male lead in a harem manga. Kid, feeling good, huh kid? Jiacheng frowned angrily. Huh? Jianshi interjected unhappily. Don't count me in. A while later he stretched, slumped onto the chair. I'm exhausted, can't play anymore. He then dodged to the side to avoid a collision. The boss lady glanced at the time on her phone, then yelled, It's so late, we've been playing for so long, huh? She stood up and waved. Let's go, Jia, it's time to go back. Jia, are you still refusing? She angrily refused to leave. I haven't played enough yet, the boss lady reminded. It's late. But Jia hugged Shanshan. It's decided, I'm sleeping with this little girl today. This action left Shanshan stunned, and Jiacheng was equally surprised. But the boss lady still firmly grabbed Jia's horn. There are still many procedures to finish. Stop messing around, come back with me, and stop holding Shanshan so tightly. No, I'm not going back. After a tug of war for a while, she asked, There's nothing else we can do, what do you think? Shanshan hesitated. While Shanshan was still hesitating, Jia's eyes became watery and her voice trembled. No, can't I? Seeing her like this, Shanshan couldn't bear to refuse, scratching her face. I don't have any problem with it. Hearing this, the boss lady also nodded, not forgetting to remind, All right, remember to be obedient. No more trouble, got it? Jia smugly raised her middle finger again. Got it. Suddenly Jianshi also joined in, proposing, Looks fun, I'll stay too then. As soon as the words fell, he was seen being dragged away by the ear. The boss lady dragged Jianshi out the door, waving, We're leaving now. He was still yelling, Ow, what are you doing? She didn't forget to wish the 3 inside a good night. Jia still looked angry, not bothering to see them off. Shanshan and Jiacheng, however, helplessly watched them leave. After the guests left, Jiacheng tied on his apron to clean up, a little dejected. Jia sat in the chair playing a game. Shanshan, on the other hand, quietly looked at her phone. The 3 of them quietly went about their own business. Jia keenly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. She proactively asked, Are you 2 feeling unwell? As soon as the words fell, both of them jumped in surprise. Shanshan pressed her phone to her face, glaring at him. Jiacheng was much the same. The air around them suddenly dropped. Jia rubbed her cold arms, thinking there was nothing strange about it. I know I'm not welcome, this oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly she glanced over and ordered Xiao Cheng. I want some milk tea, go buy it quickly, Jiacheng exclaimed in surprise. How didn't you just eat a bunch of snacks? Jia ignored him, reminding, Hurry up, light ice, no pearls, extra nata de cocoa and ice, he wondered. It's so late, is there still anywhere selling it? But she pushed Jiacheng out the door. Go find it yourself, don't come home within an hour. He walked out bewildered, putting on his coat. Shanshan poked her head out from behind the sofa to peek, and Jiacheng, hearing this, exclaimed in confusion, Ha! Next, Jia gently clapped her hands as if she had just finished cleaning up. She happily cheered. The obstacle is gone, now for the main event. Jia picked at her ear. Oh right, stupid angel. Is the hot water ready? Shanshan replied. Yes. Hearing this, she said contentedly. Perfect, let's take a shower first. I've been running around all day because of you. Seeing Shanshan still looking bewildered, she asked, What are you still standing there for? Come in. Shanshan wondered, Do I have to go in too? Jia impatiently cursed, So much nonsense, hurry up. Hot water was already prepared in the bathroom. Misty steam rose from the bathtub and a towel was already laid out. Shanshan was slowly taking off her clothes at this moment, her skirt slowly sliding down. Jia also took off her clothes, and suddenly Shanshan glanced at her. Seeing this, Jia calmly tugged at her protective clothing. What's wrong? Want to confirm my gender, big sis? Shanshan reached out to stop her. No need, I believe you. Suddenly she remembered something, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. Jia grabbed her 2 horns. Almost forgot about these. In an instant she pulled hard and the 2 horns came off. This scene left Shanshan astonished. The horns, they can be removed, Jia calmly explained. They're just decorations. Shanshan's mouth formed an O shape. Huh? She snapped her fingers again and the 2 horns disappeared, usually transforming into hair clips. This thing also serves to mask the unique scent of demons. Jia also helped to introduce. This thing is amazing. It can turn into anything you like. Just put your hand on your nose and imagine for 3 seconds. As soon as the words fell, another pair of horns grew on her head. To Shanshan's surprise, Jia's hand remained on her nose and a white halo reappeared around her head. At this point, Shanshan was already cheering in admiration. Another transformation, becoming a giant masked head. Shanshan's eyes shone like stars in the night sky. After a while, Shanshan was scrubbing Jia's back. she exclaimed comfortably. Oh, so comfortable. Shanshan returned to the topic of horns, asking, you really startled me just now. I thought all demons didn't have horns, Jia replied. Of course demons must have horns, I'm just a special case. My current physical condition doesn't allow for horns to grow. Hearing this, Shanshan unconsciously repeated in confusion, current physical condition. She sighed nonchalantly. Oh well, forget it, what's the point of dwelling on that? Let me scrub your back. At this moment, Jia tail had already moved to Shanshan's back. Feeling the tail wiggle, Shanshan jumped, her shy eyes darting around. Shanshan hastily clutched her thin towel. Wait. No need, I can do it myself. Jia instead became excited, making kneading motions with her hands. Yes, that's the expression. I've wanted to experience this kind of scenario for a long time. Then she slowly approached Shanshan, who was sitting on the ground, tempting her. Come on, don't be shy, let me check if your development is normal. After some teasing, Jia also stretched and exclaimed, so comfortable. She was comfortably bathing, leaning against Shanshan, when suddenly Shanshan looked at the swaying tail, which then moved to the other side and continued to sway. Seeing Shanshan staring intently, Jia asked, what's wrong, want to touch it? After saying that, she continued to enjoy herself, comfortable. Hearing such a suggestion, Shanshan was truly tempted. Really? Shanshan tremblingly reached out to touch the tail, then decisively grabbed it. At first, Shanshan was a little shy, but then completely abandoned all shame, continuously rubbing the soft and elastic tail, feeling amazing. Suddenly, Shanshan asked in confusion, but aren't you afraid of other people grabbing your tail, sister Jia? Jia replied, no, on the contrary, it feels very comfortable. But she easily grasped the key point in the words and retorted, by saying that, have you touched other demons' tails before? Shanshan turned her face away to dodge, secretly thinking not only touched but also been tied up by one. Seeing this, Jia revealed a cunning smile, teasing, I didn't expect it, you look so pure yet you're so lewd. Shanshan was confused. What do you mean? She made a few adult gestures and announced, touching someone's tail without permission is sexual harassment, because a demon's tail can only be touched during intimate acts. This was certainly unexpected for Shanshan, and she hastily waved her hand. Shanshan frantically stammered, and no, it's not like that, I'm sorry, I didn't know if it was true. Jia calmly uttered two words, fake. Making Shanshan unable to distinguish truth from falsehood, she found it interesting and said, your reaction is really amusing. At this moment, Jia remembered something, pondering, something seems to be missing, what is it? The sky darkened, and in the familiar apartment, Jia secretly hid by the door. Peeking his head in to observe inside, this kid was worried, so he came home early. Looking at the empty living room, he muttered to himself, is it really good to come home early? Suddenly, Jia voice came from behind him. You're back? Jia turned around, confused. Why are you wearing my clothes? She scratched her head, a little shy. Because I was too eager to come up and play with you, I forgot to bring a change of clothes. She even held up her small hands buried in the sleeves for comparison. See, I look just like those little girls who wear their boyfriend's clothes. After saying that, Jia even made a few cute gestures. She blinked, asking, how about it? Did your heart flutter? No one, what do you all think? Jia only felt terror, pursing his lips. He handed her the milk tea. Here's your milk tea. Jia said contentedly, well done, I praise you. Jia looked around, realizing someone was missing, then asked, oh, where's the stupid angel? Jia replied, she said she was too tired today, so she went back to her room to rest first. Hearing this, he nodded, indicating he understood. I see. Just then, Jia noticed Jia wet hair. He frowned and yelled, why didn't you dry your hair before coming out? She remained unconcerned, leaning on the sofa. It's more comfortable this way. Is there a problem? Jia said, displeased. If the sofa gets wet, it'll get moldy. Seeing her speechless, he irritably opened the door and went in. Still acting like a child at that age, to her family she'd always be a child. As Jia opened the door, he saw Shanshan showering, water still dripping. His appearance made her freeze. Seeing this scene, Jia broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly, damn it, how did this happen? Then Shanshan let out a string of screams, and Jia hurriedly tried to explain, but she wouldn't listen. Wait, let me explain, don't hit my face. Outside, Jia had already arranged everything and was leisurely drinking milk tea. Yep, it's this familiar script. Jia blue hair was being blow-dried, and she happily exclaimed, so comfortable, so Shanshan was helping me dry my hair. Jia praised happily. I didn't expect you to be so good at drying hair. My hair is very long and sometimes I'm too lazy to take care of it. Shanshan smiled in embarrassment. It's nothing. Then she remembered how clumsy she used to be, her hair always getting tangled. To be honest, I used to be terrible at this, it hurt even me. Shanshan also said that every time she showered, she had to bother Jia, who would get impatient. She's something else, she pointed, embarrassed. Sorry. As she spoke, Shanshan couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Suddenly she stood up, startling Jia as well. Shanshan said, blushing, I used to be useless, couldn't do anything right, broke everything I touched, and was selfish and petty. She gently clenched her arm, always meddling, unable to read the room, often causing trouble for others. No one likes a girl like me. At this point, Shanshan was helplessly curled up, hugging her knees. It might sound a bit absurd, but my current life is all because of this. She extended her right hand, looking at the ring. At first, I just wanted to get rid of the restriction this ring brought, but now I feel more and more that this is a very fortunate thing. Shanshan stared at the ring and smiled. Suddenly, she gently twirled the ring on her hand. Every day that passes, I feel very happy. As she spoke, Shanshan blushed with a hint of confusion, her eyes a little watery. It's strange. I clearly wanted to get rid of this at first, no matter what that guy thinks, but now I don't want Jia to hate me. As soon as the words fell, Shin burst into laughter as if a weight had been lifted, making Shanshan confused. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. I'm dying of laughter, I really didn't expect it. Shanshan still stood there dazedly. Shin continued to laugh madly. Got it, you're really interesting. She raised her hand to signal. Stop, no need to say more, let me guess. Shin imitated Chang's angry expression. Trust is the most unreliable thing. Friends, brothers, family, none of them are reliable. Even the mocking expression was identical. I'm telling you, the most reliable person in this world is yourself. No one can live alone, ridiculous. Living alone is actually easier. After speaking, Shin carefully added, or something like that, was I right? This is my brother, Shanshan secretly evaluated. Exactly the same. She already understood everything and comforted her. It's not your fault, don't take it to heart. That guy is just like that, Shin explained. That kid's intelligence is top-notch, but when it comes to problems involving other people he performs terribly, she said with a cunning smile. Sometimes he gets excited, easily agitated, and his mouth moves faster than his brain like an idiot. In such cases, just go along with him. Don't think too much, that kid just wants to save face, to put it plainly. It's lying, Shanshan blurted out in confusion. Really? Even so, she was still a bit doubtful, but suddenly Shanshan stood up. Seeing this, Shin secretly smiled and asked her, what do you think is the biggest difference between angels and demons? After listening, Shanshan's eyes widened in thought, then she pondered carefully, answering seriously, reproductive organs. Even Shin couldn't help but comment, what an imagination. Afterwards she revealed, the answer is cognition, or rather outlook on life. This answer surprised Shanshan. Shin kindly explained in detail, demons tend to perceive the existence of malice, which is humanity's dark side, and negative thoughts. How do you think such people would feel? How would they view this world? The answer is because they've seen humanity's true nature, their hearts become more closed off, and they won't easily trust anyone, she said. This is also why demons always prefer to be alone. The only thing demons can believe in is a contract or an agreement. Shin walked up to Shanshan, pointing at her. A contract is based on mutual benefit with other important things as stakes. The rules within it are fair to both parties. This is why demons always sign contracts before doing anything, just like you two now with a marriage contract. After speaking, she ambiguously lifted Shanshan's chin again. This is also why we demons can never understand you angels. It feels like someone who has experienced the ways of the world watching children play with toys. Demons and angels are like two sides of humanity existing simultaneously, unable to understand each other but also unable to do without each other. Isn't that contradictory? But she didn't forget to shake her head and add, of course, not all demons are like this. Shin waved towards that room. Some demons have changed their personality due to certain events, and that kid is one such case. Her red eyes gleamed. I thought letting him live in the human world for a while would make him more mature, but he's still the same. Shanshan listened, stunned for a moment, still unable to calm down. Just then, Shin snapped her fingers. Oh right? She slyly leaned in, whispering, hey, want to hear why Dijon got beaten up like that? This offer initially made Shanshan hesitate, but she quickly softened, glancing around for a moment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with conflict. Let's not. Shanshan felt a bit deflated. It's not good to listen to other people's privacy without permission. If that guy wants to tell me later, I'd be happy to listen. Shin was a bit stunned, not expecting to be refused. A few seconds later, she revealed a cunning smile again, showing a row of pearly white teeth. She circled Shanshan, poking her cheek and teasing, you're amazing. You care a lot about that kid, don't you? Come on, admit it. I promise I won't tell anyone. Come on. Shanshan shyly denied it. No. Suddenly, Shin remembered something. I forgot, I'm thirsty. Go get me a cup of milk tea. Shanshan obediently replied, okay. Afterwards, she leaned against the back wall, gently smiling, and commented, this little girl, she's not bad. Shin asked, right? Xiao Cheng. Beside her, Cheng's body trembled. She glanced at him, reminding him, eavesdropping isn't a good habit, you know. He awkwardly covered his blushing face with his hand, immediately exposed by Shin. His face turned crimson. Cheng wished he could bang his head against the wall. Just then, Shanshan walked in with 2 cups of milk tea in her hands. Sister Shin, here's your milk tea. Shin was rummaging through her backpack. Never mind, let's not talk about that, it's a buzzkill. With that, she gleefully pulled out a book. Only this, she spread out a few manga, a cunning expression on her face. Do you like reading BL manga? Of course, Shanshan had never encountered this genre, and she hesitantly blurted out BL. Seeing this, Shin smiled and said, let me lead you down the path of sin. Shanshan still replied blankly, yes. Meanwhile, Jian-shi was live streaming. Hi, hello, good evening everyone. I've been streaming for a while, sorry. He read comments and replied, everyone says my makeup looks like a character from a popular game. I can keep it as is, I spent a long time on my hair. Suddenly Jian-shi looked a bit shy, blushing. I forgot to wear a bra today everyone, don't scare me. Don't worry, I won't get banned, I'm doing wholesome content. On the screen, someone sent many roses and goldfish. He immediately responded with sparkling eyes, wow, which handsome guy is so generous. After a while he stretched. I've been streaming for a long time today, I'm a bit tired, it's time to rest. So soon, seeing the messages in the channel, he replied, I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm very tired today. Then Jian-shi waved at the screen. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. Good night. Wish everyone sweet dreams. The comment section also continuously wished him good night. Turning off the screen, Jian-shi let out a long sigh. He slumped into his chair. So hot, I'm dying of thirst. Jian-shi stretched wearily. Finally I can take a shower. Meanwhile in another place, the boss lady was also showering, hot water flowing over her entire body. Her wet hand gently turned off the shower head, then she wrapped her wet body in a bath towel. As she walked out she heard a voice behind her. Finished showering? Feel good? She turned around and saw a small figure with large wings sitting on the window. Oh, it's Jia Xin, good evening. Suddenly the boss lady turned and ran. She kept reaching out, touching something, while the person behind her pursued relentlessly. Hey, why do you look so confused? Jia Xin smiled. What are you looking for? As soon as she asked, is it a disguise prop? At the same time, red glasses flew up and then she put them on. The boss lady hastily reached out to grab them. The boss lady still tried hard to lower her head and cover her face even though Jia Xin kept circling her. Seeing her embarrassed look, she laughed even more excitedly. Jia Xin pressed a button on the glasses. Sound rang out, followed by some changes in the boss lady's body. She immediately pulled her bath towel tighter, wrapping herself completely like a cocoon. She excitedly took off the glasses. Oh dear, your reaction makes me so nostalgic. Still the same, you haven't changed a bit. What should I do to play with you next? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Let's take a look at the angel and demon contract side story, Jianxi quietly asked. Sister Jia Xin, I still don't understand why someone as powerful as you still has to listen to that four-eyed big sister. I listen to an angel, especially why demons have to listen to angels when they come to the human world, she calmly replied. Don't you little kids know? Jiacheng, Shanshan and Jianxi lined up, nodding in unison. No. Just then the boss lady interjected. Let me explain. Startling Jia Xin, she began to speak. In the past, the human world was jointly managed by demons and angels, but gradually demons became lazy, neglecting their duties, and the human world became chaotic for a while. Angels kept urging, get up and work, you lazy bum. The demon resisted. Get lost, why should I do such boring things? To prevent chaos, demons and angels made a decision. From now on, matters of the human world would be left to angels. The angel proposed, then let us manage the human world. The demon casually agreed, uncaring. All right. The boss lady held down Jia Xin's head and continued to explain. But there was a condition. In the future, if demons wanted to enter or exit the human world, they had to be supervised and approved by angels. That's how it is. After listening, the three nodded. Understood, I see. Suddenly Shanshan raised her hand to ask, but don't demons have any dissatisfaction or objections to this? She replied again. Go ask those guys and you'll know. Jia Xin casually thought, this is great, getting something for nothing. Jiacheng also nodded. Agreed, I don't want to get up early for work. Jianxi, needless to say, agreed. Exactly. After hearing these words, Shanshan blurted out in confusion. Really? At this moment, Jianxi had just finished showering, holding a pile of clothes, and opened the door. He seemed surprised by something he saw. His eyes widened and everything dropped to the floor, an alarm silently blaring in his mind. What the hell is this? Jianxi hugged his head and cried. Damn it, I forgot to put the cake in the fridge. That cake was expensive. I was planning to save it for later. But he quickly recovered, patting his chest. Forget it, I'll just buy another one. I hope the cake shop isn't closed yet. Where did I throw my phone? When he looked closely, he saw his phone was covered in melted cake and he screamed, my phone? Back at the boss lady's place, Jia Xin was shaking the glasses in her hand. I already told you, don't rely on such useless things. Why do I feel your condition is worse than before? Then she forcefully pulled open the blanket wrapped around her. Jia Xin pulled with all her might. Get that blanket off, she tempted. Come on, let me see what you're going to do. Do you think you can escape from me? Don't resist, being obedient is more likable. A whimper came from inside the blanket and the exposed hands were trembling. This startled Jia Xin. Are you kidding me? Crying? This only made her laugh more excitedly. Then came a series of shaking back and forth, happily mocking. No way, you actually cried too. Really too embarrassing. Just then, the necklace on Jia Xin's neck lit up, issuing a notification. Self-destruct sequence initiated. She exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Jia Xin quickly looked into the blanket, pleading. Wait, I was just kidding. Who would play like that? But the beeping sound continued to ring in the silent air. She cried out in alarm. Are you serious? People could really die. I'm sorry, your glasses. I'll never joke like that again. I know I was wrong. Stop it quick. Save me first or it'll be too late. After a while, the boss lady retrieved her glasses and gently pushed them up. She huffily warned. If you ever make that kind of joke again, I'm going to twist your tail off and shove it back in. How annoying. Jia Xin was drenched in cold sweat, thinking she was going to die. At this moment the two were standing on the balcony. The boss lady asked curiously, didn't you sleep well? Let's go somewhere else, she replied. I snuck out of the bathroom. It's so annoying, she cursed. Didn't you say you were going to stay there earlier? This irritated Jia Xin, who temporarily put the matter aside. She angrily stepped forward to question, you've got a lot of nerve. Why did you summon me to the human world? How dare you use me to reconcile that troublesome couple? The boss lady offered her a candy, persuading, calm down, have a lollipop to cool off. But Jia Xin wasn't so unyielding and her tone softened slightly. Actually, handling that matter was quite simple. I just don't like being used by you. Hearing this, the boss lady was a little expectant. So how did it go? That little girl wasn't bad, right? She replied, eating the candy. That little girl is quite good actually, a bit silly though. Suddenly, Jia Xin gave a mischievous smile. Then she blinked again. You're playing a bit too big with this marriage, aren't you? That little girl isn't just any ordinary angel. Jia Xin's voice still echoed. You've got a lot of nerve. At first I was half skeptical after seeing that photo, but now I believe it. It's truly surprising. In contrast, she still stood there calmly smiling. She turned sideways, her red hair. Jia Xin suddenly thought again. "Ah no, isn't it pink? Doesn't seem right either." After a while she snapped her fingers and cried out, "I know, it's bright red," the boss lady asked curiously. "Are you colorblind?" But Jia Xin quickly skipped over the topic, picking at her ear. "Never mind, do whatever you like," she asked curiously. "I thought you'd object." Instead, her red eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation. "How could I object to something so interesting? I'm still very excited. I wonder how it'll end. The more fun something is, the more I like it." Then Jia Xin leaned closer to the boss lady's face and kindly reminded her. "But let me warn you first, if anything happens to that little girl, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not all demons are as gentle and friendly as I am." She still maintained her nonchalant attitude. "Just don't let anything happen. The business is done and Jia Xin has flown away." Because she had gained a lot, she was very happy. "That's enough for now. I need to go back. It wouldn't be good if I were caught sneaking out." Suddenly she asked curiously, "Oh right, that pink-haired demon. Why haven't I seen her?" The boss lady replied, somewhat surprised. "We don't live together after all." Jia Xin's eyes seemed to see through all mortal affairs. "Oh really?" Saying that, her eyes behind her glasses flickered and she asked directly, "So you're here to check up on me?" Caught in the act, her face flushed crimson and she stammered, yelling, "Huh, what are you saying? I was just idle." The boss lady chuckled mockingly. "Really? I'm a little disappointed. We used to be very close." Jia Xin, furious, roared, "You're so annoying, you four eyes. Who's close to you? It's more like we mind our own business." With that, she spread her wings and flew away. She didn't forget to give a thumbs down and say, "Just you wait, I'll smash your glasses one day." The boss lady frowned, watching her retreating figure. "How many times have I warned you? No using your powers in the human world, did you hear me?" Jia Xin irritably replied, "Mind your own business, no one saw." Meanwhile, Shanshan was lying on the bed reading BL manga. It turned out someone was entering the path of evil. Suddenly, Jia Cheng's eyes snapped open, a little unusual. Shanshan was still peacefully lying on him. From their eyes, the two were lying on a vast beach, the entire island shaped like a blue figure. Jia Cheng asked curiously, "What the hell is this place?" Time rewound a few hours. Jia Xin kept shouting, "Wake up, Jia Cheng." He slightly opened his eyes only to see her forcefully stepping on the table, muttering, "I have to use my ultimate move." Then Jia Xin excitedly jumped down from above, landing squarely on Jia Cheng's stomach and loudly called him to wake up, making Jia Cheng spit out his food from the pain. At this moment he felt his soul leave his body. Jia Xin sat on him smiling and asked, "How's that?" Satisfied. "I personally woke you up, you're really lucky." Instead he roared complaints, "What? This kid almost went to see the king of hell." She wasn't angry at all, saying, "Never mind, enough talk, go get ready." Jia Cheng was confused. "Huh, for what?" She gave a thumbs up and replied, "To the beach. What else? Have you ever seen a manga without a beach scene?" He shouted in surprise. "Huh, who came up with that idea? How come I don't know anything?" Jia Xin still calmly said, "You know now." He couldn't believe it, shouting, "Are you kidding?" Just then, Shanshan sleepily opened her door and walked out. She had slept too late yesterday, she thought weakly, her head still hurting, probably because of those books Sister Jia Xin gave her. At the thought of those books, Shanshan blushed so hard her nose bled. Meanwhile, Jia Cheng frowned, honestly always making decisions on her own without asking for my opinion. When he opened the door, it happened to be at the same time as Shanshan and both of them froze. He awkwardly scratched his ear, and she was also stunned for a few minutes. Jia Cheng's mouth opened and closed as if he wanted to say something. Then suddenly he blushed, covered his nose and turned away. Only then did he realize his actions, thinking, "What's going on? Why am I suddenly avoiding her? Why is my body acting on instinct, just thinking about last night? I can't look at her directly." Seeing Jia Cheng's strange behavior, she kept staring blankly at him. He immediately rushed into the room, slamming the door shut. Inside the room, Jia Cheng's face was still red, and he secretly decided, "No, that situation can't happen. I must find the reason." Outside, Shanshan's ahoge swayed left and right, her back a little lonely. She pointed in a direction, pondering, "Hiding so fast, is my face that ugly?" After a while, by the majestic mountains and the sea, Jia Xin cried out, so big she was excited, her eyes shining like stars in the night sky, and blurted out, "So many people." What's more, she was sitting on Jia Cheng's neck. When she came out, she already saw this scene. The boss lady was surprised so fast. They had already changed clothes. These two truly were siblings. Jia Xin replied, "Isn't it more convenient to wear this when we're out?" He then added, "That's right, she's also very lazy. There's no helping it." After that, the boss lady turned around and said, "Go change your clothes." Shanshan replied blankly, "But I don't have a swimsuit." But she replied, "Don't worry, I've prepared everything." Jia Xin was also excited. "Then let's go first." Jia Cheng agreed. He was still busy setting up an umbrella on the white sand beach. Looking back, someone had already reached out to feel the air around them. Summer, it was Jian Shi. "The beach stretches my youth." He took a deep breath. "This is youth." Jia Cheng was surprised. "Where did you come from? Weren't you caught by that four-eyed big sister yesterday?" Hearing this, Jian Shi turned around and put on a knowing look. "Seeing how confused you are, you must not know the significance of this place." But he didn't care at all. "Enough nonsense, buddy. If you're idle, come help out." Jian Shi walked over and put his arm around his neck, raising a finger like an experienced elder. "Honestly, slow down and live a little, friend. Let me open your eyes. This is the best time of the year. It doesn't come around any time. Those pretty little girls are playing in the clear water." Then he pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there, pretty girls in bikinis." He couldn't help but sigh. This is the human world. Does your heart flutter, comrade? But Jia Cheng remained calm. And then? He still lowered his head to prepare things. "What does that have to do with me?" Seeing his cold demeanor, Jian Shi was a little annoyed. "Hey, you're at the beach right now," Jia Cheng explained. "That's just how you are. That's why you get so excited. Don't drag me into it." This of course made him angrily retort, "What did you say?" At this moment a girl walked over and called Jian Shi. "Handsome, want to come play with us?" he replied with a happy smile. Sure, I'll be right there." Suddenly a halo appeared around Jian Shi, then tightly contracted, dragging him to the ground. The halo also wrapped around his chattering mouth, making him only able to grunt. The boss lady appeared, smiling, and suggested, "Want to play? I'll play with you. Let's find something exciting." Then without waiting for an answer, she dragged him away, very excited. "Let's go." Meanwhile Jian Shi begged loudly, Wait, my back suddenly hurts, please let go, please." A hand slammed hard on a wooden box. Jachung was slumped in a deck chair playing a game, a straw in his mouth, thinking, "It looks tiring, but this is still the most comfortable." Someone walked over in the distance. Shanshan bent down and asked, "Aren't you going for a swim?" The sight before him left him stunned, his eyes wide open, and by the time he saw it clearly it was too late. His cheeks flushed red with shyness. Then Jachung suddenly sat up, making her confused. Shanshan walked forward somewhat dejectedly and asked, "Hey, but you've been avoiding me." Seeing this, she called out again, but Jachung still avoided her. At this moment Shanshan was trembling with anger, her cheeks puffed out. Then she let out a long sigh, hugged her knees, and sat on the beach mat. Jachung also glanced at her, observing her back a little lonely. Her face clearly showed dejection. As he lay basking in the sun, a group of people laughed in the distance. "Did you see that pretty little girl? She seems to be alone, let's go hit on her." Their target was the solitary Shanshan. They walked forward and called out, "Hey, little girl sitting alone there." Just as they were about to hit on her, "If you don't mind, little girl." While Shanshan was still dazed, they suddenly fell silent, their faces filled with fear as Jachung had appeared behind her and made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, his friend waved and left. "Nothing," the others quickly said. "Goodbye, you've got the wrong person." At this moment he was already frowning, very annoyed. "So troublesome, why did I do that just now? Why bother with her?" Just then, Shin appeared with a knowing smile that made Jachung jump. She asked with a smile, "What's wrong, brat? Why are you frowning?" He was surprised. "When did you get here?" Then Shin ignored him, turned around, and grabbed Shanshan's arm. She enticed, "Shanshan, come swim with me." "Don't mind that brat," Shanshan replied blankly. "Wait for me. Actually, this is my first time at the beach." This made Shin a little surprised. "Oh?" Shanshan shyly pointed and said, "So I haven't learned to swim yet." Shin heard this, gave a thumbs up, and said very confidently, "What's the big deal? A piece of cake, let me teach you. I'm a great swimmer." With that she didn't wait and directly pulled down Shanshan's zipper. "Stop dawdling, take off your jacket and get in the water." Her fair body was revealed and Shanshan blushed and cried out, "Wait, sister Shin." Jachung quietly turned his head to look at the situation over there. Shanshan was still crying out, "Let me take it off myself." Then she slowly took off her thin jacket and picked up a conspicuous yellow swimming ring. Shanshan's eyes darted to the side as if looking for something. Still a little shy, using the swimming ring to cover the faintly visible parts behind her, Shin was already urging, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Shanshan." Shanshan quickly replied, "Yes, coming right away." He was playing games and watching, already getting impatient, very annoyed. On the beautiful and crowded beach people came and went. Shanshan frowned, her puffy cheeks pouting. In her swimming ring she thought, "That guy is so annoying, even when someone takes the initiative to hit on me, that stingy guy." Only then did she look up and there was no one in front of her. Shanshan secretly sighed, "I think I've drifted a bit far." She looked around warily. Shanshan turned back to where Shin had just left. "Does sister Shin have to drift this far to learn to swim?" But no one was standing there anymore, and she asked worriedly, "Where's sister Shin?" "Oh, it turns out Shin has already come ashore and is playing games with Jachung. To the left, not to the right." "Hurry up, you idiot." "HMPH, you're not bad at playing," he replied proudly. "Just average, you underestimate your younger brother." Suddenly Jachung realized something. "Ha," he cried out. "Why are you here?" Shin calmly licked her ice cream. "I'm tired of swimming, can't I come up and rest?" Jachung mentioned Shanshan. "What about that dumb angel, Shanshan? Weren't you supposed to teach her to swim?" At this she was startled but still tried to act cute and replied, "I was too excited swimming just now and big sister forgot." Jachung shouted in surprise. "What?" He hurriedly went into the sea to search, secretly cursing, "Damn it, where did she go?" Suddenly he saw Shanshan trembling with fear in the distance and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, there she is." Jachung cursed like a madman. "Are you amnesiac? She can't swim and you dared to leave her alone in the sea." Shin lay there and replied, "I'm too tired, I can't move. Besides, isn't she an angel? What's there to be afraid of?" He firmly refused. "Stop lying there, quickly bring her ashore." Instead she calmly blinked. "If you're worried about her, then you go." This made Jachung almost explode. He angrily thrust his face close to Shin's. "Ha?" She put on a sly expression and stuck out her tongue. "Got a problem with that?" Jachung said, frowning. Shin replied, "That's right, I did it on purpose." Jachung, confused, asked why, but before he could finish she interrupted, "It's more fun this way. Why are you still standing there? What if something unexpected happens?" Only then did Jachung suddenly remember, crying out, "Crap," and rushing towards the distant sea. Shin behind him didn't forget to encourage him. "That's right, run faster." Her eyes gleamed slyly. Next, this is a special chapter, Angel Shanshan's induction record. She was engrossed in reading, the cover clearly printed with for 18. Demonic Path Induction Guide, Evil Path Induction Volume 1. After a while she poked her head out, asking hesitantly, "Sister Shin, I have a question." Shin, drinking milk tea, raised her eyes. Shanshan was a little embarrassed. "Ah, that do boys usually do those things often?" This question stunned Shin as if she was deep in thought, then she gave a thumbs up. "That's right, baby, just like eating, sleeping and resting normally." Shanshan was surprised, her face flushed red. Then she stammered, then." Shanshan seemed to be fuming, gesticulating with both hands. "Does Jachung know how to do such things?" Shin retorted. Does that kid get along well with anyone? The kind who are occasionally like brothers, sometimes argue, and have some things in common? Shanshan thought about it. Jianxi suddenly appeared in her mind, startling her. Then she nodded repeatedly. Yes, Jia Xin affirmed confidently. Then he must have done it too. Shanshan's mind flashed with the image of Jia Cheng hugging Jianxi, still stubbornly saying, your body is more honest than your mouth. Jianxi was even shyly telling him to stop. Her own imagination made her fume, her brain still loading. Seeing this scene, Jia Xin secretly commented on her rich imagination. Somewhere Jianxi and Jia Cheng both sneezed. Back at the beach, Shanshan, though trembling, tried hard to comfort herself. Calm down, I'm still on the float, I just need to slowly swim back to shore. She relaxed her body, muttering continuously, don't be nervous, it's no big deal, I'm grown up now. But just then a huge wave appeared before Shanshan, and only then did she feel true fear. Even the people in the distance couldn't help but exclaim, what a big wave, what is that? Meanwhile, Jia Cheng was still trying hard to swim toward Shanshan. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but rage, thinking, hey, are you kidding me? Jia Cheng was still cursing, damn it, not funny at all. From a distance a hand waved controlling the wave, and it was none other than the beautiful Jia Xin. Her red eyes with a wicked smile playing on her lips. Shanshan, scared, quickly waved her hands in the water. What is that? It's terrifying. I need to swim back to shore quickly. Suddenly she slipped. Shanshan's eyes widened and she immediately fell out of the float. She kept coughing, trying to surface, her eyes tightly closed, secretly lamenting, it's so uncomfortable, I'm choking on water, what should I do? Is anyone there? Help! Shanshan reached out, silently calling out. Jia Cheng. Just then a familiar hand grabbed hers. Jia Cheng quickly pulled her, then helped Shanshan surface. She kept coughing and he asked worriedly, are you okay? Then Jia Cheng held Shanshan in his arms, looking at the huge wave in the distance where Jia Xin again ordered, bang, a certain 2,000-year-old Rift King's skill. He covered her head, shielding her, thinking to himself, it's over. The wave suddenly crashed down, the water surging, and Jia Cheng also tightly closed his eyes as if waiting for fate. But he waited a long time and nothing happened. He opened his eyes to find everything around him as before, and the wave had disappeared. Everyone also asked each other in surprise, what just happened? Was it a hallucination? It was terrifying. Hearing this, Jia Cheng suddenly turned his head. Wait, could it be? As expected, Jia Xin was laughing heartily on the shore. Jia Cheng gritted his teeth, cursing angrily in his heart. This bastard, sister, are you really messing with me? Then he felt the touch under his feet and only then realized, this is the children's shallow area, how could I drown? Dumb angel. But Shanshan was still holding Jia Cheng tightly in fear. Suddenly she was pulled away and pushed out by him. Seeing this, Jia Xin smiled again, her finger lightly moved, and a vortex immediately appeared around the two. Jia Xin snapped her fingers again. Shanshan's body trembled in shock, then she suddenly fell into the vortex. Jia Cheng stared blankly at the vortex beneath him, just uttered one syllable, and was swallowed by the vortex. Jia Xin was quite pleased with this scene, still so naive Jia Cheng. How could you block it? At this moment both were sucked into the depths of the vortex, continuously covering their mouths. Bubbles constantly emerging. Jia Xin, on the contrary, was a little expectant. Wow, what will happen next in the story? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Just then the class president appeared, cracking her knuckles. You look excited. Jia Xin trembled in fear. What should I do now? She looked up in horror. At this moment the sea had returned to calm, no more waves. Suddenly a vortex gradually appeared and a water column shot up into the sky. Jia Cheng and Shanshan were also flung out. Both were out of breath, covering themselves with their hands. Her eyes darted around, looking exhausted. Seeing this, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and when he saw Shanshan spread her wings, he immediately grabbed her hand. Shanshan frowned, a little annoyed, while Jia Cheng held her tightly. It turned out Shanshan had spread her angel wings and he was holding on idly. She was furious, yelling, what are you doing? Why are you holding my leg? Jia Cheng, on the contrary, cursed, don't move, I'm about to fall. But Shanshan shouted, you're too heavy. Fly yourself. Then she pulled Jia Cheng up with all her might. He, still insensitive, cursed, aren't you usually pretty strong? Put some effort into it. Suddenly Shanshan's round eyes flashed, and looking down from high above, the island's shape resembled a person playing ball. She said blankly, island. Jia Cheng also looked. How that place is. Just then his hand also slipped from Shanshan's thigh. Jia Cheng's eyes widened in fear and he quickly grabbed a piece of fabric on her. Shanshan's body trembled. She looked down, both hands tightly gripping her bikini, shouting. He hadn't expected his hand to grab that spot. He was immediately kicked hard by her, and Jia Cheng roared in confusion, what are you doing? Shanshan screamed, let go of me. Then she grabbed his leg and immediately plunged down. Shanshan shouted. With a loud bang the scene switched to another place. Jian's purple eyes glanced to the right where the class president stood with crossed arms, then she embarrassedly glanced to the left where Jia Xin was drinking a carbonated drink beside her, 3 people sitting at the table all with gloomy faces. He was a little puzzled, what's wrong with these two? Seeing this gloomy expression, Jianxi thought to himself, what kind of atmosphere is this? So he gesticulated wildly, accidentally knocking over Jia Xin's cup, silently raging in his heart. Crap, I really want to sneak away. Jia Xin twirled her blue hair, sighing, oh dear, she finally couldn't hold back. Come in, there are a lot of people here. Let's see if you can still handle it. He quickly interjected. Wait, don't drag me into this. After a while, someone opened the refrigerator and took out a can of cold cola. Class president walked to a chair intending to rest while the 2 shadows behind her watched her every move in confusion. Jia Xin and Jianxi were both stunned, full of questions. Back to the present. Jia-chung slowly opened his eyes, Shanshan still lying on him surrounded by golden sand. She slowly lifted her head. Ow 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 ow, Jia-chung below couldn't help but say, hey, can you get off, you're crushing me. Seeing this, Shanshan also sat up. I'm sorry. Only then did Jia-chung slowly sit up. Shanshan's eyes widened as she pointed at his face. Your ears. It turned out Jia-chung's ears had become pointed like a demon's. His eyes were also red and he said in confusion, he touched them and only then realized, when did they grow so long? Jia-chung clicked his tongue thinking, this is right, as expected, it wasn't over. His ears were still wiggling up and down, astonishing her. Shanshan, blushing, trembled as she reached out. The ears can move just like Sister Jia-shin, so cute. What should I do? I really want to touch them. After saying that, she still tried hard to restrain herself, abruptly turning around. But where is this place? It looks so desolate, Jia-chung said hesitantly. I'm afraid this is the demon realm. Here the waves surged and the atmosphere between the two seemed to freeze. Shanshan's face was stunned for a moment. Then she stammered in horror, demon realm, holy heavens. Seeing this, he also spoke to comfort her. Although this is the demon realm, it's not entirely within the demon realm. But she couldn't hear anything, just hugged her head and shouted, what should I do? It's over. Jia-chung was furious, shouting, too noisy, be quiet. Shanshan turned her head, tears streaming down her face. Am I going to die? I heard demons will skin and roast lost angels, he cursed angrily. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Who spread such rumors? After saying that, he tried hard to calm down and explained, this is indeed the demon realm, but it's not entirely within the demon realm's territory, she said blankly. What do you mean? Jia-chung tried hard to explain in simple words. It means we've been brought here by my bastard sister. The entire island belongs to her. At this point, Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. This is Sister Jia-shin's island? How rich is your family? Sister owns an entire island, she kept nagging, making him cover his ears. Too noisy, can you not act so surprised because my sister is currently a temporary candidate for the Demon King. This island is her privilege. Do you think with her personality she would accept that incredibly boring position for no reason? Only then did Shanshan try to quiet down, putting her hand on her head, collecting her thoughts. Wait, let me process the information. In short, this is a small island in the demon realm managed by Sister Jia-shin, and she brought us here. We're already here. She turned again and asked, and then, this really angered Jia-chung. You ask me, who should I ask? Shanshan looked left and right. This is your home too, he replied coldly. I almost never come here. This is where my sister stores things and vacations. She was surprised again, thinking to herself, a private villa resort on an island, this guy's family. Then Shanshan became a little curious. Are there other people living here? Jia-chung shook his head. No, not just anyone can enter here either. Suddenly a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, bright as stars. Could it be that Sister Jia-shin brought us here to play? Your sister is so nice. He, on the other hand, frowned, very impatient. Do you think my sister would be so kind? There must be some conspiracy. Jia-chung held his head, thinking, what should I do next? I don't know how to get back. Should we spend the night here? He glanced over there again, thinking, and it's just a man and a woman only wearing swimsuits, it's a bit. But seeing her blank expression, he skipped that thought. Forget it, a brainless person like her definitely wouldn't notice. No need to worry about that for now. Suddenly Shanshan turned around and asked, since we're already here, can I? Before she could finish, he already understood what she wanted to do, and replied, no problem. He seemed to be reproaching himself. Damn it, why was I worrying for nothing? Immediately Shanshan spread her wings, flying freely in the vast sky, stretching comfortably. So comfortable. It's been a long time since I spread my wings so freely. But Jia-chung reached out and said, hey, I sincerely advise you not to do that pose. One eye turned pale, and while Shanshan was still bewildered, something had already brushed past her. Her eyes widened, she looked down, and he, blushing, was still staring. In the air, a sly pigeon had already flown off with her swimsuit in its beak, and Shanshan immediately clutched her chest, shouting, what is that? Jia-chung helplessly holding his head. I told you, that's my pet. That pigeon loves to play pranks, stealing other people's clothes. And it also likes to mimic strange phrases like NHA Trang Airport, East Sea Central, Great Wall. She shouted angrily, what did you say? At this moment her face was flushed crimson and she muttered, unforgivable. After saying that she also flew out violently. He quickly called out, wait you idiot. But Shanshan couldn't hear anything. She flew high into the sky, her hand still clutching her chest, wanting to retrieve her clothes. Huge wings flapped in the air. Before her was the pigeon with the clothes in its beak. Shanshan reached out, calculating silently. Just a little bit more. Suddenly the pigeon vanished instantly. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then she was hit by a powerful force, plunging violently towards the ground. Shanshan screamed in pain, her voice echoing everywhere. Shanshan trembled, groaning. Ow, 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 what happened? Jia-chung stood there with crossed arms as if he had expected it. I told you to take it easy, but you wouldn't listen. She knelt on the ground, scratching her head, asking confusedly, but I was still flying in that empty space, there was no cover. He kindly explained, this island is a bit special. If you go a certain distance, you'll be automatically teleported back. And that, cover yourself up quickly. No sooner had he spoken than Shanshan's scream was heard again. Jia-chung awkwardly turned around and closed his eyes. She gently hugged her body with her wings, her hands tightly clutching her chest, looking so wrong that tears almost fell. Seeing her like this, he didn't know what to say, so he lightly clicked his tongue, slowly took off his jacket, walked over step by step, and then abruptly threw the jacket onto Shanshan's face, motioning for her to pick it up and put it on. She looked up at him, clutching the jacket tightly. Seeing Shanshan still in a daze, Jia-chung said sarcastically, what's there to cover? This infuriated her. Shanshan reached into his jacket, carefully pulled out the hair caught in the fabric, tugged it gently and stammered. Thank you, Jiacheng instructed. Once you're dressed, stop sitting there crying. Shanshan opened her mouth and replied, Suddenly she paused, her round eyes fixed on something, the two deep scars on his back. Shanshan asked curiously, the scars on your back? Jiacheng's face darkened and he didn't answer. Along the way he walked ahead, while she quietly followed behind. Reaching a tree, Jiacheng leaned against it. I'm going to sleep. Shanshan was surprised and quickly spoke up. Wait. He seemed to lose patience, asking impatiently, have you thought of a way to leave here? Shanshan stammered. Jiacheng calmly replied, instead of wasting energy on these boring things, you should sleep. Once my sister gets tired of playing, she'll naturally let us out. She looked at him bewildered. He continued to ramble, all we need to do now is sit and wait. Through the surveillance system, Shanshan was clearly visible, standing motionless in the middle of the white sand beach. Above them was a surveillance camera, and high up a colorful small plane with someone happily licking a lollipop. Jia Xin lay there, everything progressing smoothly. Then she sensed the oppressive atmosphere, thinking to herself. Meanwhile the boss lady was still calmly reading a book, legs crossed. She wondered in confusion, what kind of reaction is this and that? 4 eyes? Jia Xin immediately covered her nose with her hand, her horns instantly transforming into a demon king's appearance, and walked over to tease her. What are you doing? Jia Xin lay in the boss lady's arms and asked. Aren't you curious where your angel went? You're just pretending to be calm, but you're actually very worried, aren't you? She kept swaying back and forth, poking her face. Want to know the answer? Beg me. If I'm in the mood, I'll tell you. 10 minutes later, Jia Xin's face had darkened. She yelled exasperatedly, hey, why don't you say something? Do you want me to look like a clown? Instead, she continued calmly flipping through her book. Jia Xin was truly enraged, shouting, at least ask 1 or 2 questions. Seeing this, Jian Shi quietly retreated to a distance, thinking he should hide far away. Seeing that she still wasn't reacting, Jia Xin pouted and shouted, all right, I'll just confess myself. I teleported that couple to an island. Surprised old woman, didn't expect that, did you? You couldn't stop me at all. Only then did the boss lady react, closing the book in her hand. She took out her phone and calculated, 56 minutes and 36 seconds. Not bad, another new record. As expected, if I just ignore you, you'll definitely spill everything within an hour. She was stunned. So she had fallen into a trap. She'd been duped. The boss lady continued, things are truly as you say. Suddenly she stopped speaking, which made Jia Xin extremely smug. She laughed heartily, thinking, lost for words, aren't you? I hadn't even finished speaking. What a shame, you're not qualified to play with me yet. It's too early for that. The boss lady knew it was futile. Since Jia Xin already knew she'd been tricked, there was no point asking anything further. Jia Xin was so angry she couldn't speak a complete sentence. She pushed up her glasses and asked, how long do you think we've known each other, always pulling this trick? She angrily cursed, old fox. After speaking, the boss lady abruptly stood up and commanded, since we know the location, let's deal with it quickly. Come on, Jia Xin. She waved her hand in refusal. It's none of my business. Wait. Jia Xin quickly yelled, give me 3 minutes, I'll explain why I did this. At this, the boss lady paused, seemingly waiting for what she would say. Meanwhile, on that private island, Shanshan's hand pressed into the sand. She looked up, wiping sweat from her forehead. A magnificent castle had already appeared before her eyes. When she looked back, Jiacheng had already fallen asleep with leaves covering his eyes, so Shanshan dejectedly returned to that peaceful spot. Jia Xin held up 2 fingers and explained at length, your previous methods of pushing them together were wrong. She continued to prattle. See, your methods had no effect at all. Jia Xin believed those 2 idiots hadn't made any progress in months. Look, my method will definitely be more effective. Jian Shi sat trembling in the middle. He wondered in confusion, what's going on? Sky was too timid to speak, secretly thinking, if you want to push them together, do it yourselves, why drag me into it? Suddenly Jia Xin turned and accused, Jian Shi, you think so too, right? Jian Shi pretended to say casually, big sister is right. No sooner had he spoken than he was glared at by the boss lady, and an alarm blared in his heart. I'm done for, she retorted. Green coconuts aren't sweet. You should understand this principle, right? Be careful, it might backfire. She wasn't to be outdone, proposing, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers, let's go big. Maybe there'll be unexpected results. Then both of them turned their heads simultaneously and asked, little one, who do you think is right? Hearing this, Jian Shi sighed inwardly. Who can answer this question? Jia Xin asked. Little one, you're on my side, right? You think I'm right, huh? He was almost crying, silently praying, someone save me. Suddenly she became smug. And even if you know the location, how will you get there? Jia Xin even raised her middle finger in provocation. The entire island is mine and I manage the entrance. If I don't allow it, you won't even think about getting in. Just then, the caller let out a beep. She quickly lowered her voice. Oops, big sister, calm down. Jia Xin made an offer. It was just a joke. Why be so serious? Put away the caller's remote. All right, I promise. If that couple stays on my island, they'll at least kiss. This seemed to please the boss lady, but she remained silent. From somewhere she pulled out a box of popcorn. How about it? Jia Xin asked from her chair. Want to watch a high-quality romance movie? I guarantee you won't be disappointed. After speaking, she gently pushed up her glasses, then sat down next to them and started eating popcorn. All right, I'll trust you this once, she said happily. Friends of the civilized era. Jia Xin made a shooting gesture and the screen immediately displayed a real-time feed. She explained, these are the island's camera feeds. They can monitor every corner of the island in real time and display it directly on this screen. Convenient, right? High-tech stuff, the boss lady couldn't help but exclaim. Good stuff, disciple, you're only showing me now. Jia Xin pretended to be virtuous. I only let you see it because I value you so much, she commanded. No more water. Jian-shi, go buy some thirst-quenching water. Remember, iced, the boss lady also chimed in. And grab some fries and snacks while you're at it. After hearing this, Jian-shi only dared to think to himself, this exploitation is too much. Meanwhile, on that island the sun was setting, the scenery poetic and beautiful, but Shanshan had no mind to appreciate it. She lay there blankly gazing up at the high sky. Shanshan sat up, a sand-sculpted Superman behind her. So hungry, I haven't eaten anything since morning. Suddenly she remembered something and turned to look. But Jiacheng was still in his original position, motionless. Shanshan walked over and asked, hey, aren't you hungry? After waiting for a long time with no reply, she pouted indignantly, thinking, this guy is ignoring me again. Shanshan's face was tight with a hint of anger, but she decided to turn and leave, resolving inwardly, I'm not bothering with you anymore, I'll go myself. Only the rustling of the wind remained around them. He then lifted the leaves covering his eyes, thinking to himself, there's no real danger on this island, let her go. The deeper she walked, the more excited Shanshan became. It's really cool here. She continued walking, raising her hand resolutely. I'll try going deeper. Maybe I can find something to eat to tide me over. If I get lost, I'll just fly out. This island isn't that big anyway. Time passed quickly, and the bright moon was already high in the sky. Before Shanshan's eyes were various brightly colored mushrooms. She looked at them, hand on her chin, thinking carefully. Shanshan asked doubtfully, are these edible? After a while, she decided, never mind, I'll take some back for that guy to look at first. Maybe they're edible. Suddenly a sound came from behind her, making Shanshan jump in fright and spin around abruptly. What was that sound? Was I hallucinating? Never mind. I'll just take these back, I'm starving. High above, the moon grew brighter, illuminating the entire island. Looking at the beautiful coastline in the distance, Shanshan managed a wry smile. I'm lost. She stood there blankly, holding the mushrooms in her clothes like a pouch, but still raised her hand with great resolve. No, it's fine, I have a plan B. No sooner had she spoken than Shanshan spread her huge wings, kicked off with her bare feet and flew into the sky, but before she could go far, she crashed down, falling to the ground. Her scream echoed and feathers scattered in the air. Shanshan lay on the ground, covered in injuries, groaning in pain. Too many trees, my wings got caught, I can't fly. Shanshan tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through her. My leg hurt so much. She hugged her aching body and looked around, realizing the mushrooms she'd gathered were scattered everywhere, covered in sand, and she cried out, oh no! Shanshan knelt on the ground, heartbroken, as she looked at the pile of mushrooms. I searched for so long to find these, and now they're all ruined. What do I do? Jeez. Her hands hung limply to the ground, tears rolling down and landing on her hands, her beautiful face streaked with tears, her lips tightly pressed as she struggled to hold back. Then she hastily wiped away her tears and slowly forced herself to stand up. She forcefully patted her cheeks to clear her head. Her hair seemed to sigh rebelliously, trembling. Tears and snot were about to flow again. Shanshan sat down, hugging her knees, complaining in a low voice, why am I so useless? She looked up bewildered, asking, what do I do now? Shanshan rubbed her scratched feet. So hungry. My feet hurt. Tears were at the corners of my eyes and I was lost. It was too dark to see anything. Suddenly Shanshan looked up at the high sky, wondering, if I call him now, I wonder if that guy will come to save me? But before her was only darkness, and outside a dense forest. Jiacheng was sitting in a corner observing. He was of course monitoring her. He thought to himself, I knew this would happen, because he wasn't wearing his jacket. Jiacheng sneezed. So cold, the grass is so itchy on my skin, how annoying. Always making people worry. No sooner had he spoken than he blushed and thought, wait, why should I worry about her? What she does is none of my business. Why am I sitting here? No, how can I just let it go? It must be that I knew she'd eventually run into trouble, so I'm hiding here to keep watch in advance, so if anything happens, I can deal with it early and save myself the trouble. Yes, I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suddenly Jiacheng remembered something. What was that strange feeling just now? Was there something different? Was I overthinking it? There was movement ahead, the bushes rustling. He asked doubtfully, what's that? It turned out Shanshan had picked up the mushrooms again, pouting and complaining in a low voice. Never mind, even if I call him he won't come, and if he does he'll just complain again. Forget it, I don't want to see his face. She looked up at the moonlight, continuing to walk forward to see if she could get out of here. Just sitting around wouldn't solve anything. Along the way, Shanshan's stomach kept rumbling. So hungry, I want meat. That tree has fruit. When she reached a tree full of red fruits, she happily exclaimed, mulberries, I know these fruits. So lucky I should pick a lot. Suddenly, high above, the moon shone brightly, and the roar of a beast echoed. A huge bear. Shanshan's eyes widened and she screamed in terror, her voice echoing across the entire island. Jiacheng heard the sound and turned his head, a little confused. The bear roared again in front of Shanshan, and then both stared at each other in silence. The bear looked down at the petite girl below, then roared again, but this time she still watched it expressionlessly, without any reaction. Suddenly, Shanshan's stomach rumbled again at that moment. The bear was like a plump prey, making her mouth water. Shanshan's eyes shone like stars, and she blurted out, meat? The bear was so scared it tried to turn and run. Then a scream echoed across the entire island, making Jiacheng look in surprise, suddenly feeling a little worried. What was that sound, that direction? He ran over and asked loudly, what's going on, are you okay? Instead, Jiacheng saw Shanshan biting the bear and refusing to let go while the bear frantically tried to escape. The two of them ran like that. Even he was crying buckets just like the bear. Jiacheng was speechless. The two continued chasing each other, running all over the place. Finally she tightly grabbed the bear's head. "You're my dinner tonight, don't even think about running." Only then did Shanshan realize they had reached the beach. "Great, I thought I heard Jachung's voice just now." At that moment he was pushing aside branches and emerging from behind a bush. Jachung slowly approached her. Shanshan happily waved and called out, "Jachung, over here, over here." Before she could finish speaking he slapped Shanshan on the head and Shanshan clutched her head, crying, "That hurts, what are you doing?" Afterward Jachung walked over and comforted the bear. "Good boy, don't be scared of Shanshan." It looked incredibly wrong, trembling all over. Seeing this she stared bewildered. He explained, "This is my sister's pet. It's in charge of guarding this island." Hearing this Shanshan was so surprised she broke out in a cold sweat, blurting out, "Huh?" Jachung frowned. "It usually just scares people. You're pretty something though to have scared it back," Shanshan stammered. "Ah well." Then she clasped her hands together and said to it, "I'm sorry, I promise I won't eat you again." But the bear still hid behind him in terror, hugging him tightly. This action completely petrified Shanshan on the spot. As it left, it even bowed silently in farewell. Jachung waved and instructed, "Be careful on your way, and remember to tell the others there's someone on the island." Shanshan behind him muttered dejectedly, "I'm hated." Just then her stomach rumbled, startling her. She made a long face. "I wish I hadn't thrown away all that food I found earlier, I could really use it now." But Jachung said, "If you'd eaten those mushrooms you'd be in the hospital for at least half a month." Shanshan suddenly realized, "Really? Wait, how did you know I went picking mushrooms?" He was startled and quickly retorted, "Just a guess? I know this place like the back of my hand, so it's normal to guess," she said somewhat admiringly. "Oh, you're so amazing." Jachung could only give a dry laugh. Then he rubbed his forehead, clicked his tongue and turned to leave, not forgetting to call out, "Let's go." Shanshan asked curiously, "How, where to?" He was a bit impatient. "What now?" Then turned back. "To find food and a place to sleep for tonight, of course. I also need to find some clothes to put on. I'm freezing to death," she replied with some worry. "It's already so late. Do we still need to go into the forest?" Jachung said definitively. "Don't worry, Demon's eyesight isn't like you angels, we can see clearly at night." Even so, Shanshan still hesitated a bit, but he didn't argue further, instead pushing aside the bushes and walking in, urging, "Hurry up, it gets colder at night." When he wanted to turn back and remind her, "This is the entrance, make sure to follow me," he didn't see Shanshan. He roared angrily, "Where did you run off to now?" At the nearby entrance she was also looking around, searching. In the blink of an eye that guy was gone. "Seems like he went this way." Jachung followed the sound, squeezed through and cursed, "This way, you old busybody, I told you to follow me." Suddenly Jachung turned around again. "She got lost on such a short path and she's disappeared again," he yelled in exasperation. "Where did you run off to now?" When he looked across he still saw Shanshan searching for him and couldn't help but curse, "Hey, are you truly stupid or just pretending? I can't take it anymore." Jachung tightly wrapped his tail around her wrist. He pointed at Shanshan's face and said angrily, "So annoying, you can get lost like this, I don't know what to do with you." At this moment she still had the presence of mind to comment, "It's so warm, your tail seems thicker than Sister Ja Shin's and Di Shin's." These words made Jachung blush. Immediately Shanshan felt, "Hey, it suddenly got hot." He seemed to lose control, roaring, "Quiet, don't just touch my tail, understood?" Shanshan stammered, I'm sorry, I'll try my best not to cause you trouble, don't be angry." Seeing her cute expression, how could Jachung resist? He spun around abruptly, covering his nose with his hand, not understanding this feeling, not daring to look into her eyes. "Why has it felt strange since this morning?" Jachung was trembling all over, his mind constantly wondering what's wrong. Shanshan watched his retreating back from behind him, thinking, "Does that guy hate me?" Suddenly her eyes lit up and she quickly grabbed the mischievous pigeon that had stolen her clothes. Shanshan smiled cunningly. "Little rascal, still want to play games with me?" After speaking she released it and cursed, "Scram, don't let me see your face again." Who knew that as soon as it was free it opened its venomous mouth. "NHA Trang Airport wanting flat chest," Shanshan yelled furiously. "What did you just say?" Suddenly Jachung was already pulling her away, muttering something, "Let's go." Suddenly Shanshan tripped. "Wait, my clothes are caught." She used her hand to untangle it and sighed helplessly. "Seriously?" Then she hurriedly ran over. "Hey, you, walk a little slower." Shanshan noticed that her own pants were still hanging on the rope caught in her clothes. The two had already walked some distance when Shanshan curiously looked up. Before her were huge pyramids, beautifully carved bronze statues, or even a Statue of Liberty, and a giant Superman model. She just stared wide-eyed at everything around her. Jachung explained, "These are all Sister Ja Shin's. Whatever she likes she puts on this island." Suddenly Shanshan saw something and spun around. "This is an exquisite model," he replied. "Where was this model built? This stance really interested my sister, so she had an identical one built here. As for that ugly head, it's already been sent to a museum for display." At this moment in another place the boss lady was angrily grabbing Ja Shin's collar, who was trying to sneak away. "No wonder it was you. The amount of trash is increasing." Hearing this, Ja Shin angrily retorted, "Nonsense, there aren't that many. I spent years collecting them. And they're not trash." Suddenly a sharp pain came from somewhere, making Shanshan wince. "Ouch, it feels like I stepped on a thorn." She lifted her bare feet, which were covered in scratches, thinking walking barefoot really isn't comfortable. Seeing Shanshan standing still, Jachung pulled her along. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." She hurried along. Shanshan encouraged herself mentally, "Come on, I can't cause him any more trouble." Just then he signaled to rest for a bit. She blurted out in surprise, "How but?" Jachung roared fiercely, "No arguing, my feet are tired. I want to rest, understand? I'll go scout ahead for a bit, you wait here." Shanshan suggested, "Then I'll go too," but he said she would only get in the way. "Sit here and wait, don't wander off." She stood there blankly, then found a spot to sit down and wait. Shanshan sat on a rock. Alright, I'll just sit and wait. In her leisure her thoughts drifted again, muttering, that matter. Shanshan saw the long scar and guessed about the scar on Jiacheng's back. It must be wings, right? The mark looked like wings had been torn off. Shanshan wondered, what exactly did that guy go through before? What kind of terrifying event would leave such scars? Is his current personality related to that incident? She was so engrossed in her thoughts that her head began to feel hot, but she still couldn't figure anything out. Shanshan frustratingly clutched her head. So hungry, my brain's not working. Maybe I should just ask him. No, who would suddenly ask about that? I'm too curious. Suddenly, her ahoge stood up and she turned sideways to look in the direction of the sound. It was the bear from earlier. It was staring blankly at a pile of food, but as soon as it saw Shanshan it trembled in fright as if bowing a few times, then turned and ran off. This action left her dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly she looked where the bear had left. There was a lot of fruit there. Shanshan happily called out, you brought these for me, right? She cracked open a coconut with one hand. I didn't expect Sister Jia Xin's bear to be so kind. Just then, Jiacheng returned. I'm back. It's about a 15-minute walk from here. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Shanshan drinking water. He asked curiously, where did you get all this food? She replied, Sister Jia Xin's pet just gave them to me. After speaking, she handed one to Jiacheng. Here, this is for you. It's delicious. After taking it, he asked in confusion, it's so hard. How do you eat it? Immediately, she cracked open the coconut with her hand, then said excitedly, come on, let me use brute force to solve this. Jiacheng remained silent. As it got later, the forest grew deeper and more secluded. Shanshan hugged her full stomach and exclaimed, so full, everything tastes delicious when you're hungry. He turned, thinking, no need to worry about food for now. Then he announced, it's late, let's go. But he didn't forget to remind her, first, stick out your foot. At this she was still bewildered. He was already urging, what, hurry up? Jiacheng carefully wrapped Shanshan's foot with leaves. At this she blushed a little, thinking, you startled me. I thought he was going to do something else. Even so, she couldn't help but tease, you look like you're wrapping Zongzi. Jiacheng frowned. Seeing this, Shanshan quickly said, it's too difficult, I'll do it myself. But he snatched it. Let me do it. These leaves are very thick, they can be used as shoes in the forest. Of course, she was so touched that tears almost fell. You made me sit and wait just to find this? Hearing this, Jiacheng was startled and retorted, Then he explained, I just happened to see it while scouting. If your feet hurt, say something, don't just stay silent, it's annoying. Shanshan said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. After a while he finally let go. All right, stick out your other foot. She obediently complied. Jiacheng's gaze flickered and he saw something. Shanshan lifted her foot without a care, but there was nothing covering the area that needed to be covered. Immediately his face turned red as if cut open, covered in sweat, and he muttered to himself, wait, don't look, calm your heart. Don't let your urges control you. This silly girl, she still didn't understand what was happening. Even so, when he lifted Shanshan's foot, Jiacheng still wondered, why isn't she wearing pants? Then, looking at her innocent expression, he secretly guessed, wait, her expression seems like she hasn't noticed. Did something catch them while she was walking? No. Nobody sleeps so soundly they don't know their pants have fallen off, right? She must be too tired, I saw wrong. It's dark too, so it's very possible. Jiacheng, blushing, muttered to himself, let me check one more time to be sure. Then he turned his head away. Damn it, she's not wearing any. Demons have excellent night vision. Suddenly he felt angry again. Is there something wrong with her brain? Didn't she notice it's colder down there than usual? Imagining some special scenarios in his mind. No, the string came loose. Which idiot suggested she wear a bikini with strings? It might also have been swept away by the waves. In those manga, the chance of something like this falling off is 100%. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He thought of the boss lady, inwardly confirming, it must be that old hag over there. Jia Xin was very pleased with the boss lady's plan. Excellent. Unintentionally bringing them closer, what a bold move. Readers will definitely love this awkward yet exciting atmosphere. She gently pushed up her glasses. You flatter me, you flatter me. The boss lady even poured tea herself. Compared to you, I'm just small potatoes. Come, a toast to you, she replied. You're too modest. I still have a lot to learn from you. You should also have a drink with me, back on the island. Jiacheng was hesitating. What now, should I tell her? But how do I even bring it up? He secretly pondered. It's quite breezy down there, my dear. He immediately rejected the idea. No, if I say that, my head will split open like that coconut did earlier. Seeing Jiacheng hesitate, Shanshan asked in confusion, what's wrong? He remained silent, wrapped her leaf shoes as quickly as possible, then frowned and said, done. Shanshan tried walking a few steps and sighed with relief. It really is much more comfortable. Finally, Jiacheng decided, forget it. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. She still called out happily and innocently, thank you. He was doing his best to endure it, barely holding back. His face was flushed red, sweat pouring down, and he sighed inwardly, watching Shanshan skip along. It's over. It was fine when I didn't know, but now that I do, just thinking about what's under those clothes. Immediately after, Jiacheng rushed over, repeatedly banging his head against a tree trunk. I'll stop overthinking things, what else is there to do? Then he turned around, steam practically coming from his forehead, and said, it's late, let's go. She nodded. Shanshan behind him saw the swaying tail again. She grabbed it. It's too dark. He was immediately startled. Suddenly Jiacheng flew into a rage, surprising and confusing Shanshan. She asked, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? What's wrong with your stomach? He said coldly. My tail, don't touch my tail. Her hand on the tail stiffened slightly, remaining in place for a few seconds, and it was only after a few minutes that Shanshan seemed to come to her senses. Sorry, I just remembered. Hey, didn't you let me grab your tail earlier? Jachung, blushing, explained. We're almost there, no need to grab it anymore, she replied blankly. Really? Inwardly confused. That guy was perfectly normal just a moment ago, and what was with his expression back then? Shanshan's eyes widened, letting her thoughts drift. It's my first time seeing that guy like that. She covered her mouth, feeling herself blush. No, sensitive is the right word. It was completely dark. Shanshan asked worriedly, why do you keep walking with your back hunched? Jachung yelled loudly. Mind your own business, cut the crap. Then he continued walking aggressively. In front of them was a large lake. He put his hands on his hips and announced, we're here, this is it. She looked around, asking in confusion, what's outside this lake? Jachung explained. This lake is located in the center of the island. Then he bent down, looking around. I remember it somewhere around here. Shanshan watched him curiously when suddenly he exclaimed, ah, here, found it. It was a stone cat statue. She liked it very much. A stone cat, how cute. That wasn't all. Jachung continued searching. I think there's another one, found it. It's still a stone cat statue but in a different pose, Shanshan asked in confusion. What kind of strange pose? Jachung silently picked up 2 cat statues, placed a male cat statue on top of a female cat statue, then declared with satisfaction, there, Shanshan with a darkened face thought. Seriously, immediately after, the entire space seemed to tremble. The lake water surged along with it. Shanshan saw a strange object appearing and immediately said, something seems to be floating up. She watched intently, gradually looking up, her mouth agape in surprise, then trembled in a daze as if a turret were rising from the center of the lake. When it fully emerged, Shanshan screamed with her mouth wide open. What is that? It's so big. I think I saw something like it on TV when I was a kid. Jachung with a cold face said, surprised aren't you? What? I told you, my sister loves collecting all sorts of strange things. After speaking, he led the way forward. Let's go, leaving her standing there still trembling, her mouth wide open. After they entered, Jachung's expression suddenly turned serious. Shanshan asked, puzzled, what's wrong? He replied. The door is locked, you need the password to get in. Looking at the keypad next to it, she hesitated. So what do we do now? Seeing this situation, Jia Xin revealed a cunning smile. She leaned back smugly. You kids, how could you possibly get in so easily? You're still too green. Seeing Jachung like this, the boss lady asked, puzzled, did you prepare this in advance? Jia Xin made a gesture. That's right. She gently wagged her finger. If you want to get the password, you must follow the instructions and complete all the challenges on this island. Of course, it must include all sorts of scenarios like princess carries, wall slams, kisses, and mud fights, using the environment to create a suspension bridge effect, thereby bringing the two closer. Jia Xin raised her hands triumphantly. That's not all. There are a total of 6 main missions, plus 10 side missions and 76 puzzle challenges. I call this plan from dating to getting intimate. After speaking, she burst into maniacal laughter, then suddenly realized she'd lost her composure and quickly cleared her throat. My old habit flared up again. I'm sorry, I got a little too excited. After listening, the boss lady rested her chin in her hand, thinking, why do these tricks sound so familiar? Jia Xin immediately yelled angrily, what do you know, these tricks might be old-fashioned but they're never outdated, alright. She then started disparagingly, come on, update your style, these are all tricks from our grandparents' generation and you're still using them. She wagged her tail, reminding, don't underestimate them. These tasks contain the essence of what I've learned over the years. As long as that couple follows my master plan. Jia Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their feelings will escalate. It'll just be a wedding and kids and the deal's done, the boss lady asked respectfully. Is it really that accurate? She affirmed cunningly. Absolutely. At this moment, Jachung was looking up in thought and the entire system chimed. System prompt, if you wish to obtain the password, please follow the instructions to enter the forest and complete the task. Everything is under the tree. Immediately after, the system popped up. Password correct, access granted. The door slowly opened. Shanshan watched curiously, exclaiming, it's so big inside. He called out, let's go. She quickly turned and replied, I'm coming, over there. Jia Xin was so surprised her mouth wouldn't close she couldn't understand it at all, scratching her head in confusion. How did that kid know the password? I didn't tell anyone the password, but the boss lady quickly saw through her. You definitely used a line from an anime or movie as the password again, didn't you? But she quickly recovered. No problem. Although the plan was shortened more than expected, rest assured there are still many more to come. Next, they arrived at another door, and the system chimed again. To enter, you must speak the corresponding passphrase. It also hinted at how to obtain the password. Jachung stared at it with a dark expression. Jia Xin remained smug. For the second door, you have to say the correct line to open it. One mistake and the system locks. How could he possibly get past that? Then he shouted loudly, Mommy Tomo will become the Pirate King. The door opened again, and the system called out, password correct? At this, she was completely furious, holding her head. Oh my god, he got it on the first try. Shanshan beside her was a little surprised. I didn't expect Sister Jia Xin to be so meticulous. Jachung on the other hand thought, no, she's definitely playing tricks. There was never any password before. Then how did you know the password? My sister likes to use lines from movies or anime as passwords, so you just need to remember what movie she's watching to know. At this moment, the boss lady turned her head to look at Jia Xin with a dark expression, making Jia Xin break out in a cold sweat. She quickly yelled, oh no, don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I still have an ace up my sleeve, give me another chance. Next was a lock made of many hearts. He had a headache. Again, after reading the instructions, Shanshan said, it says you need to complete a challenge to get the key. Despite the boss lady holding her head down, Shin struggled forward. Didn't expect this, did you? This time it's a key. Let's see how you two handle this. Suddenly, Jachung picked up a flower pot, shook it, and a key fell out. Got it. He asked, puzzled. How did you know? He replied. Spare key. My sister must have forgotten to cut it off. The two were already despairing. Shin shouted, wait, listen to me, let me explain. In the bathroom, Jian Shi was comfortably showering, his voice echoing. I didn't mean to, believe me this time, he said while stroking his hair. Those two are really full of energy. Jian Shi was a little worried. I wonder if Shanshan is okay. But he was also helpless. I can't do anything in this situation either, I hope nothing happens. Suddenly thinking of Jachung's hateful face, he cast it aside. As for that guy, I don't care if he lives or dies. He then submerged himself to enjoy. Good thing I wasn't involved this time, otherwise who could endure being tormented by that demoness? At this moment, Jian Shi was still unaware of the impending disaster. Shanshan's beautiful eyes were focused on something, then she glanced aside, pointing to a distant chest, looking at Jachung expectantly. That treasure chest looks interesting, doesn't it? Can I open it? Open it, she whispered excitedly. He said in a low voice, no. No sooner had he spoken than Shanshan walked over and opened it. Jachung roared, I told you not to touch it, she calmly said. I'm just looking, it's not like anyone's going to die, what's there to be afraid of? Immediately after, he walked over, grabbed Shanshan's head and dodged. Danger, something shot out from inside. Immediately her skirt began to smoke, then a hole appeared in it. Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. My clothes are torn, Jachung explained. This liquid is one of my sister's collected items, it only melts clothes, it's harmless to the body. Over there, Shin cursed angrily, that brat likes to meddle. He frowned and warned, this place is full of Sister Shin's traps. Don't touch anything later, understood? She quickly nodded. Why yes, I understood. A while later, her clothes were torn in that area. Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. It really tore open. Only then did she look down, her face as red as a tomato from embarrassment. Shanshan quickly closed her legs, pulling her clothes to cover herself, wondering in her heart, what is this? Where are my swim bottoms? Did the liquid just now melt them? Impossible. It only splashed on my clothes earlier. Seeing this, Jachung asked her, what are you muttering about over there? Because the topic was sensitive, Shanshan just stood there trembling, and he only then noticed. She wanted to speak but stopped. This, nothing, looking at her expression, Jachung already understood in his heart. Did she find out? Suddenly Shanshan thought of a possibility. Wait, if it wasn't because of that liquid earlier, then she was sure that guy saw everything. In her mind was Jachung's frantic look from earlier. No wonder he made those strange moves then. Shanshan raised her tear-filled eyes to look at him, both embarrassed and anxious. Seeing this, he turned away, pretending not to know. Her gaze is too scary, keep playing dumb. A while later, the two arrived at a black door. Jachung introduced, here we are, this is the bedroom. He gently turned the doorknob. Inside was a fully equipped room with a bed and a TV. She walked in, looking around, feeling the coldness of the room, but it looked much more normal than the things outside. She wouldn't be surprised if there was anything strange inside. Jachung pointed in a direction. The bathroom is over there. Go take a shower. I'll get clean clothes for you, Shanshan. Shanshan suddenly remembered her situation. Okay, but he didn't forget to remind, the bath towel should be in the drawer under the wardrobe along with personal toiletries. She kept looking around, not forgetting to reply, got it. Still blushing shyly, Shanshan suddenly called out, hey, Jachung replied while putting on his clothes, what's wrong, no hot water? She hid behind the door and stammered, did you see it? At this he played dumb, his face calm. See what? Hearing this, a weight seemed to lift slightly from Shanshan's heart. She then slowly retreated inside and walked away. Nothing, then she happily took off her clothes, thinking comfortably. I was overthinking it. How could I be so stupid as to not notice if my swim bottoms fell off? Where she couldn't see, Jachung's nosebleed had already started. Too dangerous, I thought she found out. I'm already thankful my head didn't split open like that coconut earlier. Shanshan was happily soaking in the hot water, gently stretching. She submerged herself again, exclaiming, so comfortable. His voice came from outside. I left the clothes here. They're Sister Shin's old clothes, just make do with them for now, she replied, covering her body with a towel. Got it. Suddenly Shanshan pondered, Sister Shin's clothes are a bit small, aren't they? But when she put them on they fit quite well and were very pretty. Shanshan kept turning around to examine herself, then touched her taut chest. But it fits well here too, just a little. Shanshan was in front of the mirror, tilting her head and drying her hair, carefully turning to observe herself. Then Shanshan looked straight ahead, a confident smile on her face as if she had completed a procedure. As soon as she walked out of the room she eagerly announced, I've finished showering. Seeing the unusually quiet atmosphere outside, she couldn't help but wonder, where is everyone? Suddenly Shanshan stopped, noticing something at her feet. It turned out Jachung was deeply immersed in sweet dreams on the sofa. Seeing him like this, she had a sudden realization. Jachung, he was lying on his side, seemingly fast asleep, unaware of anything. Seeing this, she also tilted her head, stroking her chin, guessing, is he asleep? Shanshan sat alone in a chair, looking at him asleep, thinking to herself, he must be too tired. He also spent a long time walking in the forest. Suddenly her gaze was captivated by something, and she couldn't resist gently poking Jachung's cheek. Taking an inch, she kept poking his face, making him frown uncomfortably. As if he couldn't stand it anymore, he turned his head, trying to evade her. Shanshan found her teasing earlier very amusing, thinking, so fun, he must be deeply asleep. Her cheeks suddenly flushed and her smile held a hint of suppressed excitement, thinking, playing a little bit shouldn't hurt, right? Thinking that, Shanshan's hand slowly lowered. Her gaze grew increasingly tense. When she placed her hand on Jiacheng's ear, gently stroking it, Shanshan's hands kept stroking and she secretly sighed. Wow, this feeling. Immersed in the temptation before her, an enchanted expression appeared on her face as she silently felt, his ears are so soft, so comfortable to touch. Suddenly attracted by something, she leaned her face close to his collarbone and sniffed. Her face was already red, and now it grew even redder because she unconsciously thought, this scent is shower gel. As if sensing something was wrong, Shanshan's pupils suddenly contracted. She awkwardly turned her face away, panic on her face, realizing her strange actions, and asked herself, what am I doing? As if sensing something, he frowned uncomfortably. Shanshan reflected, how am I any different from a pervert? Feeling uneasy, she secretly made up her mind when suddenly Jiacheng's arm began to move. Crap, run before he wakes up. She widened her eyes, instinctively being pulled in. Her body suddenly froze for a few seconds, not understanding what was happening because she was lying in his arms, tidily embraced by him. Shanshan's pupils began to spin due to the embarrassing scene that had just occurred. She seemed to have come to her senses, trembling as she propped herself up with her hands, her mouth wide open, her eyes staring intently at his handsome face, thinking, what is this? Why is he suddenly like this? Outside, witnessing such an ambiguous scene, the boss lady and Jia Xin shouted with uncontained excitement, that's it, go for it? Hearing Jiacheng's murmur, she didn't deliberately restrain herself, asking herself, is this guy talking in his sleep? Crap, I forgot he has a habit of hugging pillows when he sleeps. Shanshan tried hard to break free from his embrace, but seemed unsuccessful. As she pushed him away, she exclaimed, I can't break free. Shanshan tightly closed her eyes, struggling with all her might. It seemed she didn't see their ambiguous posture, so she still had the presence of mind to ask herself, he's clearly sleeping, how can he be so strong? As her lips gradually approached his, she secretly made up her mind, no, I must break free. As if determined, Shanshan sprang up with all her might. Great! Suddenly the ring on her hand flashed, and it even made a sound. What sorrow is there? Her body stiffened, realizing something was wrong. I can't move. Before she could resist, his hand once again wrapped around her waist, holding it tightly. Shanshan's eyes were filled with an indescribable shock. The boss lady and Jia Xin reappeared, cheering excitedly. Here it comes, goal, goal. Shanshan tightly closed her eyes, quickly turning her face in another direction, trying to avoid a direct hit. With inertia, her entire body fell onto Jiacheng. Upon witnessing this, the boss lady and Jia Xin both wore celebratory expressions, exclaiming in unison, it's in. Her entire face was flushed red because one side of her face had directly collided with his unconscious face at this moment. Kept flashing in her mind. Shanshan's eyes suddenly began to spin. She didn't seem to be fully awake yet. She screamed internally, that hand still brazenly resting on her trembling body. Her face grew redder and redder, her mind consumed by the thought of kiss, kiss, kiss. Her lips trembled as she realized. I touched him. An aggrieved expression appeared on her face, filled with regret. If only I had known, I wouldn't have left a mark on his chastity. Suddenly, Jiacheng made a strange move that startled her into screaming. Wait, what are you doing? She then nervously snuggled into his embrace, appearing full of affection. Shanshan's face pressed against Jiacheng's chest, making her heart pound. Her body stiffened as she thought, it's over, it's over. Whether intentional or not, his lips accidentally brushed her head. In her confusion, she screamed internally. Shanshan, fearful, slowly leaned her head back, glancing at his current state. Her eyes were tightly shut and her heart beat faster and faster. She struggled to think, what to do? Shanshan tried to suppress her inner fear, thinking, my heart is about to leap out of my chest. Suddenly, Jiacheng's hand moved gently, naturally resting on Shanshan's head. He seemed to find it unusually comfortable, a satisfied smirk curling his lips as he chuckled softly. With her head held by him, she wore a displeased expression, guessing inwardly, this scoundrel must be dreaming again. Immediately after, a serene smile appeared on his face. Snuggled in his arms, she felt a slight flutter. But why this feeling of security? Shanshan's gaze was gradually soothed by the warmth. She thought to herself, so comfortable. Her eyelids slowly drooped, eventually closing gently. Drawn in by the comfort, Shanshan unconsciously fell asleep in Jiacheng's arms. The boss lady and Jia Xin witnessed all this from the screen. Both were a little stunned by the progress unfolding before them. Jia Xin's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she demanded frantically, why stop at this exact moment? Continue. Hey, did it freeze? Is this how it ends? Where's the undressing scene? Hey, she screamed as if she had eaten chili. What a buzzkill. Who can stand it when it stops just as it's getting exciting? I don't want to watch anymore. Please. Someone go wake them up. Suddenly, someone actually arrived. Jian Shi appeared, soaking wet. He gently toweled his hair, looking captivating. He spoke, so comfortable. The two turned at the sound. Jian Shi excitedly held a can of drink, exclaiming, it's so refreshing to have a can of juice after a shower. He seemed to sense something amiss, his gaze shifting to the left. Turning around, he saw the two staring at him. Feeling a touch of unease, Jian Shi asked, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly staring at me like that? In the face of their strange intentions, he visibly shrunk, his face paled, eyes teary, body trembling. He stammered, what's wrong? Can we talk slowly, please? Don't scare me. In Jian Zai's eyes, the two were slowly approaching with malevolent intent. He screamed in terror, what do you two want to do? No, don't come closer. No, don't come. Meanwhile, Jiacheng frowned, a displeased expression on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, suddenly realizing. My hand is so numb. The sight before him was Shanshan sleeping soundly in his arms. He felt something was off and muttered, "I'm in a dream." He glanced subtly then again at Shanshan, seeing her sleeping sweetly on him as if not yet awake. He just stared at her without any reaction. Suddenly he still maintained that gaze, but his face turned pale, sweat pouring out, though his mind had already processed the situation. Shanshan was sleeping sweetly on Jachung as if not yet awake. He just stared at her without any reaction. Suddenly he still maintained that gaze, but his face turned pale, sweat pouring out, though his mind had already processed the situation. Jachung abruptly turned his head to the other side, his mouth agape. Wondering inwardly, what is this? Seeing Shanshan sleeping so soundly, he was puzzled, asking himself why she was sleeping there. His eyes filled with confusion. He thought, damn, I fell asleep and don't remember anything. Jachung gently loosened her hand, calculating with some difficulty. First, I need to find a way to get free, otherwise it'll be trouble if anyone sees. Thinking this, he tremblingly moved her fingers from his body, then thought. Slowly, she seemed to feel her body being manipulated. Shanshan frowned in displeasure. Ah! Suddenly she pounced, grabbing his neck to Jachung's surprise. Not only that, she also draped her charming legs over his body. Jachung was caught off guard, tightly held by Shanshan. He was startled, thinking, I wonder what Shanshan is dreaming about. She gently smacked her lips. Smack, smack, he heard her speak. Startled, Pudding caught it. Everyone try some. She suddenly opened her mouth. Without a word, she lunged and gently bit Jachung's flushed ear, eating with smack, smack sounds, making him jump in fear. Her attack in her sleep made him blush, crying out internally, ah! One of his ears was bitten red by her. He gently pinched the bedsheet below, trying hard to restrain himself. His palms were sweating, unable to bear it. He tightly clenched his hands as if suppressing something intensely. He frowned, screaming internally, ah! As if reaching the limit of his endurance, Jachung's tail appeared. It quickly and tightly wrapped around Shanshan's body. His tail lifted her entire body. He was immersed in his dream, his face below suddenly turning crimson. He nervously rubbed his ear, wiping the unconsciously flowing saliva. He frowned, thinking, too dangerous. I almost cried out. I wonder what I'm dreaming about. Jachung unhappily pondered. No, if this continues I'll keep getting bitten. I must do something. He looked at Shanshan above, thinking, alright, I'll slowly move her somewhere else. Just then, the ring on his finger suddenly lit up, emitting a sound. New mission. Jachung seemed to notice something unusual, asking himself blankly, why can't I move suddenly? She frowned in displeasure above. Suddenly her hand moved slightly and Shanshan firmly grabbed his tail. Jachung felt it, immediately blushed, opened his mouth wide, crying out internally, ah! Just like that, his tail gradually relaxed. With inertia, she slowly free fell. All he could do was exclaim in alarm, crap! In a panic, Jachung closed his eyes tightly, while Shanshan unintentionally created a scene where she kissed his cheek. Feeling this, he abruptly opened his eyes. What? Ha ha ha! Her lips had gently touched his flushed cheek. Jachung's eyes widened. Ah! Then he screamed internally again. Ah! The scene suddenly shifted to a messy pile of clothes on the ground, accompanied by someone's happy laughter. Hee hee, very pretty. At this moment, Jian Shi was modeling for the boss lady and Jia Xin. The two were enthusiastically taking pictures. Not only that, they excitedly exclaimed, amazing! Jian Shi, listening to the camera clicks, posed with a stiff expression. The two enthusiastically directed. Look at the camera, smile, that's right, stick out your butt, girl. Good, good, change pose, the boss lady sighed while taking photos. Oh dear, I didn't expect you to have so many good things in your bag, she excitedly replied. Of course, I planned it all out in advance just in case this situation came up. Continue. Jian Shi listened, replied tiredly. Oh dear, still going? She listened, holding a sexy purple dress, revealing a cunning smile, replying, of course, try this one. The boss lady beside her was no exception, continuing with a dangerous smile. This one is also very pretty. Jian Shi collapsed to the ground, scared by the two women's appearance. He tightly hugged his trembling body, eyes showing fear. His eyes gradually welled up with tears. Jian Shi screamed through the night until dawn. No, in another scene, only one night had passed, and Jachung's dark circles were clearly visible. It seemed he hadn't slept all night, which was evident from his disheveled appearance. In contrast, Shanshan seemed to have slept very soundly, still sleeping on him even now. Jachung glanced to the other side, speaking, is it morning? Suddenly, the ring on his hand made a sound. You don't know how to appreciate opportunities, idiot. Good for nothing. It seemed Shanshan would take a long time to wake up, as she was sleeping very soundly. Shanshan was woken by a sizzling sound in her sleep, accompanied by chopping vegetables. She groggily woke up, water in the pot boiling, her vision blurry. When she could see clearly, she saw Jachung standing in front of the stove. Hee hee. Shanshan, still not fully awake, chuckled again, then rolled over and sat up, drooling. Jachung was concentrating on cooking when suddenly a hand reached out and hugged him. Shanshan said with a smile, Jachung, what's this? It smells so good. Jachung scolded angrily. What are you doing, you idiot? Let go, it's dangerous. He widened his eyes, and Shanshan was hit hard on the head. She cried out in pain. Ow, ow, who am I? Where is this? What time is it? Jachung scolded fiercely. Are you awake? Go brush your teeth and wash your face. I'm almost done. Shanshan was confused. Breakfast. Jachung got even angrier. Have you eaten? You slept like a pig. How would you know to get up? Shanshan groggily recalled. We've been on this island for 2 days, haven't we? So much happened yesterday. Being hugged by the leg, fighting with a bear, then being treated by Jachung. The scene of him sleeping just flashed through her mind. It was truly terrifying. And last night, her memory stopped at Shanshan being held in Jachung's arms. She abruptly opened her eyes. Shanshan was shocked. Last night, her face flushed. That's right, what exactly happened last night? I don't remember anything. Did I fall asleep? Shanshan's eyes were blurry. She slowly recalled her sleeping posture at the time. Did that guy do anything funny? Jiacheng was engrossed in eating when he suddenly seemed to remember something and he flinched. Finally, Jiacheng bit his chopsticks, avoiding Shanshan's gaze, thinking, what kind of reaction is that? Jiacheng suddenly asked, is there a problem? She paused. Nothing. Shanshan turned around with puffed cheeks, thinking, HMPH, I dare not ask him. After all, I was the one who messed around first. She recalled teasing Jiacheng while he slept. The two continued to eat silently, heads down. They both muttered, I didn't expect your sleeping posture to be so bad. The two looked up in surprise, staring at each other. Ha! They slammed the table angrily. What are you saying? Whose sleeping posture is bad? The two pointed at each other simultaneously. Clearly it was you last night. She brought up old matters again, making both of them blush, wanting to speak but hesitating. They pouted and turned away. Forget it, it's nothing. This reaction made both of them even angrier. Ha! They scolded each other. What are you doing? You always copy what I say. Are you kidding? The boss lady and Josh Shin were also stunned by this scene. Josh Shin asked, what, did I miss a scene? The boss lady clicked her tongue. Can we rewind? Josh Shin was startled. I forgot to save it, the boss lady cursed. You useless piece of trash. On the distant island, waves crashed against the rocks. Kuma was sleeping groggily. A finger gently poked its cheek. Shanshan smiled. Hello friend. Kuma was startled, crying out loudly, growl growl. Shanshan was startled. Sorry, did I scare you? She offered a basket of fruit. Here's this for you. I saw you sleeping all the time, you must be hungry. Kuma showed a confused expression. Ha! Shanshan smiled. Thank you for the food yesterday, and I'm really sorry for scaring you again just now. She held the fruit basket closer. These are delicious. I secretly hid them. Don't tell Jiacheng, okay? Kuma's face flushed slightly, a little bewildered. Unexpectedly, Jiacheng in the distance had already witnessed all this. He just turned his face, feigning complaint. Oh dear, it's so hot. Shanshan stopped him. Where are you going? When he turned around, Jiacheng was startled by the sight of Kuma carrying Shanshan on its back. Ha! His eyes widened, thinking, when did a person and a bear become so intimate? This bear rejects everyone except me and Sister Josh Shin. How did she manage to get along with it? Shanshan patiently asked again. Where are you planning to go? Jiacheng said loudly. To the island's vegetable garden. Are you planning to drink water to satisfy your hunger tonight? Shanshan called out to him. I'll come along and help, Jiacheng pointed disdainfully. No, you just stay here. You'll only get in the way. Shanshan was confused. Hey wait, she puffed out her cheeks. This scoundrel is at it again. Chen was woken up. She groggily opened her eyes, waking to find Yushan lying beside her. She frowned, feeling confused. Ha! When she turned around, Chen was even more shocked because Yushan was indeed beside her. What's going on? Yushan was woken up. He hugged her tightly. It's still early. Go back to sleep. Chen gritted her teeth in anger. Wait, you, she shouted loudly. What are you doing? Let go of me. Chen immediately punched Yushan, flying onto the bed. Yushan scratched his head in confusion. Ow, ow, ow. It's still early. What are you doing? He introduced himself. My name is Yushan, an angel. Chen gritted her teeth. This is my room. Why did you dare to sneak in? She is a demon. The situation is this. To maintain peaceful relations between angels and demons, we were forced to become a couple and live together. Yushan pouted. This is my room. You're the one who sleepwalked in here, okay? He recalled how he had protested at the time. Hey, wrong room. Chen listened awkwardly as Yushan complained. I'm the victim here. Yushan even analyzed, don't blame me, you sleepwalked onto my bed, so you were the one who seduced me first. Besides, when the meat's delivered right to your mouth, why wouldn't I eat it? I'm not stupid. I tried hard to resist for a few seconds, but I couldn't help it. You were just so tempting. Chen angrily threw a pillow at his face, her face red as she covered her mouth. Then we again? Yushan asked casually. What did I do again? Chen yelled. Stop pretending, you liar. She buried her face in the pillow. Why did it turn out like this? We both knew we shouldn't. Damn it, why didn't you wake me up then? Yushan smiled mischievously. How could I? My dear Miss Chen, when you're asleep no one can wake you, but I was quite surprised. Your body reacts even when you're asleep. Before he could finish, Chen threw something else at his face. Yushan was dizzy. Don't worry, I took safety precautions. Chen immediately stopped him. Enough, shut up, don't say another word. In another place, Jianxi was panting, exhausted. Wait, the boss lady teased. What's wrong? You're out of breath after just this short walk. Jianxi lightly clicked his tongue and he angrily cursed. You haven't turned into a girl, so how would you understand? Slow down. The boss lady flicked his forehead. You complained exactly the same way when you were a boy, Jianxi said proudly. I am Jianxi, a killer. Due to certain reasons I am suffering from a very vicious curse. Because of this curse, I turn into a man every night. Since then my life has been a mess. To avoid being exposed, I can only play two roles. By day, I am Jianxi. When someone asked, Jianxi, are you going to the party tonight? He immediately refuses, sorry, I'm a bit busy today. But when night falls, I am still Jianxi, forced to live difficultly as a man, searching for a way to break the curse. I came to the human world alone, but I was already controlled until I found some clues that could rid me of this curse. I never expected it to be a trap set by that four-eyed angel. He even imprisoned me, forcing me to work for him. If I don't obey, I will suffer cruel and vicious punishment one day. I will make that Four Eyes pay, making him repay double for everything I have endured. Jianxi frowned, glaring angrily at the boss lady. Just then, Yushan walked over. The boss lady said to Jianxi, long time no see. Jianxi looked excited. Brother Yushan, long time no see. What a coincidence. The boss lady also waved hello. Jianxi clung to Yushan's arm, pleading. You used to say you'd take me out to play. I'm still waiting. Yushan chuckled dryly. How did I say that? Jianxi smiled faintly. So what have you decided since last time? Dump that violent woman. Be with me, I can satisfy all your needs. Chen Chen angrily rushed over and splashed water on Jianxi, making him scream, "It's hot, what are you doing?" Chen Chen grunted. "No reaction, huh?" Jianxi said proudly. "Are you intentionally looking for trouble, you ugly girl?" Chen Chen threatened. "This is my stuff, get away from here, you stinky brat." The two started arguing. "What did you say, want to fight?" Speechless. "Does that mean you're in the wrong?" The boss lady showed interest. "Excellent." Yushan worriedly advised. No, don't argue." Jianxi whispered in his ear. "See, brother Yushan, she's just a violent woman, you'd better break up with her as soon as possible." Chen Chen grabbed Yushan's hand. "No matter what, I'm stronger than that killer." Jianxi yelled, "Let go." Chen Chen replied, "It's still early for that." The boss lady clicked her tongue. "Wow, still as famous as ever." Chen Chen yelled, "Boss lady, help." The boss lady put her arm around his shoulder. "Having fun, aren't we? I want to join too. I've been with Yushan the longest. I know all his weaknesses, for example." Yushan yelled. "Wait, don't touch there, it tickles so much." The boss lady still didn't stop. "Here too." Those two looked at them in surprise. Yushan yelled, "Stop it, boss lady, I surrender, it's too close, don't touch there, it's so sensitive." "Stop it." Jianxi and Chen Chen were both terrified. They thought in unison, "Live broadcast is amazing." The boss lady pulled Jian's eyes closed. "We have something to do, so we're leaving first." Jianxi protested. No, there's nothing, stay a little longer." The boss lady leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You don't seem very obedient today, trying to push your luck, not good. I need to teach you a lesson again." She hoisted Jianxi onto her shoulder. "This matter is very important, we must deal with it quickly," he cried. "Wait, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't do it again next time. Help, I promise I'll be good, please spare me this time." Yushan avoided them. "Let's go too." Chen Chen just snorted coldly and he quickly asked, "What's wrong, are you angry?" He stepped forward and grabbed her hand. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, don't be angry." Chen Chen immediately shook him off. "Let go of my hand, don't touch me." Yushan held his aching arm in grievance. He ran quickly. "Where are we going now? Don't ignore me." Chen Chen put her hands on her hips. "HMPH, so noisy. Let's go to the supermarket to buy groceries for dinner." Yushan eagerly replied, "I want beef." Chen Chen retorted casually, "Just stay hungry." But then the two naturally held hands again. Chen Chen thought to herself, "I definitely need to try those weaknesses that Four Eyes mentioned next time. His reaction back then was so interesting. I finally have a chance to take charge." Yushan held up a box. "All right, we ran out at home, let's buy some more." Chen Chen, blushing, cursed. "You jerk." Yushan buried his face in Kuma. "I'm hated, aren't I?" She turned around and looked at the towering building in front of her. "What should I do now to not waste time?" Shan Chan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Right, if they won't let me go out, then I'll explore this house. There are so many strange things in this room. Fat Kuma, you go first, I'll look around here. See you later." Kuma looked a bit bewildered. "Huh?" Shan Chen ran around looking everywhere, showing great interest. "Wow, another room is a huge library and another is a weapon display hall." Shan Chen curiously tried to pick up a sword and it lit up, startling her. The sword's light shot up into the sky and flew away. Jiacheng was picking tomatoes, heard a strange sound and turned his head. Shan Chen looked at the huge hole in the wall, thinking fearfully, "It's best not to touch anything randomly." Another room had a sign that read, "This room is empty." This, however, piqued Shan Chan's curiosity. Her eyes shone like stars, with curiosity written all over her face. Shan Chen lingered by the door for a long time, looking around and pondering. Finally, Shan Chen took hold of the doorknob. Just one look, the room was pitch black, and she coughed heavily. Cough, cough, so much dust. The light from outside allowed Shan Chen to see the room clearly. Messy items were everywhere, with computers and some small toys on shelves. There were also some dusty cloth dolls below. Shan Chen slowly walked in. "What is this place? It looks like no one has been here for a long time," she exclaimed. "Wow, so many manga books." Shan Chen bent down to observe. "Wow, I haven't seen such an old-fashioned TV in ages." She wondered curiously, "What is this room used for?" Shan Chen ran to a tall cabinet filled with many video games and manga books. She happily fiddled with an item. "This is my favorite gun model from when I was a kid." Shan Chen activated it. "I remember it's used like this." A slight smile played on her lips. Light energy ray activated. Shan Chen smiled. "I miss this so much. I remember having an identical gun when I was little. I cherished it like a treasure back then. I'd be heartbroken if it got even a tiny scratch. I marked it to prevent losing it." She picked up the badge to check. "I remember where I marked it." Shan Chen paused. "Here." She was silent, as if unable to believe it. Shan Chan's lips trembled slightly. She merely showed a calm expression. What a coincidence. It turns out everyone had the habit of marking their belongings when they were little. Shan Chen mused. "What symbol did I draw on it back then? I don't remember, it's been too long." From behind her, a stack of wobbly bookshelves tumbled down, and something heavy fell squarely on Shan Chan's head. She hugged her head, complaining aggrievely. "Did the sky fall? What dropped?" It was an upside-down photo frame. Shan Chen looked bewildered. What's this?" She walked over and picked up the photo frame. Shan Chen brushed off the thick layer of dust. She frowned, staring at the photo. "Is the person in the photo Jiacheng?" The photo showed a little boy with blue hair smiling brightly. Shan Chen was stunned. He looked quite cute when he was little. She squinted. Wings. Behind the little boy were a pair of small wings and a demon's tail. Shan Chen thought, so he had wings when he was little? Then the scars on his back are... She guessed the woman next to him was Jiacheng's mom. No, too young. She looks a bit like Jia Xin. It's getting more confusing. Shan Chen suddenly noticed the book at her feet and she happily picked it up. This photo album fell with the photo. Let's see if there are any clues. Shan Chen worried. What if I discover another one of his hidden secrets? She struggled internally. No, 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 it's rude to look through someone else's photo album. Shanshan glanced lightly, but she was too curious. Her eyes sparkled. Anyway, that guy isn't here. A quick look shouldn't hurt, right? It's also its own fault for suddenly falling in front of me. This must be fate. Shanshan slowly opened the photo album. She squinted, looking at just a small part. There was a dead silence. Inside were torn up photos, the images unclear. Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. This is, she turned to another page. Why are the photos torn here and there? What exactly happened? Shanshan looked at the photo album with a puzzled heart when suddenly a figure appeared behind her. A terrifying gaze stared intensely at Shanshan. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to wander off? Shanshan's face turned pale with fright. Oh no, this is bad, she yelled. Wait, but she was kicked out. Shanshan hugged her head, softly groaning, ouch, ouch. Jiacheng silently closed the door tightly and Shanshan asked in a panic, is this your room? She was very confused. Wait. Before Shanshan could say more, Jiacheng slammed his hand hard against the wall behind her. He said coldly, so annoying, what does it matter if it is or isn't? What does it have to do with you? Shut your mouth, do you hear me? I'm warning you again, don't wander off and don't touch anything, do you hear me? Shanshan replied blankly, why yes, I got it. Jiacheng turned coldly and walked away. Shanshan just silently watched his retreating figure. Jia Xin was sucking on a lollipop, feeling bored. She complained, I thought there'd be a big argument, how boring. Jia Xin looked up and asked, right, Four Eyes? But the boss lady remained silent for a long time. In the afternoon, back on the isolated island, the two had finished their meal. Jiacheng quietly washed the dishes. Shanshan lay on the sofa glancing at him. Jiacheng just silently worked. Shanshan squinted, guessing. She remembered that photo album. What was wrong? Even if she asked him, he wouldn't say. Shanshan hugged her chest, asking herself, but what is this uncomfortable feeling? A hey pulled her back to reality. Jiacheng frowned coldly. Get up, don't sleep here. She quickly replied, okay. Jiacheng pointed behind him, and Shanshan asked puzzledly, if not here, then where? Jiacheng led her to a fully equipped room. Shanshan exclaimed, wow, this is great. Jiacheng followed with a pile of bedding. You sleep here tonight first, I'll bring the new sheets and blankets later. The boss lady also looked bored. Sigh, another uneventful day passed just like that. No new developments. What do you plan to do? Jia Xin smiled faintly. What's the rush? He blinked. The real show is just beginning. A button with a skull symbol appeared on the wall, quickly catching Shanshan's attention. Her eyes again showed curiosity. Shanshan tremblingly reached out her hand. She quickly grabbed her own hand. No, restrain myself. What if it's a trap? If something happens, Jiacheng will scold me again. The demon in her heart kept instigating. Press it. You really want to press it, don't you? What are you hesitating for? Even if it's a trap, it won't be life-threatening. What are you waiting for? How many chances do you get in life? Follow your heart. Don't listen to reason. Press it. What are you still waiting for? Shanshan's vision blurred again. If she missed this chance, would she get another? Finally, she made a decision. Press it. Immediately, alarms blared throughout the house. Jiacheng looked around in a panic. The ceiling door closed, the windows closed, and the room door was locked. Jiacheng yelled, what happened? Shanshan quickly turned around, feigning innocence. Jiacheng yelled, why are all the doors locked? What did I touch again? Shanshan guiltily hid the button behind her, letting Jiacheng complain in pain. I was so careful just now, but I'm trapped here. The screen flickered a few times and a line of text displayed, no way to leave this room. Jiacheng's face was as black as a pot bottom. Shanshan looked bewildered. Is that so? Jia Xin smiled wickedly while Jiacheng cursed angrily. Are you kidding, you bastard sister? Jiacheng screamed in agony. Who set off the trap? He pulled hard on the door, but it only sounded an alarm. Shanshan curiously leaned closer and asked, do we have to do that? Jiacheng, flushed and trembling, cursed. Do you know what you're saying? Are you serious? Shanshan nodded. Of course, how else will we get out? Jiacheng thought in horror. Is she really going all the way with this? I stammered. We have to do that. I mean, do you really understand what that is? Shanshan gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. I'm an expert at this kind of thing, Jiacheng blurted out in surprise. Oh my god, she's actually going to do it? He paused, thinking, wait, does this little girl even know what that is? Jiacheng looked at Shanshan's innocent expression and recalled those silly romance novels online, thinking she was overthinking it. Jia Xin's smiling face reappeared on the screen. Welcome cuties to my class. Today we'll analyze the words that thing, don't worry. I'll explain as slowly as possible. Even the densest person would understand after hearing that. Shanshan enthusiastically rubbed her hands. Oh, is it instruction time? Jiacheng hesitated. Wait, is it that? Jia Xin cleared her throat. Let's begin. Shanshan listened intently. Jiacheng's face darkened and he immediately ran to find the switch. Jiacheng helplessly, why can't I turn it off? Where's the outlet? Where's the plug? Jia Xin licked her lips. Information provided by high school biology textbooks specifically for sex education of young adults entering society. Finally, Jiacheng found the plug and exhausted pulled it out. The screen went black. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was off. Shanshan was stunned for a long time, her face immediately turning red. Shanshan quickly defended herself. It's not what you think. I thought it was some kind of game. Because I'm very good at games, that's why I said that. Jia Xin reappeared on a nearby iPad screen. Are your guns and ammo ready? Play it safe, understood? Jiacheng swiftly flew over and shattered the iPad to silence it. Jia Xin was furious. That brat, how dare he break my sister's iPad? The boss lady leisurely drank her tea. You enjoy making these silly traps, don't you? Who would want to watch that? Jia Xin pointed and cursed. What do you know? Everyone wants to watch, okay? If you don't believe me, ask the readers. The boss lady replied dismissively. Yes, Shanshan shamefully admitted. I'm sorry, I was too curious and accidentally triggered the trap. Jiacheng was furious. Are you stupid? What does it matter if it's there? Is your brain full of water? He plopped onto the bed. So annoying, my sister always makes a mess of things, Shanshan carefully asked. So what do we do now? Jiacheng impatiently. What to do? What? Just wait. My sister will let us out when she gets tired of playing. This room is also fully equipped, so no need to worry for now. Shanshan looked bewildered. Is that so? She secretly turned her face away. Jiacheng quickly sensed her mood and took the opportunity to taunt. What's wrong? Nervous about being in the same room with me? We've been living together for so long and you're still shy? So useless, Shanshan yelled indignantly. I'm not shy, it's just, Jiacheng scoffed. Ha, just what? No need to pretend. Shanshan puffed out her cheeks in anger and Jiacheng added, don't worry, I'll keep your secret. The pure little angel Shanshan also plopped onto the bed. She chuckled softly. Pay attention to you, you're overthinking it, aren't you? Look, we're sleeping in the same bed now, and I don't feel anything at all, Jiacheng gritted his teeth. HMPH, he leisurely closed his eyes. Do whatever you want, just don't disturb my sleep. Shanshan turned over blushing, thinking, what am I doing? I have no relationship with him, so why am I suddenly sleeping in the same bed? She listened to her rapidly beating heart. How, what's going on? Such a strange feeling, Shanshan whispered. Jiacheng, wake up, Jiacheng asked impatiently. What now? Shanshan suddenly slapped him in the face. She bit her lip. What do I do? I suddenly feel so hot, everything's blurring. Jiacheng's face paled. Hey, wait, Jiacheng curled up. Wait, what do you want to do? Why are you suddenly like this? Shanshan murmured. Do what? Her eyes became hazy. What should I do next? Why is it suddenly so hot? Shanshan grabbed Jiacheng's hand, startling him. Please, for heaven's sake, snap out of it. He ignored him and continued to lean in. Don't touch me. My whole body is so hot it's unbearable. Jiacheng's eyes widened. Are you testing me? Stop. He quickly pushed Shanshan away. Jiacheng flipped her over. Their posture was extremely ambiguous. Shanshan's whole body flushed, with a blush around her eyes. Jiacheng's body stiffened, his mouth wide open, thinking, what am I doing? This feeling made Jiacheng narrow his eyes, thinking, why not just go with the flow, let it happen? He suddenly snapped out of it with strong willpower. Jiacheng sobered up, a scene no reader wanted to see happen. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. What's going on? This smell is... Jiacheng covered his nose. What is Sister Jiaxin up to again? She must be hiding somewhere and monitoring us. He was annoyed. Not good if I keep inhaling this. It'll be hard to sober up. I must leave here quickly. Shanshan quietly put her hand on Jiacheng's neck, pulling him down. Shanshan chuckled softly. Got you. Open your eyes. Let's continue. Jiacheng's eyes were also red. She had lost her mind. The two leaned closer, Jiacheng desperately clinging to his last shred of sanity. No, I can't do it. If this continues, he waved his hand, entering sage mode. Women are but fleeting clouds, I am immortal. Jiacheng's face was solemn, and Jiaxin was also startled. What? Her eyes widened. Sage mode, this brat won't even eat meat when it's delivered to his mouth? The boss lady also praised. What a man! Shanshan was still unconscious, her whole body dazed. Jiacheng pushed her away forcefully. Hey, let's go. He wrapped Shanshan in a thick blanket and then picked her up. Jiacheng's gaze was serious, and he stomped his foot heavily. A secret door suddenly opened. Jiaxin frowned. Oh, what's with that door? The boss lady leisurely ate popcorn. Oh, he can even deal with that? Jiacheng glanced, thinking, that was close. Every room has an escape door. I'd already guessed Sister Jiaxin would play tricks. I originally planned to pretend to fall for it and then sneak away, but the plan fell through. He rushed out, thinking of escaping from here first. Suddenly, a whirring sound came from the ceiling. A door opened and pink gas billowed out. Jiacheng gasped in horror. Why is there poison gas here too? Jiaxin stuck out her tongue. You brat, I already expected that from you. You're still too green. Jiacheng opened another door. This brat also thought of this step. Jiaxin had already set up a net to block it. How this old woman also thought of this step. Little Jiacheng slid down the pipe. Go down, this brat also thought of it. The two argued. This old woman also included this in the plan, Jiacheng scoffed. I also guessed what you were going to do, Jiaxin yelled. This old woman also guessed that you guessed that this old woman guessed what you were going to do. Jiacheng retorted, not to be outdone. I also guessed that you guessed that I guessed that you guessed what I was going to do. The boss lady remained silent. Enough, you're giving me a headache, Jiaxin cursed. Shut up, if you're so capable, come up with a plan yourself, the boss lady pointed. Look, they're almost escaping. Jiaxin immediately turned her head. What? Jiacheng activated the joystick and a private plane opened. He threw the blanket to the ground and Shanshan yelled, ouch, ouch. She clumsily crawled out. Whoa, who is Shanshan? Where is this? What happened? Jiacheng put on his hat. Awake now, fasten your seatbelt. We're getting away. Shanshan looked dazed. Getting away? She was immediately stunned by the roar of the engine. The plane sped off with Shanshan's screams. They landed on an iron base, Jiacheng observed. This is above the island, nothing unusual. Phew, that was close, almost couldn't escape. Shanshan was bewildered. What happened? A gurgling sound came from the sea and something slowly floated up. Jiacheng glanced. A wobbly tumbler in the image of Jiaxin. His face darkened. What in the world is that now? Jiaxin chuckled softly. My ultimate weapon, don't even think about escaping from my grasp, Shanshan exclaimed in admiration. What is that? She praised. It looks quite cute too. Suddenly its mouth lit up and a laser shot straight into the sky. The shockwave illuminated the entire surface. Jiacheng and Shanshan's mouths dropped open. The machine made a clanking sound. Jiaxin smiled wickedly. How about it? Isn't my E6 radiation wave impressive? Jiacheng was furious. Are you seriously trying to roast me alive? The machine charged up again. Shanshan worried. It's going to fire a second shot. What do we do? Jiacheng sat in the cockpit. Dodge, quickly switched to defensive mode. Shanshan was at a loss. How do I switch? Jiacheng hastily pressed a red button nearby. Just then, the shockwave also flew over, sweeping across the sea, and dust filled the air on the island. Ripe strawberries awaited picking. Huma was picking them. It imagined Shanshan's grateful expression, a basket of fruit. "So delicious, thank you, is this for me?" Suddenly a sound came from behind the forest and the shockwave flashed with white light and shot over. Kuma was stunned. Its entire body was enveloped in light. Kuma was also swallowed by the light and the light also swept across the island. Jachung gritted his teeth. "We can't just sit here and die, fight back." Shanshan was surprised. "Hey, but," Jachung commanded. "I'll control and aim, you just shoot." Shanshan closed her eyes tightly. "I but," Jachung cursed. "Hurry up, what? If you don't do it, go sell salt." He aimed at the machine's head. "This is it, shoot, take it down." Shanshan panicked. "How do I shoot?" he reprimanded. Why didn't you ask earlier?" "Pull the yellow joystick." Shanshan stammered. You didn't listen to me." "Yellow joystick, yellow." She pulled hard. "This is it, shoot." Unexpectedly, that was the emergency escape switch. The plane's upper wing opened. The two free fell from the plane. They were blankly dumbfounded. Jachung urged, "Where are your wings? Fly up quickly." Shanshan yelled. "My bag is stuck. I can't get it undone." The plane went out of control and crashed directly into the machine's head. The machine made a clanking sound, then sputtered and died. It deflated and fell down. Kuma on the other side was blasted black and blue by the shockwave. It plopped into the sea to put out the fire on its butt. Kuma cried in distress. Just then a black shadow descended from the sky. The jaw-shin-shaped machine deflated and crashed directly onto Kuma, making another loud thud. Through the screen, Jaw-shin and the boss lady were both stunned. Jaw-shin remained silent for a moment, then finally gave a thumbs up. Indeed, everything was going according to plan. The boss lady sneered. "You're already so exhausted." Jachung and Shanshan fell into the sea, floating to the beach. Shanshan finally woke up. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, what happened?" Jachung slammed his fist onto the ground, his whole body trembling. "Enough, I've had enough. Why am I so unlucky?" He turned his head aggrievedly. "It's all you, you brainless idiot." Jachung pointed his finger at Shanshan's nose and cursed. He vented all his anger. "Since stepping onto this island you've done little good and caused much destruction, always getting me into trouble. If you keep this up, both of us will die here. Can't I just catch my breath? When will you ever use your brain?" Shanshan was surprised. "I'm the victim here, okay? I was brought to this island for no reason and those things weren't intentional," Jachung retorted. "My dear, stop pretending. Do you think I don't know you intentionally pressed that button in the room? I repeatedly emphasized not to touch anything. If you had listened to me, none of this would have happened." Shanshan countered. "How was I supposed to know that was a trap? Who made this island so full of interesting contraptions that make one irresistibly curious?" Jachung cursed again. "And on the plane, if you hadn't pressed the wrong button we would have escaped long ago," Shanshan retorted. "I had just woken up then and didn't understand what was happening. I even saved you just now," Jachung yelled. "Enough, I don't care anymore, you're on your own." Suddenly he spun around and the ground made a loud thud. Shanshan looked bewildered. "What, was that an earthquake?" Jachung gritted his teeth. "Wait, could it be?" A huge crack appeared in the ground right on cue. Jachung held out his hand. "Grab my hand, quick." Shanshan was startled and reached out her hand. The two held hands and she fell into his arms. Jachung breathed a sigh of relief. Shanshan closed her eyes tightly, not daring to move, the ground still shaking violently, cracking in many places. When everything quieted down, Shanshan opened her eyes. "Is it over?" She looked behind her in panic. It was the sea, and the entire island was divided into several layers. Shanshan yelled, "Where is this? What happened?" She looked around blankly. "I was just at the beach. How did I get on the mountain again?" "The terrain changed." Jachung covered his ears, annoyed. "The island automatically changes its terrain once a week. Today must be that day. It's easy to get lost if you're not familiar with it." Shanshan understood. "No wonder you told me to grab your hand just now." Jachung pushed her away. "Nonsense, if you get lost I won't bother looking for you. Also quiet down and put away your wings. They're in the way." He walked ahead. "Let's sleep here tonight. It's too dark to see the way." Shanshan curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" Jachung looked down. "Found it, there's a bag down there." Shanshan was bewildered as Jachung skillfully pulled out some items. They were camping tools. "I prepared a lot of these here, just in case, never thought they'd actually come in handy." Shanshan's body stiffened. "That's amazing, you predicted everything." Jachung frowned. "You're still talking? It's all because of you. I knew you'd definitely cause trouble, so I had to consider all possibilities. Did you hear me clearly? This is the last time, the very last time. Don't touch anything or get out." Shanshan flinched, turning away. "I'm sorry, I understand." Jachung frowned. "What are you looking at? Come help carry things." Shanshan responded loudly. Jachung threw a bag of items to her. "Take this over there." He threw some more things. "Put this here, and there's a pile of stuff. Take this down, put it over there. Be careful." "All right, that's all for today. Get some rest early." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shanshan's stomach rumbled. She awkwardly covered her belly. Jachung frowned. In the end he still went ahead and cooked a pot of porridge. The two set up a tent on the cliff edge. Shanshan sighed with relief. "Phew, I'm so full. I didn't expect you to even prepare food." Jachung handed her a cup of milk. "Drink it, it'll warm you up. It's hot milk. It gets very cold here at night." Shanshan thanked him, bewildered. Jachung coldly said, "Wrap yourself in this blanket so you don't catch a cold. If you get sick, I'll be in trouble." Shanshan thought to herself, aside from his mouth, this guy is quite thoughtful. Suddenly her gaze was drawn to something. The night sky above them sparkled with stars. Shanshan chuckled softly. "Wow, it's so beautiful. This is my first time seeing a night sky with so many stars." Jachung calmly said, "Oh, I'm already tired of seeing it." Shanshan innocently said, "It feels just like camping, doesn't it?" Jachung looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Then what do you think I'm doing?" Shanshan asked curiously. "Did you come here often before?" Jachung replied. "Sort of. I used to come here a lot with Sister Jia-shin, but I don't have many fond memories." He recalled Jia Xin's terrifying expressions. Let's go camping, Jia Cheng. Let's go diving again, Jia Cheng. Let's do it again. Let's become trendsetters together, Jia Cheng. His face darkened. Hey, that's too much, Jia Cheng sighed. As soon as she gets an idea, she has to see it through. Then a few minutes later she gets bored and I'm always the one who has to clean up her mess. Shanshan smiled. Such sisterly affection. Jia Cheng frowned. What's good about it? I'm just an entertainment tool. She replied. It's pretty good actually. If you wanted, you could see a sky full of stars like this every night. Jia Cheng was puzzled. Are there no stars in heaven at night? Shanshan replied with difficulty. Not exactly, it's just that I'm not allowed out at night. Jia Cheng was surprised. How is it that strict? I'm as free as a bird. I can fly wherever I want. Shanshan was stunned. I'm so envious. Jia Cheng yawned. I'm going to sleep first. Where's the blanket? Damn, it looks like I only brought one. Shanshan held out her hand. Then you can use mine. She conjured her wings to cover herself. See, my wings are super warm. Jia Cheng was silent. Convenient, isn't it? Well, I'm going to sleep. Towels and toothbrushes are in the bag and the disposable toilet is in the left bag. Is there enough firewood to last until morning? Speak softly. Don't make any noise, understood? Shanshan thought, surprised. He's even prepared that thoroughly. Jia Xin bit her nails. Oh, is that all? The boss lady propped her chin on her hand. It's all part of your plan. Jia Xin leaned closer. What now? I want to see something interesting. Why are you so quiet today? The boss lady replied, a little disappointed actually. I thought your plan would be more impactful. Jia Xin clicked her tongue. I know the feeling. The boss lady asked, so what's next? Jia Xin replied, let's find something to do to pass the time. Jian Shi happened to open the door. I'm back. A convenience store was out of soda. This is all that was left for snacks. I'll put them here. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. The boss lady and Jia Xin turned their faces, revealing evil smiles. Jian Shi trying to sneak away? I have something to do, but he was already caught by the two who grabbed his hat. He yelled, no. Jia Cheng was sleeping with his eyes closed. He frowned. Huh? Jia Cheng sat up, turning his head as he smelled something burning. He was alarmed to see Shanshan sleeping next to the unextinguished campfire. He frantically looked around. What the hell? Water, 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 water. Eventually, Jia Cheng found a bottle of water and poured it over Shanshan's wings before they could burn any further. He frowned, watching Shanshan still sleeping soundly. How is this silly girl still asleep? Unbelievable. Jia Cheng clapped his hands. Forget it, just keep sleeping. But the campfire suddenly flared up again. He flinched. Are you kidding me? He yelled. There's a limit to how stupid you can be. Veins bulging, Jia Cheng lightly clicked his tongue. He had no choice but to lie on one of her wings, thinking no other way. This is it. The other wing covered Jia Cheng, surprising him a little. Huh? Shanshan was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware, and even turned closer to him. Jia Cheng's eyes were wide open. This idiot, he comfortably enjoyed the sensation. What is this? It feels amazing, so soft, so comfortable. Jia Cheng narrowed his eyes. Ah, this comfort. No, I have to get up. And so things continued until dawn. Shanshan stretched. I slept so well last night. She turned her head. Good morning, you're up really early. Jia Cheng flinched. Shanshan asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing, go away. But Jia Cheng's mind was in turmoil. What happened to me last night? I fell asleep hugging her wings. It's all its fault for being too comfortable. She can't know that feeling. Shanshan noticed something. She approached Jia Cheng. What's on your hair? Shanshan was surprised. Is this my feather? Jia Cheng's face paled. He quickly ran away, yelling, what are you doing? Don't come near me. Shanshan flinched. I'm sorry you, she asked softly. Did I cause you trouble again last night? Jia Cheng looked at her pitiful expression and pursed his lips. It's nothing. Brush your teeth, wash your face, then come out for breakfast. Shanshan replied. Got it. Meanwhile, the boss lady and Jia Xin, even while brushing their teeth, didn't forget to observe the two. Jia Xin was curious. What's with that kid's reaction? Did I miss a scene? The boss lady asked again. Did you record it? Jia Xin hesitated. The boss lady bluntly said. Useless. Jia Cheng looked down, calculating. I might have to camp here again today. Food's running out. I need to get some. Shanshan proactively asked, do you need my help? Jia Cheng refused. No need. Shanshan lowered her eyelids. A little sad. Jia Cheng clicked his tongue. Shanshan called out to him. Where are you going? He coldly replied. To find food. Shanshan hesitated. Then he pointed. I don't have the energy to look after you. Stay here. Don't wander off, understood? You'll only get in the way. Shanshan stopped. She lowered her head, her face filled with hesitation, her eyes with grievance. She recalled Jia Cheng's words, you'll only get in the way, sit here and wait, don't wander off, behave yourself. Don't cause me any trouble. Her hands trembled slightly. He said that again. Jia Cheng scratched his head. Damn it, the water's run out too. The water source here is too far. Shanshan stood up. I'll go. Jia Cheng complained. Don't cause me any more trouble. Shanshan repeated firmly. I'll go. Jia Cheng asked again. Didn't you hear me? I said don't cause me any more trouble. Shanshan walked closer and replied, I heard you. Weren't you just complaining that the water source was too far? Working together now will be much faster, and besides, she spread her wings. Shanshan yelled, I can fly. I'll definitely be faster than you. We're on the mountaintop now. The view is wide open. I'll surely be able to see where to get water from up there, and I won't get lost. She pursed her lips. So I won't cause you any trouble. Jia Cheng glanced at her. Shanshan's eyes were filled with determination. Jia Cheng crossed his arms. But the clothes you're wearing aren't suitable for walking in the forest, so just sit still and don't move. Shanshan was indignant. She reached out and tore her clothes. Her movements were decisive, tearing from her arms, calves to her neck. Shanshan tied her hair up with a strip of fabric from her clothes. She turned to Jia Cheng. This should be fine now, right? Jia Cheng's face darkened when he saw it. Shanshan snorted, extending her hand. Jia Cheng feigned surprise and reluctantly handed her the empty water bottle. Here, this is yours. Before leaving, Shanshan turned and glared at Jia Cheng. Her cheeks were puffed out in anger, tears almost welling up from indignation. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. With that, she flew directly into the air, leaving Jiacheng stunned. Meanwhile, Shanshan flew while wiping away tears. She looked up and around, seeing the scale of the island below, with a large lake in the center. Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. I see it, so the lake is here after the terrain changed. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, startling her. The wind is so strong, what's wrong with my wings? Shanshan was blown to the ground, falling heavily beneath a large tree. Ouch, ouch, Shanshan looked up. What's going on? It felt strange flying this time, she complained, holding her wings. Oh dear, my wings are all torn up. No wonder I kept feeling something snagged when I flew just now, Shanshan recalled with a pang of heartache. That's right, since stepping onto this island I've fallen countless times. It would be a miracle if they weren't tattered. I usually take such good care of them. She looked towards the forest. No choice, I'll have to walk. After a while, Shanshan held her head, realizing, where is this? I'm lost, she thought dejectedly. It's over. What do I do now? I just boasted earlier and now I'm lost. So embarrassing, Shanshan imagined Jiacheng's mocking expression. Hee, what were you saying earlier? Truly just getting in the way. She tried hard to pull herself together. I can't let that guy mock me. I have to figure something out. Shanshan pondered, calmly assessing the situation. The wind was blowing from this direction just now, so I should walk this way. I also feel steam rising from over there. It shouldn't be too far, right? She covered her face. No, I'll definitely get lost if I go that way. Quick, while my brain is still working, I have to figure out a path that won't get me lost. Shanshan suddenly had an idea. I know. She looked at the tall bamboo in front of her. Shanshan slowly stepped back, her eyes serious, her gaze fixed on them. A short while later, the bamboo collapsed. Shanshan clapped her hands, chuckling softly. She looked at the path she had cleared, smiling. There, how could I possibly get lost like this? Just keep walking and cutting and I'll definitely reach my destination. The bamboo forest then let out a tremendous roar. Shanshan finally found the lake and a hand emerged from the water. Kuma, battered and bruised, climbed out of the water. It perked its ears, hearing a strange sound. A massive tree suddenly toppled towards Kuma. The tree crashed down with a loud thud. Shanshan peeked out. This is it, I finally made it. She looked around. It sounds like something, probably just my imagination. As dusk approached, Shanshan wiped sweat from her brow as she looked at the pile of water bottles. This much water should be enough. She shook her hands. Ouch, I stepped on so many sharp rocks just now and my socks are torn. Shanshan unhappily looked behind her. Never mind, the task is done. She lowered her eyelids. I'm very useful, aren't I? Shanshan smiled. See, as long as you're determined, you'll definitely succeed. Don't underestimate me anymore. Jiacheng, that jerk who was getting in the way, say it again. She picked up a water bottle. It's getting dark. Let's go back. Shanshan lowered her eyelids. I wonder if I can still fly. I'll try. She made up her mind. Fly on the mountaintop. Jiacheng was already waiting. Shanshan's yell caught his attention. She fell heavily to the ground. Ow! Shanshan struggled to get up. Just as I expected it had to happen, Jiacheng praised. Well, you actually came back by yourself? That's quite unexpected. I was just about to go look for you. Shanshan looked up and smiled. See, I brought the water back. Impressive, right? Suddenly, she noticed something next to Jiacheng. There were 2 bottles filled with water. Shanshan spoke. The water is over there, Jiacheng calmly said. Oh, you're asking about this water? I was looking for food in the forest just now and fetched it along the way. Shanshan questioned. Why? I already said I'd go get the water. Jiacheng replied. Why what? I don't really trust you. She started to speak but stopped. But Jiacheng glanced. What if you didn't bring the water back? It would be even more trouble then. I told you to stay put from the beginning. Uncertain things like that are faster if I do them myself. Shanshan just pursed her lips. Jiacheng remained wary, but he hadn't expected her to actually bring the water back. Shanshan fiddled with her hands. You treated me like an idiot, but I still, Jiacheng remarked. HMPH, what nonsense are you talking? Forget it. It's good that you're back. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Don't do such unnecessary things again in the future, understood? With a splash, he was drenched with water. Shanshan coldly poured the entire bottle of water on him, her eyes icy. Unnecessary? The waves crashed, and Jianxi sat quietly by the sea. He murmured groggily, so cold, Jianxi complained. My spiritual energy is depleted, my phone's broken, and I ran into bad luck in the city again. It's practically a daily occurrence. Then I came back and got entangled with those 2 demonesses again. He pursed his lips, tears involuntarily streaming down. A gloomy voice cut in. Oh, so this is where you were hiding, Jianxi? He flinched, yelling out. Jia Xin calmly said, calm down, 4 Eyes isn't here. Jianxi was about to slip away when Jia Xin stepped on his foot. She chuckled softly. Quiet, big sis isn't here to drag you back. Jia Xin squinted and said, I've got a fun game, want to play together? Interested? Jianxi was startled and asked blankly, On the other side, Shanshan abruptly threw the water bottle. The sound of the bottle hitting the ground was exceptionally jarring. Jiacheng stared with disbelief. What are you doing? Shanshan opened her mouth, then closed it. She loudly complained, I've had enough of doing things your way. Why should I try to please you like an idiot? Jiacheng was surprised. Shanshan stomped her foot abruptly. She questioned, what do you mean? Is it fun to treat me like an idiot? Just because I don't speak up, you push your luck? I've put up with you for a long time. Jiacheng frowned. What's wrong with her? Shanshan slammed her fist onto the wooden board behind Jiacheng, startling him into immediate silence. She threatened, Shut up, don't you dare interrupt me. Shanshan spoke with difficulty. You're always like this. She glared and approached. You're always like this and I've had enough. You think you can handle everything without anyone's help? Don't be so arrogant. Look at you. What's the difference between you and a clown? Jiacheng angrily. What did you say? Shanshan retorted. Did I say anything wrong? She grabbed his collar. Yeah, no one ever told you what kind of person you are in others' eyes, right? Well, let me tell you. You're an arrogant jerk, Shanshan continued to curse. You never consider others, always putting your own interests first, right? Always everyone is equal, but I'm the best. What a joke. You think you're so amazing, don't you? Stop being so conceited with your weird personality and poisonous tongue. Heartless, stingy, you're utterly useless. Why am I living with someone like you? You deserve to grow old alone. Jachung gritted his teeth in anger and loudly retorted. What do you know? Don't talk as if you understand me so well, Shanshan yelled. Then you say something, she questioned. Likes or dislikes, favorite food, favorite show, favorite color, favorite clothes, anything, just say it, her hands trembling. Say something. Shanshan's tears fell and she repeated, say something. Say something. She completely slumped. Please just say something. Jachung was momentarily stunned, his gaze sweeping over, not understanding what was happening. Shanshan, her face streaked with tears. Because I'm just an idiot. If you don't say it, how will I understand? She said. I know I'm clumsy. I only cause trouble. I can't even do small things right. Always annoying you. Slow-witted and stubborn. Shanshan lowered her eyes. But you still helped me again and again, even though your words are harsh. I know you were worried about me. She hugged her chest. You always care about me, so I want to do something for you too, but I always feel anxious. My mind gets clogged, my heart is unsettled, and I want to make myself more useful. With the last group project and ever since coming to this island, I've always been a burden to you. Shanshan looked up. But even so, I've still been trying to help you. Even if it's just a small thing, at least I won't be a burden anymore. Jachung looked at her in surprise, his gaze flickering away. Jachung could only say, Are you stupid? He gave a soft laugh. That's why I said, you angels are so simple-minded. I've told you before, I helped you for a reason. I'm a demon. All of this was just psychological tactics, yet you still believed it. Shanshan nodded. Jachung gritted his teeth. How are you deaf? I've said all this and you still believe me? Shanshan nodded firmly. Jachung angrily cursed. You idiot, I'm using you, Shanshan replied. I know, Jachung asked in surprise. Then why? How can anyone unconditionally believe such an incomprehensible lie? Shanshan bit her lip. I'm not lying, Jachung yelled. Then tell me, what did you gain believing someone you've only lived with for a few months? Don't be ridiculous. Or do you act this way with everyone? Is that okay? Shanshan stammered. Because she yelled. It's precisely because of this that I believe. It's not like I'm like this with everyone. I can't explain why, but I can feel it, Shanshan stammered. So, she tugged at Jachung's clothes. Shanshan looked up at him. It might take a long time because I'm very clumsy. But I still hope you can slowly, little by little, trust me, okay? Jachung's gaze wavered slightly. Shanshan's tear-filled eyes full of sincerity. Jachung averted his gaze, finally shaking off her hand with a cold snort. Jachung bit his lip when suddenly Shanshan was silent. I understand, even after saying all this, you still. Jachung turned his head in confusion. He was grabbed by Shanshan's collar. Jachung was startled and pulled forward. Memories flooded back. Shanshan softly called out, Sister Jashin. Jashin looked up. What is it? Shanshan whispered. Is there a way to gain a demon's trust? Jashin thought for a moment, then replied, there is a way. Shanshan was curious. What is it? Jashin smiled slyly. A contract. Only by signing a contract will it not be broken. For demons, that's something of extreme trust value. Sounds simple, right? Shanshan then asked, How do you sign a contract? Jashin smiled. You know this one. It's the kind of thing people usually do at weddings. That. Shanshan then gently kissed Jachung's lips. He widened his eyes. As soon as the kiss ended, they separated. Shanshan coldly released him and Jachung fell to the ground with a thud, his face flushed. Shanshan licked her lips. Contract, she boldly declared. Shanshan will absolutely not do anything to betray you. Completing the contract. Jachung trembled all over. Shanshan merely snorted coldly. A contract, something demons use to trust someone. To complete a contract, there are 3 main steps. First, prepare a contract with both parties' conditions. Second, use hair, nails, or blood to activate the contract. Third, create a token according to the contract's content. The token will vary depending on the contract's content. For example, contract rings, bracelets, necklaces, wristbands, belts. Some special contracts require additional conditions to activate. That is, a rickshaw break. Of course, the first 3 steps must be completed first, but our angel skipped the 3 most important steps, jumping directly to the last one, and Shanshan was completely unaware of this, so the contract had not yet taken effect. But Jachung fell face first to the ground. He touched his lips, stammering, You actually? That was just a simple kiss. Jachung angrily cursed. What in the world are you doing? Shanshan seriously asked. How was it? Did it work? He gritted his teeth. Work at what? Who taught you to do this? Shanshan frowned. How can this be? I clearly followed the instructions. Where did I go wrong? No choice then. In fact, our angel of course hadn't realized the problem yet. Shanshan leaned in. Jachung recoiled. Hey, what else do you want to do? She gave him another kiss. This time they kissed more deeply. Jachung was in disbelief. He struggled desperately to escape, but Shanshan held him tightly. He resisted loudly, and eventually Jachung fell to the ground, his brain losing control and constantly making errors. Shanshan thought, how strange. Is it still not right? Do I need to use my tongue? Jachung was startled when he heard this. Shanshan rushed over. All right, one more try. Jachung immediately stopped her. Are you crazy? Stop it. He had been kissed for so long his mouth was askew. Shanshan pushed him away. What did you say? Leave me alone. Jachung could only resist desperately. Shanshan pinned him to the ground. Too much nonsense, don't you believe me? Stop chattering, now open your mouth for me. She grabbed his chin and lifted it. Jiacheng could only say, believe me, I believe you. Shanshan puffed out her cheeks. See, wasn't this better from the start? Her eyes round. Ha! Shanshan pinched Jiacheng's flushed cheeks. She was dazed, not understanding anything. Suddenly Shanshan realized something. She touched her chin in thought. Shanshan looked around for a moment. Finally she covered her mouth. Shanshan gently fell silent. She touched her own lips and Shanshan's face instantly flushed crimson. She slapped her cheeks, secretly muttering, "WWW, what have I done?" Shanshan closed her eyes. Someone as innocent and pure as me actually did that. She covered her face, and twice, where have all the customs and etiquette gone? Shanshan slightly opened her eyes, and Jiacheng on the other side was equally dazed. Shanshan covered her mouth, thinking, what kind of expression is that? It looks like I forced him. She gently pursed her lips. It's the first time I've seen that expression on him. Anyway, what should I do? Shanshan suddenly stood up. She giddily pointed. That was my idea, don't you? Her words suddenly cut off because she bit her tongue. Shanshan clutched her mouth in pain, her lips murmuring, don't misunderstand. All in all, Jiacheng stared wide-eyed at Shanshan while she avoided his gaze, not daring to look directly. The two fell silent, and in an instant both their faces flushed. Jiacheng angrily thought, what the hell is this idiot? Shanshan also covered her cheeks, and a voice rang out from behind, you two are having quite a good time. Jiacheng's eyes filled with fear, and a bolt of lightning struck towards the two. Jiacheng hugged his head. What the hell is it now? A blurry figure appeared in the smoke. Jian Shi gritted his teeth. Late at night, a man and a woman having quite a good time, aren't we? The person who appeared was Jian Shi. His gaze was full of malice. Jiacheng was visibly surprised. How are you here? Jian Shi pursed his lips. It hurts, it really hurts. It's too unfair. Why are you enjoying yourself here, you bastard, while I? Jiacheng was stunned. What are you talking about? Jian Shi yelled. 3 days, he cursed. Do you know how much I've suffered these past 3 days? Jian Zai's eyes widened, forced to do all sorts of things. How many unreasonable demands were made? That was when Jia Xin and the class president made him wear a skirt. And those looks every day, he was silent without even time to breathe. His body and mind were on the verge of collapse. Jian Shi was indignant, unable to escape. It was always like this. That nightmare always recurred, and he covered his mouth, crying, my poor Jian Shi is no longer innocent. Jiacheng was stunned. Jian Shi rushed forward. So while I was being tortured, you were here enjoying your youth, is that it? He exploded. A man and a woman carefree on a deserted island for 3 days and 2 nights, and even living with Shanshan. Jealousy, too much jealousy. Jiacheng's face darkened. Enough, old man, if you were in my situation, you'd understand. Having fun, my ass. Jian Shi lowered his head. Stop making excuses, all of you. He pointed and said, here you can do whatever you want, no one will say anything. You must have tried everything. Just now, you two were still being lovey-dovey. I saw it all. Both were greatly surprised when they heard this. Shanshan whispered, no, that was just a misunderstanding, Jiacheng loudly said. I was forced by her just now. I'm the victim. Another person walked over. Again, putting all the blame on the girl. Jia Xin smiled faintly. Looks like you're having a lot of fun, Jiacheng. Everyone is surprised, Sister Jia Xin replied with a smile. Miss your sister. Jiacheng took the opportunity to vent his anger. What's your purpose, suddenly bringing us to a deserted island, and with that troublemaker too? Jia Xin made a few gestures. If you truly want to know, I, your sister, am happy to answer. The reason is obvious. It's to promote your relationship, shorten the distance, and develop a better connection. It's just that things progressed a bit too quickly, so I came to stop you. She approached Jian Shi. Don't you feel it's unfair? You're suffering while that guy is here being lovey-dovey, Jiacheng loudly said. Stop fanning the flames. You're the mastermind, Jia Xin continued to incite. Rise up, peasant brothers. Unleash all your resentment on that guy. No one here will punish you. Go for it. Jia Xin pointed. Go, Pikachu, I choose you. You can do it. Jian Shi charged forward as if injected with adrenaline. He transformed. Pikapi Pikachu. Jiacheng's face darkened. Wake up, brother. She's controlling you. Suddenly his eyes widened. Jian Shi had already flown high into the sky holding Shanshan. Jian Shi smiled gently. Don't worry, Shanshan, are you hurt? Shanshan blushed. I'm fine. Jiacheng clicked his tongue. Jian Shi gently set Shanshan down. He held her hand. Just stay here, you'll be safe. Jian Shi gently kissed her hand. Wait for me. His gaze was cold. Once I deal with that bastard, I'll come right back for you. Shanshan was stunned. She hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait. Jia Xin smiled faintly. Sister advises you the wisest choice right now is not to interfere. Shanshan was surprised. Sister Jia Xin explained that men can only grow through battle, and we just need to cheer them on from afar. Shanshan understood. I see. Jian Shi angrily released electricity. Chidori. Jiacheng jumped high into the sky, trying to hurt someone. The two threatened each other. Jian Shi cursed. Don't worry, you won't die. Jiacheng's eyes widened in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Shi delivered a decisive blow, sending Jiacheng flying far away. He was surprised. So strong. Sipo is the weakest here. Jia Xin smiled. Have you only just realized? Jia Xin suddenly turned her head. What trick are you pulling now? Jian Shi explained. This is a pure love armor which can increase the extremely rare power of those who possess pure love. Jiacheng scoffed. You look a lot purer. He pointed at Jian Shi. Besides, where would this guy get pure love from? This is a power enhancer. Jian Shi said disdainfully. How would a brat like you understand? He smiled. I, Jian Shi, have pure love for all beautiful women. Jiacheng's face darkened. Something sounded off, but he couldn't refute it. Jia Xin laughed. The chosen one is truly different, Jian Shi yelled. Stop talking nonsense. Another person suddenly appeared from behind. You finally arrived, my demon king majesty. The boss lady pushed up her glasses. Let me help you, Jia Xin warned. Don't mess things up for me. Shanshan smiled sweetly. Boss lady, reach out, use this, she explained. This is Jiku driver equipment. Only the chosen ones can use it. With it, you can kick anyone who gets in your way. Jia Xin cursed. You scoundrel, didn't you say you wouldn't participate in this? The boss lady smiled wickedly. That's what I said at first, but I just heard some things that made me quite unhappy. Jian Zai's cheeks puffed out in hesitation. Jia Xin said angrily, don't be afraid, just play, I allow you to play. Jia Cheng said worriedly, what is this, are you trying to trick me? The boss lady gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, this time I'm on your side. Jia Cheng asked again. Are there any side effects? The lady boss replied, guaranteed preservative free. Jia Cheng frowned. Really? The boss lady said angrily. You're too slow. If you don't use it, give it to me. Jia Cheng picked it up. Ring it on. Let me see how powerful this thing is. The boss lady asked, you know how to use it, right? The belt lit up, making the sound of the Jiku driver. Jia Cheng raised the monitor badge. He transformed. Henshin, Shanshan and Jia Xin's eyes lit up. Jian Shi also felt dazzled. The boss lady's mouth dropped open in surprise. Jia Cheng fell into contemplation. The theme song suddenly became flamboyant. I am a Y from across time as the dark fantasy abyss lord, wielding the power of heroes and beasts. Kamen Rider monitor. Jia Cheng gritted his teeth. Something feels off. Are you messing with me? Give me a minute to explain. The boss lady merely smiled slightly. This is genuine local produce. Go, my demon king majesty. Believe in your own abilities. Jian Shi kicked Jia Cheng away. Are you kidding? You think you can beat me with just a tattered outfit? Jia Cheng questioned. See, it's not strong at all. Were you lying to me? The boss lady frowned. That's strange. Logically it should be. Is it because the power isn't enough yet? Jia Cheng asked, displeased. What now? The boss lady explained. You must gather your internal energy in your dantian and circulate it within to activate the power. Jia Cheng looked a little bewildered. Is that true? He closed his eyes, thinking, concentrate, figure it out quickly or I'll be beaten to a pulp. I get it. Jian Shi released more electricity. It's over. Just surrender obediently. He threw a lightning ball at Jia Cheng and thick smoke billowed from the ground. Jian Shi stopped, his eyes vigilant. Jia Cheng's hand moved slightly and his eyebrows turned golden. Jia Cheng roared, his hair also turning golden. Super Saiyan. Jia Cheng tilted his head. I see, I understand. Jian Shi retreated in surprise. The boss lady mused. I didn't expect him to awaken. Jia Xin also exclaimed. Wow, his hair turned yellow. Shanshan looked bewildered. What happened? The boss lady explained. This thing can regenerate power based on the user's memories and experiences. I didn't expect him to be able to use it to this extent. Jia Xin realized. Then why are you here? The boss lady calmly said. Because it looked very safe over there. Shanshan was still in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Jian Shi also erupted. Playing God, in that case, let's give it our all. You won't defeat the power of pure love, Jia Xin exclaimed. He's actually become so strong, truly unexpected. The boss lady also chimed in. If they fight like this, who knows who will win? Shanshan yelled. What are you two talking about? I don't understand. On the other side, the two had already rushed towards each other. The two men glared at each other, brushing past. They waved their fists, but their moves looked comical, like they were dancing, eventually turning into a dance performance. Shanshan was surprised. I thought it was a fight, but it turned into a hip-hop solo dance. Jian Shi fell down. Shanshan was startled. He's passed out. Jia Cheng also fell backward. He slapped the ground, and in an instant his whole body disappeared. The boss lady commented. That's strange. Pure love lost. Logically, these two powers should be evenly matched, shouldn't they? Does Jia Cheng have other hidden powers? Jia Xin was surprised. Impossible. That kid doesn't have anything. Shanshan was nervous. What things? What happened? Jia Xin pointed. Hey, wait. Look at that kid. Jia Cheng shone all over with light. The boss lady was surprised. That's, Jia Xin also blurted out. How is that possible? The boss lady commented. Combining these two powers is too strong. Jia Xin echoed. So this is the legendary power. Shanshan was dazzled. What is that? Please explain it to them. She replied. Just treat it as a manga. Jian Shi was defeated and fell to the ground. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Jia Cheng smiled. Too naive, old brother. This guy is of course on another level. He stood at the peak of the deep mountains. Go and appreciate true power. Jia Cheng threw a huge light orb. Jian Shi was stunned. The three onlookers were all dumbfounded in surprise. Jia Cheng shouted loudly, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, neighbors, please lend me your strength. The people who were called out were all surprised. Is this guy on drugs? Seriously? Wow, interesting. The power of words gathered in the light orb, making it grow larger and larger. Come on. Shanshan was surprised. This was broadcast on TV, it seems to be. She couldn't believe it. Before her eyes was a huge feces-shaped ball of power. The power of friendship. Jia Cheng said, it's over. The pink feces flew high into the sky. Shanshan was scared. Wait, but Jia Cheng had already thrown it. Take this, it's over. The power ball flew away. Jian Shi stood dumbfounded on the other side, his eyes filled with fear. It's on fire, friend, it's on fire. The three onlookers shouted excitedly, but the light quickly reached them. Finally, it swept them all away too, and a terrible explosion occurred on the island. Finally, it shrunk back into a small piece of feces. The night returned to its usual tranquility. Shanshan slowly opened her eyes. She frowned. Then Shanshan opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Jia Xin. She smiled and asked, awake, did you sleep well? Shanshan was stunned. Who are you? Shanshan blinked in surprise. She quickly retreated a few meters. Shanshan asked hurriedly, sister, who are you? Jia Xin merely smiled faintly. Shanshan covered her mouth. So beautiful, and she looks a little familiar. Where have I seen her? She thought back. I remember, it's the person in the photo in Jia Cheng's room. Jia Xin chuckled softly. What's wrong, still haven't remembered? She lowered her eyes. Then let me ask you a question, sister. There's a prize if you answer correctly. Shanshan was startled, taking a step back. Jia Xin asked. Guess what? She suddenly yelled. Ah, so numb, my legs are numb, so numb, so numb. Shanshan was stunned. Shanshan ran over and gently touched Jia Xin's leg, making her scream even louder. What are you doing, you little girl? Shanshan tilted her head. Jia Xin glanced at her, smiling bitterly. Shanshan leaned closer and sniffed again. She said with certainty, this scent, it must be Sister Jia Xin. Jia Xin asked, do you eat basil often? Your nose is so keen. She blushed. Honestly, I was just trying to tease you. Shanshan was bewildered. Gigi got bigger. Jia Xin teased. What are you thinking, little girl? Shanshan shook her head and nothing. She lowered her head, blushing, thinking no wonder she could wear the dress Sister Jia Xin gave her. Jia Xin sneered. Shanshan waved. Yes, I didn't mean that, she asked curiously. But Sister Jia Xin, why did you suddenly get bigger? Jia Xin raised her chin. No need to be surprised. This is my true form. Shanshan was stunned. Bati, she froze. Shanshan quickly said, I remember, just now Jian Shi suddenly appeared and fought with Jia Cheng. My eyes were dazzled and the boss lady and Sister Jia Xin also came. Then the island exploded. Then what? How, where is this? I passed out just now. Am I dreaming? Sister Jia Xin turned into an adult. How could I have such a dream? Jia Xin chuckled softly. You have a rich imagination, she pointed. Don't worry. We're still on the island. As for the fight just now, that was indeed a dream. Shanshan was puzzled. Ha, dream. Jia Xin glanced over there. Jia Cheng and Jian Shi were also asleep, occasionally shouting. Ah no. She raised her chin. Do you know how powerful I am? Shanshan was surprised. Why? Jia Xin explained. Similar to Silbus's ability to control dreams, I can only control the dreams of these people, like playing a virtual reality game. But not everyone can do it, only special demons like me can use this trick. Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a dream? No wonder it seemed so illogical and strange. When she paused at the scene of the two kissing, Shanshan blushed. When did I dream that? Jia Xin smiled slyly. Who knows what's with that expression? Did you two do something? Shanshan denied. No, not at all. It's all because of your tricks. Jia Xin teased. Why did you suddenly blush? Shanshan pushed her hand away. Sister Jia Xin, you're too mean. Not at all. She turned her face away. Then where's the boss lady? The forest returned to silence. In Jia Cheng's old room, everything was still arranged as before. The photo album lay on the floor and the boss lady picked up a diary. She read it silently for a long time. Shanshan poked Jia Cheng's cheek. He remained sound asleep, completely unaware. Shanshan complained. He's still not awake. Jia Xin stretched. Don't worry, he'll wake up in a moment. Jia Cheng frowned uncomfortably and Shanshan observed him, chin in hand. Her eyes narrowed. Sister Jia Xin. Jia Xin replied. What is it? Shanshan tentatively asked. Why doesn't Jia Cheng have wings? Jia Xin merely glanced at her, not answering. Shanshan hesitated. I know it's rude to ask about someone's private affairs so suddenly, but ever since I saw the scars on Jia Cheng's back, I've been uneasy. Why did he lose his wings? What made him lose trust in others to such an extreme extent? She said sadly. I also want to ask Jia Cheng directly, but I don't know how to bring it up. For some reason my chest always aches faintly and my heart always feels restless. Jia Xin smiled. That kid didn't tell you about this? How useless. It's not a big deal at all. Do you really want to know? Shanshan replied firmly. Yes. Jia Xin smiled wickedly. That's right, the scars on that kid's back are because his wings were cut off. As for, meanwhile in another place, the boss lady was flipping through the diary, her lips moving slightly as she silently read each page. The boss lady's face was grim. Jia Xin opened her mouth, her eyes bloodshot. The one who cut off that kid's wings was me. Shanshan was shocked. Ah, Shanshan was surprised. What happened? Jia Xin just smiled. That means she suddenly made a beep beep sound. She froze. It's over. Shanshan worried. What's that sound? Jia Xin secretly cried. Oh no. Instantly, Jia Xin changed back into her original small body. Shanshan was startled. She shrunk. Jia Xin tilted her head. Ah, this form has a bit of a problem. I can only maintain it for about 3 minutes, Shanshan asked curiously. Why? Jia Xin's eyes lit up. Her thoughts had been revealed. Actually, I'm a detective. My job is to investigate suspicious dealings between angels and demons. Once while playing in the park, I saw a group of suspicious black-clad angels doing something stealthily. Later, I was accidentally ambushed by their accomplices and forced to drink poison. When I woke up, my body had become like this. Since then, I've been investigating their identities under another guise, looking for an antidote. Shanshan's eyes widened. That's amazing, just like in anime. Jia Xin was also surprised, thinking she actually believed it. Shanshan then asked, Ah, we were halfway through. What happened to Jia Cheng's wings? Jia Xin scratched her head. How did I say something just now? Shanshan reminded her. You were halfway through. Jia Xin tilted her head. What? Who knows? I don't remember. At this moment, she grabbed Jian Zai's leg with one hand and Jia Cheng's leg with the other. Jia Xin forcefully slammed them to the ground. Wake up, you two. How long are you planning to sleep? She swung them harder and harder. Let's party, you two. Shanshan worried. Is something wrong again? In the dark room, the boss lady was still flipping through the photo album. Inside, there was a note left by Jia Xin. What are you looking for? There's no information you want here. The boss lady's face was veined with anger. You did well. She walked out of the house. Go back. Suddenly, the boss lady noticed something. On the other side, Kuma was battered and bruised, slumped by the river. Jian Shi and Jia Cheng also sat there silently. My head hurts so much I feel like I had a nightmare, but I don't remember anything. So strange. Jian Shi agreed. Me too. Jia Xin reminded them. What are you sitting there for? Barbecue time. I've prepared all the ingredients. Hurry up. I'm so hungry. Jia Cheng frowned. Tisk always bossing people around. The boss lady walked over. Here, these are the seasonings you need. Jia Xin's eyes turned red with anger. She yelled, Too slow? She hoisted Kuma onto her shoulder. Oh, I brought this thing back with me. Can we eat it? Jia Xin asked loudly. Kuma ran to her side, excitedly circling her. Kuma, how did you end up like this? How can I live without you? Say something, Kuma, Shin finally said coldly. Forget it, it's beyond saving, let's do it. Hearing this, Kuma immediately jumped up. The boss lady exclaimed, that name sounds really strange. Shin replied, because it's a bear, I just called it Kuma. The barbecue sizzled on the grill, a mouth-watering sound. Various meats were already laid out. Shin asked, smells so good, is it not ready yet? Chung, overwhelmed, cursed angrily. Sis, if you're free, come help me out, hand me a plate. He flopped onto the ground, panting heavily. Suddenly, a cold can pressed against his cheek, making Chung jump. Shanshan walked over. Startled, here, take it, Chung asked curiously. Where did you go just now? Shanshan replied. To shower and change clothes. Sister Shin said there's a clean lake nearby, everyone exclaimed in unison. The tea smells so good, Shanshan asked. Aren't you eating? Chung replied. I'm not hungry. She then quieted down. The two fell silent again. For a moment, silence filled the air. Chung quietly took a sip of water, his eyes wide. He worriedly thought, what does she want? If she wants to eat, she should just go eat. Sitting here silently all of a sudden. And just now I had a very strange dream, although I can't remember the details. It seemed like she kissed me. Chung's gaze stopped. He glanced sideways. Shanshan continued to calmly drink water, not saying a word. Chung stared at her lips. Was it a dream? Real and fake, confusing. Thinking this, his emotions fluctuated intensely. He tried to calm himself. Out of sight, out of mind, nothing happened. Shanshan spoke. Chung, she stammered. Do you remember what happened just now? This question made Chung spit out all his water. He thought, blushing. Was it real? Shanshan's face also reddened. The two awkwardly turned their faces away. She nervously tried to say something, but Shanshan still blurted out, do those things I did count? She racked her brain to explain. It definitely wasn't like that. No, I mean even though I did it, but if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have done it. Shanshan lowered her head. Biting her lip, she covered her face. I didn't mean to kiss you. Chung looked bewildered. What are you saying? Shanshan glanced at him. She boldly stepped forward. Anyway, did the contract succeed? Shanshan asked, blushing. Answer me. Chung covered his mouth, not saying a word. His eyes also reddened. Chung turned his face away. It succeeded, she smiled. Really, that's great. Chung slapped his forehead, thinking, tisk. I suddenly went soft again. Shanshan commanded, all right, now start preparing your apology letter. Chung was startled. Shanshan said seriously, you said a lot of offensive things to me, right? Quick, say it, he retorted. That was a long time ago. How could I remember every single detail? Shanshan replied. Not long at all. It's only been 3 days, 16 hours, and 18 minutes. Chung yelled, so vengeful I can't remember. Shanshan's face was stern. But I remember. Quick, say sorry. Chung huffed angrily. No apology. All these problems were caused by you, weren't they? Shanshan puffed out her cheeks. HMPH, and you said the contract succeeded. Demons truly are a cunning bunch. Chung angrily. What? Your demand is too much. Whether I apologize or not is my right, Shanshan calmly replied. Apologizing is also a way to build mutual trust, you know. Chung angrily cursed. Then you're the one who should apologize first. Everything started because of you, Shanshan admitted. I understand. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Finally, Shanshan raised her hand and said, I'm sorry. Chung trembled slightly hearing her words. Because I always rush things and mess them up clumsily. I'm sorry I broke your model. Always eating your cake from the fridge without permission, making a mess of everything, causing you to have to deal with things, getting angry at you for no reason. She lowered her head. Deciding everything on my own, causing you trouble. Being self-righteous, not considering your feelings. I'm sorry. Shanshan apologized silently and sincerely. Chung frowned. What? Why are you suddenly so well-behaved? Shanshan looked up. All right, your turn, quick, say it. Chung cursed. I was just about to praise you, Shanshan urged. Hey, we just agreed, please go ahead. Chung snorted coldly. I'm very sorry, Shanshan. That's it. Are you kidding? Chung reaching his limit. This is too much. I endured you for so long to do something this embarrassing. Shanshan reminded. Then at least make it louder and more sincere. Chung annoyed. Are you nitpicking? If you can hear it, hear it. If not, then forget it. He helplessly turned his head away. I'm sorry I said harsh things and sometimes got angry at you. All right, is that enough? Shanshan reluctantly accepted. It's passable. Chung interrupted her, a little embarrassed. It's also because of me. I used to always be alone, so I don't know how to get along with others. Chung's eyes reddened. Honestly, I don't even know what the right thing to do is, Shanshan smiled. Go on. Chung yelled. What kind of expression is that? Is it funny? Shanshan chuckled. Not at all. It's just the first time I've seen you so sincere. I found it interesting. Don't mind me. Go on, he roared. Enough, don't expect me to say it a second time. Shanshan grabbed Chung's hand. It's okay if you don't understand, just learn slowly. She smiled. So if it's alright, you can confide in me whenever you want from now on. Chung's face reddened, looking a little flustered. Shanshan patted her chest, guaranteeing, don't worry, if there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. What's with that suspicious look? I'm quite good at these things, you know. The boss lady and Shin, eating barbecue, also chuckled softly. The boss lady asked, what are you laughing about? Shin replied, what do you mean? She wants to make people curious. It's so much fun. I love to say half and leave half and then watch others' curious expressions. That feeling is truly indescribable. The boss lady took a step back. Who are you talking to? Shin smiled. Isn't my plan great? She laughed maniacally. This is a technical matter. In just 3 days I accomplished what you couldn't in 3 months. From now on, when you see me, you'll bow your head. You'd best surrender the title of Cupid to me, the boss lady said indifferently. You're the best, Jia Xin stepped forward. Hey, you took a bit long to get things just now. Did you go somewhere you shouldn't have? Saw something you shouldn't have? The boss lady made a slight move. Jia Xin immediately yelled, Ow, 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 who's messing with me? The boss lady's face darkened. Next time you talk nonsense to Shan Shan, don't blame me for being impolite. Jia Xin blushing. Got it, the boss lady asked. By the way, when did you find out? Jia Xin smiled. She just asked. Only just found out, the boss lady frowned. How you tricked me, you cunning demon, Jia Xin looking smug. You flatter me, she impatient. It doesn't matter if you know. I don't care what schemes you have, but Jia Xin's eyes lit up. If my brother is in danger, I will flatten all of heaven. The boss lady just pondered silently. She smiled. Got it, Jia Xin not quite believing. Really? No way, the boss lady replied. Of course, the risks are equally shared. Just be careful not to cause any problems. Jia Xin rested her chin on her hand. I'm impressed. I really don't understand what benefits you get from this. Boss lady replied. How are you any different? If you feel guilty towards your brother, then go apologize. How long are you going to drag this out? Are you scared? Jia Xin angrily. What business is it of yours? She sighed. Me apologize to him. I'm afraid he wouldn't even believe it himself. Jia Xin rolled her eyes. Why? She looked at Jia Cheng. From that day on I lost the right to be his sister. Jia Xin frustrated. Perhaps this is the only way to improve our sibling relationship, the boss lady sighed. How overbearing. Jia Xin retorted. What right do you have to judge me? She rushed forward and hugged the boss lady. By the way, my problems are practically insignificant compared to yours. Jia Xin smiled sinisterly. It must be kept secret. The risks are high and success brings no benefits. If one day you reach a dead end, I might reluctantly offer you a word or two of comfort. She smiled disdainfully. Tisk, I suddenly feel too kind. The boss lady grabbed Jia Xin's face. Who gave you permission to change your form? Change back to your original appearance. Jia Xin yelled. Ow, 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 my face, my face. She shrunk. It was just a joke. Why so serious? The boss lady crossed her arms. If you're discovered and can still change back to your original form, that would be bad. Don't forget your current identity as a criminal. Jia Xin pouted. Alright, I get it. The boss lady glared at her. Did you hear me clearly? I'm serious. Jia Xin yelled. I know already, so annoying. Shan Shan walked over with 2 skewers of barbecue. Boss lady, sister Jia Xin, the barbecue is ready. The boss lady replied. Coming. Jia Xin also smiled. You go ahead, I have something to do. Deep in the gloomy jungle, Jia Xin squinted slightly. She suddenly lashed her tail towards a bush. A piercing scream rang out. Who's there? Don't do that. Let's talk slowly if there's something. Jian Shi, tightly bound, flew out. Jia Xin sneered. As expected, you hid your presence really well. Even that Four Eyes didn't notice. Jian Shi worried. It's just a misunderstanding. I went to the bathroom, accidentally overheard and was too scared, so I hid. Jia Xin threatened. Really? Were you two intentionally eavesdropping? Jian Shi stammered. Really? I heard a lot but I didn't understand anything. I promise I won't tell anyone. Jia Xin approached. Forget it, it's not important. Hey brat, want to make a deal with your sister? He was stunned. Ha, Jia Xin enticed. Want to get rid of the curse? You're also controlled by that Four Eyes, right? I can solve this. Jian Shi was stunned. Ha, Jia Xin chuckled softly. I can help you get rid of that Four Eyes and at the same time tell you how to break the curse. In exchange, after all this is done, you must leave here and never appear before that Four Eyes again. Jian Shi was surprised. Are those all the conditions? His hand trembled. To Jia Xin's surprise, Jian Shi replied. I don't agree. Jia Xin angrily questioned. Why isn't this what you've been looking for all this time? The conditions are very simple. Jian Shi turned his head away. I'd rather find the answer myself, and I already have some clues. Besides, the accompanying conditions are too simple. I feel like something's not right, he continued. How can one easily trust a demon? If there's a way to remove the collar, why don't you try it yourself? Jia Xin revealed a fierce expression. As expected, I should just get rid of you, Jian Shi pleaded. Don't do that, I was wrong. Jia Xin pinched Jian Zai's face. She leaned closer. Shut your mouth, listen to me. Brat, what are you doing hiding here slyly? What are you plotting? Jian Zai's mouth was covered. He could only make muffled sounds. Jia Xin clicked her tongue. She smiled wickedly. Listen up, brat. If I wanted to, I could get rid of you right now. I'm warning you. Don't do anything to attract that Four Eyes' attention. Jia Xin's face darkened. Don't get too close to her. Don't pry into her affairs. Don't touch any part of her body. Don't be alone with her. Don't walk with her. Don't eat the same food as her. Don't wear the same clothes as her. She leaned closer. Don't shop with her. Don't chat privately with her. Don't live with her. Don't play games with her. Don't smell her scent. Don't look at her face. Don't look at her legs, ideally. Don't even breathe the same air as her. If I find you have any designs on her, I'll rip out your tail and shove it in your mouth and hang you upside down from a tree. Understood? Understood. On the other side, the boss lady sneezed. She rubbed her nose, thinking, Tisk, did I catch a cold? Jia Xin raised her hand. I'm back. She happily rushed over. Wow, the tea smells so good, Shen Shen smiled. Sister Jia Xin still has a lot. Jia Xin happily handed it to her sister. The boss lady noticed Jian Shi behind her. She just pondered for a moment. The sky gradually darkened. Jia Xin complained too much. My stomach can't fit anything else. She lay on the ground. The boss lady rested her chin on her hand. It's late, let's pack up and go back. Jia Xin yelled. Oh, it's still early. There's a late night show. The boss lady calmly said. No, staying too long will lead to being discovered. Jia Xin shouted loudly. I won't do it, I won't, the boss lady reminded. Stop making a fuss, Shan Shan, watching her intently, spoke up. Hey Jian Shi, can I ask you a question? Jian Shi turned his head in surprise. What is it? Shan Shan asked curiously. Are the horns on your head real? Jian Shi licked his lips, glancing. Of course they're real. Shan Shan's eyes sparkled. Can I touch them? Jian Shi smiled. No problem, you can touch them for as long as you want. A cold hand reached out. Jia Cheng separated the two. Don't touch that thing, your hand will get tainted with a rotting curse, Jianshi angrily. Ha brat, you always come to mess things up, Jiacheng said in a low voice. If you're neither man nor woman, then shut up. On the other side, Jia Xin, after getting a bump on her head, became more obedient. Quiet down, all of you. Once you're done packing, let's head back, Shanshan quickly agreed. Okay, late at night, Shanshan asked softly. Is it okay to walk back so late? Jia Xin led the way. Don't worry, you'll be safe with Big Sis. I've already said goodbye to them, she said, picking her ear. Shanshan was surprised. Big Sis, Jia Xin, aren't you coming with us? Jia Xin looked down and sighed. No, I snuck into the human world this time, and it wouldn't be good if I were discovered, plus it's time. Shanshan looked bewildered. Ha, Jia Xin said, the lake is just ahead. We're here, Shanshan squinted. Where is this? Jia Xin replied. This is the escape device I made, it's gone. Shanshan thought in surprise. Isn't this where I took a bath earlier? Jia Xin called out. Shanshan, she touched her ring, which immediately transformed into a hairpin. Jia Xin took it off and handed it to Shanshan. This is Big Sis's parting gift to you, you'll definitely find a use for it someday. Shanshan was surprised. Thank you, Big Sis. Jia Xin reached out to her eyes softening. Shanshan looked at Jia Xin blankly. She reached out and Shanshan immediately picked up Jia Xin. Jiacheng said coldly, what are you doing? Everyone was stunned. Shanshan said nervously, I thought Big Sis wanted me to hug her. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jia Xin buried her head in Shanshan's arms. Shanshan was surprised. Jia Xin closed her eyes. Thank you, Shanshan asked awkwardly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jia Xin squinted. I'm entrusting my brother to your care. Shanshan remained silent for a long time. Jiacheng frowned, thinking, what are they whispering about? I can't hear anything. Jia Xin smiled. If that kid bullies you, just tell me. Her eyes lit up, full of murderous intent. I'll help you teach him a good lesson. The boss lady spoke up. Are you two done chatting? How long do you plan to make us stand in the middle of the lake? Jiacheng crossed his arms. What is this? The boss lady frowned. Is it okay? It looks a little familiar. Jia Xin glanced at her. Don't be picky, Four Eyes. This is smuggled goods. Although it looks a bit rough, the quality is excellent. Her eyes lit up as she continued. Next, everyone drink a glass of water. This is the teleportation program. Kuma brought out a tray of water. Jia Xin smiled. Don't worry, this water was taken from the bottom of the lake before you came down, guaranteed clean. Hearing this, Shanshan spat out all her water. Jiacheng glanced. No side effects, right? Jianshi also worried. Why does it have a scent? It smells like a girl. Shanshan yelled. Wait. Jia Xin smiled. Go for it, Jiacheng. Don't let a girl lead you by the nose again. He awkwardly turned his face away. Jia Xin just watched him, smiling faintly. Shanshan ran over and shouted, No, this can't be drunk. Jianshi was surprised. What's wrong with you? Jiacheng also asked curiously. Is there something wrong with this water? Shanshan stammered because in short, it can't be drunk. The boss lady confidently picked up a cup. I'll go first. Shanshan quickly pounced. Don't. But just then, Jia Xin activated the joystick and the water beneath their feet began to flow. A group of people were surrounded by the current. Jia Xin smiled. Take care, Four Eyes, goodbye. The boss lady replied indifferently, you too. The forest quickly returned to silence and the water surface quickly became calm again. Jia Xin sighed. She looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling too quiet. Not at all used to it. On the calm water surface, bubbles suddenly emerged from the center of the lake and 4 people were swept up by the current. Those who hadn't drunk the water all reacted, covering their mouths. They soon fell directly to the ground. Ow. Only the boss lady was calm. She looked around, already back in the human world. Shanshan hugged her head. So painful, why did we come back this way? Jiacheng also frowned. Tisk finally left that island. Shanshan yelled. Jiacheng was startled. What's wrong? She replied. My ears changed back. He abruptly turned his head and indeed it was true. She's screaming so much just for that, she really scared me. The boss lady was poking Jianshi, who was sprawled on the ground. The subway doors opened and the people around them were busy with their own affairs. At the subway ticket booth, Shanshan happily looked up at the sky. This atmosphere, it feels like years have passed. The boss lady arranged. It's late, let's disperse. Shanshan smiled. Goodbye, boss lady. Jianshi smiled. Alright then, I'll take my leave. The boss lady grabbed him. Wait. She asked dangerously, what were you and Jia Xin secretly doing on the island just now? Is there anything you want to tell me? Jianshi flinched. The boss lady's voice was grim. The night is still long. Let's find a place to chat, shall we? He yelled. No, back at Jiacheng's apartment. He had just come out of the shower when Jiacheng suddenly noticed his wings. What are you doing? Shanshan was folding her wings and examining them. My wings got all messed up these past few days on the island. I need to groom them now. She looked back. But I can't reach the back with my hands. It's really annoying. Never mind. I'll ask the boss lady to help me tomorrow. Jiacheng remained silent. He spoke up. If you don't mind, I can help you. Shanshan was surprised. Jiacheng frowned. What? If not, then forget it. She quickly replied. No, it's not. Shanshan lowered her head shyly. Then I'll trouble you, Jiacheng requested. Give me the comb and brush. He quickly handed them over. Here you go, Jiacheng observed carefully. Just trim the damaged feathers and comb them right, Shanshan replied. Jiacheng gently stroked the feathers. Shanshan suddenly closed her eyes tightly. Jiacheng was also startled. What's wrong? Shanshan blushed. Nothing, just a little ticklish. Jiacheng reminded her. Shut up. She had no choice but to reply, I'm sorry. On the adjacent balcony, a couple was having tea. They heard ambiguous sounds coming from Jiacheng's room. Both felt awkward at the same time. Jiacheng said angrily, Are you crazy screaming so loudly? What if the neighbors hear? Say one more word and you'll regret it. Shanshan covered her ears. I'm sorry, I'm used to it, I won't scream anymore. She lowered her head, blushing, because besides the boss lady, you're the first person to help me groom my wings, so Jachung was startled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shanshan yelled. It's okay, she said shyly. If it's Jachung, it's fine. Jachung puffed out his cheeks, thinking, don't say such misleading things and don't make that shy expression. He gritted his teeth. The atmosphere was too ambiguous, just like a romance drama. Why in the world am I helping her groom her wings? I must be crazy. Calm down, don't be controlled by external forces. Jachung entered sage mode. Women are but fleeting clouds, I am immortal. His face was solemn. Is it right here? Shanshan lowered her head. She glanced at him, then unconsciously looked at Jachung behind her. Jachung's face was extremely calm. Seeing her like this, he asked curiously, what's wrong again? She turned her face away. Nothing. She grabbed Jachung's hand. Can I ask a somewhat private question? He asked curiously. Go ahead, Shanshan spoke. I heard you talk about your wings, and Big Sis Jia Xin also mentioned it. Jachung froze. Shanshan opened her mouth. Is that true? Jachung replied calmly. You really are a gossip. You even know about this. Shanshan closed her eyes tightly. I'm sorry, but I'm very curious. She lowered her head, and I want to hear it from you directly. Jachung remained silent for a long time. Finally he replied. Yes, what Big Sis Jia Xin told you is all true. Shanshan was surprised. How really? He maintained a calm demeanor. Shanshan pressed on. But why would Big Sis Jia Xin do that? Jachung crossed his arms and explained. Normally when a demon's wings break, they grow back after a while, and the new wings are much stronger than the old ones. So many demons choose to cut off their own wings to enhance their power, but after Big Sis Jia Xin cut off my wings, for some reason they never grew back. Shanshan looked bewildered. Do you know why? Jachung shook his head. I don't know, I'm used to it. Having wings or not doesn't matter to me anymore. She hesitated, but Jachung stroked the feathers again. Alright, look, is this okay? Shanshan replied. It's fine. She happily spread her wings. It's much neater now and more comfortable. Shanshan hugged her wings and rubbed them. So smooth, that's more like it. Jachung reminded her. Now that you're done, put away your wings, they're taking up space. She replied. Understood. Shanshan watched him from a distance, wanting to speak but hesitating. Jachung spoke first. Is there anything else? She quickly ran off. No, nothing. Shanshan closed the door. Jachung gently clicked his tongue. Shanshan poked her head out. Hey Jachung, his attitude annoyed her. Is she crazy, hesitating like that? Just say what you want to say. Shanshan blushed. Thank you for helping me just now. After speaking, she returned to her room. Good night. Jachung was displeased with her attitude. What is this silly girl doing? He looked down at the scattered feathers. Forget it, I'll clean these up and then go to sleep. White feathers were scattered on the floor. Jachung looked at them in thought. He bent down, picking up the feathers one by one, putting them into a pillow and then zipping up the pillowcase. Thus a down pillow was made. Outside, Jachung appeared calm, but his eyes were different. In Shanshan's room, she happily jumped onto the bed. My familiar bed, so comfortable. She hugged her small pillow, wrinkling her brows happily. Shanshan slowly moved her eyes, thinking, the questions about the wings are finally answered. She looked sadly at the ceiling, but what Jachung said then didn't sound like a lie. But why do I still feel like he's hiding something? Shanshan squinted. It wouldn't be good to press further, asking someone's private matters so suddenly. Would he get angry? What is he doing now? Meanwhile, Jachung maintained an indifferent expression. He silently lay on the pillow from earlier, his lips slightly parted. Jachung's thoughts drifted. This feeling. His eyes were hazy, just like that day on the island. Jachung rolled over, hugging the pillow and sniffing it. So comfortable, irresistible, and a faint fragrance. Wonderful. He buried his face in the pillow. This is heaven. Shanshan trembled slightly. She suddenly felt a chill down her neck. Her eyes slowly opened, hearing a voice. Wake up, wake up. Shanshan stood in front of Jachung. Get up quickly, we're going to be late. Jachung was still half asleep. How late for what? Supermarket sale. Shanshan reminded him. Did you forget? Today is the deadline for the group project. Jachung groggily. Project? What project? Shanshan reminded him. Anyway, get up quickly, it's almost time. Outside the sky was bright. She urged him. Really hurry up, we'll be late. Shanshan frowned. What's wrong? You usually get up so early, Jachung replied tiredly. Being tossed around on the island for a few days was enough, but you're really full of energy. Shanshan reminded him again. Do you remember what I said? Your attitude needs to be sincere. Jachung impatiently. I know. Shanshan threatened. Who do you think helped you deal with those two guys last time? Be serious, did you hear me clearly? Jachung said solemnly. Yes, big sis. A stranger waved and called out Shanshan. Tianchen spoke. Hello, we're a little late. Shanshan smiled. No problem, we just got here too. She gritted her teeth and whispered. Say it quickly. Jachung pursed his lips. An awkward silence filled the air between the four of them. Shanshan had no choice but to break the ice. Actually, this guy wants to apologize for what happened last time, so he's treating everyone to bubble tea. Jachung interrupted. I'm not treating anyone. But Shanshan gently nudged him again, reminding him he's probably just shy. The four of them walked into the store together. The two friends showed surprised expressions. Really? Shanshan said generously. Don't be shy, order whatever you want, boss. A big hamburger too. Jachung felt a pang in his heart. Hey, that's my money. But Shanshan nudged him again, reminding him. The two friends thought with some worry, what happened these past few days? This guy's attitude is completely different from last time. He's really obedient. In the end, all four ordered drinks. The table was covered with documents. Shanshan clasped her hands, working hard to finish the remaining part. If I finish it today, it'll be perfect. But the atmosphere was still very awkward. This is so embarrassing. Jachung stiffly placed the document in front of them. This, Jachung said awkwardly, this is what I added after reading your documents last time. I hope it helps. Also, my attitude that day was a bit. Anyway, I apologize to both of you. The two friends were stunned. Tianchen spoke first. No problem, our document also had many shortcomings. The other friend smiled. Yes, and you're even treating us to bubble tea today. We're really touched, Shanshan reminded him. When you apologize, you should look people in the eye. Jiacheng frowned. Whatever. The two friends suddenly became excited, thinking, strange, what happened? Could it be that those two? Too curious, Tianchen chimed in. Actually, you were very cool that day. I don't like those two either, the other friend interrupted. It's obvious they didn't do their homework seriously. Jiacheng was stunned. Really? He lowered his head. It's almost done, it should meet the requirements, Tianchen praised. Jiacheng is amazing. If I had to do so much work alone, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Everyone agreed. Yeah, it's so much easier with a genius in the team. Remember to pull him in next time we have homework, Shanshan nodded. Jiacheng squinted. Now only those two are left and they're just arriving. Hey, they eagerly spoke, having rushed over after seeing the message. They chose their words carefully. We're sorry about what happened last time, it was all our fault. Could you please give us the materials you helped us with? Jiacheng glanced at them, thinking, fine, I'll just give it to them to save trouble. He replied, take it, there won't be a next time. As soon as he handed the documents over, they took them. Thanks, bro. Shanshan pressed down firmly on the documents. The two men backed away a bit. Then the formidable Shanshan said sarcastically, thinking of getting something for free, are we? She glared. You two old folks are dreaming. Shanshan brought the documents closer. If I'm not mistaken, if you two fail this course, you'll surely come begging, wondering why you suddenly lowered yourselves. Want to take it, you'll have to pay the appropriate price. They grew impatient. If we don't have the assignment, you'll be affected too, she chuckled maliciously. No problem, we still have plenty of chances. At worst, we can retake this course, but as for you two, Shanshan's eyes lit up. Am I wrong? Both of you senior students, they laughed flatteringly. All right, we get it. At the same time, the system chimed. Transfer successful, 648 yuan, Shanshan waved. Thanks a lot. Feel free to come to us if you need anything next time. They left angrily without looking back. She turned around, smiling. Come on, let's celebrate. The remaining three were all stunned, her mood shifted so quickly. Shanshan generously invited, order whatever you want, eat and drink to your heart's content. I'm rich. It grew dark and the two returned to the apartment. Shanshan leaned back in the chair, so full, Jiacheng quipped. Where did you learn those tricks you used this morning? Shanshan smiled. Sister Jia Xin taught me. When you encounter bad people, first you must find their weaknesses, then insult and belittle their self-esteem, bringing it to rock bottom. Then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, making the opponent lose their combat ability and chance to retaliate. Cool, right? Jiacheng was dumbfounded. What exactly had Sister Jia Xin taught her? He pondered. Never mind, it's better if she's smarter, it can help him too. Shanshan hastily called out, Jiacheng, come quick. We're doing this. On the screen was a trust challenge. She explained, this game is a trust challenge. It can enhance mutual trust. The rules are simple. Just close your eyes, lean back and let the other person catch you. Throughout the whole process, you must completely trust the other person, which will perfectly solidify the trust between you. Isn't that reasonable? Jiacheng replied coldly. No thanks, Shanshan urged. Didn't you promise to change? Just try it, please. Jiacheng impatiently shrugged her off. I'm not participating in this childish game. A notification slowly sounded, asking Jiacheng and Shanshan to participate in the game together. He turned his head in surprise. Who just spoke? A voice came from the ring. Hello, long time no see, comrade. Have you forgotten me? It's the captain. Who else could it be? He cursed angrily. I'm not participating. What do you want to do about it? A current flashed. Let's see if you dare to resist again. Shanshan groped her way closer. Where are you going to run now? Jiacheng could only hug himself, trembling all over. He stood on the sofa. Shanshan stood below and gently said, let's start. Jiacheng said worriedly. You won't fail to catch me, will you? I'd trust anyone else, but you, I don't trust you at all. Shanshan gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I can handle it. She smiled reassuringly. Really, I'm sure I can catch you, I promise. He pursed his lips, disbelieving, but ultimately he had to try. I'm starting, Shanshan firmly replied. Come on, Jiacheng yelled. Ready, 1, 2. But after a very long time he was still only counting 1, 2. Shanshan watched him bored. She glared. What's wrong? Are you scared? He sharply turned his head. You talk too much. You have to give a person time to calm down, don't you? Shanshan pouted. Playing innocent, aren't we? Jiacheng thought unhappily. You dare to underestimate me? That's too insulting. Isn't it just leaning back? Calm down, he loudly declared. I'm ready. You'd better catch me firmly. Shanshan replied. All right. Jiacheng curled up. 3, here I go. He took a deep breath. Can she catch me? She's usually so clumsy. What if she doesn't catch me? Jiacheng gritted his teeth. Falling from this high will hurt a lot. Wait, did I move the table? Are there any sharp objects on the floor? His eyes reddened. If I hit my head on the table edge, I'm done for. I'll become a vegetable. No wonder I've been having such bad luck lately. Is this fate? Even worse, I might not be able to stand on my feet again. Jiacheng's eyes blurred. My life is over. I'm still so young and there's so much I haven't experienced. I really don't know why I participated in this. He hugged himself, rolling and shouting, no, I'm still young. I want to live. Oh God, Shanshan was also startled. Huh? After a cry, Jiacheng landed safely. He trembled as he embraced Shanshan and they both fell to the ground. Jiacheng opened his eyes in horror. I'm sorry, that was a natural bodily reaction. Shanshan chuckled softly. She finally couldn't resist teasing. You're still young, you know. He cursed angrily. Shut up, what are you laughing at? But unexpectedly, Shanshan reached out and cradled his head. She smiled gently. See, didn't I say I could catch you? Shanshan stroked his head. I'm sorry, you suddenly made some strange moves. She closed her eyes. No need to rush, just adapt slowly. Jachung's face turned beet red. After calming down, he began to feel ashamed. Jachung shook off her hand and stood up coldly. I said, this childish game is useless. Jachung looked down indifferently. See, nothing's changed. He hastily ran a few meters away. That's enough for today. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, good night. Shanshan still wanted to say something. Hey, wait. Jachung entered the room and quickly buried his face in a pillow. He froze for a moment, and before long his head was steaming red. Jachung fell into thought. I think there's something wrong with me. Outside, Shanshan pouted. What kind of attitude is that? I was being kind, that idiot. Shanshan came out of the bathroom. She was drying her hair, feeling extremely comfortable. Suddenly, she noticed many messages displayed on her phone. As soon as she opened it, a flood of messages came in. Shanshan, where are you? I need an explanation. Hurry up. You and Jachung were so strange today. What was that atmosphere so baffling? Did something happen a few days ago? Confess quickly. She pondered. What is it? Shanshan replied. What's wrong? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Tianchen replied. Stop interrupting. The atmosphere between you two is very abnormal. I saw everything clearly, the other person reminded. Stop teasing her, Tianchen then asked. Honestly, how far have you two gone? The other person excitedly said. Tell us, Shanshan replied. I said no means no, she pondered. Atmosphere, is there anything between us? Isn't it just like usual? The two were relentless. Who are you trying to fool? To outsiders, you two look like a newlywed couple. Don't you have anything to say? Shanshan narrowed her eyes. Oh, we actually are married, but that time it was forced. If I confess this, Jachung will definitely get angry at me. She could only reply, there really isn't anything, we're just ordinary friends. But they remained relentless, insisting, are you treating us like children? She replied. What I said is true, it's late, let's sleep. We can talk about anything else at school tomorrow. They yelled. Hey, trying to escape? Shanshan lay in bed, sighing. She pondered. Ordinary friends. What exactly is our relationship now? Shanshan stroked her chin. Husband and wife. She blushed. No, this marriage was because we were both forced and chose to compromise for our respective interests. And the marriage contract only has a 1-year term, so it can't be considered a real marriage. Given that, Shanshan pondered. What exactly is our relationship then, fellow members of the fated couple alliance? She looked at the ring on her hand, thinking to herself, looking back, so much has happened during the time we've lived together. At first it was like we were sworn enemies, we argued as soon as we met, and just seeing each other's faces made us uncomfortable, plus the ring kept giving us strange tasks from time to time. Shanshan smiled. But that time was really interesting. Her eyes deepened. But if the 1-year marriage contract expires, what will happen to us? Shanshan's lips trembled slightly. I wish it could stay like this forever, she suddenly realized, and Shanshan bolted upright. No, what am I thinking? She stroked her chin. Wait, if we keep living like this, Jachung and I will become a real couple. Shanshan froze for a long time. She blushed. Crazy. Shanshan clutched her head. How could I think of such a disgusting scene? What's wrong with me today? I must be sick. She curled up in the blanket. No, I won't think about it anymore. I'll sleep. Shanshan lay in bed, unable to sleep. She tossed and turned. I wonder what Jachung thinks of me. Shanshan's eyes became hazy. Does he think the same way I do? She was almost asleep. If only I could honestly tell Jachung about these feelings. Shanshan closed her eyes. If only. Her hands clenched tightly. The next morning outside the apartment, Jachung was busy cooking. He laid out a lavish breakfast. Jachung clapped his hands. Perfect. I'm a genius, he pondered. But this idiot, how long is she going to sleep? Jachung knocked hard on the door. We have class this morning. Get up quickly or you'll be late. Shanshan rushed to the door. Jachung scolded. Finally decided to get out of bed. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Unexpectedly, Shanshan grabbed his face. She pressed a kiss on his face. Their lips met. His eyes went blank and Jachung collapsed to the ground. Shanshan said with a giggle, Good morning, kiss. Thank you for breakfast. She licked her lips. So fragrant, so hungry. I wonder what my beloved cooked today. Shanshan turned around. What's wrong with you? Jachung hadn't recovered yet. She didn't understand. I'm right here. His lips trembled. Jachung yelled, What did you just do? The convenience store door closed. Thank you for your patronage. Jianxi covered his face, walking out of the store completely concealed. He coldly scanned the surroundings, then immediately dashed away. After a while, he leaned against a telephone pole. Jianxi pulled down his mask and breathed a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes, standing quietly, when unexpectedly the boss lady appeared behind him. What are you doing here? A scream rang out. She called out. I've been looking for you for days. Why are you dressed like an idol fresh off a scandal? There's still a ton of stuff to do. Hurry up and take care of it. Jianxi dodged. Can it be another day? I want to take the day off today. The boss lady asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Did something happen? He dodged. Just some personal matters to take care of. The boss lady glanced behind him. What are you hiding behind you? Jianxi quickly replied. Nothing, just some daily necessities. The boss lady tried to take the bag. Why so nervous? Is there something fishy? Did you steal some treasure? Let me see. The two struggled. Wait. No, some sensitive items fell out from inside. Both froze. The boss lady was speechless. No way are you? Jianxi cried, blushing. I told you not to touch it. It's always like this. The boss lady's mouth twitched. Seriously? Jianxi was in tears. I didn't want to bring this up. I was a man before, but now that it's exposed, I don't want to live anymore. He looked up, his eyes filled with despair. The boss lady hastily comforted him. Calm down, I'm sorry, okay? Just go home and rest today. I promise I won't tell anyone. A figure appeared and Jianxi also noticed that person. His tears started to flow uncontrollably. I forgot my key. Jianxi cried even harder and more people noticed them. The boss lady didn't know what to do. Finally, they returned to the boss lady's apartment and she rang the doorbell. The boss lady reminded him, "We're here. You can stay with me tonight?" Jian-shi dejectedly followed behind her. The boss lady asked, "How long are you going to cry?" The two were holding hands. Jian-shi sobbed, "I don't know why, but every time it's like this I can't control my emotions and I just keep crying." The boss lady pointed. "The bathroom is over there. I've put the pajamas by the door. You definitely don't need my help, right?" He replied, "I'll do it myself." The boss lady plugged in a kettle to heat water. She lowered her head to change clothes. Jian-shi suddenly quieted down. The boss lady asked, "Are you changed?" He stammered. The boss lady chuckled softly. "You really look like a girl now." "There's no boy in this world who looks more like a girl than you do," he said angrily. "Stop laughing." Jian-shi pursed his lips and finally tears still flowed. The boss lady coaxed, "I was just joking, don't cry." She handed him a cup of hot water. "Drink it." Jian-shi asked, "What is this?" The boss lady replied, "Brown sugar ginger water." Jian-shi took the cup. He gently hiccuped and tears flowed again. "It doesn't taste good. I don't want to drink it." The boss lady clicked her tongue. "This guy is really troublesome." Jian-shi said tearfully, "I know, but once I start crying I can't stop. My stomach hurts, my back hurts, I'm just so useless." The boss lady rested her chin in her hand. "How long does this condition usually last?" he replied. "One night." The boss lady was startled. "How, that's incredible." She secretly thought, "This guy's physiological cycle is exactly the same as a girl's. This curse is too potent." The boss lady suddenly realized, "You possess female physiological conditions, so that means you can have children, right?" Jian-shi was also surprised. "Have children? I want a daughter too." The boss lady drooled. "Are you serious? Do you know what you're saying?" His heart was still pounding violently. Jian-shi cried again, "I am truly too clear-headed. To ensure my son has a house, a car, and a dowry, it's impossible to afford it. The thought of having to constantly sell myself to earn enough for these things for the rest of my life makes me..." The boss lady sighed. "What an interesting thought." She brought over the clothes. "This is your blanket. Sleep on the sofa tonight. Although it's summer, you still need to be careful not to catch a cold. Get some rest early. Call me if you need anything." The boss lady turned around and Jian-shi grabbed her. "Where are you going?" He trembled. "Can you stay and keep me company? I'm scared to sleep alone," he cried again after speaking. The boss lady had no choice but to compromise. All right, I'll stay here with you. Please don't cry." Jian-shi hugged the blanket. "You can't leave until I fall asleep, okay?" The boss lady replied. "Got it. Sleep." He reminded her, "Remember, okay?" The boss lady nodded. She held her head. "What am I doing?" "I don't know." Jian-shi spoke. "There's something," the boss lady asked impatiently. "What is it now?" he replied. "I can't sleep. Talk to me." The boss lady raised her hand. "Then let me help you." In an instant he slammed down. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. The boss lady said in frustration, "Please just say whatever you have to say quickly." She remembered. "Ah, right. Tell me about Succubus. To be honest, I'm quite curious about his past." Jian-shi smiled. "My past, nothing special. In hell, the status of a succubus is very low, so we often get bullied. It's fine for succubi, but difficult for incubi to survive. Only powerful demons have a say and high social status. The weak are always treated as scapegoats." "Bullied?" the boss lady asked. "Didn't you ever think of resisting?" Jian-shi turned his head away. "Forget it. I'd definitely lose if I fought. Resisting would only lead to more bullying. Ultimately, our race only has beauty." The boss lady sighed. "That sounds really irritating." Jian Zai's eyes lit up. "Huh? Did I say something wrong?" The boss lady was silent. "No, please continue," he recounted. "To survive in hell, we demons must try hard to please other demons, prove our worth, and constantly change our appearance, personality, words, and behavior to cater to their preferences. Gradually, we even forget what we originally looked like. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But that's how our race survives. You already know about my situation, cursed by an angel, forced to live in an ambiguous gender form. Perhaps this is my retribution for toying with others' feelings." The boss lady just listened to him quietly. "To break the curse, I came to the human world and found this city." The boss lady chuckled, waving her hand. "Now you must really hate the angel who cursed you, right? Not only did it mess up your life, it also ruined it." Jian-shi replied, "I've also asked myself, if I saw that angel again, what would I do?" His lips moved slightly. "To be honest, I don't know either. Is this feeling hatred or something else? Is it a desire for revenge, to vent all the accumulated negative emotions?" Jian-shi clutched his chest tightly. "Or do I still want to try to understand why she did that to me, because she left without a word, without any explanation? Is it to apologize, to reconcile, or to do something else? If we meet again, how should I respond correctly? Anger, disappointment, calmness, or joy? What should I do? I really want to know the truth, but deep down, something tells me to forget it. All sorts of emotions are intertwined in my mind. Originally, I wanted to get rid of this curse, but where did that uncomfortable feeling come from?" He chuckled softly. "I want to see her again, but why I want to see her, I still don't know. Perhaps I'll only understand when we meet face to face. I'm strange, right? Maybe too much has happened and my mind is no longer normal." Jian-shi leaned closer. "I'm sorry, I was too negative just now." He chuckled softly. "To be honest, this is the first time I've told anyone about this. I don't know why, but today I just wanted to find someone to talk to. I'm usually not like this. Thank you for being willing to sit here and listen to me. Jianxi smiled calmly. It's strange, I don't know why, but when I'm with you I feel like I can say anything. The boss lady tilted her head back and he asked in surprise. What's wrong? She replied. My glasses just slipped down. He mused. Is that so? But I seem to always see you wearing those strange glasses. The boss lady turned around. She picked up her glasses. What did you say? Since you've told me so much today, I'll give you an eye-opener. The boss lady smiled. This is an item used by angels that can improve work efficiency, help the wearer become invisible, change appearance, and hypnotize. It's very powerful. Jianxi watched intently. I see, no wonder you never take off your glasses, the boss lady chuckled. What, you want to see? Of course you can, but, she threatened. You have to be fully mentally prepared because everyone who has seen my true face has gone to another world. He was surprised. Is that so? The boss lady picked up her glasses. Are you ready? Jianxi stopped. Wait, she chuckled. Just kidding, you're such a coward. The boss lady looked down and Jian Zai's eyes widened in surprise. The boss lady whispered, Are you deliberately playing dumb to trick information out of me? He turned pale. She threatened. Never inquire about a woman's secrets, understand? I'll believe you for now. You'd better not lie to me. Jian Zai's eyes rolled back. Otherwise you know the consequences, right? The boss lady was surprised. Did he fall asleep? In reality he was frozen in fear. She stroked Jian Zai's head, a rare tranquil scene. The boss lady returned to her usual calm. Idiot. The next morning in the city, Jianxi rubbed his eyes awake. He groggily opened his eyes, his body having returned to a male form. Jian Zai's gaze swept around. Before him was the boss lady, her head resting on his. Jianxi turned pale with fright. He thought to himself, what's going on? Sweating profusely. Why is she here? No, why am I here? Wait, last night something like this really seemed to happen. Did I say anything strange? I've forgotten it all. When did I fall asleep? Wait, he suddenly realized. Is she asleep? He gently called out. Four eyes, she's really asleep. Jianxi quietly glanced at the boss lady, who was silent. His eyes narrowed and one hand slowly reached out. Jian Zai's hand trembled slightly as it touched the glasses. He swallowed nervously, but Jianxi found that the glasses couldn't be removed. He used all his strength but couldn't make them budge. Jianxi gritted his teeth. What's going on? Why can't I take them off? Just then the boss lady woke up. She hit him. Excellent. Jianxi immediately flew out. She stretched. Is it morning? I just dreamt I was swatting a big mosquito. The boss lady asked in surprise. Why are you lying on the wall? I thought you were sleeping soundly. Jian Zai's mouth was agape. The boss lady stood up. My legs are a bit numb. On the other side, Shanshan was eating breakfast. She licked her lips. So delicious. Jiacheng stood quietly in the corner with a frying pan. Shanshan glanced at him. She picked up a fork. Why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you. What's wrong? Or should I feed you? Jiacheng was so startled he quickly ran a few meters away. Shanshan happily licked her lips. Wow. In the school corridor in the boss lady's office, the boss lady commanded, Stick out your tongue. She carefully examined Shanshan's mouth. Then the boss lady leaned closer, her eyes wide. Do you feel any discomfort or pain anywhere? Jiacheng stood silently beside them. The boss lady rubbed her head. Everything seems normal. Shanshan even hugged her. So soft, Jiacheng asked worriedly. Then why did she become like this? The boss lady was at a loss. I don't know either. Shanshan looked at her phone. It's almost time for class. Let's go quickly, otherwise we'll be late. The boss lady looked at her retreating figure and commented, Shanshan, you go ahead first. Remember to tell me if you have any problems. She waved goodbye. I almost forgot. She ran over and kissed Jiacheng's cheek. He was startled and Shanshan loudly said goodbye. See you later, darling. Before leaving, she even stuck out her tongue to tease him. I'm leaving, boss lady. Jiacheng trembled violently all over. He dodged impatiently. If there's nothing else, let's stop here. I have to go to class too. The boss lady stopped him. Wait. Jiacheng turned around. What's wrong? The boss lady replied. Shanshan was here just now, so it wasn't convenient for me to say. From my guess, that girl is slowly being demonized. He looked blank. How, what do you mean? The boss lady explained. I've only heard about it. This is my first time encountering it. Her expression turned dangerous. This symptom manifests as darkened skin and changes in personality. This is different from the fallen angels you've heard about. People with this symptom turn into demon slaves. Jiacheng stopped. He turned around. I've never heard of it. Why did she become like this? What's the reason? The boss lady replied. I don't know either, however. The person who caused this problem, I personally tend to think it's her. You know who? Just then Jia Xin sneezed. She rubbed her nose. Am I getting sick? On her way home, Jiacheng pondered. Indeed, since leaving that island, she started showing these strange symptoms, but it could also be Sister Jia Xin's doing. His gaze shifted slightly. But can a silly angel turn into a demon? Jiacheng recalled the boss lady's words. Anyway, I'll handle Sister Jia Xin. You just need to keep an eye on Shanshan. He called out. Hey, wait. Jiacheng mused. What should I do? He stroked his chin. But what does demonization have to do with kissing? Did she turn into a succubus? Jiacheng shook his head. No, he frowned. So annoying, it has nothing to do with me what she turns into, and you can only trust half of what Four Eyes says. I guess the silly angel will turn back in a few days. Jiacheng opened the door and walked in. I'm home. Shanshan was already waiting there. Welcome home, darling. Jiacheng was greatly surprised. He couldn't say a word. She, Shanshan peeked out. Darling, what's wrong? Are you sick? Jiacheng pointed your tail. Shanshan said nonchalantly. Oh, this? She took it off. It's just a makeup prop. Shanshan smiled. Do you remember the brooch Sister Jia Xin gave me? She rubbed her nose. As long as you wear it, place your hand on your nose and imagine for 3 seconds a horn will appear. A while later, it transformed into a dragon costume. She chuckled. Even a tail can appear. Amazing, Jiacheng cursed. Amazing my ass, you're not allowed to play these tricks again, understood? So annoying. Shanshan frowned. Startle me. Why are you suddenly shouting? On the other side, Jia Xin was busy playing games. What kind of game is so difficult? My health is almost gone. Shanshan got dressed and walked out. I'm going out. Jia Cheng was puzzled. Where are you planning to go? Shanshan smiled. To play with friends. She walked forward. But wait, what do you mean? Are you reluctant to let me go? Jia Cheng quickly backed away. Where do you think this is? You're not allowed to touch me casually. Get away quickly. Where you go has nothing to do with me either. Shanshan smiled. I understand. Before leaving, Shanshan instructed. I won't be back for dinner tonight. You can handle it yourself. Jia Cheng was surprised, but, she interrupted. Actually, I'm a bit tired of your cooking. He seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. Shanshan chuckled. I might not come back tonight. My business has nothing to do with you, right? Goodbye. She waved goodbye, leaving Jia Cheng alone at home, collapsing. Is my cooking not good? He frowned, recalling how she always used to say Jia Cheng's cooking was the best. Jia Cheng bit his nails. Not only not coming home for dinner but also staying out overnight. This has never happened before, he wondered. Is this the rebellious phase or the effect of demonization? So scary. At this moment, Shanshan was walking on the street happily wearing headphones, humming a song as she walked, unaware that someone was following her from behind. Jia Cheng walked forward. He held his head. Wait, why am I following her? Jia Cheng smiled and explained. That's right, I'm worried the silly angel will cause trouble, and then I'll have to clean up her mess again. And Four Eyes also told me to keep an eye on her. I'm free today anyway, so I can take a walk and exercise. Killing two birds with one stone. A little girl walked by and said, Mommy, is that big brother a pervert? The parent replied, Shush, don't talk nonsense, he'll bite. Shanshan was standing at a crosswalk at this moment when an old lady accidentally bumped into her. Shanshan gritted her teeth. Hey, what are you doing? Jia Cheng was too scared to speak. What is this, bullying the elderly? She's fallen. To his surprise, Shanshan enthusiastically pointed out, Grandma, this intersection has a lot of traffic, so you must be careful. There's no crosswalk here. It's very dangerous. The old woman trembled and said, Oh dear, my eyes are blurry. I didn't notice. Shanshan took the old woman's hand. Never mind, I'll take you across the road. The old woman trembled and said, Thank you, child. I have some snacks if you don't mind. She refused. No need, I don't eat them. Jia Cheng thought in surprise. No way. Shanshan suddenly noticed something. She ran over there where a group of 3 men were smoking. Jia Cheng was terrified. No way, gangsters. He thought she was going to learn to be a gangster. To his surprise, Shanshan just walked past them and went up to Tianchen. Sorry I'm late. Tianchen was surprised. Why are you suddenly so dark? Where's my pale? Shanshan? She smiled. I can't help it. Tianchen reminded her. Remember to put on sunscreen. A friend beside her comforted. It's okay, you're still quite cute. Jia Cheng quietly followed behind. It scared me to death. At a bustling shopping mall, a very crowded place. 3 friends were taking photos together. They drank water together, bought clothes together. Jia Cheng was still following behind. Isn't this just where girls usually go shopping? Suddenly a hand touched his back. He turned around to meet the kind eyes of 2 security guards. Jia Cheng was so scared he let go. What are you doing? Calm down a bit. I didn't do anything. The loud noise caught Shanshan's attention. She turned to look around and Tianchen urged, What's wrong, Shanshan? Let's go. She ignored it and continued walking. It was getting late and Jia Cheng returned home feeling dejected as nothing had happened in the end. He irritably recalled, All military secrets exposed. You mark my words, I've noted this down. Jia Cheng frowned, pondering. Her personality has changed, but her essence is still the same. What does that mean? It's getting harder and harder to understand. He took out his phone and tried to call Jia Xin. The phone rang with music about getting lost, about finding each other in a chaotic crowd. Jia Xin gritted her teeth, angrily cursing. Who is it? Your parents are playing a game. Jia Cheng began. Sister Jia Xin, it's me. Jia Xin swore. I'm very busy these days. No disturbances allowed. Goodbye, he sighed. Forget it, I'll just leave it at that. I was tied up by that old man for too long just now, lost track of her. I'll try looking around nearby. Suddenly a sound came. Amazing, the atmosphere is getting more and more heated. Thank you for your enthusiastic support, everyone. Jia Cheng turned in surprise and the voice rang out again. Does anyone want to come up and play with us? He frowned. Street rap. Shanshan's figure appeared. Amazing. Fantastic. A few big brothers invited the girl over there to come up and try. She happily asked, Me? Jia Cheng suddenly realized. Found her. Shanshan nervously asked, But how do I rap? The person laughed. It's simple. Just follow the rhythm and coolly express what you're unhappy about. It's that simple. Jia Cheng thought in horror. Hey, what is this little girl trying to do? She walked up and adjusted the record. Music started. Shanshan took a deep breath holding the microphone. Then she yelled, Bring the music, brothers. Jia Cheng was startled. Shanshan sang with a smile. Listen up, someone as cute and unique as me. How slow are you to just realize it now? Your housework is indeed surprising, but is spending money on models something to take for granted? That bad temper, proud and curses others, even with all the money in the world, it's hard to make up for. Did you ever ask what color the grass is? Remember, you haggle over every bit of food and everything you want is useless, spending so much money only to starve. Are you blind or just thick-headed? You keep complaining in front of beauties, constantly gesturing but not understanding, making people annoyed. She blinked. I'm a maiden who yearns for romantic love. How would a blockhead like you understand? Shanshan pointed. This is the last warning, she cursed. You be careful, idiot, everyone praised. Sounds good, not bad. Jia Cheng was silent. What was she singing? The rapper praised. Oh, that was amazing. Shanshan smiled. It was just so. The person loudly asked. Anyone else want to come up and try? Everyone scrambled forward. Me, I want to try. Jia Cheng frowned. What? Not long after, he was pushed out of the venue. He couldn't understand what was so fun about it that it got such an enthusiastic response. When he looked up at the stage, Jachung suddenly realized he looked around and she was gone again. Where did she run off to? A hand reached out and Shanshan hugged him from behind. Gotcha, she chuckled softly. Looking for me, Daling? Jachung suddenly flared up in anger. He quickly pushed her away. Where did you pop out from? Shanshan pouted. Oh, I've been waiting for you for so long and you only just dawdled your way here, how boring. She secretly chuckled. Didn't expect Daling to get sick from harassment. Jachung irritably asked, whose fault do you think it is? When did you find me? Shanshan laughed. From the moment you left home. Jachung was speechless. Are you crazy? You knew and still pretended. Just tell me what your intentions are. Shanshan covered her mouth. Because you were so cute then, I wanted to tease you a bit. Jachung blushed. You stinky brat, Shanshan retorted. And why were you sneaking around following me? Is Daling perhaps worried about me? Jachung bit his lip. He frowned in displeasure. Jachung quickly ran off. Do you think it's fake? I'm not that free to babysit. Goodbye. Shanshan chuckled, finally unable to resist pointing. What kind of reaction is that? The rapper team from earlier suddenly appeared. Isn't that the girl from earlier? Shanshan smiled and greeted them. Oh, the Big Brothers are the band that invited me on stage. The person raised his voice. You sing really well, very captivating. How about it? Want to join our team? She was surprised. Me, the person replied. Your appearance is also cute. You'll definitely become popular. Consider our suggestion. He just smiled shyly. But those people interrupted. No need to rush, we're going to celebrate. Come with us. Shanshan's eyes lit up. Going to eat. They stretched out their hands. That's right, there's a lot of good food, she exclaimed excitedly. Really? Shanshan was about to point and say something, but Jachung had already pulled her in time. Let's go. They were surprised. Who are you, kid? How dare you? He irritably cursed. Shut up, this is my wife. Do you have any objections? Jachung roughly pulled her hand and left. Shanshan chuckled softly. Sorry everyone, I'm actually married. Everyone was dumbfounded. The two walked home hand in hand. Shanshan felt like teasing him. Hey Daling, he asked coldly. What is it now? She repeated. Are you worried about me? What did you say just now? This is my wife? Jachung loudly said. I was afraid you'd cause trouble, that's why I dealt with it. It was just an excuse. Do you think it was real? Looking from afar, he was clearly holding her hand and wouldn't let go just now. Jachung was startled and let go. I was just about to let go. Shanshan quickly gripped his hand, not letting him go. She leaned closer, puffing out her cheeks. Not enough. Jachung angrily shook off her hand. Let go of me. Shanshan merely smiled faintly. This is better. She intertwined her fingers with his. You know I have no sense of direction, right? If you don't hold my hand tightly, what if I get lost? Jachung was slightly stunned. Shanshan squinted. Then Daling will have to look for me again, won't he? Jachung gritted his teeth. He helplessly patted her head, thinking to himself, fine, indulging her occasionally is no big deal. He reminded her, you're too close to me. Keep your distance. Shanshan smiled slyly. We've already kissed, it's just holding hands. Are you still shy? So Daling-like. Jachung's anger flared. He endured. What kind of attitude is that? I must endure. He fumed. Are you doing this on purpose? Shanshan retorted with satisfaction. What do you mean? He reminded her. Don't play dumb just now. No, you've been setting me up since we left home, haven't you? Shanshan played coy. Daling, you guess. She pointed to her lips. If you really want to know, Shanshan chuckled softly. I have no reason to test you at all, because I know Daling would never leave me alone no matter what. It's that simple. Jachung pursed his lips. He coldly turned his face away. Shanshan seized the opportunity. Your heart was beating very fast just now, wasn't it? Answer me, wasn't it? She jumped up and hugged him. So cute. Hug me. Jachung quickly pushed her away. Hug what? You're too annoying. Stay away. Jian Shi happened to pass by and saw what happened. Shanshan ate with relish. So delicious. Hubby's cooking is still the best. Jachung bit his chopsticks. I thought you said you were tired of home cooking and wanted to eat out. Shanshan laughed. Idiot, I was just teasing you. She took the opportunity to praise. It seems even more delicious than usual today. Could it be that Daling was stimulated by my words this morning? Jachung turned his face away. Nonsense. Are you eating or not? He wrung out a towel and hung it on the rack. After eating, Jachung suddenly noticed Shanshan's feet. She was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. Jachung irritably cursed. Hey, is this your couch taking up space? Shanshan noticed him then. She retracted her legs. Sorry hubby, please sit. Jachung silently sat down, thinking to himself, she's actually not bad, much better than what Four Eyes scared me with. Suddenly Shanshan stretched out her foot and stepped on his thigh. Jachung's face darkened. Shanshan still acted completely normal. Hubby can massage it however he wants. Veins bulged on his forehead. Jachung forcefully shook off her foot. Are you kidding? Take your foot off. Shanshan was aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Ouch. What's wrong with you? Jachung stammered. I'm the one who should be asking that. Shanshan gave him a disdainful glance. What are you still pretending for? Hubby clearly praised my feet for being beautiful and liked them a lot, yet you pretend not to. Don't think I don't know you've been secretly looking at my feet. Jachung was startled and retorted. When did you know? He suddenly realized, pointing and cursing. Wait, we're getting off topic. Quiet down, I have something important to say. Shanshan covered her mouth. What is it? You look so nervous. Jachung retorted. You shut up. After hearing this, Shanshan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Daling says I'm turning into a demon? How funny. He just gritted his teeth. Aren't you worried at all? What if it actually happens? She breathed a sigh of relief. That would be pretty good too. He was surprised. Shanshan explained, resting her chin in her hand. If I turn into a demon, I can freely stay by your side without any more worries. Sounds quite reasonable, doesn't it? Jachung was stunned for a long time. He was silent. Her way of thinking had even changed, he asked. Seriously, are you still the silly angel I knew? Is something controlling your body? Shanshan was surprised. What do you mean? She tilted her head. How should I put this? Since that day I suddenly understood many things. It was like everything just clicked. Shanshan smiled. Now I just want to do whatever I like, as if I've just been freed from shackles. Jiacheng still didn't understand. What did she mean? Shanshan jumped up. Go take a shower. So Jiacheng sat there playing Lego. He entered sage mode, completely focused. In the bathroom, Shanshan dried her hair, happily exclaiming, so comfortable. Jiacheng angrily, where are your clothes? Why are you wearing mine? Shanshan pouted. My clothes aren't dry yet. What's wrong with wearing them for a bit? Cheapskate. He didn't budge. Take them off. Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Does Daling think I'm cute? Are you enchanted? Jiacheng blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? She scoffed disdainfully. Fine, if you won't give it, then come and get it yourself. Jiacheng truly didn't dare to go forward. He gritted his teeth. Is she pushing her luck? Likes it, huh? Fine, if you like it, I'll play along. He loudly said, do you think I don't dare? But in the end he just bit his lip. Jiacheng left unhappily. I'll let you have your way this time. Shanshan covered her mouth. Coward, she reminded him. Where are you going? Don't think anything impure. He went to shower, blushing. Jiacheng was starting the washing machine. He lowered his head, sighing. Jiacheng slumped to the ground, thinking to himself, so tired, I'm getting depressed. What should I do? He sadly looked into the distance. If she keeps this up, I won't be able to handle it much longer. Unexpectedly, Shanshan was squatting next to him. What's Daling thinking? Jiacheng was startled and loudly said, you scared me. Where did you pop out from? Shanshan replied. I saw you hadn't finished showering, so I came in to check. She stood up and helped him dry his hair. Come, dry your hair and let's go play games. He shook off her hand. Let go of me, I'll dry it myself. Unexpectedly, Shanshan lost her balance. She was pushed and fell to the ground, knocking things over. Jiacheng was also startled. Oh no, he stammered. Shanshan trembled all over. She sobbed aggrievedly. I just wanted to help you. Jiacheng was at a loss. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Why did you suddenly climb on me? Alright, it's my fault. Okay, don't cry, I'll play games with you. There, Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Fooled again, so silly. Is Daling very heartbroken? This time Jiacheng was completely enraged. He thought to himself, this stinky brat. Shanshan suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Let's go. She smiled. You just promised to play games with me. Don't go back on your word. Jiacheng, though unwilling, compromised, thinking again, don't make that cute face. I can't even get angry. After playing games for a while, Jiacheng was also exhausted and suggested they quit. Shanshan asked, what's wrong? Are you angry? You kept losing, so you're not playing anymore? Shanshan laughed. You're even snoring. Where are you off to? Jiacheng left annoyed. To sleep. Shanshan called out to him. Wait. She stretched out her hands. Good night. Jiacheng recoiled in fear. Don't dream about it. Shanshan urged. Hurry up. He refused. No, don't even think about it. Shanshan pouted. Between husband and wife you refuse a good night hug. Do you not love me anymore? Jiacheng couldn't bear it anymore. Are you crazy? Just then the ring at the door lit up. Mission, hug your wife good night. Jiacheng was startled. Shanshan chuckled softly. She suddenly understood. I see, I think I know how to trigger the ring's missions. Jiacheng worried. You stinky brat, what are you trying to do? Shanshan smiled. Alright, you just follow your heart's calling. She stretched out her hands. Hurry up or the mission won't be completed and we'll have to go to sleep. Jiacheng blushed. He tremblingly reached out his hand. Jiacheng trembled all over, yet dared not touch Shanshan. She actively embraced him tightly. And in their intimate embrace, Jiacheng's face flushed crimson. Unable to utter a single word, he instantly turned to stone. Jiacheng immediately ran several meters away from her. He clutched his chest, repeating this. Shanshan smiled shyly. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Next time I'll inform you in advance. The ring chimed. Mission accomplished. Jiacheng, however, was completely dumbfounded. There's a next time. She's too dangerous now. He watched Shanshan lick her lips, thinking to himself, this is bad. If this great demon queen continues like this, I'll be eaten whole, bones and all. Shanshan waved. Go back to your room. Good night. Jiacheng sighed in relief. Finally he could calm down and not be led by her anymore. He walked into his room thinking he'd deal with it after waking up. Jiacheng's hand paused on the doorknob. He suddenly realized, wait, she seems to have entered my room. Shanshan lay on the bed, humming softly. The ring rang again. Are you not sleeping yet? She had just put down her phone. I'll sleep, however, she continued humming, making Jiacheng frown in impatience. What are you planning to do in my room? How can I sleep if you don't leave? I can only sleep if you go back to your room. Shanshan looked up. Darling, if you're sleepy, just sleep. I'll go back to my room once you're asleep. She smiled mischievously. Hey, why don't we sleep together? Jiacheng immediately cursed angrily. Get out, she scoffed. Honestly, are you impotent, or do you prefer fencing? This sentence almost made Jiacheng explode. Are you crazy? She sighed softly. Why is Daling not interested in me? Bearing the title of an otaku, yet having a real wife by your side ready to give herself at any moment, the script is like it's from AI and you still dislike it. There's nothing I can do. He turned his face away. There's a limit to narcissism. She playfully stuck out her tongue. It's true, how could anyone not like someone as cute as me? He remained silent, wondering to himself where she got her confidence. Then he yelled, I don't care. Get back to your room immediately. Don't force my hand, she again teased. Scared? He gritted his teeth. You think I wouldn't dare? She became even more provocative. What are you trying to do, kid? He trembled with anger, wanting to strike but forcefully restraining himself. He had no choice but to swallow his rage, cursing inwardly. Still playing games, however, she approached again, gently taking his arm. Daling, stop fooling around, let's sleep. He frowned and said coldly, HMPH, get lost, leave me alone. Then he suddenly remembered another thing. Hey, do you still remember our contract? She smiled leisurely. Of course I do. What's wrong? He re-emphasized clearly. We both must be a married couple for 1 year and are absolutely not allowed to use our abilities to interfere with human affairs, she replied calmly. That's right, so what? His voice grew colder. Then we're not a real married couple. To be precise, it's just a cooperative relationship. Once the term expires, this relationship ends, understand? Also, stop calling me by those disgusting names. She raised an eyebrow and asked why. He gritted his teeth. Are you crazy? He asked again. Did you hear me? She quickly replied. Yes, but she looked at him with a deeper gaze. This relationship can continue as long as you agree. He paused. She added, and the 1 year term isn't up yet. How I address you is my business. He gnashed his teeth in annoyance. She drew out her words, calling, Daling ah. He was almost driven mad. Are you kidding me? Don't call me that again. She pouted. I will call you that. Shanshan tilted her head, teasing, and aren't you the same? He pointed at himself. Me, she replied nonchalantly. That silly angel is crazy, she complained indignantly. See, you always call me those strange nicknames, never my real name. This soft accusation made him fall silent, a hint of confusion stirring in his heart. It seems to be true. She immediately saw through his thoughts. Do you think that's how it is? He awkwardly replied yes. She looked at him with disappointment. Since we met, how many times have you called my name? Answer me. He loudly said, You're too annoying. Who would remember that? And I never felt you cared about names. She gently lowered her eyes. I was just hurt and didn't say anything. How can you be so unromantic, you big man? He thought irritably. So troublesome. The atmosphere fell silent and she turned her face away, looking angry. Jachung's face flushed slightly. He thought to himself, I don't understand why I'm arguing with her over these trivial matters. Calling her name, my mouth is almost cramping. She spoke softly, weakly. Does Daling hate me? As soon as she finished speaking, she curled up. He looked at her, then turned around and gently replied, No, I don't hate you. She immediately brightened up. Then that means you like me. Hey, so you like me but are too shy to say it? Shanshan said smugly. See, surrounded by beauties, how can a virgin like you resist? So lucky, he fumed. What nonsense are you talking about? Then he yelled. I find you utterly annoying. I would never like you. Like, she burst out laughing, scoffing. Like what? He was bewildered, not knowing how to respond. What are your intentions towards me? Speak. She glanced at him. He yelled in exasperation. You bastard. But Shanshan merely smiled. Does Daling want me? She leaned closer. Do you want something to happen with me? He immediately flushed crimson. She again teased. You blushed just from a joke, so timid. He lowered his voice. Shut up. But Shanshan suddenly hugged him tightly, her face as red as a tomato. So cute. He quickly pulled her away. Stop it. His voice grew heavy. Don't do these things anymore. She paused. What's wrong with you? Jachung gasped. I'm reaching my limit, he stammered. I'm a straight man. If something happens, I won't be responsible. She froze, a slight smile playing on her lips. I understand, it's okay, he yelled. It's not okay, your current personality is completely different from usual. The reason hasn't been investigated, but your feelings are likely to be affected by your new personality. It's not real, he shouted. If we really did something, how will we face each other when you return to normal? Think carefully. This is a lifelong decision, she stated flatly. I won't, he yelled even louder. Stop joking, I'm a demon. Just hearing the name makes people disgusted, selfish, arrogant. How can someone like me have? However, before he could finish, she had gently placed her hand on his cheek, startling him. She looked at him with firm eyes. If you say another word, I'll really get angry. He immediately fell silent. Shanshan whispered, So what if you're a demon? Is there a problem? Then she continued, Don't say such things anymore. Daling isn't a bad person, I'm sure of it. Then she tilted her head. Why are you doubting my feelings? He blurted out. Shanshan suddenly yelled. Are you saying that all my feelings during this time were fake? Anger made her grit her teeth. Does Daling still not believe me now? Immediately after, she covered her face with a pillow, surprising him. What exactly does she want to do? She buried her face in the pillow, then sighed. She complained indignantly. The script is going smoothly. A kiss and it'll be perfect. He frowned. Crazy. Shanshan immediately retorted. Idiot. Then she suddenly stopped, subtly freezing. She clutched the pillow tighter. This scent, he thought nervously. Oh no, she wanted to take off the pillowcase and he yelled, Give it back, don't touch it. In the chaos, Jachung rushed over. Give it to me? Feathers scattered from the pillowcase. He unintentionally pushed her to the ground. Their eyes met. The air instantly froze. Jachung stammered, blushing. It's over. She again showed a sly smile, teasing. You pervert, Jachung explained in a panic. Listen to me. I thought this thing was a waste to throw away, so I recycled it. Before he finished, she pulled him down. She gently kissed his lips. Shanshan gently bit his lip. He was startled, trembling all over. Shanshan hugged him, pressing him down onto the bed. She smiled softly. I'm sorry, Daling, I couldn't resist. His expression just now was so interesting, her face couldn't help but flush. Thinking of Daling's blushing face, my heart beats faster. I really want to tease you. He stammered. Whom? Her hand gently touched him. Shanshan uncontrollably caressed Jachung. He stammered, his voice trembling. What exactly do you want to do? She teased softly. Oh, you look skinny on the outside, but I didn't expect you to have six-pack abs. The atmosphere gradually intensified. Jachung was drenched in sweat. Wait, don't. He grabbed his wrist, making him scream. No, stop. The chaotic feeling made him suffer immensely. Help, don't stop. She licked her lips, his neck covered in kiss marks. She glanced at him, then smiled. Excellent, I should have done this earlier. He was still trying to restrain himself. Stop. She gently tilted her head, whispering softly into his ear. Daling, what kind of person do you like? Passionate and outgoing, shy, mature and steady, she continued. Innocent, gentle and considerate, mischievous and lively, pure, cold. Shanshan smiled softly. Or Yandere, just say the word. And I will become the kind of person you like, he stammered for a long time, then whispered. Like, he stammered. I like. Her gaze was full of anticipation as she looked at him. Jachung said shyly. I like how you used to be. She widened her eyes, her expression shifting slightly, then suddenly lay on top of him. He was surprised. What's wrong? At this moment the system voice sounded. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, young people. He was startled. Mission? The system replied calmly. That's right. He frowned. Since when? The system leisurely replied. Since last night. The mission is express your emotions more honestly and make the other person say they like you. He frowned in confusion. So the silly angel's personality change was due to the mission? The system confirmed. Exactly. He became even more annoyed. Then what the hell? Demonization. Why did her skin turn dark? The system replied nonchalantly. Shanshan's skin was originally very fair. This answer made him freeze. Jachung gritted his teeth, finally blurting out, You Four Eyes, I was an absolute idiot to believe you. The next morning in the quiet room, Shanshan had just woken up. She sat on the bed in a daze, gently shaking her head. She looked at her arm, then down at her body, then gently lifted her clothes to check, squinting as if doubting something. Then she slowly stood up to brush her teeth and wash her face. Shanshan's face still held some sleepiness as she walked into the bathroom, then changed into a new set of clothes. With everything ready, Shanshan went to the kitchen. Jachung had just set the food on the table, and he looked up and said, Awake? She noticed the red marks on his neck, and her gaze involuntarily lingered. Jachung was a little embarrassed, quickly covering his neck. To avoid her gaze, she tilted her head and asked, What's wrong with your neck? He stammered. Immediately after, she turned her gaze to the dining table and with a cheerful voice, Wow, it smells so good. Are we having noodles today? And beef? He frowned and asked, Hey, don't you remember anything? What happened yesterday? She ate, muttering. Remember what? See, she said as she ate. I woke up this morning with a bit of a headache and I seem to have forgotten something very important, like I had a very long dream, but I don't remember anything after waking up. He sighed helplessly. Oh, I see, she still asked nonchalantly. Then what's wrong with your neck? He replied briefly. A mosquito bite. She ate and said, I'll have to buy mosquito coils later. Jachung could only mutter to himself, I might as well just kill you. She really doesn't remember anything. Shanshan on the other hand ate with gusto. So delicious. However, behind her smile was an undercurrent. Our angel was lying calm on the surface, but a mess inside. That's right, how could she forget? Was it real? It wasn't a dream. She remembered every detail. At first she tried to convince herself it was just a dream. But when she saw the marks on Jachung's neck, all the memories rushed back, making her dizzy. What was I doing? But she felt that under the impact of the massive information and shame and the constant stimulation and influence of various emotions, the angel's brain finally evolved. She still pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, forcing out a smile. Hey, I heard there's a movie coming out soon. It's really good. She yelled inwardly. I must quickly change the subject, act natural, smile genuinely, and not reveal any flaws. Great, he doesn't seem to have noticed. I can do it. That's right, just pretend I don't remember anything. Absolutely no flaws, just adapt on the fly. What's there to worry about? She smiled brightly. Absolutely can't let him know. Jachung then handed her the pepper shaker and said, Adding some of this will make it even better. Shanshan paused and replied, Thank you. At this moment a memory flashed in her mind, always calling me by those strange nicknames. Shanshan thought, does Jachung still remember? He leaned closer, his tone teasing. Little girl, you haven't forgotten, have you? She blushed, quickly reacting. You, what are you saying? I don't understand. He curved his lips into a smile. What are you pretending for? Confess honestly. You can fool anyone but your husband, my little darling. In the bathroom he looked at his neck in the mirror, clicking his tongue. Tisk, these marks are hard to get rid of. His gaze was filled with disgust. It was all her doing last night. I really don't know where all the traditional virtues went. He consoled himself. I'll just pretend I don't know anything and she'll pretend she doesn't remember anything. Let's just consider it an unspoken understanding. The matter was no longer mentioned and life returned to its former tranquility. Not necessarily, my dear. Afterward he got dressed and left the room. I'm heading to school first, she asked in surprise. So early, he replied tearfully. There's nothing else to do at home. Just then Shanshan blurted out, Wait for me, darling. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. He was slightly taken aback and she quickly tried to cover it up, picking up her phone. Baby, I found you. I've been looking for you for ages, thought I'd lost you. Her mind was in chaos. What's wrong with me? Outside, she covered her face and tried to calm herself. Calm down. However, when she glanced at him, her heart pounded violently again. What exactly is this feeling? She looked at Jachung's back. Whenever she saw Jachung she would. Just then he inadvertently turned his head. Their eyes met, making her feel a rush of panic. Not good. The thought of what happened yesterday made her afraid to look at him. He on the other hand wondered what's wrong now. At that moment a voice called out, Hey. He turned around and replied coldly, Who is it? Jianxi suddenly rushed over. He kicked Jachung, shouting, Taste this kick from your old man. Jachung immediately dodged with quick and decisive movements. He frowned. What are you up to again? Jianxi sneered. You dodged. Not bad, he said angrily. Is your brain short-circuiting this early in the morning? Then Jianxi turned to Shanshan, a frivolous smile on his face. Hey, good morning, Shanshan. She stammered her greeting. He smiled confidently. Just a moment for me. He immediately grabbed Jachung's collar, his tone sharp. You brat. What exactly happened yesterday? I saw you and Shanshan walking hand in hand on the street. Confess honestly, don't make me. Just then, Jianxi noticed the red marks on Jachung's neck. His eyes widened. Hey, these marks? Jiacheng hastily covered them. What's it to you? Let go. Jianxi stared blankly at Shanshan, but she turned her face away, trying to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, Jianxi was struck as if by lightning. It's already progressed this far? Jiacheng immediately roared. What are you old man talking about? Just then, the boss lady walked over, her tone cheerful. Everyone's here, what a coincidence, what are you all doing? The two immediately glared at each other. The boss lady glanced at Jiacheng's neck, a faint smile playing on her lips. Intense battle, ha, carry on, the two quickly argued. What are you talking about? The boss lady scoffed. When did you two go public, sucking each other's blood like this in broad daylight? Jiacheng and Jianxi shouted in unison. Shut up, he added angrily. I haven't even told you about what happened last time, the boss lady chuckled. Oh, how interesting, he said furiously. What's so interesting? Do you know how much I've suffered? The boss lady turned to Shanshan and waved. Hello, Shanshan, are you back to normal? She quickly ran over and hugged the boss lady, then said in a panic, I have some private matters to resolve with the class president. We're leaving first. The two men watched them leave in confusion. What's going on? He frowned. Hey, you two aren't done yet. Confess honestly, he asked angrily. Confess what? In another place, the two girls left. The boss lady looked intently at Shanshan, who was explaining in a flustered manner. The more she spoke, the more muddled it became. The boss lady smiled. I understand. You mean that day you suddenly changed personalities and did some embarrassing things? She immediately shook her head frantically. The boss lady folded her arms and analyzed. It felt like a strange dream, but you remember the details clearly. She trembled, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. The boss lady continued. You don't understand what's wrong with you. You feel very uncomfortable, but you don't know why. Then the boss lady gently hugged Shanshan, her voice comforting. There, didn't Jiacheng tell you? The ring has automatically upgraded. This is just a mission. She was surprised. A mission? She immediately understood. So that's it. I was controlled by the ring to do a mission. The boss lady gently shook her head. Not entirely. This mission merely exposed your deepest desires. It didn't control you. She was still very confused. What do you mean? The boss lady sighed. Let's put it this way. Perhaps this is what you wanted to do but were afraid to. Oh my, I didn't expect Shanshan to be so bold deep down. Truly surprising. The boss lady tilted her head and continued to ask. The marks on Jiacheng's neck, you did that right. You must have eaten him up last night. Come on, tell me. She blushed and quickly waved her hands. No, not yet to the last step. I'm not that kind of casual girl. The ring is broken. Class president is too mean. Are you lying to me? The boss lady smiled and stroked her head. Hurry up and go to class. You'll be late. She quickly turned around. Oh dear, I'm going. I'm off. See you later. The boss lady waved. Slow down, don't fall. Then she chuckled softly. Honestly, early morning in the apartment. Yushan just opened the door and walked in. Jiacheng, I'm back. Chen came out, a gentle smile on her face. Welcome home, Zhaoshan cheered. Ah, Daddy's home. Yushan bent down and stroked her head. Zhaoshan, did you listen to Mommy today? She replied. Yes, Daddy. Today Shanshan helped Mommy clean the room. He smiled proudly. Oh, Shanshan is so well behaved today. Daddy brought you a present. Then he took out a sparkling Ultraman from his pocket. She shouted happily. Wow, I love Daddy the most. Chen sighed softly. Honestly, you always spoil her so much. What if she turns bad? He shrugged. What does it matter? Then he hugged her. Is my beloved wife jealous of her own daughter again? So cute. She struggled, blushing. Let go of me. It's not good for the children to see. Stop fooling around, he chuckled. Kiss me and I'll let go after dinner. Chen was washing dishes in the kitchen. He and Zhaoshan were playing in the living room. Fly, his excited voice and her laughter made Chen have to remind them. Too noisy, are you listening to me? The water's ready. Time for a bath, he replied. Got it. By then Zhaoshan was already asleep in bed. Chen gently tucked her in, murmuring thoughtfully, honestly. Yushan had just come out of the bathroom. Is she asleep? She smiled. Probably tired from playing just now, as naughty as her father. He laughed. Ha, I was wrong. She raised her hand to signal. Quiet down, don't wake her up. Then Chen leaned closer to his ear. She's fast asleep. And we haven't in a long time. He was a little embarrassed. She continued. What's more, our daughter isn't grown up yet. He frowned. So, she glanced. So don't you want us to have another son, a son and a daughter? He froze, then excitedly picked her up. Agreed, let's do it right away. Strike while the iron's hot, she hastily cried out. Wait, I haven't even showered yet. Yushan chuckled. You'll smell even better, I can't wait. She blushed and retreated. Hey wait, that scene just now was this guy's imagination. She was lying in bed. Why did he suddenly stop? He stroked his chin. How should I put it? I suddenly saw a scene just now, probably the old folks upstairs warning me. She frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? He said seriously. So as juniors we must listen to our elders. This time we can't go too far, my dear. She immediately kicked him in the face. Chen scoffed. Oh, dreaming are we? Yushan replied. I was just kidding. She looked at her neck and clicked her tongue. So many hickeys. What should I do now? He leaned closer. My dear, are you thinking of me? She gritted her teeth. Get lost. How many times have I told you not to kiss my neck? He just smiled awkwardly. She pouted. You bastard, are you asking for a beating? He shook his head innocently. No, my dear, every time I touch your neck you make such cute sounds I can't help it, she scoffed. Men are such smooth talkers. If I were a man I'd definitely make you kneel all day, he smiled. If I were a woman, I'd definitely be a stunning beauty. Irresistible. She narrowed her eyes. It's still too early. Definitely no chest, flat as an airport runway. To maintain peace between angels and demons, the two were forced to sign a contract to live together as husband and wife. She struggled. Put me down. How long are you going to carry me? Yushun just smiled. Kiss me and I'll let go. Suddenly a scream rang out. Let go of that girl. Sing appeared out of nowhere, snatched her, then gently put her down. He landed gracefully. Chen surprised. Sing, he folded his arms. Give up. I won't hand her over to you. She was flustered. What are you doing? Put me down. He blinked. I've always wanted to try that cliché line, Yushun called out softly. Sing, he narrowed his eyes, calling his name so quickly. Sing clenched his fists. If you want to take this girl, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Seeing this, he immediately took out a box and handed it to her, surprising her. What's that? He chuckled. A small gift from me. Father-in-law, if you like it, remember to give Chen back to me, he frowned. Are you kidding? How could I be tempted by such low-class things? However, when he opened the box, a dazzling light flashed, blinding him. Inside was this year's hottest game, Gotham Knights, and it was a special edition. He was startled and quickly threw Chen back to him. I'll take this gift, but there won't be a next time. Then he left. I'm off. You two be discreet when you're being intimate, understood? Chen sighed. Yushun flashed a victorious smile. Congratulations, you're back in my arms. He looked at him with disgust. How are you so skilled at this sort of thing? He shrugged. It's not the first time, she scoffed. You got lucky this time. Sing is psychologically unstable. If he comes back to cause trouble in a few days, you'll have to deal with it yourself, he replied. There's always a way. She rolled her eyes. All talk and no action, Yushun said seriously. I'm serious, she softly acknowledged. He held her hand. No matter what happens in the future, I will never let go of your hand. Even if the sky falls, I will protect you. I swear on this ring. Chen blushed. He chuckled. Sounds like a proposal, doesn't it? She panicked. You bastard, who said I'm marrying you? He laughed. Aren't we already married? She immediately retorted. That doesn't count. Finally, she sighed. I'll trust you this once. If you dare to lie to me, I'll never forgive you. He looked at her intently. Chen asked, puzzled. What's wrong? His voice was hoarse. I think you're especially cute like this. Then he pulled her into his arms. Chen was startled. What are you doing? He chuckled mischievously. No light bulb blocking us. Let's have one before bed, she shouted. Hey, it's broad daylight. I don't want to. He chuckled. A change of pace now and then isn't bad. She gently patted his shoulder. No, at least wait until night, but he leaned closer again. I can't wait. At dusk, Chen cursed angrily. Too late, are you crazy? I told you to stop, but you still kept going. Yushun scratched his head. I was wrong. It's also your fault for being on top, so she shouted. Shut up. She covered her face angrily, saying, why? I always fall for your tricks. He pushed her away. Get lost. Don't touch me. No physical contact for the next week, he groaned. You're killing me, she replied bluntly. Then die. Silence filled the room. In the next room, Zhao Shan looked over. Why does he look so unhappy? Have an orange? Jian, she asked curiously. What are you playing? Sing stared intently at the screen. Quiet, I'm concentrating. At the festival celebration. The square was filled with a lively atmosphere. Cosplayers displayed their elaborate costumes, attracting the attention of passers-by. The surrounding audience jostled for space, forming long queues, many exclaiming, so many people. That outfit is fantastic. She eagerly looked around. The costumes are so interesting, just like Halloween. Shanshan was very happy. She cheered. Look, Jiacheng, such a big robot. Why are they wearing masks and blowing trumpets? She tilted her head curiously and continued to ask, what is the anime manga festival? Sounds fun. Take me there, Jiacheng impatiently complained. To be precise, that's an anime convention, a mecca for otaku. They sell limited edition figures here that you can't buy anywhere else. I'm busy snatching them up. Figure it out yourself. She pouted. HMPH stingy. He turned around and instructed. Remember, stay right here. Don't move, understood? The system immediately sounded. Don't run, little bug. Mission time. Take your wife. No resistance allowed. Shanshan excitedly pointed. Look, he cursed angrily. With this troublesome person, how am I supposed to get limited edition figures? I might not even be able to buy any anime doujinshi. He roared. Stop running around. Get back here. He frantically scratched his head, infuriated. What to do now? She stood there looking at him and said softly, you go ahead, don't mind me. He turned around. Huh? She replied calmly. What's the rush? He hesitated, but she smiled. I'll just go wander around near the school. Don't worry, I'm fine on my own. Shanshan nodded firmly. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll call you, he sighed. Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Afterward, he carefully instructed. All right, just stick to wandering around here. Don't talk to strangers, don't accept food from strangers, keep an eye on your bag and phone, beware of being secretly photographed, and if anything happens, remember to send me your location and call immediately. If you get lost, ask a passerby for directions. Don't just wander aimlessly. I'll come back for you in 2 hours. Shanshan subtly glanced at him. Are you my mom? As soon as he left, she softly sighed. Oh, I've caused him trouble again. I knew I shouldn't have come with him. However, she quickly cheered up and walked out. Since it's a rare trip, I must take lots of cosplay photos. Suddenly, someone accidentally bumped into her and both fell to the ground. Shanshan hastily asked, excuse me, are you all right? She quickly helped pick up things. It was all my fault. Your things fell. Let me help you. The other person simply said softly, it's all right. Shanshan bent down to help pick up things, then suddenly froze. She murmured, is your tail a demon's? The other person immediately snatched back their things, a panicked look on their face, then hurried away, leaving Shanshan standing there blankly. But a month later, she thought, maybe I was mistaken. It's normal for people to cosplay demons at this kind of anime convention, but when I touched it just now, it felt. Before she could continue thinking, a familiar voice rang out. Shanshan, it's you. Did Jachung bring you here to play? She looked up and saw, oh, class president, why are you here? The boss lady said with a smile. I opened a shop here just to earn some extra money. I was just about to go into the warehouse to get goods. She widened her eyes. Oh, I see, the boss lady asked. Where's Jachung? She quickly replied. That guy went to buy something. She nodded. Then you can come with me. Jian Shi was also here. Seeing the long queue, Shanshan asked in surprise, so many people, what are you selling? Why is there such a long line? She pointed and said, here, take a look. She picked up a doujinshi, her eyes lighting up. Did you draw this yourself? How? Why does it look familiar? The boss lady smiled proudly. My stories are very popular, and with that guy here too, they sell even better. She blinked. That guy on the other side, Jian Shi, was surrounded by a group of girls, a brilliant smile on his face. All right, thank you all for your support. A girl cheered. Teacher, can I take a photo with you? He replied easily. Of course you can, the girl blushed. The manga set you drew is truly amazing, teacher. He held the girl's hand and received praise from such a beautiful lady. I am truly blessed. My lady, wouldn't you like to buy a few cards or keychains? The girl smiled shyly. I bought everything, he said softly. Thank you, beautiful lady. He turned to the next person, the crowd pressing together. I want a photo too, can you? I want this one too, this one too. Can I hold your hand for a moment? Seeing this, the boss lady sighed. See, succubi are different. Too handsome with just a pretty face and a silver tongue. He still smiled. Thank you all for your support. Just then she threw a box at him. The goods are here. He winced in pain. Are you crazy? She calmly replied. My hand slipped. He gritted his teeth. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Come help me. You own this shop. At this moment Jian Shi happened to see Shanshan and said with a smile, oh, Shanshan, you came to play, she replied with a smile. Yeah, you look really cool. He laughed. Thanks. Did that otaku kid come with you? She replied. Jachung went to buy something. He shrugged. Let him be. Wait for me. I'll give you a tour once I'm done, she said excitedly. I wanted to try on cosplay costumes too. Upon hearing this, the boss lady's eyes lit up. Hey, want to try one on? Here you go. She immediately told Jian Shi, you can handle things here. I'm taking Shanshan to change. He yelled, huh. Just me? A few female fans squeezed over. I want a set. He could only reply with a wry smile coming right up. In the women's changing room, the table was covered with cosmetics. Shanshan tried on an anime costume, her curly hair making the boss lady exclaim in admiration. Oh my, it's beautiful. She then took out another set. This one's great too, super cool. Shanshan frowned. This one won't do, it's too revealing. She chuckled softly. So cute. She then shook her head. This one doesn't suit me, the bust is too big. The boss lady rubbed her hands thinking any outfit would look good on her. She couldn't choose after picking through them and asked curiously, why do you have so many cosplay costumes? After changing, the two walked out together. Shanshan hid behind her, softly muttering, why is everyone looking at me? I'm so shy. The boss lady laughed. Because you're too cute. She was still a little flustered, but those people continued to follow behind. The boss lady explained, those people want to take photos. She then teased, if Jachung saw you in this outfit, that kid would definitely be head over heels. Shanshan's face turned a little red. Really? She quickly explained. I'm not wearing this outfit for him to see. The boss lady led her to the photo area. Here we are, be more relaxed here, don't be shy. Shanshan was at a loss. But I'm so awkward, she encouraged her. Look around. Everyone else is dressed like this, don't worry. Since it's a rare chance to wear a cosplay costume, let me teach you how to pose. Under the flash, Shanshan gradually got into it, posing and laughing. Like this, she excitedly kept taking photos. Don't move, hold that pose, smile, change your pose, perfect, it's beautiful. Just as they were having fun, the boss lady suddenly startled. Oh no, I've been gone too long. I can't leave Jian Shi alone, I have to go back and help him. She immediately turned and instructed, Shanshan, wait here for a moment, I'm going back to the shop to help that guy. She called out, the boss lady said while running. I'll come back for you when I'm done. Shanshan was startled. Wait, why are you leaving me here? At this moment, a few people walked over. Hello, can I take a photo with you? So cute, you're adorable. Can you strike this pose? Can I take your picture? This costume is so exquisite. The boisterous atmosphere left her a little overwhelmed. Can I take a photo? Can I take a video? Just do a few poses. I want one too. Meanwhile, Jachung was nearby carrying a large pile of things, a triumphant look on his face. I got everything, I'm amazing. He suddenly stopped, thinking, what's Shanshan doing now? It's not good to leave her alone. Just then he saw a crowd of people ahead. What's going on up front? He curiously took out his phone. Wow, it must be some famous cosplayer, right? I should take a few pictures, maybe I know them. He pushed through the crowd and went forward to look. Just as he was about to raise his phone, a voice rang out. Are you asking me? Shanshan earnestly got into character. I'm just passing by, remember that. He stared at her in shock. Shanshan. His face was filled with confusion. How are you here? She waved her hands, blushing. Wait, I suddenly met the class president, and then I tried on this outfit. Everyone told me to pose. He secretly chuckled to himself. It actually suits her quite well. Then he took out his phone. You left your clothes in the changing room. Now you don't remember the way, so you're waiting for Four Eyes to pick you up. I'm calling her, but she's not picking up. Shanshan sighed tiredly. So exhausting. I didn't realize taking photos was so tiring. Being a cosplayer isn't easy. Just then, a girl walked over. Excuse me, can I take a photo with you? He watched this scene thinking her first time cosplaying and she's so professional. Meanwhile, Jachung was also a little confused. Oh no, I want to take a picture too. She looks so good cosplaying. Shanshan walked forward. She smiled playfully. Why so nervous? Don't tell me you want to take a photo with me too. Walking over with your phone, you must want to take a picture, right? Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Jachung blinked. Is there a problem? She shrugged. Nothing whatever. He nodded gently. Then I'll take it. He moved a little closer, his voice low. All right, a playful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Hey, you think such a small trick can stump me? Ridiculous, this is a feint to advance. Let me show you. He immediately put his arm around her shoulder. Stand closer. It won't look good if we're too far apart in the picture. He glanced at her. How's that? She didn't speak, just shyly tilted her head, which made him freeze. What kind of reaction is that? This isn't how it's supposed to go. She glanced back, lightly pushing up her phone. You idiot, is this your first time taking a photo? You have to hold it up higher like this to frame the shot properly. She instructed him little by little. Move a little to the left, then a little down. He did as told. Like this? She took a photo and smiled happily. You look ugly when you smile, he retorted. How are you any different from me telling me that? She still happily. Send me the photos later, okay? He nodded. Got it. Afterward, Jachung said softly, I'm done with my errands now, I have some free time. I'll take you around here, she replied naturally. I don't mind, he softly reminded her. Remember to follow me, don't get lost. However, they still got separated afterward. She frowned. Why I was being so careful, hopeless, wandering aimlessly. She stopped in front of an arcade. Where is this, an arcade? I'll just wait for him here. Wandering around will only make it harder to find him. Suddenly shouts came from inside. Lost again, that guy across there is a monster. I've never seen him lose. Two girls in front were discussing. The blonde girl began, maybe that's a professional player invited by the organizers. The pink-haired girl clicked her tongue. How annoying, let's go play somewhere else. Forget it, there's no way to win anyway, why bother trying so hard? The blonde girl comforted her. Wait, you still have one life left. Shanshan was drawn in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. On the other side, Shafan sat in front of an arcade machine, the screen displaying the word victory. She cheered excitedly. It's been a while since I played this game, still got it. Just then, Jachung also found her. You're here, I told you to be careful not to get lost, she whispered. I was wrong. He nodded gently. Let's go. Wait for me. Meanwhile, the crowd around Shafan was still exclaiming in awe. Hey, did you see that person over there with only one life left? They actually managed to turn the tables. Seriously, where did such a master come from? Shafan pushed through the crowd, making someone shout, hey, watch where you're going. She ran all the way to the arcade machine opposite, out of breath. Where is she? Looking around, she didn't see anyone, so she propped her hands on the table. She picked up an old glove left on the table, frowning slightly. Behind her, Shanshan suddenly exclaimed, I lost my glove, Jachung said helplessly. You're impossible. After a while, she also changed and walked out. She ran to his side. Sorry for making you wait so long, the changing room was too crowded, Jachung replied concisely. Let's go back. Shanshan looked around. But why are there so many people here? He slowly explained, it's almost closing time, so everyone's gradually heading back. Jachung lightly frowned. Tisk, I knew I should have come back earlier. Now even if we squeeze out, we won't get on a bus or find a taxi. Forget it. Let's find somewhere to eat before heading back. Afterward he tilted his head and softly reminded her, follow me. If you get lost again, no one will be able to find you. Suddenly he froze, seeing Shanshan reach out and take his hand. He opened his mouth and asked, what are you doing? She looked in another direction and replied, you told me to follow you, right? Holding hands means I won't get lost. He froze, only managing to let out a ha, Shanshan cleverly retorted. Didn't you always say to choose the most optimal method in this situation? Holding hands is the best way. He frowned and retorted, is that all your brain can come up with? Hey, can't you think of a better solution? Just then an announcement blared through the crowd. Attention citizens, there is currently a large concentration of vehicles causing traffic congestion. Customers are advised not to linger too long at the exit and to follow the directions of signs and security personnel. He immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Forget it, let's just get out first. A bewildered look on her face, she still held his hand tightly in the distance. The boss lady was observing, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Oh, that's more like it. Some progress is being made. Jian Shi crossed his arms. I'm fed up to this day. I still don't understand why you're doing all this. The boss lady lightly shrugged. Playing matchmaker is fun. He glanced at her. Not fun at all, she laughed. Have you forgotten I'm the god of love? This is my duty. He shot her a sideways glance. What kind of damn duty? You just like setting people up and then sitting back to watch them be lovey-dovey, right? She immediately replied. Hey, do I look like that kind of person? Yeah, very much so. The boss lady suddenly tilted her head. Why did you turn into a woman so early today? Jian Shi then added. Before anything much happened, the sun set. She asked in confusion. How, it's not even 5 yet. He explained, it's winter, so the sun sets early. Oh, so the curse is also affected by the time of year? Also, why are you suddenly dressed like this? Jian Shi touched his hair. It's a rare opportunity. It would be an insult to my beauty if I didn't dress up properly. He stood in front of the camera. Go ahead and take pictures, everyone. Remember to edit the photos beautifully and send them to me when you get back, okay? She clicked her tongue. Tisk, he's really enjoying his time as a girl. In the restaurant, the atmosphere gradually calmed down. She lay on the table, sighing tiredly, finally managed to squeeze out, so exhausting. Jachung stood up and said, you rest, I'll go get the food. What do you want to eat? Shanshan jumped up excitedly. XXXL hamburger? He walked to the ordering counter. The server enthusiastically bowed. Hello, what would you like to order? He nodded gently. One moment, I'll take a look first. His eyes lit up. Oh, a super rare combo. I didn't expect them to sell it here. Just then Sha Fan walked into the store and both their voices immediately rang out, "Give me one combo." He turned around, their gazes locking. Leah Chen quietly asked, "Oh, are you?" She replied. "Sha Fan, what are you doing here?" The clerk interjected. "Apologies, customers, we only have one combo left." Meanwhile, Shan was waiting at the table. The arguing caught her attention. "Hey, I ordered first. What kind of joke is this?" another voice shouted. "Are you blind? I clearly came first. It's your fault for not ordering sooner." That shout made her focus her gaze. Leah Chen leaned in and said, "Hey, I ordered first. Everyone saw it, just ask the clerk." Sha Fan unhappily responded, "HMPH, I'm the one who," he scoffed. "How utterly shameless." She raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Sha Fan said in a low voice, "I'll pay 3 times the price." "Hurry up," he frowned, looking at the girl. She smirked. "You've already ransacked everything at the stalls, so your wallet must be empty now, right? I knew it all along." He gave a dry laugh. "HMPH, damned capitalist." The clerk chuckled awkwardly between the two. "Customers, I have a suggestion. Why don't you two play rock, paper, scissors?" Shan frowned, wondering what was happening. Then the two played rock, paper, scissors together and Sha Fan won. She tilted her head curiously. "Who is that person?" Suddenly the boss lady appeared out of nowhere. "Jealous?" She leaned into Shan's ear and whispered, "That's Chen's super good friend, you know." He returned with his tray, letting out a soft sigh. "What bad luck today." She looked at him. "You're back." He opened his eyes in surprise. "What are you doing here?" She chuckled as she walked by. "I just happened to see Shan, so I came over to say hello." Leah Chen pushed the tray in front of her. "Your food." Shan was startled. "Huh?" She lowered her head. Just put it there." He was a bit puzzled. Boss lady happily waved. "Oh, Sha Fan, long time no see. Are you here for the festival too?" She subtly avoided her. "Let's talk next time." The boss lady put her arm around Sha Fan's shoulder. "This is Sha Fan, just like Jachung. She's a demon. Came to the human world a year before Jachung, and of course, I'm in charge of her." Shan smiled. "Hello?" She quietly replied, "Hello." The boss lady nodded. "You two introduce yourselves. I'm going to order now." She suddenly remembered. "Ah, I remember now. You're the one who bumped into me this morning. No wonder you felt a bit familiar." Sha Fan's forehead beaded with sweat. She stammered, You've got it wrong. We've never met," he interjected. "Still haven't gotten rid of that habit of stammering when you're nervous?" "He's Yushan, also an angel, just like that Four Eyes sister. He recently came to the human world." Sha Fan clasped her hands and said softly, "About this morning I'm very sorry." Shan immediately became excited. "You're an angel?" He gently frowned. "Idiot, hide your tail," he said seriously. "How many times have I told you, be careful in the human world, don't show your tail. Just like before, it shows when you get nervous." She reacted strongly. "I can't control it." "Shut up, it's none of your business." Shan lowered her head, muttering to herself. "What's their relationship? Could it be?" Shan tugged at his clothes, curiously asking, "Is she your friend?" He nodded. She's my demon world neighbor. She's been timid since she was little, so she gradually developed social anxiety and can only stay at home watching anime and playing games." Shan narrowed her eyes and said, "What, you pervert?" Sha Fan retorted, "I see you also like watching manga and porn." Sha Fan said sternly, "Shut up." Sha Fan frowned and whispered, "Hey, is this girl sick or something?" He shrugged. She's a bit off sometimes, don't mind her." Shan sighed. "No wonder you two get along so well. It's the first time I've seen anyone click with Jachung like this." Sha Fan said huffily, "You think I get along well with this trash?" I still clearly remember that day. A year ago, the day the PS6 was released, memories flooded her mind. At that time, Sha Fan waited in a long line under the scorching sun. "It's so hot. I've been queuing for 2 hours and there are still so many people. I should have ordered it online." Afterwards, she also bought what she liked. The clerk bowed. "Thank you for your patronage." She gave a slight smile. "It's a bit expensive, but it's worth it. I'll take it home and play with it." At that time, Sha Fan happened to see Leah Chen sitting under a tree. Sha Fan was surprised. "Leah Chen," he mumbled. "Oh, what's this? It looks delicious." Sha Fan ran over. "Leah Chen, is that really you? Long time no see. Have you moved to the human world too?" He looked up. "Oh, long time no see. Who are you?" Sha Fan frowned. "Stop joking. Are you here to buy a PS6 too?" "What are you doing?" he casually replied. "To save money for a PS6. I haven't eaten for a week." Sha Fan was shocked. He began to theorize. When food decomposes, it returns to nature, enriching the soil, and the soil provides nutrients for plants to grow. So why don't we eat them? The body absorbs nutrients and excretes other substances. This way we can endlessly absorb nutrients by repeating this action. I'm truly a genius." His eyes gleamed with hungry ferocity. "Go for it, what's there to be afraid of?" Sha Fan shouted. "Wait!" Then immediately dragged him into a restaurant. Subsequently, a table full of food was devoured. Sha Fan rested her chin on her hand, looking at him helplessly. Leah Chen leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. "I'm alive again." He glanced at her, then shamelessly said, "This meal's on you, I'm not paying." Sha Fan was so angry she couldn't speak. "Bastard, is that the first thing you say after sobering up?" He chuckled leisurely. "What a surprise, I didn't expect you to move to the human world too." She glanced. "I was about to say the same thing. Long time no see. I thought you." He anxiously looked at his phone. "The supermarket sale is starting soon. I'm off, goodbye." Sha Fan called out to him. "Hey, wait," Sha Fan grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What's the rush? I wasn't even going to ask for money. What's with that attitude? It's so expensive." The clerk walked over. "Your bill is 648 yuan. Please scan the QR code in front of you to pay." He gave a slight smile. Now that you mention it, it seems that really happened. I was a bit dazed when I first arrived in the human world back then." She snorted. "I don't care about you, you heartless person. Give me my money back." He shrugged. "Didn't you drag me to eat? I didn't force you to pay." Shi Fan yelled. Bastard, I should have let you eat all that dirt. Lia Chen curiously asked, why are you here? I remember you hate crowded places. Shi Fan replied, I was invited. The brand asked me to test their upcoming new game. He gave a slight smile. Ah, that's right. Aren't you the champion of that certain game? Shanshan's eyes widened. Wow, a champion. Lia Chen chuckled proudly. But she's also my defeated opponent. Shi Fan rolled her eyes. Shut up. Lia Chen raised an eyebrow. Shi Fan reacted strongly. You won once by luck and now you're getting carried away. It was just that my controller ran out of battery. Lia Chen teased. Oh dear, do you have any complaints? If you lose, just shut up. Shi Fan gritted her teeth and said, you talk big, don't you? Let's play another round and see. No thanks, what can you do about it? Shi Fan gritted her teeth. You bastard. Lia Chen scoffed. Angry? If you're angry, write a letter to the UN. Shanshan's face was full of worry listening to the two argue. Are you looking for a beating? Lia Chen replied simply. So what do you want? Shi Fan gently lowered her head. How could I? She felt annoyed inside. What is this uncomfortable feeling? Jiacheng looked at Shanshan and asked, what's wrong? Shanshan replied simply, I'm fine. Lia Chen frowned. Still hungry? You look a bit strange. Shi Fan pouted and pinched him hard, making Jiacheng cry out in pain. Jiacheng shouted, what are you doing? Fan glanced, startling Shanshan. Shi Fan smiled faintly and said, oh really? You're so amazing. It's my first time seeing someone play a game so well. You're actually a champion. Shanshan asked herself, what am I even saying? Fan seemed a bit displeased. Champion, please don't call me that title. Shanshan was a little worried. Is she angry? Did I say something wrong? Jiacheng asked confusedly. What's so embarrassing about that title? Shi Fan showed a bitter smile. Champion, it's worthless. Jiacheng was surprised. Shi Fan whispered. The reason I won the championship is because my opponent didn't show up for the finals, probably because they were scared. Fan retorted. Shut up, you noob. You have no right to speak. He's a legendary figure in the gaming world, undefeated in many games, a record that no one has broken to this day. Not even I have ever beaten him. Jiacheng asked curiously. Then why did he give up that important match? Did he go back home to get married and have children? Shanshan exclaimed. So amazing, Fan continued. I don't know. Since that day he's disappeared as if from the face of the earth, so I really want to see him. Shi Fan took a deep breath, wanting to settle the score. It seems I've met him here again. He's won with overwhelming superiority once more. Jiacheng lightly frowned. How can there be such a coincidence? You might be mistaken. Fan shook her head. No mistake. That terrifying speed of operation, those combos that leave opponents unable to retaliate, it could only be him. When I came to my senses and went to look for him, he was already gone. Shanshan curiously muttered to herself. Who's so mysterious? Fan clenched her fist tightly, her voice slightly trembling. No mistake, that guy's game ID is, when I encounter 5 men. After hearing that, Shanshan immediately spat out all her water. Shanshan choked and coughed. Jiacheng frowned after seeing it. What are you doing? That's disgusting. Fan looked bewildered. Shanshan anxiously and quickly replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiacheng suddenly fell into thought. That name sounds so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Thinking, Jiacheng then asked, is that all? And then what? Shanshan uncomfortably thought, impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? Calm down, calm down. It's probably just someone with the same game ID as me. Fan slowly said, I'm not just guessing. I have concrete evidence. Saying this, she took out something. That guy left this behind after he left. Fan placed the glove on the table. He seemed to have left it on purpose, as if to provoke me. Both Jiacheng and Lia Chen spat out water in excitement after seeing it. Water splashed everywhere, wetting Fan's clothes. Jiacheng shouted, I remember now, that game ID belongs to Shanshan. Before he could finish, Shanshan abruptly pushed him to the ground. Lia Chen fell to the floor. Just then, the clerk's voice rang out, welcome. Yushan walked in carrying shopping bags. He lightly took a breath when suddenly something from the front violently crashed into him. Before the clerk could finish saying goodbye, Lia Chen was already limp on the floor, trembling. Shanshan's face turned pale, thinking, oh no, did I hit him too hard? She ran over in a panic. Lia Chen, are you okay? She covered her face in shame, blaming herself. What am I doing? Shanshan then took out a handkerchief. Let me help you wipe that. Fan panicked. No, don't kill me, please let me go. I'll do anything you want. Shanshan felt wronged, misunderstood. The boss lady also just returned at this moment. I'm back. What happened? Fan, with tears in her eyes, class president. The boss lady burst out laughing. So that's what happened? How interesting. Shanshan thought, things are getting more complicated. What should I do? The boss lady happily said. You said that person left these gloves, right? They look familiar. The boss lady's gaze swept over, startling Shanshan. Shanshan shook her head violently and worried, only to see a wicked smile play on the boss lady's lips. I know. She leaned closer to Fan. Fan, I know who you're talking about. Fan asked anxiously. Who is it? The boss lady then said. But that person doesn't seem to want to see you. Fan asked confusedly. What? Why? Just guessing. Shanshan silently screamed. Class president. Fan tightly gripped the gloves and stood up under Shanshan's panicked gaze. Fan's tone carried a hint of disappointment. I thought after being rivals for so long we had become friends. Did I do something wrong? She opened her eyes wide, her mouth agape in confusion. Shanshan whispered, are you Sha? Fan and Shanshan exchanged glances. Fan asked confusedly. Oh, how do you know that name? Shanshan immediately replied. You're a well-known figure in the gaming world. I think I've seen that name somewhere. It just suddenly came to me. I didn't expect it to be your game ID. What a coincidence. Fan frowned suspiciously. Really? The clerk's voice rang out. Welcome. Yushan scratched his head blankly. Ouch, I think I was hit by something just now. A hallucination. Never mind, I'm used to it. He then inadvertently saw Xiao Fan. It was her. Seeing her, he quickly shouted, "Found you!" Yushan waved, having looked for her for a long time. Meanwhile, a clerk walked over and accidentally bumped into him. "Sorry." A crowd of people surged from somewhere. "Hurry, move aside." Here he stood in the crowded area. "Everyone, let's help each other, don't litter." "Ah, found it, missed." The clerk worried. "Are all customers all right?" People haphazardly threw paper scraps at him. Yushan walked with difficulty, accidentally fell to the ground. His glasses fell off and unfortunately were stepped on by a clerk. The clerk stumbled, accidentally spilling a drink on Yushan. Everyone looked at him. Xiao Fan abruptly stood up and quickly said, "I'm leaving first." The clerk walked over. "Customer, are you all right?" He replied helplessly, "I'm fine, I'm used to it." The boss lady, seeing him, excitedly called out, "Hey, Xiao Sang is here." Shenshen was surprised. "Xiao Sang is really here?" Lia Chen sat up holding her head. "My head hurts so much. What just happened?" The clerk earnestly said, "Your glasses are broken. We're very sorry. We'll compensate you." He took out another pair of glasses. "It's fine. I have a spare pair." After putting on his glasses, he asked, "Archangel General, what are you doing here?" The boss lady let out a dry chuckle. "Oh dear, don't be so formal, just call me class president." Shanshan smiled brightly. "Long time no see, so you're in the human world too?" He was surprised. "You're in the human world too, Miss Shanshan?" Hearing this, she quickly covered his mouth. Shanshan hastily reminded him, "Shush, just call me Shanshan, no objections, understood?" He obediently nodded, "Yes, yes." Seeing their ambiguous interaction, Lia Chen looked bewildered. He asked suspiciously, "Who is this?" The boss lady scoffed. "Are you jealous?" she continued. "This is Shanshan's ex-boyfriend." Shanshan smiled brightly. "Let me introduce you, this is Xiao Sang, he's also an angel. And that's Lia Chen, a demon I met in the human world." He also spoke. "Hello." Lia Chen gave an awkward laugh. Hello there, buddy." He felt very uncomfortable inside. "What's wrong with me? That Four Eyes has been lying to me all along. How could I believe her? It must all be made up." Lia Chen said irritably, "Even if it's true, what does it have to do with me? What is this uncomfortable feeling?" She asked, confused. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" she worried. "Oh no, did he just hear something?" He said nothing. She kept overthinking these mixed emotions. Could I be? He asked her what was wrong. Shanshan shook her head. Nothing." He looked at the two. The boss lady spoke. "Xiao Sang, you're Xiao Fan's guardian now, right?" He replied. "Yes." Shanshan was surprised. "Hey, really?" Xiao Sang said dejectedly. "But she seems hostile towards me. She always avoids me. Maybe I'm just too clumsy." He looked at him with a judgmental gaze. "It's only natural for demons to dislike angels, isn't it? And with your terrible luck, who would dare come near you?" Hearing this, Xiao Sang lowered his head and sighed. "You're right, someone like me deserves it." Shanshan glared at him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Apologize to him quickly." He trembled with anger. Lia Chen angrily walked away. "Do whatever you want, I'm leaving." She looked at him puzzled. "Wait," Shanshan mumbled. He suddenly got angry. "It's so baffling." Xiao Sang spoke. "Excuse me everyone, I have to go too." The boss lady then said, "Why the rush? Stay and chat a bit longer." He immediately explained, "I have something I need to deliver to Xiao Fan quickly." The boss lady heard him and said, "Then go take care of your business first." Shanshan smiled. "Goodbye. Remember to come visit me when you're free." He had only walked a few steps when he stumbled again. She and the boss lady helplessly shook their heads. "There he goes again, still as clumsy as ever." The boss lady patted her shoulder, half jokingly, half seriously said, "Speaking of which, what was that reaction earlier? You still haven't told Lia Chen. What's your true identity, young lady?" She was silent for a moment, then said, "I just want to do this for him. The time isn't right yet. If you find it difficult, I can tell him." Shanshan yelled, "Hey, I'll take it. It's already dark." Xiao Sang walked on the road. "I saw him go in this direction earlier." As he walked, he suddenly bumped into someone. "Oh no, I'm sorry." The person quickly replied, "It's fine." He continued walking, muttering, "Oh dear, where did she go?" Jianxi slowly pulled down his mask and looked at him, thinking the glasses were strange. He deduced that when he bumped into that person and their glasses almost fell off, their face had completely changed. Is it a cosplay prop? Like Four Eyes? Who is that person? On the other side, the boss lady suddenly sneezed and Shanshan beside her asked, "Are you sick?" The camera shifted elsewhere. Xiao Fan had just returned. "I'm home." She walked into her room, which was a mess. Xiao Fan lay on the bed. "So tired," she sighed. "This kind of activity really isn't for me." She sat blankly on the bed. "HMPH, my hair is so greasy, I need to shower quickly. But I'm so lazy." Xiao Fan picked up her game console again. "Forget it, I'll play a game first. It's still early anyway. A little dirt won't kill anyone." While playing, her phone got a notification. An email? She was surprised. "I haven't added any friends recently." She only saw a message from Hit 5 Men. "Long time no see, Xiao Fan. I've had some family matters recently, so I haven't had time to go online. I'm really sorry I couldn't participate in the last competition due to some unforeseen circumstances. I heard you won the championship. Congratulations. I've also been playing online games occasionally lately. If you're free, maybe we can play together." She was wide-eyed and momentarily stunned. The next second, Xiao Fan couldn't contain her happiness. She was overjoyed. "Great, he's not angry with me. I need to reply quickly." Shanshan also received a message on her end. She opened it, and a smile unconsciously spread across her lips. "So happy." Shanshan thought to herself, "Who would have thought Xiao Fan was a demon? That's so unexpected, and now we can play games together again." He had just come out of the shower, he thought irritably. She looked so happy, what a quick change. He stared at her. Did she see her ex-boyfriend again? That's why she's so happy. Seeing him, she excitedly said, "You finished showering, come play games with me." He coldly turned around. Go away, play by yourself." With that, Leah Chen coldly returned to his room, slamming the door shut. She looked at him, puzzled. Did he take the wrong medicine? On the other side, Xiao Fan was happily squinting and smiling. Ever since the day of the anime convention, Shanshan had been engrossed in her phone every day, messaging someone and playing games all day long. She used to only play occasionally, sometimes even giggling to herself while looking at her phone. And now Shanshan was intently looking at her phone, squinting and smiling very happily. Leah Chen grew even more angry seeing this. He looked at her with displeasure. When Shanshan noticed him, Leah Chen leaned in to peek at her phone. On it were some seemingly intimate messages. "Did you watch the TGA Awards? I heard it was interesting." "I watched it. It was really great." When she turned around, Leah Chen's gaze immediately darted away. Seeing him like that, Shanshan suspiciously questioned him. "What are you doing, lurking around?" Leah Chen hastily dismissed it. "Nothing, I was just about to make dinner." She was successfully distracted. "Wait for me, what new dish are you teaching me today?" Seeing Shanshan already preparing to cook, Leah Chen reassured himself. "Calm down, why am I worrying?" He closed his eyes tightly, frantically muttering in his mind, "It's just curiosity. Why should I bother with her private affairs?" Suddenly, a voice next to him rang out. "Leah Chen, look." Shanshan excitedly pointed at the special food on the table and introduced it to him. "Special wet pasta salad." Leah Chen immediately said with disdain, "Are you crazy? Don't mess around." Shanshan tried to retort, but suddenly realized something. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, I was just kidding." What's burning?" This left him bewildered. They both looked at two overflowing pots next to them. Leah Chen cried out in a panic, "Oh no!" In the end, both of them looked at the two burnt dishes on the table. Everyone looked helpless. Afterward, Shanshan's optimism sparked a new idea. "Forget it, it doesn't matter, it doesn't look great, but it should still be edible." Leah Chen merely watched her silently. Shanshan ate for a while and then stopped. She looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. Immediately after, her words startled Leah Chen again. "I've noticed you've been acting strangely lately, always following me and not focusing on your work. If there's a problem, just say it." Leah Chen pretended to pick up his rice bowl to cover his panic, then retorted, "Nonsense, you're overthinking it. You're the one with the problem, always buried in your phone, messaging and playing games, sometimes even giggling to yourself." Seeing Shanshan's guilty look, he suddenly thought of Xiao Sang and then questioned, "Are you and that guy rekindling your old flame?" But she didn't know who Jiacheng was referring to. Shanshan thought of Xiao Fan instead and shyly replied, "You found out." This answer was like a bolt from the blue for Jiacheng, leaving him bewildered. She actually admitted it. He then curiously asked, "Then I'm curious, when did you two meet?" Shanshan thought for a moment, then replied, "It was when I was still in the celestial realm. I told you about it, didn't I? Back then I wasn't allowed to go out, so I just played games all day. And that's how I met him by chance." Perhaps she was truly happy. Shanshan's sparkling eyes seemed to contain the entire galaxy. "That was a very happy time. We played games together and talked about all sorts of things. He told me a lot, including things about the human world." Hearing this, Leah Chen was already very surprised. He widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. Shanshan rested her chin, recalling, then continued her story. "He doesn't seem to talk much now, but he used to be so clingy, keeping me awake many nights." Seeing Leah Chen squat down, she immediately asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Perhaps he also felt his reaction was excessive, so he lied. "No, I just choked on some water." Then he composed himself and continued to press. "If you two were so close, why did you break up?" Mentioning this, Shanshan grew a little sad. "That's because he and I agreed to meet in the human world, but back then I was under my family's control. And I didn't know the way, so I missed our appointment." Leah Chen immediately followed up. And then, her gaze slowly shifted to him and she said blandly, "You already know, because of this contract I had to marry you." And then everything just went on from there, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Shanshan recounted sadly, "Although it was unavoidable because I missed the appointment, I imagine he must have been very disappointed, so I was embarrassed to contact him." Shanshan continued to recall the moment of their reunion with happy eyes. "I never expected to meet him again in the human world a few days ago. It was truly wonderful. But I was also a bit surprised. Who would have thought he was?" Her voice suddenly trailed off because Leah Chen had completely frozen, feeling as if he had just been electrocuted. His brain temporarily disconnected. Shanshan asked, puzzled, "Hey, what exactly is wrong with you?" After he recovered and replied, the two began talking at cross purposes. "Does that guy know your current identity?" "I haven't told him yet." "Why?" Shanshan's gaze suddenly held a hint of sadness. "That's because he doesn't seem to like it." Leah Chen interpreted this sentence in another way. His heart trembled, thinking, "She still hasn't dared to tell him she married a demon, has she?" Her pupils contracted as if she had made a very important decision. "If this comes out, he'll definitely hate me. I want to continue this relationship, so I'll probably keep it a secret until the right time to tell him." Leah Chen's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. In his mind, he already had a string of questions for her. What do you mean? Is this guy planning to have an affair with her old flame? How thrilling, what nerve, daring to play me like this." The question was then thrown back to Leah Chen. Shanshan asked him, chin in hand. "Speaking of which, I'm also curious about something. What was your relationship with him before? Were you his ex-girlfriend?" But he couldn't hear anything else she said. Leah Chen, as if he didn't want to hear anymore, said, Stop, too much information, let's stop here today." Under Shanshan's bewildered gaze he quickly gave a few instructions and then left. Just leave it there when you're done, I'll clean up tomorrow, good night, leaving her alone there, full of confusion. What happened? And at this moment in another place a demon's tail was wagging happily. Xiaofan was curled up in bed. She was very focused on her phone, her eyes filled with joy but also a hint of hesitation. In the chat box a line of text hadn't been sent yet. Let's meet tomorrow. Sweat drenched her cheeks. Xiaofan was a bit worried. No, I just reconnected with him, suddenly suggesting a meeting is a bit strange. What if he doesn't want to? Meanwhile Shanshan was also very focused. Despite sitting in the bathtub she insisted on replying to messages. Looking at the words still unsent on the screen she was a bit worried. Why did it suddenly freeze? Finally, Shanshan's message to meet tomorrow was sent, but before that a long message from the other party had already come through, suggesting they meet at the arcade at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Realizing she had accidentally agreed, it took a long time for Shanshan to react. Wait, meanwhile on Xiaofan's side, sending the meeting message seemed to have drained all her courage. Xiaofan slumped back. It's really sent, and Shanshan, trying to reply with an explanation, clumsily dropped her phone into the bathtub. A while later, Xiaofan finally looked up, waiting for a reply. Seeing the message on her phone that she had agreed to the plan, Shanshan's face immediately turned panicked. When the message reached Xiaofan she had already jumped up with joy. She really agreed, but she didn't know that the person who had accidentally sent the message was now utterly terrified. It won't turn on hairdryer. Hairdryer. Xiaofan's little tail wagged happily behind her as she excitedly followed her owner to pick out clothes. Which one should I wear? I'm so excited. The sun gradually set and the area around the building began to darken. The phone screen was completely black beyond salvation. Shanshan could do nothing but stare at it in frustration. Then she came up with the best solution for now. Calm down, what if he made a mistake? But if it's real then I'll just explain everything once the phone is fixed. It'll have to do. Even though she told herself this, Shanshan couldn't help but feel worried and a tense atmosphere enveloped her. The next morning the clear blue sky was perfect for a date. Shanshan's feet hesitated, pacing back and forth, and she bundled herself up before deciding to leave. She thought, I still have to go confirm it. She looked worriedly into the distance, then silently prayed, please don't come, please. After that, Shanshan furtively looked around like a thief. Jiacheng watched her with wide eyes, surprised once again. After looking around for a while it seemed someone made her stop. That person was Xiaofan. She was standing at the appointed place. As soon as she saw her, Shanshan's eyes immediately went blank. She really came. What do I do now? She just hid behind a pillar observing Xiaofan. But Shanshan didn't know that someone else was observing her from behind. Already suspecting Shanshan of seeing someone else, Jiacheng was even more shocked now that he saw her acting furtively. His eyes were wide with horror, filled with questions. Where is she sneaking off to? A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Jiacheng's mind. Jiacheng began to speculate. Oh, is she going on a date with her ex? It must be. No mistake. Meanwhile Xiao Sang was walking along holding a letter and feeling very worried. I wonder if I can hand the letter to Xiaofan today. Suddenly he glimpsed Jiacheng hiding behind a pillar and immediately recognized him. That's Miss Shanshan's husband, but unaware he was being watched, Xiao Sang made a decision. I'll go over and say hello. Suddenly a piece of cloth fell from the sky, covering Xiao Sang's glasses and making him stumble and fall. Perhaps it was the result of children playing nearby. As he stumbled, unable to see, several workers carrying goods walked past. Suddenly his foot stepped on something and he fell. Xiao Sang landed directly on a small boy's skateboard, completely lost control as the skateboard shot forward. Hearing a commotion behind him, Jiacheng turned back in surprise. Suddenly someone bumped into him, leaving him no time to react. While Shanshan was still busy observing Xiaofan, a dramatic change had already occurred behind her. Suddenly a loud noise caught her attention. But when Shanshan looked back, everything was calm again, leaving her very confused. What happened? Meanwhile, Jiacheng and Xiao Sang were lying miserably in a pile of garbage. Xiaofan seemed to have been waiting for a long time. She glanced at the time on her phone and saw that 2 hours had already passed. Xiaofan trembled all over, thoughts constantly running through her mind. Why is she still waiting? I won't go. At one moment it was Xiaofan who was trembling because an old lady came over and asked her, Little girl, how do I get to Longbian Bridge? Afterwards she was startled by a person handing out flyers who asked her, Little sister, do you want to sign up for swimming lessons? Another small dog came over. Xiaofan immediately took a defensive stance. 3 hours later, the smile on Xiaofan's face gradually faded. She looked at her phone thinking suspiciously. Why hasn't she come yet? After a while her eyes became worried again. Did something happen? Finally her eyes widened as if realizing something. Could it be? Xiaofan trembled all over. She started to overthink again. She must have been too disappointed after seeing my face, so she just left. It must be like that. Who wouldn't be scared by how I look? Is my hair too messy? Do these clothes look strange? I should have dressed more simply. Xiaofan tremblingly picked up her phone, then decided. I need to apologize quickly. But before she could even turn it on, drops of water fell onto the screen. Xiaofan burst into tears. She choked back tears, thinking, I knew I shouldn't have asked her out. She must hate me now. She wiped away her tears with her hand, then silently blamed herself. What on earth am I doing? Just then a scream rang out, startling Xiaofan. Sorry, I'm late. After confirming where the sound came from, she looked in that direction. Shanshan ran over in a panic, an apologetic look on her face. I forgot to set my alarm yesterday, so I'm late. You're Xiaofan, right? Xiaofan at this moment was completely frozen. Even the tears she was shedding stopped. Shanshan hurried forward to greet her. Hello, nice to meet you. Meanwhile, the garbage truck had already dumped its contents. Jiacheng and Xiaosang lay silently in the pile of garbage, their bodies filthy. After a long time, Jiacheng wearily opened his eyes and looked around. Jiacheng struggled to sit up and observe the surrounding area. He glanced confusedly at the man next to him, then looked left and right to observe the place. Jiacheng's eyes quickly darkened with annoyance. He looked at the surrounding wreckage and muttered to himself, "What the hell is this place?" Meanwhile, on Shanshan's side, she was trying hard to greet Xiaofan. Thinking of the change in her appearance, she felt a little smug. Luckily, the disguise hairpin that Qi Yin gave me last time is still here. Xiaofan shyly fiddled with a small strand of her hair, then replied, "It's nothing, I just arrived." And upon hearing that she had waited for over 3 hours, Shanshan happily thought, "She's really nice." Then she happily suggested, "Shall we go get something to drink now?" Xiaofan quickly agreed too. To call Shanshan back, Xiaofan said, hit 5 men." These words immediately made Shanshan choke and cough. She awkwardly suggested, "Xiaofan, that name you're calling is a bit." Xiaofan suggested blankly. "Then how about Daling?" Shanshan was even more helpless now. She quickly introduced herself. "I'm Yushan, you can just call me by my name." Xiaofan's eyes immediately became moist and she apologized softly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, never mind, you can call me whatever you want." Two of them walked into a nearby bubble tea shop together. Shanshan happily suggested, "Order whatever you want, it's my treat today." But Xiaofan still hadn't shaken off her awkwardness. "Anything is fine." Afterwards, the two of them engaged in an aimless conversation. "Juice, whatever you like, bubble tea is fine too." Knowing it was useless to continue, Shanshan could only ask Xiaofan to wait for her. "You go sit over there first." She obediently walked to a window seat, basking in the sunlight. She started blaming herself again. "Oh no, what's wrong with me?" Xiaofan couldn't care less about anything else because her thoughts were constantly swirling in her mind. "Just act normal. I need to find something to talk about. I've chatted with her for so long, haven't I? But why is my mind blank? Calm down, I need to do something." It would be terrible if she got bored and left. While Xiaofan wasn't paying attention, Shanshan appeared from the side wanting to surprise her, but she didn't expect Xiaofan's reaction to be so strong. Seeing Xiaofan recoil in fear, Shanshan quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I saw you were spaced out, so I just..." But deep down, she was very interested in this friend. Like a little kitten. Then she handed her the water she was holding. "Here, try it and see if it's to your taste." And Shanshan's next words startled Xiaofan again. She casually asked, "Xiaofan, you're completely different from what I usually imagined when we messaged. I thought you were lively and outgoing, but I didn't expect you to be so shy in real life. Do you have social anxiety?" Xiaofan's eyes went blank. "Say something, she's trying hard to talk to me. So nervous, she definitely thinks I'm a weirdo." Luckily, Shanshan wasn't displeased by Xiaofan's silence. "I'm sorry, actually," she pondered for a moment, then finally revealed the truth about today's meeting. "This meeting today was originally because my phone was broken at the time. I was going to message you to clarify, but my phone broke. I also know you waited for me for a long time. How should I put it? I wasn't mentally prepared either. I also didn't know what we'd say to each other after meeting." A certain emotion was awakened in Xiaofan's heart. She listened in surprise as she continued, "So I kept waiting from a distance, hoping you would leave once you saw I wasn't coming. Is that true?" She just realized something, then thought, "Too similar." Shanshan, however, suddenly said, "I'm sorry, let's end today's meeting here." Suddenly, Shanshan's arm was held. Xiaofan tried hard to pull her back. She kept saying, "Wait, wait, wait." Under Shanshan's surprised gaze, Xiaofan quickly said, "It's my fault for insisting on meeting you." Xiaofan's face suddenly turned red and she shyly said, "My communication skills aren't very good either. Please bear with me." A look of sadness appeared on Xiaofan's face. She continued to blame herself for everything. "Stop blaming yourself, I'm very sorry." Xiaofan's gaze began to dart away. "Everyone always says I'm a weirdo with strange clothes and strange hobbies, so it's not wrong for you to think that." Hearing Xiaofan's self-deprecating words, Shanshan immediately rushed over, grabbed her hand and shouted, "How can that be? I'm very happy you asked me out and you're cute, not strange at all." These words immediately made Xiaofan's face turn even redder. She stammered, "Hagu?" Shanshan, however, didn't let her continue thinking. "So you were worried about that just now. I should have said it earlier. I know where we should go now." Xiaofan was even more bewildered by this rapid change. A moment later, they appeared in the game zone of a shopping mall. Shanshan pointed at the surrounding electronic screens, excitedly introducing, "This is it. This place is perfect for both of us." Afterwards, Shanshan proudly challenged her, "We haven't had a one-on-one in a long time. You pick the game." "I haven't played in a long time, but my skills are still at their peak." Xiaofan flipped Shanshan the middle finger and disdainfully said, "After being inactive for a few years, you dare to be so arrogant. I can beat both of you by myself now. Come on." Seeing Xiaofan's change, she became even more excited. "Oh, this is the Xiaofan I know." Immediately after, they immersed themselves in the game. Everyone had a nervous but happy smile on their faces. Xiaofan was completely engrossed in the game, while Shanshan laughed very happily. The two of them tried one game after another. Their interest never waned. Finally, Shanshan happily cheered, "Total victory." Afterwards, she looked at Xiaofan with a triumphant gaze. "What, not bragging anymore, friend?" Xiaofan angrily snorted and pouted and said, "One more round." Just then, Shanshan suddenly leaned closer again and asked, "How about it, feeling more comfortable?" Only then did Xiaofan belatedly realize that her emotions and attitude had changed. Really, Shanshan gently held her hand, showed a gentle smile, then pulled Xiaofan along. "Let's go. We'll play whatever you like today. Perhaps it was Sha Fan's first time being treated like this, and her eyes became blank. The corners of her mouth were pressed into a tight line, then she muttered to herself, "What's going on?" As Shanshan pulled her along, she began to think, "What is this feeling? It seems pretty good." They switched to other games, this time a claw machine. When the plush toy fell from the claw, seeing the unhappy expression reappear on Sha Fan's face, Shanshan asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" She replied in frustration, "I like this one, but I can't catch it no matter what." Afterwards she blamed the shop. "This machine is broken." These words left Shanshan a bit bewildered as she felt the machine worked normally when she used it. Looking at the plush toy in front of her, this time even Sha Fan was stunned. Seeing her like this, Shanshan leaned in and joked, "So Sha Fan also has games she can't play? Let me teach you," she replied, looking down. "I rarely go out, so I'm not good at these games. I'll trouble you then." Another attempt failed. When she heard the sound of the machine, Sha Fan immediately became frustrated. Again, just as she was feeling frustrated, Shanshan grabbed Sha Fan's hand and gently instructed, "Come, do it like this." Her hand covered Sha Fan's small hand and began to instruct, "Move it slightly to the upper right." After a series of complex operations, Shanshan explained again, "Its claw is designed very poorly. You can't catch it using normal methods. You need skill, like shaking it constantly like this, using inertia to hook it." Suddenly Sha Fan's face flushed crimson. She realized something. Meanwhile Shanshan was still patiently instructing. "Just hook the tag with the claw, then press the grab button." But Sha Fan's thoughts weren't there at all. She was still thinking, "What? Too close." Immediately after, the teddy bear was successfully caught. Shanshan, holding the teddy bear, happily said, "See, it's simple, isn't it?" Hearing this, Sha Fan immediately clutched her chest in immense pain, her entire body showing signs of being overly offended and directly mortified. But Shanshan had no idea what she had done. She asked Sha Fan worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Meanwhile, our demon Jian Shi saw the person in front of him and couldn't help but show disdain on his face. Jiacheng quickly greeted him. "Hello?" Jian Shi was very confused. "How are you here?" Jiacheng replied helplessly. "No choice. When I woke up I was already lying here." "Then why did you call me?" "I don't know the way, so I called you to pick me up." Hearing this, Jian Shi immediately shouted, "Are you kidding? Take a taxi back yourself." Jiacheng said with a woeful face, "Taxis are expensive and I'm out of money." He shouted again, "Damn it, do you know how much effort it took for me to find this place?" Seeing this, Lia Chen also loudly stopped him. "Calm down, brother. We're good friends, aren't we? Don't deny it. You came as soon as I called." "Enough," Jian Shi immediately retorted, "each to his own. Let's be clear. You said Shanshan needed me. That's why I rushed over." Chen remembered Shanshan and asked, "That kid, I ask you, where's Shanshan?" His gaze immediately darted away. Did they argue again? Leah desperately denied it. Argue about what? The two of them just ignored the person lying there and bickered back and forth. A grown man arguing over trifles with a woman. Truly shameful. Lia Chen immediately retorted, "I told you no, we didn't argue at all." Just then, the groan from the person lying nearby forced the two brothers to stop. Xiao Sang's glasses had fallen off. He held his head, confused, remembering he had fallen down the stairs and hit something. Where was this? Xiao Sang quickly searched for his glasses while Jian Shi and Jiacheng looked at him as if he were a monster. "Who is this? Don't know." The two brothers were still arguing. "I'm a little hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" Get lost. In the end, they still walked into a nearby shop. Xiao Sang's face was full of apologies. "I'm sorry, today's incident was probably my fault. Order whatever you want to eat, it's on me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Sang, and I am currently a trainee angel." Jian Shi happily introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Jian Shi." Only Lia Chen unhappily turned his face away, not responding. Jian Shi angrily questioned him. "What's wrong with you today? What kind of attitude is that?" Lia Chen still stammered. Xiao Sang quickly understood. What he said made Jiacheng spit out all his water. "Jiacheng, do you have something on your mind, like a relationship problem?" Seeing this, Jian Shi immediately cursed him. "You're so dirty, you bastard, are you crazy?" But Jiacheng didn't have time to pay attention to him. He was just busy refuting Xiao Sang's words. "What nonsense are you talking about? Absolutely not." Xiao Sang was even more certain. "This reaction is exactly right. Is that person ambiguous with someone else, which is why you're worried?" People who fall into this state always show anxiety, darting eyes, fidgeting, sweating, stuttering, blushing, rapid heartbeat, and always trying to deny or make excuses for their true feelings and thoughts. This symptom also has another name, called tander. Lia Chen immediately shouted when he heard this unfamiliar word. "You're talking nonsense," Xiao Sang continued to explain. "Understood. You're feeling very confused right now, aren't you? You don't even know what your deep-seated anxiety and unease feel like. Always feeling hot, uncomfortable, restless, and when others ask, they say they're sick or suffering from heat stroke, using this as an excuse to avoid their feelings. This reaction definitely means they haven't confessed yet. It's an almost more than friends but not yet lovers relationship, right?" Jian Shi immediately chimed in. "You're absolutely right, brother. You have sharp insight." Xiao Sang just rested his chin on his hand and humbly replied, "You flatter me. It's also because this kid's reaction is exactly like a textbook example. It's completely like a romance drama where the male and female leads clearly like each other. But because of some ridiculous misunderstanding they get jealous and angry with each other. Then they resolve the misunderstanding and their feelings grow stronger. However, this kind of plot is already outdated. Any author who dares to write such a plot will definitely be cursed by readers and given 1 star." Lia Chen immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up." Xiao Sang had no choice but to scratch his head and respond with a dry laugh. I'm sorry, I just have a bad habit of talking endlessly once I start analyzing a problem. Frank criticism is unpleasant to the ear after all. A person next to him also raised their left hand in support. That's a painful truth, Jiacheng then loudly questioned. Don't you look at yourself? Didn't you also go on a date with someone? A big question mark appeared above Xiao Sang's head. He asked blankly, a date? Seeing his unusual reaction, Lia Chen was also a bit confused. A flash of lightning seemed to strike Xiao Sang's mind and he rubbed his chin and said, understood. The problem is with me, right? Under Jiacheng's terrified gaze he continued to analyze. The Archangel General didn't tell you anything, did she? Guessed it. No wonder Jiacheng didn't like me when you first saw me that day. The person connected to me is also the person you liked, which is Yushan Shanshan. Lia Chen's face was already as red as blood. He frantically shouted, No, you're mistaken. There's no way I could like her. Seeing his agitated reaction, Xiao Sang quickly said, I'm sorry. At this moment Shanshan, far away, suddenly sneezed for some unknown reason and felt very uncomfortable. Xiao Fan, seeing this, asked with concern, Are you sick, Yushan? Since there was nothing wrong with her body, Shanshan quickly explained, No one mentioned me, right? He quickly understood. I think Jiacheng might have misunderstood something. Thinking of the Archangel General, it seemed both of them were bad-mouthing her behind her back. The Archangel General loves to play tricks on people, so don't pay attention to anything she says, otherwise you'll be led by the nose until your mind and body collapse. Jian Shi immediately chimed in. I understand that. Looking at the two of them, Jiacheng held his head weakly. He understood that the bespectacled guy was just provoking him. But Jian Shi continued, even knowing that, you still believe that old woman's words? You're such an idiot. Xiao Sang also supported him. You can't blame him. Who in love is normal? It's normal to be carried away by emotions. Finally Jiacheng couldn't take it anymore, and had to shout, Both of you shut up. Then Xiao Sang's gaze involuntarily showed envy again. I'm truly envious, Jiacheng. Your relationship with Shanshan looks really good. I'm different. Jiacheng curiously asked, Are you talking about Xiao Fan? Jian Shi also pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, Oh, that shy and timid girl I saw at the last anime convention. His words immediately made Jiacheng exclaim, How did you know that, brother? Jian Shi quickly dodged again, stammering. Heard that bespectacled person casually mention it. Now it was Jiacheng's turn to analyze. Although he's indeed a bit hard to approach, what exactly did you do to make her avoid you to such an extent? Hearing this, Xiao Sang suddenly realized, that must have been that incident, Jiacheng curiously asked in return. What incident? He quickly recalled and concisely said, It was probably that day I confessed to her, or proposed to her, you could say. Looking back, Xiao Fan has been avoiding me ever since that day. Jian Shi and Jiacheng's faces could only be described with one word at this moment, dumbfounded. A moment later, both of them spat out the water in their mouths in shock. At this moment, Xiao Fan, far away, also inadvertently sneezed, her body trembling slightly. But she didn't realize what was happening. On Jian Zai's side he had already turned into a girl and was happily enjoying the food, praising, so delicious. Then he happily called out, Boss, another glass of water. Perhaps because he was too beautiful, the boss was even happier. Is this lady satisfied with the food? Jian Shi spared no praise. Excellent, superb craftsmanship. Alright, this lady gets a free glass of lemon water. Jian Shi became even happier. He cheered, May the boss's business flourish and wealth abound. Jiacheng silently commented from the side, So good at acting cute, it's quite convenient to be like this. Meanwhile, Xiao Sang was still utterly confused. I remember Jian Shi seemed to get up and go somewhere just now. In his memory, Jian Shi stood up and left, mumbling, Damn, it's almost time. Xiao Sang's memory stopped at Jian Shi returning in his feminine appearance. After a while, this girl appeared. Is she your sister? Jiacheng didn't explain but instead asked Xiao Sang, It's too troublesome to explain. I'll tell you, these two people are the same person. Do you believe me? Xiao Sang still didn't understand. How does he like to cosplay? No, that's not right. Is he cross-dressing? While he was still confused, Jian Shi interjected again. I'm a woman now. In an instant, Xiao Sang's mind went completely blank. Jiacheng, seeing this, reminded Jian Shi to stop joking. But he didn't listen at all and instead lamented. His reaction is so interesting. After some explanation, Xiao Sang slowly understood. So it's a curse. How unfortunate. Once he had cleared all his doubts, the conversation quickly returned to Xiao Sang, and Jiacheng brought up, Don't get sidetracked. What you said just now was important. You said you confessed to Xiao Fan. Is that true? Jian Shi also chimed in. I'm curious too, Xiao Sang replied in a very normal tone. Of course it's true, but Jiacheng's reaction was even more agitated. He's a demon. Xiao Sang was a little surprised by his reaction. Is there a problem? Then he pondered for a while and analyzed, thinking about it carefully. Our identities are indeed a bit sensitive, but both leaders have approved the policy of free love and peaceful coexistence, which I support. In short, whether angel or demon, they are both women. If they feel compatible, they should be together. He thought these words were enough to shock Jian Shi and Jiacheng, but Xiao Sang's next words were like two sharp arrows piercing both their hearts. I hate those cowardly and timid people who don't dare to face their feelings the most. Liking someone but not daring to say it, just watching them makes me angry. Some people only make empty promises, sweet as honey but insincere, professional scumbags who deceive feelings, fickle and heartless. If a comic wrote such a plot, it wouldn't finish in 400 chapters. What's wrong with you two? Jiacheng and Jian Zai's faces were completely pale, but they still insisted on replying nothing. Xiao Sang then asked Jiacheng again, Jia-chung, why is your relationship with Miss Shanshan so good? I'm very curious. Jia-chung's gaze immediately darted away involuntarily. Me, what's so intimate about me? Jian-shi immediately showed a look of disdain. This kid has no virtues. Besides being an otaku, nearsighted and having hemorrhoids, he just has a little more luck than others. Lia Chen immediately shouted angrily, "Hey, what do you know, brother?" To casually comment. Xiao Sang still listened attentively, then analyzed, "Really, I'm very surprised to see Miss Shanshan now. She's like a completely different person." At this point, Jia-chung's jealousy flared up again. "It sounds like you've known Shanshan for a long time. What was she like before?" Jian-shi immediately interjected. "I'm curious too." Jia-chung then asked, "What's your relationship, childhood sweethearts?" Seeing that he was about to misunderstand again, Xiao Sang quickly said, "Jia-chung, you've misunderstood. We're not that kind of relationship. My impression of Miss Shanshan, how should I describe it? Probably a monster." These words struck Jia-chung and Jian-shi like a bolt of lightning, leaving them blankly repeating, "Monster?" Xiao Sang recalled Shanshan's appearance when she was little, then said, "Back then Miss Shanshan had a very short temper, often using force to drive people away and prevent them from coming near. Like a wild beast, the family was helpless against the young lady's unruly temper." Xiao Sang was still young then, and he saw that little girl beat everyone who approached her. Black and blue. Only when the Archangel General came would the young lady calm down. I would occasionally accept tasks to look after the young lady because the Archangel General was very busy. That terrifying memory resurfaced. As young Xiao Sang brought food and called the young lady to eat, Shanshan kicked over the meal and then shouted, "Get out!" After hearing this, Lia Chen also somewhat agreed. "This reminds me of the first time I met Shanshan." Seeing that both of them despised the girl Shanshan whom he trusted, Jian-shi immediately retorted, "You two are lying to me, aren't you? Shanshan is so cute and harmless." Jia-chung immediately disdainfully stated that he hadn't experienced the world yet. "Stop dreaming, friend. If it weren't for that ring, this kid would have lost his life long ago." But Jian-shi still insisted on refuting. "You must be playing a trick on her again, right?" Lia Chen suddenly realized something strange. "Listening to you, could Shanshan be the young lady of a certain celestial family? I hear you keep calling her Miss." "Called her Miss when you were telling the story earlier too." Xiao Sang stammered a few words, "No," but quickly realized he could no longer deny it, so he silently prayed in his heart, "I'm sorry, miss, I spoke out of turn." Then he turned to Jia-chung and said, "I can't reveal too much. Just understand it however you interpret it." After hearing this, Jia-chung understood. No wonder she seriously lacked common sense and her cognitive abilities were shockingly poor. Jian-shi listened and suddenly realized, "Really?" But Jia-chung didn't answer him, instead asking, "How long has Shanshan been like this?" Xiao Sang thought carefully before answering, "I'm not too sure about that either, but I heard that when she was little, the young lady was involved in an incident related to demons. So, to prevent that incident from escalating, the young lady was strictly monitored, even confined to her home. This was told to me by the Archangel General. The exact situation is best known by the Archangel General. She has taken care of Miss Shanshan since childhood, and the young lady only opens up to her. That's all I know." After hearing this, Jia-chung and Jian-shi had the same thought. Why is everything related to that bespectacled guy? Afterward, Lia Chen was incredibly sad. "She never mentioned this to me. Every time I planned to ask her, she would change the subject. I really don't know what she's thinking." Xiao Sang then took the opportunity to ramble on, comforting and teasing him. "I think this matter is also somewhat difficult to speak about. Miss always used to be in a self-protective state, which is why she acted cautiously towards those around her. Jia-chung, you care too much about Miss Shanshan. I also vaguely understand why the young lady would open up to you." Jia-chung, having his heart secret exposed, immediately jumped up. "I care about what? Damn it, this guy just loves to gossip." Jian-shi added fuel to the fire. "This kid is severely tender. Whatever he says, just understand the opposite. Get ready, he's about to argue forcefully." Jia-chung immediately shouted, "No way." Seeing this, he grew even more pleased. "See, wasn't I right?" He quickly asked Xiao Sang, "What's so attractive about Xia Fan? Why do you like her? Hurry up and tell us, maybe we can give you some advice." Meanwhile, Jia-chung secretly planned to quickly change the subject, otherwise these two guys would cling to him again. His plan succeeded. Xiao Sang shyly replied, "Me? I don't know how to describe my feelings, but I'm sure it's love." Jia-chung became even more confused. "What does that mean?" But before Xiao Sang could explain further, Jian-shi interjected, "Understood." He explained pretentiously, "This is the legendary love at first sight." Now even Xiao Sang is as confused as you are, the two asked in unison. "Love at first sight?" Jian-shi had no choice but to explain clearly. "That's right, love at first sight is the strong affection that arises from the very first moment you meet. As if fated." Jia-chung interjected another vulgar remark. "So you thought she was pretty the first time you met her, right?" He shouted, "You bastard, shut up, that's too much of a buzzkill." Finally, Jian-shi seemed to make an important decision, saying, "All right." He pointed to a few men over there. "Hey, do you see those three guys sitting over there?" Jia-chung replied, puzzled. "Yeah, what about them?" Jian-shi flipped his hair back and instructed, "I'll only do this once, watch carefully." Then he walked to the table with the two men, then suddenly stumbled. "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." The people around immediately asked with concern, "Friend, are you all right?" When he looked up, his exquisite face immediately captivated the people nearby. Jian-shi softly said, I'm fine, I just accidentally fell, please excuse my clumsiness. His pink eyes lightly flickered as if to ensnare their souls. A pink vision appeared in their minds, Jianshi smiling and waving, calling, come here darling, or him sexily and shyly asking, do I look good in this? Then saying I do in a wedding dress, and even sweetly cuddling a child, calling out, darling, our child is calling daddy. Jiacheng and Xiao Sang sat nearby observing, constantly exclaiming, holy cow, I think those three guys have even decided on the children's names. Succubi are just different. He came back, proudly flipped his hair again and asked, that's how it is, understand? The two immediately expressed admiration. Hero, that's a real hero, incredibly impressive, I'm completely blown away. Xiao Sang lowered his head and muttered to himself. I see, so this is how I feel about Xia Fan. Then why does she keep avoiding me? Jianshi then transformed into an emotional strategist and advised, you're too impatient. The fruit needs to ripen to be sweet. It's like in a dating game when the other person's affection level hasn't reached the requirement, you confess anyway. If you attack aggressively, it will definitely backfire. Especially with an introverted girl like Xia Fan, Xiao Sang, enlightened, said, I see, it seems I made a wrong move, I must think of other ways. In a last resort, perhaps I'll have to use special measures. I'll imprison her, torment, train and brainwash her with drugs, repeating it daily until she can no longer leave me. Hearing his chilling, perverted plan, Jiacheng and Jianshi were both terrified, simultaneously thinking, is this guy really an angel? He asked, puzzled. Is there anything wrong with this method? Jianshi immediately shouted, there are too many problems, doesn't that sound like a perverted criminal? But Xiao Sang still didn't understand. Really? But the Archangel General taught me this method. He recalled the past when the boss lady had advised him, men must be tough, tie them to the bed until they can't forget you. Xiao Sang was hesitant then, but the boss lady, seeing this, immediately interrupted him. I'm the god of love, so listening to me will surely lead to success. So Xiao Sang had no choice but to obey. Understood. After hearing this story, Jianshi and Jiacheng both felt helpless, knowing it must be the four-eyes guy who instilled these ideas. A ray of light shone into Xiao Sang's mind. Your reactions. Did I get tricked? He clutched his head in pain. I should have noticed earlier. It's over. Jianshi and Jiacheng looked at him, feeling increasingly speechless, unable to tell if this guy was smart or foolish. Jianshi snapped his fingers, comforting Xiao Sang. Calm down, there's still hope in this situation. Knowing the other person's feelings isn't necessarily a bad thing, Jianshi proudly replied. Of course I'm a succubus, my specialty is controlling women's hearts in the palm of my hand. Xiao Sang immediately flattered, Master, please guide your disciple. A cunning smile tugged at Jian Zai's lips. I can teach you, but I have a condition. Angel brother, let's make a deal. Xiao Sang immediately wanted to refuse. A deal? I have nothing to. But Jianshi quickly interrupted him. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything unreasonable, just your glasses. Xiao Sang pointed to his glasses, puzzled, and asked, these glasses, you want to know their secret? Jianshi happily admitted, exactly, I'm very curious. Meanwhile, Jiacheng secretly commented from the side. What kind of mischief is this guy up to again? Xiao Sang evidently agreed. He took off his glasses and introduced them. There's no secret to them. These glasses are auxiliary tools used by angels during missions in the human world. They can conceal one's aura appearance and provide a certain degree of disguise. He gently rotated the small knob with his finger and explained, you can adjust the glasses mode and disguise capabilities with this button. Subsequently, Xiao Sang's appearance completely transformed, astonishing the two. He explained, if set to the lowest mode it becomes like this. Jianshi walked around him and commented, he looks like a completely different person. Jiacheng also observed carefully, unable to find anything even from different angles. It must be the glasses doing. Xiao Sang's finger continued to adjust. If he raised it to the next mode he suddenly disappeared, making Jiacheng anxious. How where's he? He was just here. Jianshi immediately guessed. Invisibility or instantaneous movement, these glasses are too professional and advanced. Suddenly, Xiao Sang reappeared behind them and said, I'm here. This made both of them shriek in surprise. When did you stand there? Xiao Sang calmly replied, I just stood up as usual and walked to the back. In this mode you can reduce your presence to near invisibility. Jiacheng listened with great envy. Wow, this function is amazing, who could ever win against that? Jianshi suddenly remembered. No wonder that Four-Eyes Guy sometimes appeared like a ghost. Xiao Sang continued to introduce. If he adjusted it to the next mode the surrounding space fell silent, and Xiao Sang's body remained unchanged. Jiacheng immediately began to doubt himself. How are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is he still the same? Jianshi on the other hand was a bit angry. Are you kidding? Xiao Sang just lightly pushed up his glasses and asked, do you two still remember who I am? What's my name? Hearing this seemingly simple question, Jiacheng immediately showed displeasure. How, you already told us your name, Jianshi quickly blurted out. The name is, what was it called? Your name is, no, the name is. The two immediately realized something, their faces changing dramatically. They thought this process would stop here, but they were both still very persistent. He has that name, but who is it? I can't remember. Why is that? I know, he's an angel. I'm sure I know, but I just can't recall it. Xiao Sang reached out and adjusted his glasses back to normal mode, then explained, in this state, the glasses emit energy waves that interfere with the other person's perception, making all information about me very blurry. You can think of it as I'm A, B, C, D or passers-by. We pass each other, see each other, have an impression but just can't remember. This helps angels conceal their identity when on missions. Jiacheng and Jianshi both exclaimed in surprise, Amazing. Then he reached out for the glasses while Xiao Sang was still in a daze. Lend me those for a moment. But Jian-shi couldn't remove them, he angrily cursed. Why are they so tight I can't pull them off at all? It was then that Xiao Sang trembled as he explained, no one can remove them except the owner of the glasses. Jian-shi became even angrier. Which bastard came up with such a stupid function? Xiao Sang continued to explain. I don't know either, but all the items we angels use are invented by the Archangel General. Jia Cheng immediately complained. It's that Four Eyes again, and why are these functions a bit like Sister Jia Xin's brooch? Can these glasses be used by others? Xiao Sang stammered. I think so. Seeing him say yes, Jian-shi immediately rushed over. Let me try. He was too curious. After putting on the glasses, Jian-shi eagerly asked, How do I look? What responded was Jia Cheng's burst of laughter. Why do you look so silly? That's too weird, he then smilingly suggested. Let me try. As soon as he put on the glasses, Jian-shi immediately covered his mouth and burst out laughing. You look exactly like a silly nearsighted man with hemorrhoids, he still eagerly asked. I look? No, he replied dejectedly. All right, give them back when you're done playing. Take a photo for me as a souvenir. Xiao Sang kindly reminded, You two better take off those glasses. After only a short while, Jia Cheng and Jian Zai's consciousness seemed unstable. They kept asking themselves, Who am I? Where is this? It seems the effect of these glasses varies depending on the wearer. Then came exhausted but unstoppable laughter. Jia Cheng complained tiredly. Damn, it feels like I've been playing games for 3 days straight, he groaned exhaustedly. Xiao Sang then explained the reason. These glasses consume the wearer's life force. The higher the mode, the more it consumes. Even high-ranking angels can only maintain the intermediate level. And it can only be maintained for a certain period. I was just demonstrating the functions, Jia Cheng and Jian-shi both replied listlessly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jian-shi then expressed immense admiration for the boss lady, so that Four Eyes can wear these glasses all the time. Are you referring to the Archangel General? He pondered for a moment, then continued. She is the only one who can continuously use the highest mode of glasses. Jia Cheng's tone clearly showed his adoration. That's amazing. Suddenly his phone received a text message notification. Jia Cheng opened it and immediately froze. What is this? By then it was completely dark. Shanshan happily stretched. So tired, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Xiaofan also felt the same way. The two had left the amusement area but were still happily discussing that dancing game was really fun. And that claw machine game, some of the dolls though a bit strange were still cute. By this time the train station had become empty. Shanshan regretfully said, We're at the train station. Despite her reluctance, she had to say goodbye. I'm leaving first, Xiaofan, be careful on your way, goodbye. She just nodded in response. Suddenly, Xiaofan called out, Wait? Shanshan asked blankly, what's wrong? She then stammered, It's next time. Xiaofan immediately suggested with watery eyes, next time. Let's go out together again. Shanshan happily walked forward and agreed. Of course, no problem. She squinted, smiling blissfully. I'm looking forward to it too. Xiaofan's face turned beet red and she could only stammer a response. Suddenly, Shanshan remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. Then she said to Xiaofan, I have a question for you. She looked a little bewildered. What is it? Shanshan immediately walked forward and asked, Do you have a boyfriend? This question left Xiaofan unsure how to react. She pressed on. Or did you have a boyfriend before? Like, you broke up with your boyfriend some time ago and now you suddenly met again. Would you still feel something? Xiaofan's face was now as red as blood and she stammered, I don't have a boyfriend. I've always been single. Hearing this, Shanshan immediately let out a sigh of relief. I see, thankfully. She secretly thought, how could Jia Cheng have a boyfriend? Then she happily said goodbye to Xiaofan. Xiaofan was still bewildered. What does that mean afterwards? Xiaofan just stood there blankly watching Shanshan wave goodbye and leave. After a while she reacted, then clutching her wildly beating heart she secretly thought, was she indirectly confessing to me? Xiaofan regained her composure, opened her bag and belatedly realized she had forgotten to return the glove to her. After a day of playing, Shanshan returned home with a tired body. Finally it's over. I had so much fun today. But her eyes were tightly shut and she thought to herself, this can't go on, this feeling is really hard to put into words. Shanshan took off her hat then decided to ignore that feeling, forget it. I'll deal with it when I get home. After taking off her hat, her pink hair cascaded freely. Shanshan happily muttered to herself, it's still more comfortable to be myself. Her eyes were hazy. So tired I feel like my body's falling apart. As her body tilted backward, a strong hand immediately supported her. Shanshan looked up in surprise and before her was Jia Cheng's stern face. Her eyes were empty and she unconsciously blurted out, Jia Cheng. Jia Cheng's expression was very displeased. He stared at her and asked, what are you trying to do? Shanshan quickly came to her senses and retorted, how are you here? Jia Cheng immediately showed her the text message the Four Eyes guy had sent him which said Shanshan was hooking up with other girls' partners while on a date with Xiaofan and told him to see for himself. Shanshan was so angry she couldn't speak. He asked angrily, what kind of trick are you pulling now? Shanshan struggled to explain for a long time, gesturing, it's like this, and then like that. In the end, Jia Cheng blamed her instead. Are you stupid? How can paper wrap fire? How are you going to explain it when it's exposed later? Shanshan replied dejectedly, I don't know what to do now either. Seeing her like this, Jia Cheng felt a sense of relief. So she had been playing with Xiaofan all day. He suddenly frowned in annoyance. Jia Cheng's hand suddenly smacked hard on her head. Shanshan clutched her head in pain, looking at him with a bewildered expression. But Jia Cheng didn't stop and hit her head a few more times. This time Shanshan was so hurt that tears almost came out. Ouch, 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 what are you doing? Recalling all the grievances and confusion he had felt. You have to explain things clearly to me, you idiot. Shanshan still kept her hands on her head, her eyes blank. She didn't understand anything. Elsewhere, night fell, merging into the silent forest. Xiaofan walked around looking left and right. Strange, I remember taking this path. Where did it go? She suddenly stopped because she heard a familiar voice. Why did you suddenly hit me? It hurt so much. Xiaofan quickly recognized the voice and the two figures in front of her. That voice, without thinking too much, she poked her head out and asked, Yushan Shanshan, is that you? Because she couldn't see the two figures clearly in front of her. Xiaofan squinted unhappily. It's too dark, I can't see anything. While she was still dazed, Shanshan had already hidden behind Jiacheng. Jiacheng was happy to rescue her. Oh, it's you. No wonder you sound familiar. He suddenly appeared, startling Xiaofan. Ha, Lia Chen, what are you doing here? He didn't answer, instead retorting, that's what I should be asking you. Xiaofan ignored him and went to search for the voice she had just heard. Strange, I clearly heard him speak. Or did I mishear? Suddenly, Shanshan, who had been hiding well behind Jiacheng, spoke again. She poked her head out from behind his arm and softly said, Hello? Xiaofan's whole body trembled and her demon tail didn't even have time to hide. She thought fearfully, that angel girl also came to the anime convention. Jiacheng immediately reminded her, your tail is showing, you're really not careful at all. Xiaofan stubbornly retorted, what's it to you? Shanshan worriedly glanced at Xiaofan's reaction. Oh no, this doesn't feel good. If this continues, I'll definitely be exposed. Realizing this, she immediately whispered to Jiacheng, I'll go first. It wouldn't be good if this got exposed. He could only nod in agreement. Having decided, she said goodbye to Xiaofan and left. I have something to do, I'm leaving first, goodbye. Jiacheng glanced back, sighing inwardly, such a hassle. And Xiaofan was still very scared. What's going on? To keep her from continuing to think about Shanshan, Jiacheng immediately changed the subject. I say you don't need to keep hiding from him. Don't overdo it. Xiaofan hadn't fully recovered yet. He continued to try and mend the relationship between Xiaofan and Xiaosang. How should I put it? He doesn't have any ill intentions, so I think there must be some misunderstanding between the two of you, so perhaps sitting down and talking now. Xiaofan's face darkened. Why should I resolve conflicts with an angel? Are you kidding? Did you hit your head? Why are you suddenly speaking up for the angel? Seeing him like this, Xiaofan leaned in and questioned him. Long time no see, you seem to be getting too close to them. Are you addicted to domestic games? Her gaze darkened. Her tone also grew cold. Have you forgotten what they did to you? Jiacheng's face went blank. Don't tell me you really forgot. Xiaosang's hand holding the envelope tightened slightly, feeling a bit frustrated that he still couldn't give it to her. Although there were unexpected gains today, during today's date, Jian Shi told him, our agreement today is a secret, don't tell that woman. Xiaosang's eyes behind his glasses grew serious. Ever since he saw those two return, he'd had an inexplicable feeling of unease. It just so happened that he met the right people at the right time, and everyone got the information they needed and all misunderstandings were resolved. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Everything happened so strangely, as if someone was manipulating it behind the scenes, making everyone accidentally meet and exchange information. Xiaosang walked up the stairs step by step, his head lowered. Was it really a coincidence, or? And Xiaofan was very angry at Jiacheng at this moment. What's wrong with Lia Chen? She walked along, complaining that she was worried about him, which was why she reminded him. But instead then she looked up again and mumbled to herself, maybe I'm overthinking it. Suddenly, as he reached the last step of the stairs, Xiaosang and Xiaofan met. He immediately recognized her and called out, Xiaofan. Her eyes widened, and before she could react, Xiaofan darted away, leaving Xiaosang still trying to call out, wait. He stomped his foot hard, ready to chase after her. But suddenly Xiaosang's body fell. He lay in the rubble of the construction site, his voice choked. It hurt so much, perhaps the sound was too loud, and Xiaofan, who was fleeing, also turned back in surprise. She looked at Xiaosang's trembling hand, reaching for help with a blank expression. How did my body suddenly sink into the ground? My eyes can't see either. Xiaofan's eyes were filled with helplessness, not wanting to look anymore. The cry for help still echoed. I can't breathe, help, someone save me. After a while, a hand gently offered water. A towel was gently placed on Xiaosang's face, but he still felt pain. Xiaofan carefully removed his glasses, but still complained incessantly. Didn't I tell you not to move? I've never seen anyone in my life fall into a cement pit and almost suffocate. She cursed coldly. What are you crying about? As a man, aren't you ashamed? He immediately retorted. How would you know if you haven't experienced it? So he was scolded by Xiaofan again. How many times have I told you, be careful when you walk? You're the culprit. You're so old and still need constant reminding. Hearing this, Xiaosang immediately apologized. When his eyes opened in a daze, she immediately asked with concern, How are you? Can you open your eyes? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaofan's beautiful face and heard her concerned voice. Does it still hurt? I'll wipe it for you again. Xiaofan was wiping his face, but suddenly stopped because Xiaosang remained silent. Suddenly, Xiaosang blurted out another confession, I like you. In an instant, the towel directly hit his face. Xiaofan's face flushed crimson, and she angrily gave him the middle finger, continuing to curse. You're still saying such things even in this state? I knew I shouldn't have helped you. Don't come near me again. Perverted angel, stay away from me. After she left, Xiaosang just stared at her blankly, scratched his head, and had a silly expression on his face. Oh no, it just slipped out again. I made her angry again. Xiaosang's face showed a shy expression again. but she's so cute when she's angry, I like her even more. Recalling the folder he didn't know where he had thrown earlier, Xiao Sang belatedly realized, oh no, where's that yellow folder? I'm screwed now. The white paper was full of all of Sha Fan's information, and at this moment night had completely enveloped the entire building. The sound of the door opening woke her. She happily ran over to greet him. You're back. Suddenly Shanshan's attitude changed. She asked suspiciously, why are you back so late? Jiacheng only then came to his senses and replied, how, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Shanshan's voice was full of confusion. Nothing, what's wrong with you? Jiacheng quickly explained. Nothing, I just chatted with Sha Fan for a while. I'm going to cook. You wait a moment. Although he had explained, Shanshan still had a silly expression, her eyes wide open. She thought to herself, something feels a bit strange. In the kitchen, Jiacheng was preparing to cook when Shanshan suddenly called out, Leah Chen, I have something. He quickly replied, what is it? My phone is broken, can you take a look for me? Hearing her say that, he told her to bring it over. After a while, Shanshan happily held her phone, cheering, ah, it's fixed, I didn't expect you to be so good. But Jiacheng's face was not at all happy. He just silently put away his toolbox when Shanshan called him Leah Chen. He still didn't react. Seeing him so distracted, Shanshan leaned closer and asked, Leah Chen, is something on your mind? She hugged his knee, growing more and more worried. Or are you feeling unwell? Did I do something to make you unhappy again? Jiacheng listened and quickly replied confusedly, no, Shanshan's worried expression was unhidden. She asked again, then why have you been distracted all night? He squinted. Jiacheng was trying to hide his emotions, then he gently reached out and pressed down on her head. Shanshan quietly let him stroke her head, only opening one eye to secretly glance at him. Then that hand moved to her cheek, then both hands. Jiacheng began to knead Shanshan's face. Her cheeks suddenly flushed crimson. Due to shyness, she looked at her nominal husband holding her face. Shanshan was very surprised. What are you doing? Suddenly, those warm hands pinched her face hard. Jiacheng's face remained expressionless and he kneaded her face like this for a while. Perhaps he used too much force, causing Shanshan to cry out in pain. Ouch, 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 what are you doing? Jiacheng's finger gently flicked her flushed cheek. He replied nonchalantly again, nothing, I'm a bit tired today. He immediately sent Shanshan away. Go to sleep, good night. Shanshan's body was still trembling. She squatted down, covering her face, shyly thinking, why so sudden? It scared me to death. Meanwhile, torrential rain had already poured down, washing over the trees outside. The entire city was bearing the heavy raindrops. Jiacheng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He stared wide-eyed, questioning himself. What am I doing? He tossed and turned again, still unable to clear those chaotic thoughts from his mind. Jiacheng reached out and hugged himself, Sha Fan's words still echoing in his ears. Have you forgotten what they did to you? He pursed his lips, still feeling a heavy weight in his heart. How could I forget? The next morning the rain had stopped, with only water droplets remaining on the leaves. Shanshan had just opened her eyes and cheered. So hungry. She struggled to sit up and picked up her phone, then mumbled, time is it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After a while only Shanshan's scream filled the entire building. What, I'm late for school? Then, Leah Chen, why didn't you wake me up? Then, with messy hair, she pushed open his bedroom door. Faced with Shanshan's scream, Jiacheng still sat quietly on the bed, his eyes unconsciously gazing into the distance, not noticing anything else. Seeing this, Shanshan immediately called out worriedly, Leah Chen. Only then did Jiacheng turn his face, but his expression was very strange. His tone with Shanshan was clearly very polite. Good morning. May I ask who you are? Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise. The two faced each other for a long time before Shanshan unhappily cried out, what's going on? Just then, the strange ring on Jiacheng's hand was quietly flashing. Shanshan just stared blankly at Jiacheng smiling on the bed, her eyes wide, and she couldn't help but blurt out, what's going on? Shanshan pointed at herself and shouted, are you crazy, Jiacheng? It's me, Shanshan, don't you remember? Jiacheng tilted his head innocently, repeating that name. Shanshan was speechless at this point. Sweating profusely, she thought to herself, did this guy really lose his memory? He doesn't look like he's faking it either. Are you kidding me? He never shows this kind of expression. What exactly happened? After a while, the Four Eyes boss lady came to examine him. Come open wide. After checking his throat, she leaned closer and reached out to hold his face. Don't move. Open your eyes wide. Jiacheng sat quietly and smiled. You're making me ticklish. Meanwhile, Shanshan next to them was very worried. Class president. What's wrong with that guy? The boss lady was pondering, stroking her chin, and said ambiguously, this situation is very strange. Shanshan listened and blurted out, how is it that serious? She continued to mumble, Jiacheng's body is still very healthy, but he doesn't remember us. The boss lady looked at Jiacheng's silly appearance and guessed, I don't know what influenced him to lose his memory. Perhaps Jiacheng's mind returned to when he was 8 years old? She listened and cried out in astonishment, how old did you say? The boss lady seemed to have thought of something and replied mysteriously, if I'm not mistaken, Jiacheng has been angelified. Shanshan's face turned pale and she stammered in retort, angelified? The boss lady adjusted her glasses and calmly made up, that's right, although this is my first time encountering this situation, according to secret documents, this is definitely angelification. So in short, Shanshan at this moment seemed to see through her thoughts and glanced at her disdainfully, interrupting, Class president, that trick is old, don't try to fool me again. She listened and was startled, defending, what are you talking about? How could I fool Shanshan? She glanced at Jiacheng, who was innocently playing with toys nearby, and asked confusedly, don't you believe it? I don't find your words credible at all. It was the same last time. The boss lady, sweating profusely, forced a smile and assured, it's true. She tried hard to avoid Shanshan's suspicious gaze, but in her heart, she wondered how Shanshan had suddenly become so smart. She used to listen to everything I said, but now, with that thought, the boss lady again spoke dismissively. I'll go investigate the reason. For now, this kid is fine. I'll call you if there's any new development. I'll be going then. Shanshan immediately called out to her, hey wait, what's going on with class president? She suddenly lowered her head, looking at the ring on her hand, and asked softly, hey, is Jiacheng's change caused by you? Answer me. Receiving no answer, Shanshan could only look helplessly at Jiacheng. Everything is fine for now, but I don't know what to do next. He saw her looking at him and innocently flashed a brilliant smile. Shanshan's face immediately turned crimson, and she secretly screamed, oh my god, he's too cute. She watched him wagging his tail like a puppy, quickly reached out to cover her mouth and suppressed her scream. Who could resist this? Suddenly Jiacheng leaned in close to Shanshan from behind. I'm sorry, I think I bothered you. She turned around in surprise and denied. No, not at all. Aren't you scared? Even if you lost your memory, you're still surrounded by strangers. He listened and replied with a bright smile. No, I'm not scared. I don't know how to explain it, but whenever I'm near you, I feel very comfortable. Shanshan was immediately dazzled by his smile, shyly covering her face with her hand. Too dazzling, cuteness overload. Suddenly Jiacheng asked, so what's our relationship? She stammered nervously. Let me think. After hearing her explanation, he exclaimed in surprise. Married? So I'm married? Shanshan scratched her face and corrected. Our relationship is only temporary. Even so, Jiacheng didn't mind, just shyly mumbled, what a surprise, I didn't expect to be married already and to such a cute girl. When Shanshan heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue and she couldn't help but jump up. Hey. Just then, Jiacheng suddenly grabbed her hand. I'm sorry, you must be very sad seeing me like this. He leaned closer, saying mushy words with a smile. Don't worry, I'll try my best to remember everything about us. I must have saved the world in my last life to be able to marry such a cute girl like you in this life. Shanshan was filled with question marks, sweating profusely, her face burning. Her eyes were wide, growing more and more confused. I can't take this anymore. What Jiacheng said to me just now was too embarrassing, but at this moment with that thought, Shanshan's mind felt like it was about to explode. Her eyes were spinning as if she was about to lose her mind. No, I can't remember anything. What's wrong with my body? I can't control my emotions. She quickly turned her face away, hitting herself with her hand, trying hard to stay awake. Calm down, Jiacheng's mind is just that of a child now, an 8-year-old child, a child. Meanwhile, he looked at her back with curious eyes. What should I call her? Since we're married, then suddenly he tilted his head and innocently uttered 2 words, wifey. Shanshan choked and coughed. Trembling all over, unable to speak, Jiacheng saw this and quickly asked with concern, wifey, what's wrong? Are you alright? Did hubby do something wrong? Let me think. Then he called out various other names, making Shanshan even more confused. Darling, honey, sweetie, babe. At this moment only 3 words remained in her mind. I'm dying. This impact had exceeded her tolerance, making Shanshan's brain CPU smoke. After calming down, Jiacheng suggested, how about this? During the time I've lost my memory, I'll call you Sister Shanshan. She finally looked up. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but press tightly together. Shanshan took out her phone, started recording and asked, what did you call me? Jiacheng obediently replied, Sister Shanshan. She told him to say it again. He immediately complied, Sister Shanshan. She trembled with joy, secretly thinking, this isn't bad either. Just then, Jiacheng asked again, Sister Shanshan, where are we now? Shanshan snapped back to reality and replied, now at home, no. Be precise, we're in the human world. He then said, oh. So this is the human world. My sister used to secretly bring me here to play occasionally. Shanshan was a little surprised. Sister? You mean Sister Jiaxin? You still remember? Jiacheng calmly confirmed, of course. It was then that she suddenly realized, right, how could I not have thought of that? Meanwhile, in a messy room, the phone next to the game console rang loudly. The person wrapped in the quilt like a cocoon was woken up by the noise. The person in the quilt reached out a hand, fumbling for the phone. Before long, the hand found the ringing phone. Jiaxin rubbed her still groggy eyes and mumbled, looking at the phone. Who's calling so early in the morning? The screen quickly showed Shanshan's cheerful face. She smiled and greeted, Sister Jiaxin, long time no see. Jiaxin frowned and asked impatiently, Sister-in-law, just get to the point. Shanshan stammered shyly. How do I put it? Jiacheng has a bit of a problem right now. Before she could finish, Jiacheng curiously spoke from behind. Who are you talking to on the phone? Your voice sounds familiar. Shanshan saw him approaching and frantically stopped him. Wait. His expression and tone, like a bolt from the blue, directly struck Jiaxin's face on the other end of the phone. But it was too late. Jiacheng had already seen the phone and shouted with a smile, Big sis. Immediately after, Shanshan saw the call disconnect. Oh, what's wrong? Jiacheng rested his chin on her head, asking confusedly, I feel like my sister has gotten smaller. Is it an illusion? Meanwhile, Shanshan still looked confusedly at her phone. Why did the call suddenly disconnect? Jiaxin on the other end of the phone was trembling on the floor. Little Bear just came out with food and looked very confused seeing this. He leaned closer, looking at her dejected state, and let out a confused cry. Before long, Shanshan's phone rang. Oh, it's a text message from class president. The person who can help Jiacheng regain his memory has been found. Should we go immediately? He listened and asked excitedly, Are we going to play, sister? She sighed helplessly and replied, Forget it, let's just go first. When Shanshan brought Jiacheng to the destination, she was struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at Fan in front of her, a light suddenly flashing in her mind, sweat covering her face. Fan across from her looked at her with the exact same expression. Meanwhile, Jiacheng looked at both of them blankly, not understanding what was happening. After a while, Shanshan managed a forced smile and said, So class president meant you, Sha-fan. She looked at her expression and suddenly shivered. What's wrong? I'm going home. Shanshan saw her trying to leave and quickly pulled her back. Wait, help me. I'm at my wit's end now. Sha-fan turned her head confusedly and looked at her. How? Why should I? Shanshan looked up and pleaded pitifully. Please. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter, staring intensely at her. Sha-fan was speechless, unable to refuse, and a bunch of question marks popped up in her mind. Shanshan continued to use her coquettish tactics. Please, just for a little while. At this point, Sha-fan could only compromise. Although she didn't understand why, she had no choice but to accept. All right, I get it. Hearing this, Shanshan turned to Jachung and celebrated. Great. After some explanation, Sha-fan's mouth dropped open and she asked in disbelief, This kid lost his memory? Shanshan took a sip of water and replied glumly, Yeah, he woke up like this morning. Do demons have this symptom, like a demon cycle that causes personality changes? She listened and retorted blankly, Watch less anime, there's no such thing, how should I put it? Jachung is now like. When she saw Sha-fan looking at her, he held up his hamburger and smilingly invited, Sister, do you want some too? She immediately frowned, sweating profusely, and looked at him with disgust. What? So disgusting, what's wrong with you? Shanshan could only force a smile and change the subject. Jachung's situation now is like an 8-year-old child. Sha-fan was even more incredulous. 8 years old, however, she quickly seized the opportunity, took out her phone and suppressing a laugh started recording. Alright, I must record this. Kid, turn your face towards sister. After a while, Shanshan forced a smile and asked again about what she hadn't finished earlier. Sha-fan, what did you say Jachung was like? She listened, rested her chin, said, Oh, and then recalled when I first met Jachung as a child he was innocent and smiled at everyone, not at all like a demon. So everyone thought he was strange and then gradually drifted away from him. Sha-fan recalled asking Jachung as a child, What's that? He proudly showed off, A sandcastle. My sister says my sandcastle is especially pretty. Then Sha-fan continued, But even so, that guy was still very kind. No matter how much he was bullied, he would just smile. Gradually, everyone was afraid to go near him. Shanshan was also very surprised to hear this. Really? I didn't know Jachung had such a past. Sha-fan immediately frowned, agreeing, Me too. He's a completely different person now compared to back then. At this point, Shanshan suddenly flashed a brilliant smile and praised, which disgusted Sha-fan. Even so, you still remained friends with Jachung until now, Sha-fan. You're truly kind. She seemed to remember something and explained a little guiltily, That's because that guy brought back a lot of interesting toys from the human world and he was very generous in lending them to me. Back then I just thought this guy was useful, and over time we became friends. Hearing this, Shanshan stiffly replied, I see. Just then Jachung suddenly spoke, Sister Shanshan, I want to go to the restroom. She turned to look at him and asked how now, so she paused and then began. She unfastened his anti-loss wristband. Jachung, the restroom is straight ahead. Can you go by yourself? He obediently replied, I can. Then Shanshan carefully instructed again. Hurry back, don't run off. Jachung immediately flashed a brilliant smile. Mission accomplished, I understand. Sha-fan next to them looked at them both speechless. After he left, she turned to Shanshan and asked, I'm also a little curious. What's your relationship with Jachung? I always see you two together. Are you dating? She quickly waved her hands and denied, No, it's complicated. She uttered two confused words, complicated. After some explanation, Sha-fan finally couldn't help but look at her, sweating profusely. I'm married, so the two fools who got tricked into that plan were you and Jachung. Oh no, I slipped up. Shanshan heard her mocking her and could only helplessly say, It's fine, I'm used to it. Then Sha-fan seemed to remember something again. Cross-species love, the higher-ups are always doing such boring things. Oh right. Jachung's personality changed after participating in that similar project 10 years ago. Shanshan suddenly looked up and asked, Similar project? Sha-fan looked at her calmly and explained, About 10 years ago there was a project aimed at improving relations between angels and demons. That's pretty much it. However, she still looked blank. What? There was such a thing? Sha-fan tried hard to remind her. Don't you know, that project caused quite a stir. Even so, Shanshan still couldn't remember. Is that so? Then she waved the lollipop in her hand and recalled, That project was called New Eden. They would pair up angels and demons of similar age, let them interact, learn, and live together. The apparent goal was to create hybrids to break down the barriers between angels and demons. But I heard that project failed because a serious accident occurred. From then on, the relationship between the two races gradually deteriorated. Shanshan's eyes suddenly widened. Huh? She hugged her head in confusion, mumbling, Why can't I remember anything? For a while, Shanshan rubbed her chin, lost in thought. Sha-fan looked at her, expression speechless. You really don't know anything? Shanshan hesitated for a moment, then stammered, I'm sorry. She shyly scratched her face and admitted, I lost some memories when I was a child. I had some problems back then, so my memory was intermittent and I don't remember what happened then. Sha-fan asked curiously, Problems? Shanshan innocently replied, Oh, I was kidnapped by a demon and then that guy was executed on the spot. Her face immediately turned ashen. You were kidnapped. Even so, Shanshan still smiled shyly. After that incident I was grounded and I needed protection wherever I went. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and blurted out, And my kidnapping was also 10 years ago. Could this be related to the project you mentioned? No wonder I don't remember anything at this point. Sha-fan was also speechless. What's wrong with her? She talked about being kidnapped with excitement on her face, but then she lived with a demon. Meanwhile, Shanshan was still seriously recalling, I don't think I've ever thought about this problem. Seeing her like this, Sha-fan was even more puzzled. A normal person who was kidnapped by a demon should try to avoid them. The more she thought, the paler her face became. It's too strange. Just then her phone suddenly rang, attracting both their attention. Shanshan quickly answered the call. "Oh, Sister Josh-shin." Josh-shin on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. "Shanshan, where's that brat?" she replied. "Jochung went to the restroom." Hearing this, Josh-shin stretched out her words. "Is that so?" Then she rested her chin and asked, "Tell me in detail what exactly happened to him." Shanshan's voice on the other end hesitated. "How should I put it? That guy." After a while, Josh-shin cried out in horror. "Amnesia, really?" Shanshan scratched her face awkwardly, replying, "I'm not sure either. I thought you knew, so I called to ask you just now." Josh-shin pressed on. "Did he hit his head somewhere, or is that Four Eyes guy up to something again? Describe it to me now." Shanshan quickly got into character. "He is now." Meanwhile, Shaofan was pondering to herself. That voice sounds familiar." Thinking this, she leaned closer and overheard Shanshan explaining, "The class president told me Jochung's memory returned to when he was 8 years old." Josh-shin sat in Kuma's arms crossed, and said coldly, "Back to 8 years old?" She seemed to have thought of something, gently pursed her lips, and after a moment of hesitation, Josh-shin finally asked, "Did he mention anything about what happened that year?" On this side, Shanshan didn't know Shaofan was gaping in astonishment. She just calmly replied, "No, he doesn't remember anything except you." Hearing this, Josh-shin's tone was as if she had suddenly realized. "I understand." Shanshan immediately asked curiously, "What is it?" She replied with a somewhat evasive look, "Nothing. I'll figure out a way to cure him. I'll call you again when there's progress." Shanshan didn't press further after hearing her say this. Before hanging up, Josh-shin suddenly reminded seriously, "Jochung's mind is currently that of an 8-year-old child. He'll be curious about everything around him, a bit mischievous, and won't be wary of strangers, but he's still very well behaved and obedient. I hope you can help me look after this silly little brother," Shanshan promised with a bright smile. "Okay, just trust me." Only then did Josh-shin relax. "All right, I'm hanging up now." Afterwards, she let out a frustrated sigh, slumping onto Kuma, pondering what she was planning to do. A hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. "It's been a long time since that kid called me Big Sis." Meanwhile, Shanshan was stroking her chin in thought. She'd have to figure out other ways during this time. She didn't notice Shaofan behind her, who was breaking out in cold sweat and stammering. It wasn't until Shanshan heard her soft mumbling and turned around, immediately startled. "Sha, what's wrong with you?" She was trembling all over, her face showing an expression as if she had just seen something, and she stammered, "Who was that just now?" Shanshan looked at her blankly. "Are you referring to Sister Josh-shin?" Shaofan hastily confirmed. Yes, sis." She spoke more and more incoherently, her eyes already spiraling, unable to think. No, how could you know Archangel Josh-shin?" Shanshan immediately widened her eyes. "Archangel Josh-shin?" Shaofan immediately recited tirelessly, explaining her. "She's hailed as the strongest Demon King candidate in demon history. She's extremely intelligent, cunning, decisive, and ruthless, and she's also incredibly beautiful. I once heard that Archangel Josh-shin single-handedly, effortlessly quelled a large gang. She's the best successor for the Demon King position." Shanshan listened, her mouth agape in amazement. "That amazing?" Shaofan immediately replied proudly. "Of course." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered the question she wanted to ask earlier. "Why do you know Archangel Josh-shin?" Your tone with her seemed quite intimate. Shanshan replied with an awkward smile. "She's Jochung's older sister." Shaofan immediately froze, blurting out blankly, "Ha," then she fell into a daze. "Ah?" Seeing this, Shanshan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Don't tell me you didn't know." Meanwhile, Jochung was walking happily. Suddenly, he noticed two girls chatting on a bench. One said, "Ouch, my hand was pricked by a needle." The other advised her, "Forget it, it's like this now, it definitely can't be fixed. We'll just have to buy a new one." The girl held the doll, her face full of regret. But Jochung couldn't help but walk over and suggest, "Hey, if you don't mind, I can help." He blinked with a smile, indicating he was confident. After a while, he carefully examined the broken bunny doll. "I see it's just old and the threads came loose. Do you have a finer needle and thread? This fabric is very thin and easily breaks." The girl hastily replied, "I see, wait for me, I'll go get it." Then Jochung skillfully threaded the needle. The two girls watched his nimble movements, praising, "You're really amazing. It takes me half a day just to thread a needle. Thank you for helping me fix my doll." Jochung's gaze was very focused and full of warmth as he looked at the doll in his hands. "This doll has many mending marks. I guess it's been with you for a long time, hasn't it? Although the mended spots are a bit rough, you can see its owner cherishes it. It must be very happy to have such an owner." The two girls listened, looking at him with even more admiration. Not long after, Jochung happily held up the delicately mended doll with a bright smile. "I fixed it and added some small decorations. It looks cuter, right?" The girl cheered excitedly. "It really does, thank you." Then the two girls looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Are you busy now? I'll treat you to a drink as a thank you." Come with us, it's more lively." However, Jochung had already disappeared, leaving them full of regret. "Where is he? I didn't even get his number." After helping the two girls, he happily ran back. "I've been out too long, I need to hurry back or Sister Shanshan will come looking for me again." Not long after, he saw Shaofan and Shanshan running one after the other. Sister Shanshan, Sister Shaofan." However, as soon as he greeted them, Shaofan grabbed his collar and questioned, "Jochung, is Archangel Josh-shin your sister?" Before he could figure it out, he confirmed, "Yes, is something wrong?" She didn't bother to explain, just shrieked, "You're kidding, right?" Sha Fan seemed to go mad, roaring, "How can he be related to him? Am I dreaming?" Shanshan carefully shielded the startled Jiacheng while trying to comfort her. "Calm down, the most important thing now is to help him regain his memory." After a while Sha Fan recovered, leaned closer to Shanshan's ear and whispered, "Hey Angel, are you close with Archangel Jia Xin? When you have time, can you help me get Archangel Jia Xin's autograph? I know asking Jiacheng is useless. Remember, okay?" Although she was still confused, she agreed. No problem." Then she smiled mischievously and corrected Sha Fan. You can just call me Shanshan." "How about I call you Sha Fan?" Sha Fan shivered at her calling, secretly thinking she's really pushing her luck. Despite this, she didn't refuse but calmly changed the subject. "I think we should take Jiacheng to a place he's familiar with. Maybe he'll remember something." Shanshan listened, enlightened. "A familiar place? Oh right." A long time later, the scene had shifted to a large arcade. Jiacheng and Shanshan both exclaimed excitedly, "This amusement park, it's been a long time since I've been here." Sha Fan was completely deflated. "Why here again?" Hearing her question, Shanshan replied awkwardly, "This is where Jiacheng and I had our first date. Bringing him here might help him remember something." Sha Fan looked at the two of them in surprise, secretly thinking a date. Meanwhile, Shanshan had curiously looked at Jiacheng and asked, "What do you think? Did you remember anything?" He still replied with an innocent smile, "No." She was a little disappointed. Still no. Despite this, Shanshan quickly recovered, eagerly taking the lead. "Forget it, let's just walk around first." Jiacheng followed her like an obedient puppy. Sha Fan looked at the direction they were heading and shouted helplessly, "Hey, that's the exit." Shanshan immediately froze, trying hard to correct herself. "So dangerous." "Let me think. Take this path right." Seeing her go the wrong way again, Sha Fan shouted, "Are you directionally challenged? It's this way." Then Shanshan led Jiacheng to another place. What's over there looks fun." Sha Fan shouted to stop them again. "That's the staff changing room." Then followed her chaotic parenting time, lost again. "She told me to buy water. It's right here." "Where is it now?" "See that light ahead? Go straight, then turn left." "I said turn left." "Are you turning right?" "Wait, Jiacheng, where did you run off to?" "Forget it, don't move, I'll come." "Jiacheng, come back." In just a moment, Sha Fan was already exhausted, slumping on the table. "I give up." Shanshan and Jiacheng looked at her, both feeling very sorry. "Sha Fan, are you okay? You rest here, I'll go buy water." As soon as she heard this, she pounced on Shanshan, grabbing her shoulder. "You sit right here, I'll go." She quickly gave an awkward smile and promised, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong this time." However, Sha Fan had no trust at all. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sit still, don't move, understood?" Shanshan could only obediently comply, scared. "Understood." Before she left, dragging her exhausted body, she still gritted her teeth and instructed, "Sit here obediently and wait for me to come back, understood?" Shanshan broke out in a cold sweat, assuring her that she understood. Then she sat next to Jiacheng, smiling apologetically. "She's angry." He crossed his arms, looking at the direction Sha Fan left, lamenting, "Sister Sha Fan is so pitiful." It was then that Shanshan suddenly remembered, turning her head to ask, Right, Jiacheng, did you remember anything just now? You were so scared your face turned pale on the roller coaster." Jiacheng made a thoughtful expression, finally covering his face in frustration. I'm sorry, sister, I can't remember anything." Seeing this, she was flustered, trying to comfort him. "It's okay, there's still plenty of time, you don't need to apologize." Jiacheng lowered his head, resting it on his hand, stammering, blaming himself. "It's all my fault for losing my memory for no reason. Before he could finish, she shouted, cutting him off. "Don't worry." Shanshan pointed to herself with a confident smile. "You still have me. If you can't recover your memory, I'll support you for life." Jiacheng froze upon hearing this. Shanshan realized she had misspoken and hastily explained, I won't abandon you. Anyway, we're a married couple." She was also confused herself. What am I saying? After hearing her explanation, Jiacheng happily hugged her. "Sister Shanshan, I like you the most." Her face turned beet red upon hearing his sudden confession, almost exploding. "Ha ha ha, what does that mean?" Despite this, she still tried to stay calm, pushing Jiacheng away. "I know, you let go of me first." Just then, Sha Fan returned with 2 cups of water. She walked over and said, "I bought the water." Shanshan hastily pushed Jiacheng away and replied, "You bought it back?" After drinking the water, Shanshan leaned back in her chair, satisfied, exclaiming, "Drinking water is really refreshing." Suddenly Jiacheng spoke, requesting, "Sister Shanshan, I want to go play over there." She smiled, quickly agreeing. Remember not to wander too far." In the end, only Shanshan and Sha Fan were left sitting together. She took another sip of water, softly sighing, "This kid has so much energy. So this is what it feels like to be a mother." Suddenly Sha Fan spoke, making her spray all the water out. "Are you in love with that guy?" Shanshan's whole body was struck by lightning, gesticulating and denying, "You're mistaken, I'm not." Before she could explain, she was interrupted by Sha Fan. "Yes." She lowered her head, seriously questioning herself. "I really don't understand, he's clearly a demon. You even said you were kidnapped by a demon when you were a child, right? Normally after experiencing something like that, you should hate all demons and stay away from them. But you signed a contract with a demon and married him, even living together. And you even developed feelings. What are you thinking? Jiacheng's amnesia has nothing to do with you. So why are you still working so hard to help him, even without any reward?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shanshan smiled and denied, "No, I used to be just as you described, hating the person who kidnapped me, making me lose my freedom, hating those around me, and even hating myself. Honestly, even I didn't expect my life to turn out like this now." Speaking of which, she calmly spoke of her cruel plan, startling Sha Fan. "Initially, when I came to the human world, I planned to eliminate that unlucky demon assigned to me. or, during the contract's term, die together with him, but she smiled again, looking up at the sky with sparkling eyes. I agreed to the contract only to escape my imprisoned life in the celestial realm, to be free to do what I liked. In short, we were just using each other. So Jachung and I often argued, but the longer we spent together, the more I realized Jachung wasn't as bad as I imagined. I was also very surprised then, when I first came to the human world. I knew almost nothing about life here. I was stubborn, unreasonable, short-tempered, and so naive that I was constantly tricked and played for a fool, causing all sorts of trouble, but Jachung would still lend a hand to help me. Even if he always had a stern face, looked impatient, and never said a kind word, he was always there. Gradually I realized that Jachung is a very gentle person at heart. He just isn't good at expressing himself. Shanshan blushed, looking gently at Sha-fan. So now it's my turn to help him, just as he once helped me. Her warm expression left her Sha-fan stunned. 1 second later Sha-fan suddenly stood up and loudly advised, but we can't rule out the possibility that he's doing this on purpose to make you drop your guard, and maybe he'll turn on you later, stabbing you in the back with a fatal blow. Despite this, Shanshan was still very trusting. Is that so? Jachung wouldn't do something like that, Sha-fan questioned incredulously. How can you be so sure? Shanshan replied directly, then asked suspiciously, Sha-fan, are you worried about me? She immediately yelled angrily, how could that be? She didn't mind, just replied thoughtfully, let me think. If I absolutely have to give a reason. Shanshan narrowed her eyes and smiled confidently. It's probably because I trust him. If we can't even trust each other, then the relationship will just stagnate. Just then, Jachung shouted from a distance, Sister Shanshan, a parade is coming. She immediately raised her hand to respond, coming. I'll be right there. The two of them rushed towards the lively area, leaving Sha-fan sitting there in a daze, mouth agape and unable to speak. In her heart she was frantically screaming, what on earth is she thinking? Just then the Four Eyes boss lady appeared out of nowhere, startling her. The boss lady greeted with a smile, hello there, beautiful. The boss lady watched Sha-fan foaming at the mouth, trembling and slumped in her chair, yet showed no hint of guilt. The boss lady asked, oh, did I scare you? She casually propped her chin and sighed, not changed at all, still as timid as before. Sha-fan trembled, clutching her chest and questioning, why do you always suddenly appear behind me? The boss lady retorted in a drawn-out voice, I don't. Sha-fan asked again, then what are you doing here? The boss lady softly replied, just a coincidence, I'm working odd jobs here. Want to go play an escape room over there? Sha-fan immediately refused, forget it. Only then did the boss lady ask curiously, how is everything? Is Shanshan alright? Sha-fan listened and commented thoughtfully, a bit off in the head. The boss lady quickly defended her, but she's very simple and kind. Sha-fan didn't deny it. She's certainly not like those angels I've heard about. The boss lady smiled slightly upon hearing that. I think Shanshan genuinely wants to be friends with you. You don't need to be too wary. After interacting for a while, you should have realized it, right? From not trusting to gradually opening up, that child has really tried hard. To be honest, I'm surprised by how much positive change Miss has shown. This is all thanks to Jachung. Ah no, it's thanks to everyone. Sha-fan glanced at her. Really? The boss lady suddenly raised a finger and said excitedly, don't you think this is interesting, seeing the two of them go from being a pair of sworn enemies, fighting like cats and dogs, to gradually developing feelings for each other? This feeling of successful matchmaking is truly satisfying. It's like watching your own child grow up. Sha-fan immediately retorted with a darkened face, that's you, not me. Don't you think they'd be uncomfortable with you interfering in their lives like this? What exactly are you trying so hard to achieve? The boss lady's lips curved into a faint smile. Nothing. If I absolutely have to give a reason, it's that I want to see Miss happy. Saying this, she looked again at Shanshan and Lia Chen, who were chatting happily over there. The boss lady curled her lips in satisfaction. It's that simple. Sha-fan sat nearby silently watching her, her face growing darker the more she watched, thinking to herself, are all these angels out of their minds? Suddenly, the boss lady turned around again and asked, oh, how have you and Xiao Sang been lately? As soon as Sha-fan heard that name, she immediately jumped in surprise. What do you mean, how have you been? The boss lady showed a gossipy expression and said with a grin, what do you mean how? Didn't that kid confess to you? Sha-fan immediately spat out a mouthful of water and stammered, how do you know? The boss lady leaned closer again, dragging out her words teasingly. Leaders also like to pry into their subordinates' gossip, you know. I remember you two used to get along quite well. Sha-fan's veins popped with anger as she shouted. How could that be? The boss lady then asked with a mischievous smile. Oh, I thought you liked him too. Sha-fan became even more furious upon hearing that. Are you crazy? I hate him more than anything. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she launched into a string of insults. A complete liar, deceiving innocent maidens. I initially thought he was an honest guy with common interests who knew he was approaching me with improper intentions. Do you understand that feeling? You treat someone like a brother and it turns out he wants to be your boyfriend? Sha-fan suddenly recalled Xiao Sang's calm face from last time. When did he stand here? At that time he calmly stated, I've been in love with you since the first time we met. Sha-fan immediately questioned, cold sweat streaming down her face. So from the very beginning you approached me because of that? She became even more exasperated, her eyes widening as if they might split, filled with disgust. Filthy, depraved, truly a scoundrel. A beast specialized in deceiving others' feelings, the boss lady chuckled upon hearing that. This kid is still so blunt. Normally his mind works fast, but when it comes to emotional matters She suddenly stopped, then leaned closer to Xiaofan to tease. Aha, I get it. You were avoiding Xiao Sang not because you hated angels, right? It's because you felt deceived. That's why you're angry, right? Xiaofan's eyes immediately went blank and she blurted out, "Ha!" A second later she reacted and yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The boss lady didn't mind and instead continued to tease. Understood. Find a chance to sit down and talk it over properly. That kid isn't good with words or expressing his feelings, in that regard you're exactly like that couple," Xiaofan yelled angrily. Like what? The boss lady also immediately replied bluntly, leaving her speechless. You ran off before listening to his explanation, didn't you? The boss lady even licked her lips, pointed at her excitedly and encouraged, "Keep it up, big sis will help you out." Xiaofan's blood ran cold upon hearing this, wishing she could beat up the old woman. Despite this, she outwardly calmed down and changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, was Jiacheng's amnesia you're doing?" The boss lady just smiled and denied. "How could that be? I don't have time for such things." Just then, Shanshan waved and shouted loudly from over there, "Xiaofan, come play." Xiaofan heard the voice and subtly glanced over, wanting to refuse. She said, "Wait a moment, I'm just..." However, when she turned around, the boss lady was nowhere to be found. Xiaofan was puzzled. Where is she? Time passed and the sun gradually set. Shanshan stretched contentedly, sighing, "I haven't had this much fun in a long time." Leah Chen Jiacheng echoed beside her. "Yes." Meanwhile, Xiaofan, as if all her strength had been drained, secretly sighed. "I haven't exercised this much in a long time. I definitely won't be able to get up tomorrow morning." Over there, Jiacheng suddenly looked a bit dejected. "I'm sorry, big sister. Today I just focused on playing and couldn't remember anything." Shanshan was startled and quickly comforted him. "It's okay, take your time. Just consider today a day to relax. We'll think of other ways to deal with the amnesia." This scene fell into Xiaofan's eyes. She looked at Shanshan's sincere expression, asking herself in confusion, an angel actually helping a demon, how strange, and so seriously too. So there are such simple-minded people among angels after all. Maybe I should sit down and listen to Xiao Sang's explanation. It might just be a misunderstanding. Thinking this, she suddenly froze, her mind a blank, only to snap back to reality a second later as if struck by lightning. Hey, how could I suddenly have such a thought? Have I eaten too much dog food and become silly? No, it must be because that four-eyes-old woman is manipulating my mind. Shanshan saw her clutching her head from behind and softly called out, "Xiaofan." She walked forward, smiling and saying, "Thank you for helping me. I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble." Xiaofan only now recovered from her panic and replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Shanshan awkwardly scratched her chin and invited, "Let's go out and play together again next time." Xiaofan remained in a daze, her face flushed red, but she didn't refuse. When I'm free." Shanshan was very happy to hear that. "Really, you promised? This is my first time making friends with a demon my age." Xiaofan looked at her blankly. Shanshan said with a brilliant smile, "So happy." However, her figure briefly overlapped with another. Seeing this scene, Xiaofan's pupils couldn't help but contract suddenly. "How could I suddenly see Yushan? That's right, ever since I met her I've had a strange sense of familiarity. What's going on?" Xiao Sang's and Yushan's faces kept appearing in her mind, making her yell in panic. "Is there something wrong with my brain? Wake up me. Am I so starved for love that I'm hallucinating?" Shanshan saw her react so strongly and asked with wide eyes, "Xiaofan, what's wrong?" Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Leah Chen Jiacheng put on an expression like an abandoned puppy and pulled Shanshan into his arms, startling her. Leah Chen Jiacheng didn't answer, just looked at Xiaofan jealously and snorted. After a while he finally announced loudly, "Sister Shanshan is mine. Big sister Xiaofan, don't even think about it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaofan started coughing incessantly. Shanshan hastily explained in a panic, "What nonsense are you talking about? This guy only has the mind of an 8-year-old now. He's talking nonsense, don't mind him." Xiaofan tried hard to restrain herself, trembling all over, thinking to herself, "How interesting." Saying this, Shanshan and Leah Chen Jiacheng walked in one direction, waving goodbye to her. "We're leaving first, be careful on your way." Xiaofan hesitated, pursed her lips and finally stammered, "Goodbye." With a start, the next words flowed smoothly. "If you need help, feel free to message me anytime." Despite this, she didn't understand what she was saying in her heart. Shanshan looked back at Xiaofan, smiling happily and saying, "Thank you." The sky gradually darkened and lights came on in the apartment. The two returned to their clean and tidy little home. Shanshan walked ahead. "Come in, you can put your shoes over there." Leah Chen Jiacheng followed behind, obediently replying, Just then his stomach suddenly rumbled. Shanshan only then suddenly remembered after hearing it. "Hungry are you? That's right. It's already very late now." She glanced subtly, secretly calculating. There seemed to be some ingredients left in the fridge. "I've never cooked before when Jiacheng wasn't around, and I only know how to make simple salads." While thinking, she tied up her hair, preparing to start. "Forget it, I'll just improvise as I go." "Come on, if you want to grow you have to do it yourself." After deciding, Shanshan said to Jiacheng, "You go take a bath, I'll cook." He replied with a smile. However, his body didn't obey and instead suddenly grabbed Shanshan's arm tightly. She turned her head in surprise, looking at Leah Chen Jiacheng with a darkened face, asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" Only then did he startle, retract his hand and explain, I don't know either, my body suddenly reacted. She didn't ask further after hearing that. Really? Then I'll go cook. As soon as she finished speaking, Lia Chen Jiacheng grabbed Shanshan's hand again. She looked at him again, tilting her head blankly. Although Lia Chen Jiacheng didn't understand his frightened expression and the sweat pouring down like rain betrayed his mood, Shanshan asked tentatively, "What's wrong?" Lia Chen Jiacheng trembled all over, stiffly forcing out a bitter smile and replying, "I don't know, my body seems to be moving on its own. Every cell in my body feels afraid, wanting to stop Big Sister from going into the kitchen." Shanshan understood upon hearing that. "Ah, I see." In the end, the two still ordered takeout. After a while, Shanshan held 2 game consoles and suggested to Lia Chen Jiacheng, "Come play games." He had just finished showering, steam still rising from his body, and turned to look at her. "Games?" Shanshan explained with a brilliant smile. "That's right, we often play games together, maybe you can remember something." He also happily agreed upon hearing that. "Okay." Lia Chen Jiacheng picked up the game console and sighed. "So nostalgic. I used to play games with my big sister a lot too," Shanshan asked curiously. "Sister Jia Xin," he softly recounted. "Yes, Big Sis always brought back a lot of interesting things whenever she returned from the human world and then called me to play with her." Childhood memories instantly flooded his mind. Jia Xin frowned, constantly pressing the controller. "Over there, help me get rid of those pillars." Little Lia Chen Jiacheng huddled in her arms asking in fear, "Ah, where is it?" Immediately after, Jia Xin's frantic shouts rang out. "Almost cleared the level. What's the cheat code? Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right." At that time, Jiacheng had already asked to go to sleep. "Big sister, I'm so sleepy, I have school tomorrow." Who knew? Jia Xin immediately enforced her rule, making his face turn pale. "Sleep what? Keep playing. If you dare to doze off before we clear this game, I'll break your legs. Understand?" Shanshan listened to his story, couldn't help but look at him with some sympathy. "It's really amazing you've survived until now." Lia Chen Jiacheng instead smiled and comforted her. "It's okay. Big Sis's personality is a bit erratic, but she's always cared about me." Hearing this, Shanshan suddenly grew excited. "Ah, you're starting to remember your old memories." Lia Chen Jiacheng was also a bit surprised upon hearing that, as it seemed to be true. She hastily urged, "Do you remember anything else?" He quickly narrowed his eyes, trying hard to think. I'll try." A girl's figure suddenly appeared in his vision, blooming with a brilliant smile. Lia Chen Jiacheng immediately widened his eyes, standing there blankly as if trying hard to recall. Shanshan asked excitedly, "How is it?" Lia Chen Jiacheng clutched his head, asking himself blankly, "Ah, who is this?" Shanshan was very happy to hear that. She thought, "It's working, let's play games first," he replied. "Okay." Then they played one game after another, piling up the discs beside them. However, Lia Chen Jiacheng made no progress. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep again." Shanshan didn't mind and instead chose other games. "It's okay, let's play other games. Overcooked looks fun." "Oh right, try playing some old games, maybe you'll remember something," he immediately complained with tears streaming down his face. "Ah, that's right, Big Sis always complained that I was terrible at games." Shanshan gently comforted him. "Relax, don't put pressure on yourself. Let's find some games to clear now, like Metaverse or Theft." After a while, she handed him a controller. "Here, take it. The controller's a bit old, the buttons might not be very responsive." Lia Chen Jiacheng accepted it with a self-deprecating smile, but still reached out to take it. "I'm too bad, I'll definitely fall asleep again soon." Shanshan listened, then tilted her head, looked at him confidently, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "It's okay, trust me, I'll protect you." That smile and tone overlapped with the image of the little girl that appeared in Jiacheng's mind. "Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you." He immediately froze, his eyes wide. His strange expression also caught Shanshan's attention. Jiacheng suddenly pounced on her, pinning her to the ground, his eyes fixed on her face. Shanshan looked at his focused gaze and screamed in panic. "What are you doing?" Just then he stammered her name, making her even more confused. "Shanshan." Then Jiacheng suddenly pinched her face with both hands, deforming it. Lia Chen leaned in, testing softly, "Have we met before?" Shanshan heard him, her eyes widening in surprise. "Huh?" In another scene, a phone rang incessantly, singing, "Silently watching you happy with someone else, it's not me. I can only wipe away my tears hoping you're happy." The boss lady adjusted her glasses and jokingly answered the phone. "Hello, the eagle is listening." "Which sparrow is calling?" Jia Xin's impatient roar came from the other end of the line. "I'm the sparrow from hell. What are you planning to do? Did you cause Jiacheng to become like this?" The boss lady trembled all over from the immense volume, quickly turning her head away from the phone, thinking, "Oh dear. So it's Jia Xin." She grew even angrier. "How many times have I told you not to call me that?" The boss lady's voice remained calm. All right, what can I do for you?" At the mention of this, Jia Xin immediately questioned, "Of course it's about Jiacheng, why are you pretending to be stupid?" The boss lady heard her face darkening, and she pushed up her glasses. "Hey, you guys are going too far, you're blaming me before you've even found the root of the problem." Jia Xin completely disbelieved her words, shouting, "Shut up, no need to explain, don't I know you?" Despite this, the boss lady leaned calmly against the balcony, looking at the night sky, assuring, "It's true. I swear I had no hand in this, how about you believe me this once?" Jia Xin listened, still sticking to her guns. "How could I possibly believe that?" Just then, the boss lady finally revealed her guess. Jiacheng's situation might be caused by that ring. Jia Xin, who was drinking water, suddenly paused. "HMPH, the ring, the one you made, how long will this last?" The boss lady's lips curved into a playful smile as she replied, "I don't know, maybe a few days, maybe a lifetime." Jia Xin narrowed her eyes, asking in a low voice, "In short, will my brother return to normal?" On the other end of the line, the boss lady jokingly replied, "Yes." Who knows, she was so angry she shouted, her voice seeming to pierce her eardrums. You bastard, do you believe I won't send someone to flatten your house? The boss lady was unfazed, took a sip of water, then chuckled softly, reassuring. Calm down, don't be nervous. Some things they have to sort out themselves to grow. The only thing we can do now is observe them. If Jachung doesn't regain his memory, that's fine too, isn't it? Big sister. Ja Xin heard her and could only grit her teeth and coldly snort. Finally, she could only shout a warning, you just wait. Afterwards, in Shanshan's apartment, she threw herself contentedly onto the soft bed. Ah, so tired. Then she suddenly thought seriously, I really didn't expect this. Just then the scene from earlier replayed in her mind. Shanshan looked at Lia Chen Jachung with a radiant smile, full of hope. Did you remember anything? He just replied softly. Lia Chen Jachung reached out and stroked his chin, muttering in confusion, well, not exactly remembering. Feels more like nostalgia. Thinking this, Shanshan could only close her eyes helplessly. What does that mean? I don't understand anything. Forget it. Don't think about it. Having decided this, she rolled over and hugged her pillow, contentedly pulling up the blanket, ready to sleep. Let's sleep first, we'll talk about anything tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Just then a voice called out from outside. Sister Shanshan, she subconsciously responded. What is it? However, she suddenly froze. Hey, Shanshan reacted, sitting up abruptly and shouting, Lia Chen, what's wrong? He hid outside the door, looking at her innocently. I can't sleep, Shanshan asked back, puzzled. Can't sleep? Lia Chen Jachung looked at her pitifully, hugging his pillow. I'm a little scared sleeping alone. Sister, can I sleep with you? Shanshan heard this as if struck by lightning, silently screaming inside. Sleep together? Then she forced a smile, wanting to refuse. This is a bit. Before she could finish, Duya Jachung stammered and interjected. I'm sorry. He lowered his eyes, blaming himself pitifully. As expected, it seems our relationship isn't that close after all. No wonder I sometimes feel a bit out of place. As soon as these words were spoken, Shanshan felt an electric shock, cold sweat streaming down her face. Lia Chen Jachung continued to mumble sadly. Whenever I try to make an intimate gesture, sister always resists a little. And sister said we're a married couple, so why are we sleeping in separate rooms? We should be sleeping in the same room. Is sister just pitying me, so she lied to make me happy? I'm sorry, sister, it's all my fault. I'll go back to my room. Before he could finish, Shanshan immediately shouted, her face red as if on fire, constantly patting the spot next to her. Wait, come here. Let's sleep together. Her eyes had become a chaotic mess, growing more and more confused. Hurry. Just then, Duya Jachung contentedly lay beside her. Turns out I was overthinking. Shanshan, however, turned over, not daring to look at him, silently asking herself, what am I doing? Just then, Duya Jachung spoke again, puzzled. We didn't even fight, so why were we sleeping in separate rooms? Shanshan was startled and guiltily explained. That, it's for a change of scenery, you know. Always sleeping together gets boring, so we occasionally sleep apart. He listened, enlightened. I see. She immediately changed the subject in a hurry. It's late, close your eyes and sleep. Lia Chen Jachung obediently replied, okay. Despite this, Shanshan still couldn't sleep. Her mind was in a turmoil. Calm down. Lia Chen Jachung is just a child now. I can't hurt his mental state. Meanwhile, he was blankly looking at his empty hands. He closed his eyes to feel, only to realize he was missing a pillow. Then Jachung opened his eyes again, tilting his head to look at the person next to him. Shanshan was completely unaware she had become the target, still comforting herself. Besides, we've slept together before, I should be used to it. Just then a hand neatly wrapped around her waist and the warmth behind her grew closer, making her eyes snap open. When Shanshan reacted, she trembled all over, her eyes dull as if unable to think of anything. Lia Chen Jachung was behind her, contentedly smelling her scent. Sister Shanshan smells so good, this scent is so familiar. I always smell it before sleeping. I guess I often held sister when I slept before I lost my memory. His sudden actions threw Shanshan into disarray. Oh no, how did I suddenly become a pillow? She looked back at him, who was pressed tightly against her in confusion, thinking, what do I do now? Her gaze grew more and more bewildered. Lia Chen Jachung is just a child now. He doesn't understand the meaning of this action. Just let it be, I'll get used to it in a bit. Oh no, I can't. Shanshan's face was beet red, and at the same time she fought hard in her mind. I have to do something. But as soon as she turned around, she saw Jachung's face magnified twofold. Too close, their lips were only a few centimeters apart, almost touching. Jachung suddenly opened his eyes, startling Shanshan. He smiled gently and lightly touched her nose with his. Shanshan stared at him blankly, her eyes wide. Lia Chen Jachung opened his eyes again and softly said, good night, dear wife. Shanshan's head immediately emitted puffs of white smoke. Her face was already so red it almost blended with her hair, her eyes still wide, staring at him. After a while her face darkened and she turned her head, saying, how am I supposed to sleep tonight like this? Shanshan confusedly reached out to cover her face, her inner demon suddenly appearing tempting. Then don't sleep, fight back. The angel immediately appeared to refute. No, I'm a girl, how can I be so casual? It's too early for that kind of thing. The demon's lips curved into a wicked smile, replying disdainfully, you're already married, you've done more embarrassing things before, haven't you? The angel stammered in defense. But Jachung's mental age is only 8, what if I'm accused of seduction? The demon heard this and became even more unconcerned. Wouldn't that be more exciting? The demon's eyes gleamed, tempting. His body is an adult, his soul is a child, he's already an adult, who would dare object? The angel heard this and immediately rushed to stop the demon. Stop, this isn't R-rated content, it'll be censored. Despite this, the demon became more and more excited, immediately taking out a doujinshi card. Who cares, friend? Rather than dragging on for 100 years, better have one glorious minute. I'll bear any consequences. Readers have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Book of Brutality, however, when she turned around, Shanshan was already lying there fast asleep. The demon and the angel were immediately silenced. The female lead is asleep, so there's nothing to argue about. Closing time. The camera shifts to the demon's past, heavy punching and kicking sounds. One person's face was distorted from being beaten, another was kicked in the jaw, their body flying like raindrops. The one responsible for all this was Jia Xin. She reached out and lightly hooked her finger. Jia Xin glanced coldly, then turned away in disgust. Is that all you've got? She stood alone among a group of people lying sprawled, sighing coldly. So boring. The two remaining unbeaten people trembled like sieves, staring at her. What kind of monster is this? She alone is a demon king candidate? It seems the rumors are true. Jia Xin heard these murmurs and dangerously narrowed her eyes. Seeing this, the two immediately took off running. I'm sorry, Lady Jia Xin, we won't do that again. Jia Xin punched another one, then snorted coldly. Forget it, let's go home. At that time in the demon realm, the demon king had suddenly disappeared, her whereabouts unknown, leaving the supreme throne vacant to this day. The demon realm fell into a leaderless state with riots breaking out everywhere. This place was already too corrupt. Demons indulged their desires at will, appearing to be a chaotic mess without any rules. Jia Xin walked alone through the chaotic crowd as if nothing was amiss. Here only the strong had the right to judge everything. So to prove her worth it was simple. Beat anyone who was an eyesore. Just then, two guys approached, wanting to chat, but before they could even open their mouths, she beat them up. Hello sis. Jia Xin's lips curved into a smug smile, thinking, strongest demon king candidate? Sounds pretty cool. Once I become demon king, the first thing I'll do is clean up all the trash outside and open a figure shop, anime merchandise store and so on. That corner spot is perfect. A maid cafe would be an excellent match, and a cyber cafe would make it even better. Then I'll mandate that demons must watch anime for 365 consecutive days. They'll have to check in daily and report their progress. After a while she returned to a somewhat dilapidated wooden house. Jia Xin silently pushed open the door, and in front of her was a small cardboard box. She looked at a piece of paper placed on top, thinking, what is this? She picked up the paper to read. A letter. The contents read, to my dearest daughter. I'm sorry, daughter. Mom accidentally had a little brother for you. Taking care of this little guy is a bit troublesome, so Mom is entrusting you with the important task of taking care of your brother. You two should get along well. Love, your mom. And a pen. This child is easy to raise, no need to worry. Jia Xin read it, veins throbbing in anger. She couldn't help but clutch the letter tightly, shouting, this damned old hag, if she doesn't like taking care of him, why did she give birth to him? As she spoke, she glanced again into the cardboard box. Jia Xin gritted her teeth, tisked in dissatisfaction, then sat down and opened the cardboard box. Inside was only a large white towel. What the hell, are you kidding me? Just then, Jia Xin suddenly heard a sound. She lightly frowned and coldly looked in the direction of the sound. Behind the house, a demon's tail suddenly appeared. Jia Xin quickly walked over to check. Then she immediately saw a child still with a pacifier looking up at her. It was only then that Jia Xin could no longer hold back and blurted out, holy shit. Just like that, she stared blankly at Lia Chen Jiacheng, who still had the smell of milk on his breath, sitting on the ground. It was real, not a joke. Jia Xin slumped to the ground, feeling very bored. A hallucination. It's just a hallucination. I must be too tired. I misread it. Just then, Lia Chen Jiacheng's gaze fell on Jia Xin's chest. His eyes quickly locked onto a target. The next second she trembled violently, staring down with wide eyes. Jiacheng had climbed onto her at some point. His pouting little mouth had dropped the pacifier and was now suckling on Jia Xin's firm chest. Without a word, she waved her hand, sending Lia Chen Jiacheng flying 8 meters away. Her eyes were cold and she snarled dangerously, oh, do you not want to live? Where would I get milk for you? Is he dead? However, when she looked, Jiacheng was just blankly stuck to the wall, completely unharmed. His eyes were still sparkling, babbling something. Afterwards, Lia Chen Jiacheng once again climbed onto Jia Xin's lap, clinging to her tightly. His little tail wagged furiously and he looked up at her with an excited face. Jia Xin saw this, veins throbbing in anger. What are you doing? Are you looking for a beating, kid? She suddenly seemed to remember something, glancing aside. HMPH. What met her eyes was the mess of figures and manga strewn across the floor in a pile. The items on the bookshelf were not spared either. This time Jia Xin trembled all over, her eyes immediately turning pitch black, her jaw dropping in shock. The intermittent angry shouts rang out wildly. Jia Xin was furious, as if she was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Her eyes became vacant and lifeless, accompanied by a sorrowful scream, I will definitely destroy you. Immediately after, a booming explosion echoed through the wooden house. When the light faded, all the windows in the house had shattered, not a single one remaining. The next morning, Jia Xin was sleeping sprawled out when suddenly a small hand kept patting her face. Jia Xin, disturbed, immediately erupted, shouting, where did this idiot come from? Do you have a death wish? Then she unexpectedly saw Lia Chen Jiacheng wagging his tail happily. Didn't I throw you out yesterday? How did you get back in? Jia Xin helplessly lifted Jiacheng with her tail, stroking his head while weakly muttering, you're so annoying, can you stop following me? She frowned slightly, closing her eyes and thought, what to do? It's hard to send him back to the producer. That old hag appeared like a ghost and now she's off somewhere enjoying herself. Never mind, throw him into an orphanage. There's no such place in the demon realm. The more she spoke, the more irritated she became. So annoying, I have to raise this less than 1-year-old brat, it's ridiculous. I'd rather die. Finally, Shin opened her eyes dangerously. Forget it, I'll just deal with him directly. Saying this, she extended her wicked hand, preparing to grab Jachung's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Don't blame me, kid. Born a demon, you have to accept this. Blame the one who gave birth to you. Saying this, she reached out and grabbed Jachung. However, he unexpectedly extended his tiny hand and embraced Shin's. Leah Chen. Jachung looked up, flashing an innocent smile at Shin, whose eyes immediately widened, and her murderous aura gradually dissipated. Shin pressed her lips together, silently looking at Leah Chen. Jachung in her arms, thinking, suddenly I feel a little soft-hearted. Just then, Leah Chen. Jachung's cries rang out to the heavens, and at the same time Shin also smelled a strange odor. Damn it, what did you do? What's that smell? It's so stinky, I'm going to kill you. It got on my tail, damn it, so disgusting. Get lost. Don't come near me. I told you to get lost. After dealing with the trouble, Shin, with a livid face, carried Leah Chen. Jachung onto the street. So embarrassing, so utterly embarrassing for the dignified strongest demon king candidate to now stoop to changing a brat's diapers. As she walked, she plotted, I must find a way to get rid of this burden. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Got it. I'll just dump him somewhere far away. Just then, Leah Chen. Jachung started babbling again. She looked over and saw him sucking his finger, staring intently at her. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Then Shin walked to a stall and bought him a carton of pure milk. Giving him this should be fine, right? She also bought herself a can of soda, muttering as she drank. Whatever, as long as he doesn't die. I survived like this when I was little too. At this point she suddenly glanced down. Got it. Leah Chen. Jachung was completely unguarded at the moment, savoring his milk. Don't rush, take your time. While he wasn't paying attention, Shin immediately slipped away. Time to make a break for it. After a long time she finally stopped. Ran this far, should have shaken him off right. Don't blame me, kid. With her hands in her pockets she softly murmured. Whether you live or die depends entirely on your own fortune. However, Jachung unexpectedly appeared in front of her. Shin broke out in a cold sweat, looking at him in confusion. What's going on? How did he catch up to me? It doesn't make sense. How did he do it? Thinking this, she immediately pointed in a direction. Hey, look over there, pretty lady. As Jachung looked in that direction, Shin seized the opportunity to slip away. HMPH, this time I'm going all out, let's see how you keep up with me. After a while she stopped, let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Ran 30 kilometers in one go, let's see how he keeps up. Just as Shin was still gloating, Leah Chen. Jachung suddenly reappeared, startling her into a stumble. Damn it, what the hell are you? She angrily roared, looking at his innocent expression. What kind of expression is that, brat? Do you think I'm joking with you? Shin angrily grabbed Leah Chen. Jachung's tail, gritting her teeth and warning, stop pestering me. I'm going to finish you off right now. Even so, he still understood nothing, just grinned. Seeing this, Shin's face immediately darkened and she let out a cold snort. She was furious, swinging the hand that held Leah Chen. Jachung like a whirlwind. Immediately after, Shin mercilessly flung Leah Chen. Jachung away. Get the hell out of here. After saying that, she triumphantly clapped her hands. Done, the air feels much fresher now. However, for some reason Jachung once again appeared in front of her, enthusiastically waving his arms as if having a great time, which infuriated Shin. What the hell are you? This time she was truly trembling with rage. HMPH, you want to play, do you? Fine, I'll play with you. Immediately after, she unleashed her full power. 2 black wings quickly grew out. Shin pushed off with her legs, preparing to leap, and in an instant a burst of light shot into the sky. A figure spread its wings and cut through the sky, soaring away. Shin continuously unleashed power, accelerating her flight. She swept past like a whirlwind, knocking pedestrians to the ground wherever Shin went. Screams erupted one after another. Seeing this scene, she became even more smug and arrogant. What's wrong, kid? You haven't even awakened your bloodline ability. How are you keeping up? But with just a glance she saw Leah Chen. Jachung flying beside her, and immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva, her eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. Shin roared in disbelief in her heart. Are you kidding me? What kind of speed is that? In the end she had no choice but to tiredly accept defeat. Alright, you win. Shin gently narrowed her eyes, plotting to herself. So annoying. How can I get rid of this burden? Is there any way? Suddenly she snapped her fingers as if something had occurred to her. Got it. A cunning smile involuntarily crept onto Shin's lips. She pointed at her grinning face and said to Jachung, Kid, do you understand what Big Sister is saying? Let's play a simple game now. Hide and seek. She generously placed a carton of condensed milk in front of him, tempting him. When you finish this carton of milk, Big Sister will go hide. You can only come look for Big Sister after you finish drinking it. Got it? Leah Chen. Jachung immediately hugged the milk carton in response, which pleased her greatly. So smart, you really are my little brother. Let's begin. Remember, you must finish it before you come looking for me. With the plan successful, Shin revealed an extremely wicked smile. Done. Kids are kids, easily appeased with a little coaxing. Should have done this earlier, what a waste of time. Farewell, my dear brother. Afterwards, she returned to her dilapidated little house. Before fully relaxing, she also cautiously looked around. Only when she was sure no one was there did Shin let out a sigh of relief. Should be done this time, let's go home. Suddenly a sound startled her. Shin looked back and seeing it was just a cat, relaxed. Good, just a cat. Dark clouds filled the sky and the screen displayed game over accompanied by Jia Xin's complaints. Just a little more, calm down. She lay down in annoyance, muttering to herself, what kind of damn game is this? Too hard, isn't it? Are there any cheat codes? How can you play with weather like this? Just then she glanced casually to the side again. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered, and the wind howled. Is it going to rain? Suddenly her stomach rumbled. So hungry. In the end, Jia Xin had no choice but to drag her tired body out to forage. Why is it suddenly so cold? The weather was normal just now. Suddenly, she couldn't help but look at a street corner where a familiar carton of milk was sitting next to a trash can. Jia Xin narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking, where did he go? When she realized what she was just doing, she immediately hastily refuted herself. Wait, what am I suddenly thinking? I don't care about that brat. I just came out to forage, happened to pass by here and happened to see it. That's right, time to bolt. It would be troublesome if that brat was found nearby. However, fate had other plans. Just as she was trying to convince herself, a torrential rain poured down. What the heck, are you kidding me? Why is it suddenly raining so heavily? Meanwhile, under a large bridge, two groups of people stood facing each other. A man wearing glasses smirked wickedly and said, oh, over 100 people gathered here trying to snatch my territory? Another black-haired man coldly replied, that's right. Today I'll let you know who the boss of the demon realm really is. Just then a golden light descended from the sky, landing between the two groups. Jia Xin, soaked to the bone, angrily cursed, damn it, I'm drenched. She stared blankly at the people around her, muttering to herself, how are these guys having a class reunion? Thinking this, she calmly waved her hand and turned to leave. Excuse me, the rain is too heavy, so I came here to take shelter. Feel free to do what you want, I'll be leaving soon. The two subordinates whom she had beaten up last time immediately recognized her when they saw her. It's Lady Jia Xin. That's right, the black-haired man also spoke up after hearing this. Jia Xin, the strongest demon king candidate, is that right? His gaze couldn't help but fall to her chest. After confirming Jia Xin's flat chest, a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Heard the name and thought it was a woman, turns out it's a tomboy. Immediately after, he took a flying kick from her. The black-haired man had no time to resist and was kicked flying in front of everyone. Jia Xin's face was grim, her teeth gritted, full of provocation. You dog, this old lady is a bona fide woman. Now I'm going to slaughter your entire family. As soon as she finished speaking, the man with glasses came over to strike up a conversation. Oh brother, you're pretty strong. How about we two brothers team up and unite the demon realm? Jia Xin said nothing, directly punching him away. His subordinates watched him fly several teeth out, screaming heartbreakingly. Boss? Jia Xin meanwhile gritted her teeth, snarling with disgust. Who gave you permission to touch me? Get lost. Her subordinates, now radiating murderous intent, surrounded her. You bitch, you've got guts. If you've got the balls, stand still and we'll gut you. Jia Xin was fearless, a provocative smile playing on her lips. I'm in a bad mood today, so why don't I take it out on you guys? Immediately after, the sounds of flesh colliding rang out, interspersed with screams. Before long, she was standing on a pile of bodies. The remaining people trembled with fear, not daring to advance further. Are you kidding me? There were hundreds of people from both gangs combined. Is she a monster? Jia Xin, radiating killing intent, stuck out her tongue and mocked. What's wrong? Scared? Everyone watched her provocative demeanor, cold sweat pouring down their faces. You guys, hurry up and attack all at once, save me some time. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Jia Xin. She fearlessly turned to look. Oh, what nerve, however, that person splashed some kind of liquid on her. Jia Xin had no time to react and was completely drenched by the liquid. She slowly opened her scarlet eyes. At this moment her pupils were affected, filled with bloodshot veins. What is this? The black-haired man who was first kicked away was gleefully tossing and catching a small bottle in his hand. Surprised, aren't you? Let me introduce you. This is holy water from the black market. I spent a fortune buying it from those angels. You should feel honored because you're the first one to try this. Saying this, he continuously swung his arms, fiercely attacking Jia Xin. Come on, keep being arrogant, keep dancing. Why aren't you dancing anymore? Dance. She could only continuously block, unable to retaliate. Damn it, I can't open my eyes. Just then, the black-haired man seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Farewell, you bitch. Jia Xin tightly closed her eyes, silently bracing herself. It's over. But after a long wait, nothing happened. Instead, pathetic screams echoed in her ears. It hurts so much. What is that? She slowly opened her eyes, struggling to look at the person in front of her who was clutching his head and struggling. It hurts. Get lost. His curses were still deafening. Where did you come from? Get lost. Just as Jia Xin saw clearly, Jia Cheng had already opened his mouth wide and bitten the black-haired man's head, making him shriek in pain. Jia Xin simply stared blankly at everything before her. Even so, she quickly reacted, extending her leg to deliver a flurry of kicks at the black-haired man. His subordinates watched him fall, retreating in terror. Here, Jia Xin again reached out and grabbed that tiny tail. She silently stared at the young Lia Chen Jiacheng. After a while, she lifted her sparkling eyes and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Kid, did you just protect big sister? Well. It feels quite interesting. In all my life, this is the first time someone has stood up to protect me, and it's still a little kid who hasn't even been weaned." The people around, seeing her still full of energy, couldn't help but feel scared. Are you kidding me? After drinking so much holy water, she can still run and jump normally? Meanwhile, Jia Xin laughed happily, simultaneously reaching out to tear open her clothes. This brat is really interesting, but even if you help just now, the outcome won't be any different. Never mind, big sister has a very interesting game. Want to try it? Saying this, she swung her arms, spinning Lia Chen Jiacheng like a weapon, then loudly challenged, "You bunch of losers, all of you come at me. Let me teach you how to use your little brother." The subordinates seeing this scene were dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. Damn it, both of these siblings are monsters. Immediately after, none of them could escape Jia Xin's clutches. They were all sent flying. A light rain fell from the sky, mixed with screams rising and falling. After a long time, everything fell silent. Jia Xin and Jiacheng lay among the scattered bodies. She laughed happily, exclaiming with satisfaction, "So exhilarating, I haven't enjoyed this feeling in a long time. Kid, what do you say?" Meanwhile, Lia Chen Jiacheng had already been spun dizzy by her and lost consciousness. Only then did Jia Xin glance at him, muttering to herself, "All right, from now on I'll allow you to hang out with me in the demon realm. By the way, what's your name?" That old hag in the letter didn't say. She slightly narrowed her eyes, thinking indifferently. "A name? I'm not very good at naming, so I'll just pick one randomly." After that, a string of loud names came out. Megatron, Vegeta, Cooler, Taro from the northeast, Chamaniha, Bruce Lee, Chan Ho Nam, until the sun set and the rain stopped. Jia Xin still hadn't come up with one. So hard to choose. Today's sunset is beautiful. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on her forehead. "Water?" She rapped the child with her tail and said excitedly, Jiacheng, it's decided." Jia Xin looked at him, still clueless, and named him. "Lia Chen Jiacheng, from now on I'll call you Jiacheng." Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Jia Xin asked with a happy smile, "Do you like it? Your big sister is a true genius." Just then, a series of plops sounded again. History repeating itself. "Damn it again, it's happening again. Next time you need to go to the toilet, can you please tell me? It's too stinky, it got on my tail. You little brat, I'll kill you."